Chapter 1. Where did the dog come from? Jiangzhou Vocational College. Department of Mechanical Engineering, Counselor's Office. The department head and several school administrators were present. The department head looked at the counselor and said, "The school rarely expels students, but this student, Chen has gone too far. He completely skips classes, and the academy has already called to inquire about the situation," replied the slightly overweight middle-aged counselor, appearing quite embarrassed. Chen comes from a poor family and needs to work to support himself, which interferes with his classes. Another leader interrupted the counselor. "We've heard this before. What he's doing isn't merely missing classes, he's not attending at all. We're not deaf, we can browse the campus network. He distributes flyers on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, delivers takeout on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and even tutors on weekends. He's even applied for a free entrepreneurial workspace for students. He has a regular stall at the night market, setting it up every night, nearly year-round. Is he even here to study? I even suspect he's just here to take advantage of the low-cost dormitory and student benefits." The counselor wiped the sweat from his forehead. He's quite diligent in his studies. He performs well in the subjects he takes exams for. What about the courses he failed? The counselor had indeed asked Chen and was told that he prioritized making money over attending exams. Now, he found it difficult to respond. He feared backlash if he did. I'll have a good talk with him. The department head waved his hand. "I just asked you to call him. Where is he?" He said he has a few more deliveries to make and will come after that. Seeing the counselor still covering for Chen made the department head laugh in frustration. "Don't give me a runaround, call him and tell him to come here." The counselor realized he could no longer evade the issue and took out his phone to call Chen. The call connected quickly, and a young man's voice came through. "What's up?" The counselor replied curtly, "Where are you?" "Come to my office immediately. I'm at the university's entrepreneurial base, working on something very important. They'll come as soon as I'm done." The counselor looked up to see the department head's face turn pale, feeling dismayed. Although the college's academic standards weren't particularly high, completely skipping classes was indeed overstepping the mark. "You must remember that college is primarily for learning, not for making money. You're right, it'll come as soon as I finish." The call abruptly ended as Chen hung up. The department head's expression darkened further. "Let's go to the entrepreneurial base. I want to see what's so urgent." The group marched towards the entrepreneurial base. This facility was one of the conveniences provided for students wishing to start their own businesses. Although Jiangzhou Vocational College might be considered subpar in some respects, it excelled in supporting student entrepreneurship. It offered not only office space, but also equipment, interest-free loans, and even special school funds at that moment. In the workshop on the first floor of the entrepreneurial base, Chen was suppressing his excitement as he assembled components at his workbench. Despite it being his first time constructing such a device, he displayed remarkable proficiency, adeptly locating parts and securing them swiftly. A blue holographic light, visible only to him, guided him through the assembly process. Once completed, the blue holographic light vanished entirely. On the control panel, a mechanical dog appeared, standing 30 centimeters tall and approximately 50 centimeters long. That looked strikingly beautiful, though marred by the residue of assembly oil. Chen, undeterred by its appearance, picked up the mechanical dog and placed it into the ultrasonic cleaning basin. He pressed the switch and sat down beside the basin, his face brimming with anticipation. He had been waiting for this moment for an entire year. A year ago, he had acquired the super technology catalog, but had been unable to apply it due to financial constraints. Bit by bit, he had earned money and improved his skills, and now he had finally created the mechanical dog. With this invention, he could fully activate the super technology catalog. As he delved deep into his consciousness, he beheld the blue template, super technology catalog. Host, Chen, shock value. 0. The host can gain shock value by creating products that astonish others, which can be used to acquire high-tech advancements. Acquired technology, basic, intelligent mechanical dog. While Chen waited in silence, the commotion outside grew louder. Then, the department head led a group into the workshop, followed closely by others. The counselor dashed through the crowd, reaching Chen side and exclaiming, "Let me introduce you, this is Director Su from the department." Chen was bewildered, wondering why the department head was here. Su inspected the machine and workshop before turning to Chen. "Are you Chen?" Chen nodded. "Yes, that's me." Upon seeing Chen, Zu's tone softened. "Although we are a vocational college, we still need to prioritize learning. You're currently working hard and burning the midnight oil to earn money, but once you've acquired knowledge, you'll find it easier to earn even more. I was initially prepared to expel you for your chronic absence, and failing grades the school cannot tolerate such behavior. However, I'm willing to give you a chance. Sign a guarantee letter promising you will no longer skip classes. Chenbin's first instinct was to refuse the offer. Signing would mean attending classes, which would eat into his time. He needed to extract as much knowledge from the super technology catalog as possible. However, if he were expelled, he would have nowhere to manufacture the technologies he wished to exchange. The counselor was stunned. Why was Chenbin hesitating? He wouldn't even face expulsion if he performed well in the future. There would be no consequences. The counselor hurriedly pulled a pen from his pocket. Quick, write the guarantee letter. Chenbin understood the counselor's good intentions, but knew his situation was unique. Just as he prepared to speak, a loud metallic crash resounded. Bang! The sound emanated from the cleaning basin, as if something were forcefully striking from within. Everyone turned to the cleaning basin as another impact resonated, indicating something was hitting the cover. The cleaning basin consisted of a cement container beneath a metal cover, with a metal mesh bag holding the items to be cleaned inside. At that moment, they could see the metal cover becoming slightly deformed. Everyone instinctively took a step back, and then a dog bark echoed from within the basin. Woof woof. All eyes turned to Chenbin. Su looked astonished. Are you abusing dogs? Who would put a dog in a cleaning basin? That would surely drown it. The others regarded Chenbin with suspicion, though they weren't dog lovers. They couldn't comprehend the cruelty either. Chenbin quickly waved his hands. It's not a real dog, it's a mechanical dog. Woof woof. The barking continued. Su approached the cleaning basin. That sounds just like a real dog. Who are you trying to fool? Chenbin hurriedly blocked Zu's path. Don't get too close, it's dangerous. The intelligent mechanical dog had two functions, companionship and protection. Chenbin was uncertain of its current state. If it bit Su, that would be a genuine risk. With its high-torque jaws and super-hard alloy teeth, it could easily crush skin and bone. Chapter 2. Is it really a mechanical dog? Su glared at Chenbin. If you don't intervene, it's going to drown. Then it really is a mechanical dog. Who are you kidding? What mechanical dog undergoes ultrasonic cleaning? My mechanical dog has waterproof features. Su was utterly incredulous. Could Chenbin actually create a mechanical dog? Moreover, the larger and more complex the object, the more challenging it was to achieve waterproofing. Given the complexity and size of a mechanical dog, waterproofing would naturally be difficult, especially considering the current state of technology. Bang! Another loud impact interrupted Zu's thoughts. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a mechanical dog burst forth from the hole in the cleaning basin. Soaked and glistening, the mechanical dog emerged with remarkable agility, immediately captivating the entire room. It stood on the edge of the cleaning basin with all four legs. The entire exterior is adorned in a metallic hue, complemented by a unique streamlined design that exudes an undeniably striking allure. The metallic shell is composed of individual plates, resembling scales that seamlessly conform to the body, while the design conveys a remarkable sense of strength. With an appearance reminiscent of a dragon country pastoral dog, the metallic exterior radiates elegance. The head of the dog is particularly animated, featuring high-definition cameras for eyes encircled by two rings of lights, imparting a vivid brilliance to its gaze. As its mouth opens, a row of sharp alloy teeth is revealed, astonishingly accompanied by a tongue. The mechanical dog shakes its body, expelling all moisture, emitting a low growl that carries a hint of menace. Ding, shock value 1. Ding, shock value 1. Ding, 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 ding. A cascade of notification sounds echoed in Chenbin's mind. The smile on his face was nearly strained, but at that moment, his primary concern was the state of the mechanical dog. Wang Kai, don't be fierce, these are all my teachers. The light in Wang Kai's eyes, initially red to signify a protective state, shifted to green after Chenbin's words. Its fearsome jaws closed as it trotted to Chenbin's side, affectionately nudging his leg with its head. While the dog's mouth was now shut, Director Zu's jaw was agape, his eyes wide as saucers. The mechanical dog's fluid and charming movements left him astounded. Could this truly be a mechanical dog? Such graceful and natural motion seemed inconceivable for a mechanical construct. As the head of the mechanical engineering department, he possessed a deep understanding of contemporary mechanical dogs. In fact, his visit today was specifically motivated by advancements in mechanical dog technology. Other institutions had made breakthroughs in mechanical dog design, yet his own school, despite having research projects in this field, had produced results akin to child's play. Compared to reputable universities, even other colleges had outperformed them. The once proud mechanical engineering program faced the risk of declining rankings. These reasons compelled him to address the rampant issues within the department. However, the current situation felt awry. The design level of this mechanical dog was astoundingly high. The world's most advanced mechanical dogs could not achieve such agility. Just last month, he attended a high-tech exchange conference where the mechanical dogs struggled to extricate themselves from obstacles. Their movements were rigid, claiming to adapt to various terrains, yet their speed was painfully slow. They could not even match the pace of a human walking, let alone that of biological dogs. The design was simplistic, merely a torso and 4 legs. Yet this mechanical dog before him looked distinctly canine, moving with an uncanny resemblance. It had just leaped from the air, its posture identical to that of a dog, with perfect adjustments to its center of gravity. For mechanical dogs on the market today, ascending stairs posed a significant challenge, serving as a benchmark for technological prowess. Chen Bin's mechanical dog, however, could leap nearly a meter high without hesitation. What obstacle could possibly impede it? The reactions of the others were no better than director, thus they too were bewildered. Their first instinct was to recall existing mechanical dogs, yet none could compare to this hyper-realistic model. This mechanical dog redefined their understanding of canine robotics. In contrast, the top mechanical dogs on the market appeared like mere bricks with 4 sticks affixed to them. Its aesthetic was so strikingly beautiful, it could easily be mistaken for a work of art. Director Su was the first to regain his composure, scrutinizing the mechanical dog closely and inquiring, "Where did this mechanical dog come from?" "I created it," Chen Bin replied, lifting the mechanical dog, which weighed a hefty 40 pounds, with considerable effort. Though Director Su had previously heard Chen Bin mention this, he sought confirmation, yet the answer still seemed incredulous. The mechanical engineering discipline sounded prestigious, but in reality, the majority of graduates ended up in factories. TO engage in serious mechanical research. One typically required at least a master's or doctoral degree. A vocational student conducting research and producing such a remarkable mechanical dog? A genius? A super genius? Director Zu's voice trembled. All by yourself? Who else? The manufacturing wasn't solely my effort. Most of the hardware and components were custom-made, with only a handful crafted by myself. Director Su felt a shiver run down his spine. To manufacture by outsourcing parts while independently assembling and designing this was truly extraordinary. This implied that Chen Bin possessed extensive knowledge across multiple research domains and at a remarkably high level. A student of such caliber would bring prestige to the entire school, potentially enhancing its rankings. This was akin to a regular university producing an academician in instant elevation. If their vocational school could produce a superlative talent, it might even lead to undergraduate recognition. Such instances were not unheard of indeed. Many individuals had transitioned from vocational studies to undergraduate status. Countless fortunate souls had ascended from lower-tier to higher-tier institutions. Chen Bin watched Director Su, who was momentarily lost in thought. "Well, I truly cannot guarantee my attendance in class. I must continue earning money in manufacturing." Director Zu's eyes widened once more. "Wait, are you implying that your relentless pursuit of money is for research and manufacturing?" "Yes. Many components of this mechanical dog were custom-made. One leg alone cost over 7,000, nearly a month's salary. Standard parts are inexpensive due to mass production, while custom parts vary in price based on different processes and requirements. Yet all are costly." Director Su suddenly wished to slap himself. How could he be unaware of such a prodigious talent within the school? A genius striving for research while simultaneously earning a living, delivering food, sending packages, distributing flyers, setting up stalls. The words he had previously uttered now felt like a slap in the face, for this was a dereliction of duty. He had even considered reforming the academic environment to rid the institution of such talents. Director Su took a deep breath. "You need not worry about finances. The school will provide you with whatever amount you require. You need not work, and you need not attend classes, as I stated." Given Chen Bin's ability to create mechanical dogs, should he enter the classroom, He would be responsible for teaching. Chapter 3. Occupying quotas. Chen Bin hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. You needn't contribute financially. We shall utilize the school's funds for research and development. If we achieve results, will they be credited to him or the institution? Moreover, having already developed a mechanical dog, will he truly face a shortage of funds in the future? Director Su, undeterred by the financial aspect, redirected his gaze towards the mechanical dog. What are its capabilities? How does it execute commands? I've designed it as a companion and guardian mechanical dog. Companionship involves interaction. It can draw near, act affectionately, and requires neither feeding nor walking. As for commands, verbal instructions suffice. It comprehends and executes most of them. Director Su appeared somewhat incredulous. While the earlier simulations were plausible, could commands truly be issued through speech? Were there specific directives, or had it been pre-programmed with a set of simple commands? Chen Bin pondered for a moment, aware that this concept was intricate to articulate since it entailed a comprehensive suite of information processing capabilities. He decided to demonstrate directly. Wang Kai, fetch a piece of scrap metal. Behind the workshop were piles of scrap. Wang Kai obeyed promptly, leaping to the back and retrieving a steel plate. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Ding! Shock value 1. Another round of shock value was credited, and Chen Bin's eyes sparkled. Was it possible that shock value could be harvested multiple times? Did it mean that each individual astonishment resulted in a corresponding shock value? Was he on the path to prosperity? Director Su's eyes widened in astonishment. This dog possesses such formidable information processing capabilities? It can also act. To an outsider, it seemed trivial to retrieve an object. Only an insider grasped the complexities involved. Setting a course of action and issuing a fixed command is relatively simple. The challenge lies in commanding without a predetermined directive. The command to fetch scrap metal was inherently vague, lacking a specific target, and the scrap itself was indistinct. Yet, the mechanical dog processed the information and genuinely acted, retrieving the scrap. This was even more astonishing than the dog's appearance or its prior display of agility. The more they understood, the more they were astounded. Seeing the awestruck expressions of the crowd, Chen Bin smiled and waved his hand. Any questions? This mechanical dog is an intelligent machine. It's entirely normal for it to possess information processing capabilities. Director Su was left speechless, but everything Chen Bin had asserted was indeed accurate. Upon stepping outside the workshop, Director Su rubbed his face in disbelief. How did Chen Bin manage to get into college? Another leader remarked. A gem lost in the sea. Perhaps he was too engrossed in play before university. Play? I prefer to call it passion. He has a keen interest in tinkering with mechanical devices. Since he is so enthusiastic about research and development, why not arrange a laboratory for him in the experimental building? Someone suggested. Director Su paused, realizing that granting Chen Bin access to a laboratory at no cost would pose no issues. After all, the labs there were vacant. All right, I will communicate with the higher-ups. Counselor He, seated in the workshop, observed the mechanical dog bouncing before him. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? I did mention that I wanted to create a mechanical dog, Chen Bin replied. The counselor recollected. Was it around this time last year when you mentioned it? Yes. You advised me to consult Professor Huang, claiming he had some sort of team. Right? I remember now. But you didn't go? I did. But Professor Huang's expertise was somewhat lacking. He could only guide ordinary students, participating in competitions like the college robot contest. Chen Bin's voice trailed off as he suddenly halted. When does the college robot competition take place? The counselor, realizing the significance, quickly pulled out his phone to check. It's the day after tomorrow. However, the participating teams have already been selected. Professor Huang is leading them. Do you wish to join? Chen Bin nodded decisively. The competition would surely attract an audience, and with an audience, he could garner shock value. Additionally, perhaps he could seize some prize money. Was that not perfect? He had heard that besides the 20,000 yuan prize from the organizers, the school would also offer rewards. The counselor promptly called Professor Huang. Professor Huang, my student has developed a mechanical dog and wishes to participate in the robot competition the day after tomorrow. We already have a team registered. Professor Huang's tone instantly shifted. Let me make this clear. As long as I am here, Your dubious intentions will not prevail. The call abruptly ended with a busy signal. Chunbin glanced at the awkwardly silent counselor. Hand me the phone. I'll communicate with him. He had interacted with Professor Huang before. Though his skills were not remarkable, he was a decent person with principles. Engaging with such individuals was relatively straightforward. The counselor, recalling Chunbin's previous casual approach, advised, be polite to the professor. Understood. Dialing again, Professor Huang's impatient voice came through. This matter is non-negotiable. This isn't about negotiation. It's about bringing honor to the school. Those with capability should take the lead. If you send toys to compete, it would be a disgrace to the institution. Professor Huang's tone turned furious. Who are you? Chunbin. I will be waiting for you on the 6th floor of the experimental building tomorrow. Beep, beep. Chunbin handed the phone back to the counselor. All set. The counselor, somewhat speechless, accepted the phone. Is this what you call polite? Nevertheless, Chunbin had indeed accomplished his goal. Shall I come to fetch you for the experimental building tomorrow? Sure. As he watched the counselor depart, Chunbin closed the workshop door and scrutinized the mechanical dog closely. It was undeniably impressive. Even though all the components were of mediocre quality, its exceptional algorithms allowed it to perform extraordinarily. Rubbing the metallic head of the dog, he closed his eyes, pondering how much shock value he had accumulated. Host Chunbin. Shock value. 102. Eligible for lottery. Mastery of technology. Beginner mechanical dog. Chunbin was somewhat taken aback by the eligible for lottery notation following the shock value. What did it imply? Focusing on the lottery notation, he discovered details regarding the lottery. Spending 100 shock values would allow for a random lottery draw. Was there also a preview of the prizes? Chunbin entered the prize preview interface, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Spaceships, ultra-intelligent light brains, stellar-grade mechs. An array of advanced technological products left Chunbin in awe. Could these truly be prizes? If he were to win a super spaceship or a stellar-grade mech, would he not stride through life with confidence? 100 shock values were not excessive. By participating in a college competition, allowing the mechanical dog to showcase its capabilities, he should be able to acquire more. Lottery. In a flash of light, Chunbin beheld the item materializing within the radiance. Congratulations, host. You have received ultra-soft toilet paper. Silence enveloped him. Was this the reward for tonight's endeavors? During the preview, he had envisioned a spaceship. In the lottery, he received toilet paper. And congratulations? What a cruelist. Chunbin exited the system. A thought crossed his mind, and the toilet paper appeared in his hand. 100 shock values exchanged for a roll of paper. Squeezing it, he indeed felt the softness, but no matter how soft, it remained merely a roll of toilet paper. Another thought flickered, and the toilet paper vanished from his grasp. The system selections could be reverted, which was a useful feature. He would no longer need to worry about forgetting to bring toilet paper. Having consoled himself, he then heard the alert sound echo in his mind once more. Ding. Shock value 1. Ding. Shock value 1. From where did these shock values arise? Chapter 4. Are you sending him to deliver takeout? As Chunbin pondered this question, Professor Huang, seated in a restaurant in Jiangzhou, stared at the mechanical dog displayed on his phone, his eyes widening in astonishment. The video had been sent by his counselor, who sought to ease the tension between them. In the footage, a mechanical dog was affectionately nudging Chunbin's leg. As a researcher specializing in robotics, Professor Huang was taken aback by the dog's fluid movements. Such natural agility was indeed extraordinary. Most mechanical dogs on the market had joints that rotated along an axis, allowing only for forward and backward motion. However, the mechanical dog in the video clearly possessed a different structure, seemingly mimicking the joints of a real dog, enabling it to move not only back and forth, but also side to side. In the private room, several elderly individuals observed Professor Huang's reaction. Students rarely gathered together. Are you still working? One inquired. Not quite work, Professor Huang replied, passing his phone around. This is a mechanical dog developed by students from our university. The professor who received the phone exhibited a hint of skepticism, acknowledging that while vocational colleges were not devoid of talent, exceptional individuals were rare, especially in research and development. Yet, upon witnessing the mechanical dog's movements, His expression shifted to one of seriousness. While novices marveled at the spectacle, seasoned experts discerned the intricacies. Having cultivated expertise in the field of robotics for many years, Professor Huang was acutely aware of the implications. The lifelike motion and astonishingly realistic appearance of the mechanical dog led him to wonder if the video was artificially generated. Let me take a look. The group, comprising 6 former mechanical engineering graduates, most with international study experience, and 4 currently involved in robotics research, watched in silence after viewing the video. The revelation was astonishing. If this were genuine, it would be akin to dropping a bombshell in the realm of mechanical dogs. Most likely a fabrication, Professor Huang thought, though doubts lingered since the video had been sent by his counselor. Moreover, they would meet the following day, where the truth would be revealed. Tomorrow? Where is this mechanical dog? An elder interjected, eager to know. Professor Huang hesitated. Right now? Can you still eat? Suddenly standing up, he declared, let us go. Chen, noticing an increase in his shock value, was somewhat perplexed. However, there was no time for rest. With noon approaching, he still had deliveries to make. His method of delivery involved not directly receiving orders from merchants, but rather collecting them at the school gate. He would take the orders from the delivery personnel and then deliver them to the academic buildings. Splitting the earnings 50-50, collecting 50 cents from the delivery person and another 50 from students, as outside delivery personnel were not permitted in the dormitories. This presented a lucrative opportunity. As Chen received orders from the delivery personnel, he remarked, this is my last delivery for today. Once I finish, I won't be doing this anymore. The delivery personnel were taken aback. Not delivering anymore? If Chen ceased, they would have to deliver to the dormitory buildings themselves. The students would surely complain. Can you continue for a few more days? See if any classmates are willing to earn this money? Chen pondered, his gaze falling on the mechanical dog crawling between his feet, and a bold idea took shape. Could the mechanical dog deliver takeout? Ordinary dogs would certainly be incapable due to their lack of intelligence, but a mechanical dog seemed entirely feasible. Firstly, it was intelligent enough to read orders and accurately locate each student's dormitory. Transport would also be straightforward. Attaching a basket to its back would suffice for carrying the takeout to its destination. After a brief contemplation, Chen decided, I'll handle this batch. Tomorrow will take care of itself. With that, he hopped on his electric scooter and returned to the workshop. He quickly welded a basket onto the mechanical dog's back. Within 10 minutes, the task was complete, and he proceeded to input commands. He placed all the takeout into the basket, recorded the labels in the system, and began testing the delivery to designated dormitories. The mechanical dog, with the basket on its back, dashed out with cheerful barks. Woof woof. Chen rode his scooter alongside, keeping an eye on the test to prevent any issues. The mechanical dog moved swiftly and safely, indeed faster than the electric scooter. Moreover, it was impressively stable. Even with a bowl of soup, not a drop would spill. The mechanical dog was fully capable of serving as an on-campus delivery assistant. As Chen contemplated this, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Shock value 3. His attention was drawn to 3 girls walking hand in hand, now frozen in place, staring in bewilderment at the mechanical dog. What is this situation? A metallic dog running with a basket? What is inside? Take out? No way. Chen eyes sparkled. This unintended act could yield even more shock points. Delightful. As a mechanical dog made its way from the workshop to the dormitory, Chen shock value surged back to 100. This was still due to the low foot traffic on the road. With 4,000 students on campus, a complete sweep would yield 4,000 shock points. Elated, Chen followed the mechanical dog upstairs to continue collecting points. Each student who emerged to retrieve their meal contributed a bit to his shock value, while also scanning the QR code on the mechanical dog's basket to pay 50 cents. Some even forgot to pay, prompting the mechanical dog to remind them with its cheerful barks. The process became seamless. The mechanical dog could intelligently return to the school gate to receive new orders. This time, Chen did not follow but sent a message in the campus delivery group. The takeout is delivered to the gate. Just place it in the basket on the mechanical dog. Oh wow, this dog is amazing. Can it really deliver takeout on time? Am I about to be replaced? The mechanical dog costs far more than your labor. Observing the lively chat, Chen Bin sent a final message. Let us keep this going. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear the losses. After closing the chat, he set his phone down and listened to the delightful notifications echoing in his mind. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the system. Host Chen Bin. Shot points 242. Possessed technology. Beginner mechanical dog. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin performed a gesture of gratitude, unsure to whom he was paying homage, but hoping it might yield some benefit. Lottery. The familiar glow of the lottery flickered, and amidst the radiance, a roll of paper appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained super soft tissue paper. Chen Bin exited the system, muttering, what a joke, another roll of paper? This pathetic lottery system is worthless. Determined to try again, he re-entered the system, refusing to yield to bad luck. Congratulations, host. You have obtained super soft tissue paper. This time, he was resolute in his decision to stop. Chen Bin rose and walked to the workshop entrance. The midday sun blazed down upon him, its brightness almost blinding. Chapter 5. Shall I grant you a few days off? Professor Huang, accompanied by several old classmates, stood before the entrance of Jiangzhou Vocational College. I will make a phone call to inquire about the whereabouts of that student. It seems unnecessary. Another professor interjected, pointing towards a nearby dog. Is that not the mechanical dog from the video? Everyone turned in the direction of his finger and beheld a mechanical dog, strikingly similar to the one in the video, with its metallic hue and identical appearance. However, there was a basket on its back. A delivery person was placing takeout into the basket. After several items were added, the mechanical dog swiftly turned and ran away. Its movements appeared somewhat peculiar, exhibiting a certain stiffness. An elderly man remarked with surprise. The dog's motions seem rather different from what we observe in the video. Although it moves quickly, it appears somewhat rigid, merely excelling in simulation. The old man beside Professor Ho trembled slightly. Did you notice how, while it runs, the basket on its back remains balanced? If it were to run like a real dog, the contents of the basket would be utterly jostled. The others quickly glanced over, their eyes widening. Indeed, just as Professor Ho stated, such a waste of resources, employing such an advanced mechanical dog for deliveries? What does this signify? It signifies technological maturity. Professor Ho's expression turned serious. What team developed such a mechanical dog? It must be fully developed to be released like this. Is there no engagement in any academic exchange? As Professor Ho spoke, he looked at Professor Huang. Are you entirely unaware of your school's mechanical dog? Professor Huang shook his head. I know nothing. I will contact that student now. It cannot possibly be a student-esque creation. Professor Ho was confident. No need to rush with the phone call. Let us wait. The dog is here to collect deliveries. It will surely come by. The 6 elderly men sat in a row at the gate, momentarily becoming a picturesque scene. After merely 10 minutes, one elder exclaimed, Look, the dog! Several turned simultaneously, spotting the mechanical dog with its basket. It was trotting over, its movements now fluid and lively. The prior stiffness had completely vanished. The basket on its back swayed adorably. Professor Ho inhaled deeply. I will contact your dean to inquire about the situation with this mechanical dog. As a luminary in the field of robotics, Professor Ho had connections with the school and possessed the dean's contact number. Meanwhile, the dean, looking perplexed, addressed Director Su. Are you suggesting that a student in the mechanical engineering program, who has been absent from class for an extended period, developed this top-tier mechanical dog? Indeed. Are you even considering providing him with a laboratory? Absolutely. The dean was at a loss for words. How could a class with an average score below 300 produce a super researcher? Was this not a fantasy? Are you feeling overwhelmed lately? Would you like a few days off? Director Su, equally perplexed, struggled to find an explanation. He had been taken aback by what he had witnessed, unable to believe it. Just as he pondered, the dean's phone rang. The dean gestured for Director Su to step outside and answer the call with a beaming smile. Professor Ho. The esteemed Professor Ho, a titan in the realm of robotics. His industrial robots have been applied across numerous fields. Collaborating with the school could yield substantial benefits. Professor Ho directly inquired, which team developed the mechanical dog that delivers takeout at your school? The dean was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Director Su's prior visit, he would have replied with ignorance. However, He quickly recalled Director Su's words. Instinctively, he began to probe. What is the matter with the mechanical dog? The technical proficiency of this mechanical dog is exceedingly high. I wish to engage with the development team. The dean's expression shifted. If Professor Ho deemed the technical level exceptionally high, he promptly rose and dashed to the office door, swinging it open. Director Su had not strayed far and turned back at the sound. The dean waved while saying, "All right, I will assist you in communicating." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the dean ended the call and turned to Director Su. "The mechanical dog you mentioned is the one that delivers takeout?" Director Su was equally taken aback. He was unaware of any delivery mechanical dog. The dean waved his phone. "Professor Ho just called, stating that we have a mechanically advanced dog delivering takeout. He wishes to discuss it with the team behind the mechanical dog." Director Su was unfamiliar with Professor Ho's identity. It was evident that he held a significant position. "I shall investigate promptly." Director Su exited the office and directly called Chen Bin, fortunate to have retained his contact information. The call connected swiftly. "Chen Bin, are you aware of the mechanical dog delivering takeout at the school?" Chen Bin was momentarily stunned. What was the meaning behind Director Su's call? Is it not permissible for a mechanical dog to deliver takeout? Is that mechanical dog yours? Yes, it can deliver. Director Su hung up the phone, enveloped in silence. To develop such an extraordinary mechanical dog solely for deliveries? He turned and pushed open the dean's office door. "The delivery mechanical dog is indeed the creation of the student I mentioned." Chen Bin? "Yes." The dean was genuinely astonished. "Are you certain that a mechanical dog of such high caliber, as claimed by Professor Ho, is the product of a student?" Director Su gestured towards the documents on the table. His family background is quite transparent. It is nearly impossible for him to have acquired the technology for the mechanical dog. Let alone the dog itself, he could not afford it. To develop this mechanical dog, he has forsaken classes, working tirelessly day and night. The dean opened the information Director Su had gathered and fell into a brief silence. The second-floor laboratory in the experimental building is designated for his research. Furthermore, such a student could receive substantial funding for development from the school. Director Su gently shook his head. "I have gauged his intentions. He does not wish for funding." The dean, not foolish, considered the deeper implications. "Perhaps we could convert that into a scholarship? A scholarship for outstanding students?" Director Su's eyes brightened. "Simply provide it directly?" "Not directly. Devise a more reasonable approach." The dean suddenly recalled. "ISNT, their National College Student Robotics Competition coming up. They offer prizes, and it would be reasonable for the school to provide some as well, elevating the total prize pool to 300,000. It seems he has not registered for that competition. You should find him and encourage his participation, arrange opportunities for him. And the use of the laboratory could also serve as a reward." "Excellent." Director Su felt that the dean was indeed astute, after believing in his words. All arrangements flowed seamlessly. The dean tapped the table once more. "When you go, mention that Professor Ho wishes to discuss technical matters with him. Strive to facilitate this." "Understood." The dean had instantly devised numerous plans. Compared to external top researchers, everything would naturally revolve around the students of his own institution. This underdog school producing a top-tier technician was indeed remarkable. He had previously overlooked this, but now realized it must take precedence. If Professor Ho wishes to meet, it will ultimately depend on whether Chen Bin desires the same. Had it not seemed too contrived, he might have even considered visiting Chen Bin himself. Chapter 6. Mechanical Affinity in the Workshop. Chen Bin was diligently assembling his second mechanical dog. Primarily, he sought to occupy himself, as he wished to indulge in a lottery draw. As he worked, the melodic chimes of notifications filled the air, akin to celestial music. Within a mere hour, his shock value surged to over 300 and continued to rise. The idea of having a mechanical dog deliver takeout was nothing short of genius. Only someone with extraordinary insight could conceive such a notion. Lost in thought, Chen Bin was interrupted by a knock at the door. Turning around, he saw Director Su standing at the entrance. "Director Su, is there something you need?" Indeed, Director Su stepped forward, his gaze instinctively widening at the sight of the half-assembled mechanical dog in Chen Bin's hands. Ding. Shock value 1. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen glanced at Director Su, pondering what was so astonishing. Did he truly lack any composure? Previously, Director Su had witnessed the fully assembled mechanical dog, but seeing Chen assemble one from scratch was genuinely impressive. Although he was already aware that Chen was the mastermind behind the mechanical dog, witnessing the process firsthand was still a revelation. Director Su, striving to shift his focus away from the incomplete machine, asked, "Do you have sufficient funds? This assembly is practically depleted. What is this machine intended for? Delivering takeout, of course. We could even handle deliveries from the girls' dormitory. While the earnings may not surpass those from the boys' dormitory, it still represents a viable business opportunity." Director Su fell silent, contemplating the expenditure on manufacturing mechanical dogs only to use them for deliveries. It was one thing for a large corporation to pursue such an endeavor, but for Chen, operating on a personal scale, earning merely $1 per order raised concerns about the feasibility of recouping his investment. It seemed short-sighted. Chen looked at Director Su in confusion. Is there a matter at hand? In a couple of days, there will be a university-level robotics competition. If we secure first place, the school will award a prize of 300,000 yuan. Moreover, all expenses for attending the competition, including accommodation and travel, will be reimbursed by the school. Once awarded, we will gain access to the first floor of the school's laboratory. Upon hearing the final statement, Chen eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of access to the laboratory far outweighed the monetary reward. The high cost of the mechanical dog stemmed from the fact that most components were sourced externally. With access to the laboratory, he could manufacture those parts directly, incurring only the cost of materials and some time. Furthermore, many high-precision components required waiting for procurement, but the laboratory boasted high-precision machinery. Director Su, observing Chen expression, asked, "Shall I arrange for you to participate?" I had intended to compete, but Professor Huang's team opposed my participation. After negotiations, he agreed to a preliminary contest tomorrow to determine whose mechanical dog is superior. Director Su nodded, "Then let us reconvene tomorrow. By the way, Professor Ho wishes to meet with you to discuss technical matters." Chen furrowed his brow. "Who?" "Ho Yanhua, a leading researcher in the field of robotics. He seems to have encountered your mechanical dog delivering takeout. I don't know him, and I'm not interested in meeting." Chen lowered his head, resuming his assembly. Seeing Chen engrossed in his work, Director Su refrained from further persuasion. "I shall take my leave then. Contact me if you require anything." "Certainly." As Director Su exited the workshop, he exhaled slowly and dialed the dean's number. "I just spoke with him. He is willing to participate in the competition and seems quite pleased, but he is reluctant to meet with Professor Su. Additionally, I witnessed him assembling a new mechanical dog." The dean was also observing the mechanical dog, but through photos and videos posted by students on the campus forum. If he doesn't wish to meet, then let it be. No need to force it. Just arrange for him to compete. Before seeing the mechanical dog, the dean regarded Chen as significant. However, after witnessing the machine, he recognized Chen as the school's asset. By aligning with this asset, the dean might even elevate his position to that of president. Winning the national university competition could significantly enhance the school's reputation, but showcasing the mechanical dog on the national stage could propel the school into the limelight. For an ordinary institution, achieving national recognition was a rare opportunity. A meteoric rise, unaware of the impact his creation would have. Chen remained focused on assembling the mechanical dog. Without the system's assistance, his pace slowed. When the system aided him, the necessary components would float to him, requiring only that he secure them. Even if there were issues with securing them, the system would provide corrections. After a brief assembly, Chen paused. "Should I draw again? It would be unfortunate to pull another roll of toilet paper after already receiving 3. Surely, luck cannot be that grim." He checked his shock value. 456. A new high. Certainly justifiable for another draw. Chen recalled that during his previous draw, he had not invoked any specific deity, resulting in a lack of assistance. This time, he decided to invoke a dedicated deity, Luban. With hands clasped, he murmured a few words to the legendary craftsman before proceeding with the draw. Once more, brilliance flickered, and amidst the radiant light, a hint of blue emerged. Not a roll of paper. Chen Bin, feeling a surge of excitement, realized that as long as it wasn't paper, it must be something valuable. As the light faded, he found nothing in his hands. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic mechanical affinity. What exactly was mechanical affinity? As Chen Bin pondered this, he sensed a transformation within his body. His arms felt stronger, and his fingers nimble and agile. He suddenly realized he could see distant objects with remarkable clarity. He removed the glasses he had worn for many years, discovering that he could now see far-off things without any blurriness. His myopia had vanished. Finally, Chen Bin gazed at the machine tool. The school provided a vintage 3-axis machine tool for free. With just a glance, he noticed details he had never perceived before. He could even gauge the wear and tear on the machine. Without any physical contact, he intuitively understood the machine's actual error margins. And knowledge of how to enhance workpiece precision using the tool flooded his mind. When he turned his attention back to the mechanical dog, he instantly identified 2 assembly errors. As he attempted to correct them, he experienced a rush of speed, precision. He no longer needed to deliberate extensively. His instincts guided him in rapid assembly. There was no need to search for parts. He could accurately pinpoint the required components amidst a multitude. The methods of assembly no longer required conscious thought. They had become second nature. Without consideration for sequence or orientation, he instinctively understood how to assemble the parts, even controlling the force applied with perfect finesse. Chen Bin's eyes sparkled with realization. This was merely the beginning of mechanical affinity. How remarkable must the advanced form be? Would the machine tool operate autonomously with just a glance? Truly extraordinary. Having drawn something beneficial, he resolved to seize the moment. Chen Bin conducted a brief test before continuing the lottery. Once again, 100 shot points vanished, and he found himself in possession of another roll of paper. He felt that, for the foreseeable future, there would be no need to purchase any. It was prudent to seize for now and proceed with assembling the mechanical dog. Chapter 7. Is someone stealing the spotlight? Originally, it was estimated that assembling the mechanical dog would take 2 days, yet by evening, it was nearly complete, with only an hour's work remaining. However, time was of the essence, as it was now time for the market stall. Chen Bin was no longer in dire need of money, considering that in 3 days, he would receive a reward exceeding 300,000. Nevertheless, he still needed to sell the plethora of items he had purchased for his stall to avoid losses. He retrieved a collection of creative trinkets from his workshop and rode his electric bike to the night market. The school's night market was bustling, filled with a variety of snacks and an array of everyday goods. Chen Bin's creative ornaments were selling exceptionally well, with the other goods being quite similar. The unique items he offered, sourced online and comprising intriguing pendants and assorted toys, captured attention. He had bought in bulk at affordable prices, ensuring their distinctiveness. Even if no one made a purchase, curious onlookers would linger, and where there were observers, there would surely be buyers. As he set up his stall, arranging the items by price and labeling them accordingly, he understood the significance of clear pricing. Students were not adept at haggling, nor did they wish to inquire only to leave empty-handed, particularly if they felt they were treated unfairly. Thus, if they did not see a price, they would simply walk away. Just as he completed the setup, he noticed several elderly gentlemen approaching briskly. After wandering about the market, they finally spotted him. Chen Bin recognized only Professor Huang among them, uncertain of their intentions. Was it due to the previous phone call? Or had Director Su discussed something with Professor Huang? Was this a confrontation? Bringing 5 others seemed excessive. Remaining composed, Chen Bin greeted them. What can I assist you with? For the first transaction today, I can offer you a 20% discount. Professor Ho was taken aback by the director's refusal, yet he was resolute in finding the true developer of the mechanical dog. Fortunately, Chen Bin was quite well known and easy to locate. He fixed his gaze on Chen Bin. Who is the mastermind behind the mechanical dog? You mean the one that delivers meals? That would be me. Impossible. The elderly man shook his head. I have encountered numerous top researchers and geniuses, but none like you. To conduct research, one must be focused, dedicated, and wholly committed. How can you possibly have time to run a stall? Professor Huang shifted his approach, If you disclose the true creator of the mechanical dog, I will purchase everything from your stall at full price, no discounts necessary. And in fact, I will offer you double the amount. Chen Bin looked at Professor Huang, incredulous. Really? Indeed. Professor Huang was about to speak again, but Professor Ho interjected, realizing that pressing Chen Bin for answers was futile. Verification was all that was required at this juncture. Professor Ho took out his phone and scrolled to a photograph. Can you solve this problem? Chen Bin glanced at the equation and instinctively realized he could not. Yet, in an instant, his mind automatically processed the analysis and calculations, yielding an answer. 6-3? He replied, uncertain of its accuracy. Professor Ho was momentarily stunned, staring at the problem in disbelief. Chen Bin had performed such complex calculations in mere seconds? Truly, was there enough time for contemplation? He was astonished, as was Chen Bin. Was the mechanical affinity truly that remarkable? Chen Bin's ability to solve the problem stemmed from the knowledge he acquired alongside the mechanical dog technology. Although he lacked the innate ability for mental calculations, the mechanical affinity had transformed his mind into something akin to a computer. Professor Ho took a deep breath, sensing he had encountered a true genius. Yet, what if Chen Bin had seen this identical problem before? He scrolled through and found a more challenging question. What about this one? Chen Bin scanned it. This problem is flawed. It cannot yield a result. Professor Ho tucked his phone away. Such an error was unlikely. He had created it himself, and few had encountered it. Professor Huang recognized the truth. Chen Bin was indeed a genuine prodigy. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us close up. I'll buy everything. Chen Bin, not wishing to grant him that opportunity, waved back. No need. It would be wasteful for you to buy this lot. Each item has been carefully curated. They must be sold. Director, you asked me to keep an eye on Chen Bin and to contact you if anything arose. Speak. In the director's mind, Chen Bin had risen to paramount importance. Professor Ho, Professor Huang, and the others near Chen Bin's stall were assisting him in selling his wares. The director was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly anxious, sensing an imminent crisis. Was Professor Ho attempting to poach talent? Did Chen Bin feel any allegiance to this lesser institution? Certainly not. Taking a deep breath, the director declared, I will come over immediately. His intention became clear. All in betting was an art. At a premier institution, Chen Bin would merely be one among many prodigies, but here, he was the singular genius. The director rushed to the night market at top speed. Upon arrival, he spotted two elderly gentlemen, one of whom was Professor Ho, adorned with an array of trinkets and brandishing a sign. 5 for 10 yuan. The director was taken aback. The contrast was striking, so much so that he could hardly bear to look, yet quickly took a photograph. Professor Ho noticed the director. Would you like to buy? All of it. The director waved his hand and lowered his voice. It is rather inappropriate for you to come here and poach our one genius. Professor Ho was momentarily taken aback, pondering the thought of poaching. His eyes then lit up. How had he not considered this? With a talent as exceptional as Chen Bin's, was he not squandering his potential here? The director recognized Professor Ho's realization, understanding that he had overstepped. However, it was clear that Professor Ho would inevitably seek to recruit Chen Bin in the future. We can discuss this. Chen Bin is now in his second year and will soon be interning in his third. Rather than pursuing him now, why not wait until he is more established? I can facilitate his transition to your research institute then. Professor Ho frowned. Are you attempting to leverage him for the school's benefit? Indeed, but not through exploitation, through collaboration. He has certain principles regarding finances, so let us allow him to compete. Should he win, he would receive a reward of 300,000 and access to laboratory facilities. If he joins your institute, it would take time before he could independently utilize a lab. So why not wait for him to achieve further success? Here, we will accommodate any of his needs. Simply put, without the school, where would he find so many attractive senior and junior classmates? Professor Ho fell silent, understanding the director's point. The conditions offered were insufficient to lure Chen Bin away. For Chen Bin, remaining here was indeed the more advantageous choice. I am not attempting to recruit him. I merely wish to discuss the research behind the mechanical dog. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Then let us assist him in selling. Chapter 8. The people were stunned after a brief moment. The dean was adorned with an array of creative trinkets. Shortly thereafter, Chen began to pack up his stall. A throng of students, drawn by the dean's sales pitch, gathered around, and with Bin's selection of ornaments being quite appealing, several teachers passing by made substantial purchases. Within half an hour, he sold what he had intended to sell over the course of a week. As Bin exited the night market with a plate of fried noodles, he noticed a few elderly men and the vice dean. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. Professor Ho immediately replied, "I wish to examine the mechanical dog you developed closely." "To the workshop," Bin said, feeling obliged to accommodate them since they had lent a hand. In the workshop, a mechanical dog, its back welded with a basket, rested peacefully. Upon sensing the group approaching, it sprang to its feet and dashed towards Bin. It halted abruptly before him and nuzzled against his leg. The elderly men, well-versed in technology, had their eyes wide with astonishment. The display was indeed impressive. The swift forward motion, followed by an immediate deceleration, showcased a high level of skill, a feat demanding considerable dexterity to achieve such fluidity. Yet this mechanical dog was remarkable, agile, natural, and demonstrating excellent control over its center of gravity. Ding! Shock value 9. Bin chuckled. It wasn't a loss to have brought them along. This 9-point gain was quite commendable. You can communicate with it through voice commands. It can perform any action you request, he said as he entered the workshop to continue assembling. Professor Ho squatted before the dog, asking, "Can you stand on your hind legs?" The mechanical dog immediately jumped up, balancing steadily on its two legs. Ding! Shock value 9. Professor Ho was not only taken aback by the dog's movements, but also by its analytical capabilities regarding commands. The command to stand on two legs was certainly not something Bin would have specifically designed. The dog seemed to possess a significant degree of autonomy and command comprehension. It genuinely understood the essence of the instructions. "Let's try again. Stand on one leg." The dog lifted one leg. Ding! Shock value 1. I'm at a front leg, not a hind leg. The mechanical dog promptly leaped up on one leg, then placed its left front paw on the ground, resembling a handstand. Ding! Shock value 1. In the workshop, Bin raised his gaze towards the outside, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Were these individuals like bouncing balls, continually astonished? Typically, bystanders only provided shock value upon their first encounter with a mechanical dog, yet within these brief 2 minutes, they had contributed 3 times. Just as he pondered this, he witnessed the mechanical dog performing handstand while spinning. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Shock value 1. Bin could no longer remain seated. He retrieved several bottles of water from a corner box and brought out a few chairs. Sit, and observe. This is a fully autonomous shock machine. I must provide some service." The elderly men, all of whom understood technology, were even more astonished, and their astonishment was sustained. The mechanical dog was indeed extraordinary in every aspect. Its realism, mobility, information processing, adaptability to the environment, and even its ability to adjust its posture based on the weight it carried. As Bin assembled, he counted. In just 8 minutes, this group had been stunned 13 times. Had he known they would be so easily impressed, he would not have bothered setting up a stall. Just then, Professor Ho entered the workshop. He wished to inquire about the algorithms behind the mechanical dog's astonishing information processing capabilities, suspecting it might be connected to a large server. Although it appeared they were communicating with the dog, it was possible that they were actually interacting with an AI on a server. Upon stepping into the workshop, he was taken aback, staring at the mechanical dog on the table with a look of bewilderment. "Is this a half-finished product?" "Indeed, it's the second one," Bin replied while assembling. Shock value 1. Professor Ho approached, observing the inner workings of the robot, and then looked at Bin's adept assembly skills. "All hand assembled?" "Yes," Bin confirmed. He had completed 90% of the assembly when he suddenly paused, realizing a part was missing, a high-precision component. After rummaging through a pile of parts for a moment, Bin turned towards the machine tool. Fortunately, he had just obtained mechanical affinity. Otherwise, he would have struggled to manufacture high-precision components. He activated the machine, changed the tool head, and began to cut out a spring piece with the machine tool. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Professor Ho watched in astonishment. This old-fashioned three-axis machine tool, which he had used long ago, had once been considered good, but in the present, its processing speed was slow and precision was lacking. Could it really be used to manufacture parts for a mechanical dog? The expressions of the others mirrored his disbelief. Particularly impressive was the high precision of the components on a mechanical dog, with joints fitting together perfectly. Moreover, why was Chen Bin machining parts without reference drawings? He didn't even mark the surface of the workpiece. How did he know where to cut? How did he ascertain the shapes? Amidst the puzzled gazes, Chen Bin retrieved the manufactured part without measuring it and directly installed it into the mechanical dog. Professor Ho was left dumbfounded. Don't you need to measure the parts you fabricate? My eyes serve as my measuring tool. With a soft click, the part was installed flawlessly. Chen Bin continued to install the subsequent components. Professor Ho remained silent, deep in thought. Having previously tested Chen Bin with 2 questions to confirm his genius, the items before him now indicated that Chen Bin was anything but an ordinary prodigy. Mastering the three-axis machine tool, to such an extent, even capable of processing high-precision components, alongside his adept assembly skills, revealed him to be not only a top-tier researcher, but also possessing unparalleled hands-on abilities. His future was undoubtedly bright, as Chen Bin affixed the final component. The second mechanical dog was completed. He pressed the switch. From now on, you shall be named Xiao He. Your duty is to deliver takeout to the girls' dormitory. The little dog lifted its head and barked, woof woof. Wait. Professor Ho raised his hand. Did you create this mechanical dog solely for delivering takeout? Well, since I'm idle, delivering takeout serves to help my classmates while also testing the mechanical dog. Isn't that a splendid idea? Professor Ho thought of chastising the waste of potential, but upon reflection, robots were indeed developed to replace human labor. Could you sell me one of these mechanical dogs? I wish to learn from it. Chen Bin pondered briefly. 100,000 for each. How about that? Professor Ho regarded Chen Bin's serious demeanor. Absolutely. Regular mechanical dogs on the market fetch prices of 10 to even hundreds of thousands. I would purchase this one even at $1 million. Very well. I will manufacture it in the next couple of days. Once completed, I will take the mechanical dog to participate in the college robotics competition. After the competition, it shall be yours. Is that acceptable? Professor Ho nodded. Agreed. I am a judge at the competition. I will await you at the venue. All right, a 50,000 deposit up front. Chen Bin decided to request a deposit since he currently lacked funds for the parts. The elderly men left, initially filled with impulse, but departing with immense excitement. The dean, relieved that Professor Ho had not attempted to recruit Chen Bin, exchanged greetings with him and departed as well. Only Chen Bin remained in the workshop. He began making calls to order parts for the mechanical dog. With the 50,000 secured, he opted to order parts he had previously manufactured, which were considerably cheaper. He ordered 3 sets of parts in one go. This dog also had a guardian function, making it feasible to carry one mechanical dog while selling another, with one accompanying him and the other staying in the lab. Although the competition had yet to commence, he had already reserved the laboratory space. After all, none of the so-called robotics competitors stood a chance. Chapter 9, useful but not much. After making a phone call, Chen Bin began to manufacture parts using the machine tool. He could produce some components himself, which would save him money. He worked tirelessly until late at night before finally succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening, the delightful sound of a notification greeted him. Such a melodious chime. 2 mechanical dogs had begun delivering takeout early in the morning, causing quite a stir wherever they went. Chen Bin glanced at the shock value, which had already reached 560. The quantity was considerable, and he could easily draw again. 10 seconds later, Chen Bin took the newly drawn roll of paper into the bathroom. It must be said, the system's products were all exquisite. This roll of paper was genuinely comfortable to use, far superior to any toilet paper available on the market. Thus, it could be said that he had not suffered too much of a loss. Chen Bin refrained from drawing again, as he already had ample paper. He returned to manufacturing parts. Late into the night, he suddenly paused. The notification sound in his mind had changed. The accumulated shock value had reached 1,000. Allowing him to unlock the first page of the super technology catalog. Should he proceed? The previous draws from the catalog were not its official function. Now, unlocking the catalog would reveal the true super technology catalog. He chose to unlock it. Bin felt a momentary darkness before a massive blue catalog materialized before him. The catalog floated in the air, towering at approximately 10 meters high, emanating a striking blue light that exuded a sense of advanced technology. Then, the catalog slowly opened to its first page. It was as if a grand tapestry unfurled before him. The image depicted towering skyscrapers resembling a jungle of steel. Between the buildings, flying cars darted about. On the streets, individuals adorned with various smart devices mingled alongside robots. This was merely the tip of the iceberg within the tapestry. Countless technological marvels lay hidden within. Bin stared, astonished. Was this the future? This was merely the first page. Judging by the thickness of the super technology catalog, there were certainly many more pages to explore. Did unlocking the first page require 1,000 shock points? Would the second page demand 2,000 or perhaps 10,000? However, Bin quickly dismissed these thoughts. Now was not the time to ponder the second page. The dazzling array of technological products on the first page awaited his acquisition and subsequent manufacturing. Bin approached the catalog, selecting high-tech technologies from the vast tapestry. There were numerous technologies, and many could be exchanged for 1,000 shock points. He desired them all, whether it be robots or the terminals worn by people on the streets. There were also three-dimensional projection screens before individuals, showcasing truly advanced technology. Suddenly, Bin's gaze landed on the edge of the tapestry, where an unmistakable law enforcement figure stood, clad in a set of metallic battle armor. It was incredibly striking. Bin focused his attention on the battle armor. With a flash of brilliance, a complete set of metallic armor appeared before him. It resembled Iron Man's suit. Yet this metallic armor exhibited sharper angles, rendering it even more imposing. Exoskeletal bulletproof armor. Required shock points for exchange, 3,800. Such a high demand? It was undeniably impressive, capable of assisting soldiers in their movements while enhancing their strength and speed. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, truly remarkable. This exoskeletal equipment was unfeasible. What the other items? Bin shifted his gaze to the weapon in the soldier's hands, which resembled a toy gun. This firearm bore little resemblance to modern weaponry, looking more akin to something from a sci-fi film. As Bin concentrated, the gun materialized before him. Electromagnetic railgun. Required shock points for exchange, 1,288. Bin glanced at his shock points, realizing he was still short by over 200. He feared he might not make it tonight. However, by tomorrow's morning rush of deliveries, he would certainly meet the requirement. Exiting the system space, Bin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That gun appeared so striking. He could definitely manufacture it for a trial. Moreover, the weapon looked safe, resembling a toy, so producing it should not pose significant risks. Nevertheless, he needed to tidy up and prepare for the upcoming robotics competition. The National College Student Robotics Competition typically involved teams, with some prestigious schools fielding multiple teams. The competition was complex, not merely a battle of robots, but rather a comprehensive scoring assessment. Different products would undergo various testing methods. For instance, the currently popular mechanical dogs would perform obstacle crossing demonstrations. For Bin, there was little challenge involved. His only hope was for a large audience, which might yield additional shock points. He desired everything from the first page of the super technology catalog. Rapidly packing a set of clothes, Bin continued assembling the mechanical dogs. He toiled until late at night, eventually falling asleep in the workshop. The following morning, he boarded the bus arranged by the school to attend the college robotics competition, led by Professor Huang. However, what began as a team event had transformed into a solo endeavor for Bin. What was initially a casual visit now aimed for first prize. As he sat on the bus, Bin's attention drifted into the depths of his consciousness. Shot points, 1289. He could now exchange for the electromagnetic railgun. Yet, at the very bottom of the system template, an additional line appeared. 10 consecutive draws guarantee a critical reward. Bin had initially intended to exchange directly, but the prospect of a 10 consecutive draw caused him to pause momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he resisted the temptation. Securing technology was paramount over the allure of a lottery. He decided to exchange. The moment the command was issued, his shock points nearly depleted, and a wealth of knowledge began flooding his mind. Having previously experienced the system's wonders, the infusion of knowledge regarding the mechanical dog had left him astounded. This time was equally astonishing. Not only did he grasp all principles and knowledge concerning the electromagnetic railgun, but he also acquired the manufacturing techniques. In 10 minutes, Chunbin absorbed all the information. At that moment, the memories transformed from mere recollections into profound comprehension. He internalized the knowledge to the point where it felt instinctual. Chunbin turned to Professor Huang. "Are you familiar with the electromagnetic railgun?" Professor Huang appeared somewhat surprised, but nodded. "I know a bit, though not extensively. Currently, the electromagnetic railgun is not mainstream. The electromagnetic rail cannon is the prevailing technology. Previously, when artillery had a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, 70 kilometers was considered the limit, while the electromagnetic rail cannon can reach an astonishing 350 kilometers. Chunbin was momentarily stunned. A cannon? 350 kilometers? Was that not akin to a missile? Incredible. The principles behind the electromagnetic railgun and the electromagnetic rail cannon were similar, both utilizing rail acceleration, augmented by heavy artillery. However, the railgun's acceleration path was too short, and the power of the small electromagnetic launcher fell short, preventing the bullets from attaining high speeds. Currently, it could only serve for urban defense with minimal impact, even inferior to a handgun. Chunbin pondered the knowledge in his mind. What if the bullet speed could be accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound? Chapter 10. Electromagnetic Railgun. 3 times the speed of sound? Professor Huang pondered. The muzzle velocity of a handgun bullet is approximately 300 meters per second, while a rifle can achieve double the speed of sound, and a sniper rifle's bullet can reach 900 meters per second. This implies that the electromagnetic railgun possesses the power of a sniper rifle, with a firing rate surpassing that of a machine gun. Moreover, it is cost-effective. Pure metal bullets are significantly cheaper than those propelled by gunpowder, provided that the firearm is not excessively heavy. It would constitute a transformative advancement in the current landscape of weaponry. Professor Huang turned to Chunbin with curiosity. "Are you interested in this and wish to develop it?" Chunbin nodded, though he refrained from revealing that he had already mastered the technology. "I would like to give it a try." Professor Huang hesitated slightly. "Ordinarily, I would advise you to continue delving deeper into the field of robotics, as that would truly honor your talent. However, since you are genuinely interested, I can assist you." Professor Huang took out his phone. "A colleague of mine is engaged in research on electromagnetic rail weapons. I can take you to his laboratory to have a look. They possess the most advanced electromagnetic railgun available." Chunbin was somewhat taken aback by Professor Huang's extensive connections. Professor Huang, feeling slightly embarrassed under Chunbin's gaze, remarked, "Although my own skills may not be exceptional, my colleagues are indeed quite remarkable." Chunbin flattered him casually. "You are quite impressive yourself. Otherwise, the school would not have hired you at such a high salary." Professor Huang chuckled, though he was skeptical of such compliments from others, or rather, he simply did not care. But when a genius acknowledged him as a genius, it felt genuinely gratifying. "I will contact him right away. The major competition begins tomorrow, and we should depart today to secure accommodations near the venue, ensuring we can attend the competition in the morning." By afternoon, the convoy had arrived in Jiangzhou. Professor Huang led Chunbin away from the hotel to find his colleague. The vehicle soon came to a stop in front of an imposing building. Chunbin gazed at the grand structure, noting that the entrance boasted 8 lanes. The massive archway was adorned with gilded characters. Research Institute of Light Weapons. Next to the entrance, there were sentinels. Chunbin couldn't help but turn to Professor Huang. "Am I allowed to enter this place?" "Certainly. There won't be any issues." "Yes, you." Professor Huang exited the vehicle, leading Chunbin to the main entrance. Just then, an elderly gentleman emerged, cheerfully greeting Professor Huang and inviting the two of them into the Research Institute. Chunbin was genuinely astonished. No identity verification, nothing required, and he was simply allowed inside the institute. This research facility was indeed impressive. A broad pathway led to the laboratories, clearly indicative of substantial funding. As Professor Huang conversed with his old friend, he guided Chunbin deeper into the building. Chunbin soon fell silent, captivated by the array of weaponry. A museum? It truly resembled a museum, with rows of glass cases displaying an impressive assortment of arms, including even a revolver. Of course, the most astonishing sight was a young and attractive instructor brandishing a red flag, followed by a group of elementary school students. They were animatedly observing the firearms in the cases, inquiring about various details. Chen turned to Professor Huang. "Guarantee you supposed to take me to the laboratory?" Professor Huang's colleague, Professor Yin, explained, "The laboratory is not open to just anyone. However, we have the most advanced electromagnetic railgun right here. It's on the 4th floor. I will take you to see it." Chen refrained from further complaints and followed Professor Yin to the 4th floor. The entire floor was dedicated to modern weaponry, showcasing high-tech devices. Here, Chen encountered stun guns, anti-drone guns, and electromagnetic railguns, all displayed within glass cases. Leaning closer to examine the electromagnetic railgun, he observed its design and the circular bullets in a corner. Why opt for button-shaped bullets? They are lightweight and save space during loading. The efficiency of electromagnetic acceleration is low. Using conventional bullets would result in even slower muzzle velocities. Chen continued to scrutinize the exterior. "May I examine the internal components?" Professor Yin glanced at Professor Huang with confusion when they arrived. Professor Huang had mentioned that his student simply wanted to take a look at the electromagnetic railgun. Yet, the current situation seemed to suggest that the interest extended beyond mere observation. Professor Huang inquired, "Would it be possible for him to take a look?" Professor Yin chuckled. "Certainly not. The components within are classified secrets." Professor Huang understood this and turned to Chen Bin. "I will think of a way to see if I can arrange for you to join the research team." "No need. I will pursue my own research," Chen Bin replied. He was merely curious to compare the actual electromagnetic railgun with the one depicted in the catalog. He had no intention of learning. Moreover, with his mechanical affinity, he could glean a significant amount from merely observing the design. As for the weapon's effectiveness, the screen nearby displayed testing results, revealing the shortcomings of the electromagnetic railgun. Due to the bullet's design, it displayed significant deviation upon firing. At a 5-meter target, the impact marks were widely scattered. Such bullets would lose all effectiveness by 10 meters, rendering them inferior even to a handgun. Professor Yin appeared somewhat bewildered. From where had this student come? Such audacity to claim he would develop an electromagnetic railgun himself? Hadn't he heard that Professor Huang was recruited by a college? Upon hearing Chen Bin's intention to develop the weapon independently, Professor Huang nodded. "Very well, pursue your own research. Should you require any assistance, just let me know." Professor Yin was once again perplexed. Professor Huang actually endorsed Chen Bin's independent development of the electromagnetic railgun. What was going on? Was the electromagnetic railgun such an ordinary item? The more he pondered, the more questions arose. "Professor Huang, does your student have experience in developing electromagnetic railguns?" Chen Bin shook his head. "None." "So, you are merely interested?" "Not quite interest. I have some ideas." Professor Yin appeared intrigued. "What ideas?" "The essence of the electromagnetic railgun lies in electromagnetic acceleration. Increasing the electromagnetic voltage can enhance its power." Professor Yin felt as though he had asked a question with an obvious answer. Who wouldn't he know that? However, the challenge lies in that small electromagnetic devices cannot unleash immense energy. This is a technical and material dilemma. If we were to scale up the electromagnetic generation device, it would cease to be a gun and become a cannon. As Professor Huang and Chen Bin left, Professor Yin returned to the laboratory, dismissing the encounter from his mind. Walking alongside Professor Huang, Chen Bin suddenly asked, "If I were to independently research firearms, would there be issues?" Professor Huang smiled. "As long as you report it in a timely manner, there won't be any problems. If you don't report it, no one will know, and that's fine. Many students have used machine tools to fabricate guns without attending the practical classes." Chen Bin scratched his head. "I have attended a few practical classes, and I have operated machines as well. As long as I don't take anything away, there shouldn't be any issues. Firearms may seem troublesome from the outside, but for skilled craftsmen, they can be machined easily with a lathe, even to the point of engraving rifling, which is quite intricate." Chen Bin felt reassured and followed Professor Huang to the venue of the competition. The robotics competition was held in a large square, where staff were busily preparing the site. Numerous students from other schools were also present, fine-tuning their robots. There were robotic dogs, humanoid robots, octopus robots, and tracked robots, even a mechanical worm, which could wriggle with remarkable agility. However, Chen Bin's attention was immediately drawn to the high-precision CNC machinery in the workshop. They even have high-precision CNC machines here? Chapter 11. The school aspires for recognition. Professor Huang followed Chen Bin's gaze and observed the equipment designated for the competitors, undergoing final adjustments prior to the contest. Is there any material available? He inquired. A nearby staff member nodded affirmatively, yes. Without hesitation, Chen Bin made his way to the workshop. Inside, other teams were diligently engaged in their tasks, yet none were operating the machine tools or any other manufacturing devices. Was this not perfect? It provided him the ideal opportunity to fabricate the electromagnetic railgun. Approaching the machine, Chen Bin began to familiarize himself with it. Professor Huang, closely trailing Chen Bin, asked, "Do you know how to operate it? Would you like me to assist you?" Had it not been for his prior affinity with machinery, Chen Bin would have genuinely struggled. However, at this moment, through mere observation, he grasped approximately 80% of the machine's operation. His understanding was far from rudimentary. He was fully competent. Swiftly, he secured the materials and commenced inputting parameters into the CNC machine. Unlike the machine tools in his workshop, which required manual adjustment of cutting angles, depths, and speeds, the CNC machine merely required parameter inputs. The complexity had significantly diminished. Professor Huang stood beside him, bewildered. Is this really how it begins? Without any blueprints? What manner of intellect can commit intricate part schematics to memory? The shapes can be memorized, but the specific parameters? Such complexity, including the curvature of the workpiece. Truly extraordinary. As Professor Huang watched Chen Bin rapidly produce one component after another while simultaneously contacting suppliers for parts that could not be fabricated on-site, he realized this was not merely research and development. It resembled a manufacturing operation. Yet, he had never witnessed such fluidity in production. Every moment was utilized to perfection, transforming the creation of a product into an assembly line process. However, as Professor Huang continued observing, a sense of unease began to creep in. These components appeared rather diminutive, seemingly unfit for a mechanical dog. Then, there were those tubular parts. A fleeting thought of the electromagnetic railgun crossed his mind, only to be dismissed immediately. It was inconceivable. Chen Bin had only conceived the idea of the railgun the day before. How could he possibly manufacture it so swiftly? While Professor Huang pondered the implausibility, he awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, Chen Bin was wholly absorbed in his creation. Throughout the manufacturing process, the Super Atlas's blue light assisted him. And with the aid of various precision instruments, the production speed was remarkably rapid. Chen Bin estimated that with an all-nighter, he could complete the electromagnetic railgun. This efficiency was truly unparalleled. As night deepened, only he and Professor Huang remained in the workshop. The professor, weary from age, lacked the vitality of youth. Chen Bin turned to him and said, "You should return to the hotel and rest. I can manage here." Professor Huang, not wishing to overexert himself, conceded, "All right. Make sure you rest as well. Their essay competition tomorrow." Chen Bin refrained from further tasks and patiently awaited the machine to process the parts. During this moment of inactivity, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Glancing at his shock value, it had reached 100 once more. The daily limit was somewhat underwhelming, yet understandable. Although the school housed 4,000 individuals, many had already been informed about the mechanical dog, thus diminishing their astonishment upon seeing it. Furthermore, some individuals lacked technological awareness, failing to grasp the significance of the mechanical dog. Consequently, the shock points gained at the school would likely dwindle. However, a substantial influx of shock points was anticipated tomorrow, as many attendees possessed some understanding of technology. A familiar glow began to flicker, followed by a flash of white light. "Congratulations, host. You have received a night owl pill." In his hand appeared a small package, along with a description of the medication. Night owls are harmful to health and spirit. Please avoid staying up late. If necessary, use the night owl pill to invigorate your energy with no side effects. What an extraordinary concoction. Feeling fatigued, Chen decided to try a pill. Instantly, clarity washed over him, and all weariness vanished. Such an astonishing remedy. There were 10 pills, enough to sustain him through 10 sleepless nights. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was quite alarming. If such a pharmaceutical were to be developed, his seniors working in factories might end up toiling for 20 hours a day. Moreover, he mused that those seniors might not even reach that point before being supplanted by robots. With automation already saturating production processes, the future would undoubtedly witness even more. Chen stored the pills and resumed his labor. What was initially projected to take until the next day now seemed possible to complete by dawn. By the time the sun rose, Chen was the sole occupant of the workshop, having worked tirelessly through the night. At this juncture, he had already produced several electromagnetic devices, and an array of components was at hand, including 10 freshly manufactured rounds. Once the parts he had ordered arrived, he would be able to assemble the electromagnetic railgun. Suddenly, the phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Professor Huang was calling. Didn't you return to the hotel to rest last night? No, I rested in the workshop. Professor Huang fell silent, realizing that while Chen was undeniably a genius, he was also an extraordinarily diligent one. He wanted to impart wisdom about the importance of health, but refrained. In youth, such concerns often fell by the wayside. Wait for me in the workshop. I'll be there shortly. All right. Chen hung up, quickly gathering the scattered parts before diving back into his work. The machine tools were a boon, allowing him to produce even more components for the mechanical dog. A profitable endeavor. Upon entering the workshop, Professor Huang observed Chen still hard at work. Did you manage to sleep? I had a little rest. Professor Huang produced a set of clothing. This is the school uniform. Change into it. Prepare for the competition. There's a school uniform? Chen expressed surprise, unable to recall such a thing. Indeed, but it was custom-made on short notice. As Chen unfolded the uniform, he was taken aback. The school emblem adorned only the chest area, while the front bore an insignia larger than a grinding wheel, with another on the back. The school was clearly eager for recognition. Donning the outfit, he queried, "What is the competition process?" First, there will be a draw. According to the draw's order, participants will demonstrate their robots and showcase their full capabilities. Judges will score based on the robot's performance. If the score meets the passing criteria, they advance to the second round, where similar robots will be ranked. There's no need to panic. Once the draw is complete, bring your dog on stage for the introduction and demonstration. Chen smiled. The rules seemed tailor-made for him. The mechanical dog would remain hidden until the moment it took the stage, astonishing the audience. How many shot points would that yield? Great. When is the draw? There will be an announcement. Just wait. Chen turned back to his tasks, leaving Professor Huang genuinely impressed by his unwavering focus. Such individuals were destined for success. He felt neither envy nor jealousy. Soon, the microphone crackled to life, and the host took the stage, delivering the opening remarks. An audience had gathered, with the first row occupied by judges and several uniformed individuals, while students from various universities filled the seats behind them. After all, only one student would be on stage, leaving the rest in attendance. Additionally, representatives from various companies were present, seeking collaboration opportunities, alongside numerous spectators. The atmosphere was vibrant, and as Chen scanned the crowd, he estimated there were hundreds, if not thousands, present. If he performed exceptionally well, he might even secure a 10-fold reward. Chapter 12. Can weapons be installed? As the host concluded his opening remarks, representatives from numerous competing teams took the stage to draw lots. There were over 100 teams, most clad in uniforms adorned with prominent school emblems, with the exception of Chen. Following the crowd, Chen ascended the stage and drew a slip of paper, revealing the number 16. He would be presenting 16th. Descending the stage, the staff recorded the school's name, the representative's name, and their number. While registering, they informed, the presentation time is limited to 2 minutes. Please ensure to highlight the key features of your robots within this time frame. The top 10 teams will have access to the backstage for preparation. 2 minutes for a presentation is neither too long nor too short, sufficient to showcase the robot's salient aspects. Chen Bin took his ticket and seated himself beside Professor Huang. It seems there are only about 10 students from vocational colleges. He observed, having a dozen is already quite impressive, especially since these have been filtered. Not everyone can participate just by signing up. Chen Bin glanced at the box at his feet, contemplating the interesting prospect of a vocational student potentially winning first place. Professor Huang chuckled, remarking that Jiangzhou Vocational and Technical College could achieve fame through this competition. The drawing proceeded swiftly, and the first team took the stage, accompanied by an 8-legged spider robot. A young woman approached the microphone, stating, "Hello everyone, I am Su Chi from Jiangzhou University, and my team presents the octopod spider robot, which can traverse various terrains swiftly, reaching speeds of 35 kilometers per hour on flat ground." As Su Chi spoke, the 8-legged robot moved gracefully across the stage. Its elongated limbs gave an elegant impression, and its speed and agility were indeed impressive. The audience erupted in applause, acknowledging the robot's capabilities, which included infrared and laser detectors for precise obstacle avoidance, as well as an intelligent system that enabled a degree of interaction with humans. After her presentation, the second student took the stage with a mechanical dog. This design is currently a mainstream choice in robotics, as its 4 legs reduce the demands for balance and enhance mobility. Hello, I am Chung Dong from Kyoto University, and I present the mechanical dog. The mechanical dog demonstrated its capabilities by lifting its 4 legs rhythmically, its exterior coated in glossy white paint, imparting a futuristic allure. The audience applauded, clearly impressed by the mechanical canine. As the subsequent robots showcased their designs, Chen Bin couldn't help but acknowledge the quality of the presentations. Each robot possessed distinctive features. After the first 10 robots had displayed their talents, Chen Bin clutched the box containing his mechanical dog, awaiting his turn backstage. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and as the 15th contestant exited the stage, the host turned to Chen Bin, saying, "It's your turn now, contestant number 16. Chen Bin accepted the microphone and strode confidently onto the stage. "Greetings, I am Chen Bin from Jiangzhou Vocational College, and I present to you a lifelike mechanical dog." He opened the box, and the mechanical dog emerged, circling around Chen Bin's legs and occasionally nudging him affectionately. A profound silence enveloped the room. The mechanical dog appeared so lifelike. Were those movements genuine? The front row of researchers, with the exception of Professor Ho, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Could such an advanced mechanical dog truly be developed by a vocational student? A notification sound echoed in Chen Bin's ear. Ding! Shock value, 780. Elation surged within him. Suppressing his exhilaration, he crouched down and said, "Come, say hello to everyone." The microphone was brought to the mechanical dog's mouth, which emitted an adorable bark. Woof woof. The audience remained quiet, yet Chen Bin's ears buzzed with excitement as he received another 260 shock points in that fleeting moment. Within mere seconds, he had accumulated enough points for a 10-fold reward. Chen Bin continued, "This lifelike mechanical dog can achieve an astonishing maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour." The audience gasped in disbelief. 60 kilometers per hour? For a dog standing merely 30 centimeters tall? Ding! Shock value, 350. Not everyone contributed to the shock value, but even a few points were beneficial. It possesses extraordinary jumping abilities, capable of leaping up to 3 meters. As he concluded, the mechanical dog leapt into the air. This petite mechanical marvel soared 3 meters high, surpassing Chen Bin's own height by over a meter. Ding! Shock value, 620. Chen Bin recognized that the audience was utterly captivated by the visual spectacle. He decided to emphasize the dog's impressive physical capabilities. It can leap a maximum distance of 20 meters. The mechanical dog sprinted to one side of the stage, made a brief forward dash, and then propelled itself into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing on the opposite side of the stage. The audience fell into stunned silence. Could a mechanical dog truly jump such a distance? Ding! Shock value, 450. Chen Bin pressed on. Of course, this is merely the foundation of its athletic performance. This mechanical dog also boasts formidable information processing capabilities. He then directed his attention to the panel of judges. "Fetch Professor Ho's nameplate." The mechanical dog leapt off the stage, landing perfectly before Professor Ho, retrieving the nameplate, and then springing back to the stage with fluid grace. Ding! Shock value 360. Upon landing, the mechanical dog immediately turned and returned to Professor Ho, gently placing the nameplate down. Ding! Shock value 60. The same action could typically only yield shock value once. Subsequent demonstrations provided minimal additional points. However, for Chen Bin, even small increments were valuable. With a soft chime, the 2-minute presentation concluded. In this brief span, he amassed an impressive 2,880 shock points, nearly sufficient for 3 10-fold rewards. If he could gather just 1,000 more, he would acquire the technology for the exoskeleton armor. Alas, time was limited. He could have harvested even more shock points. Wait a moment. A man in military attire suddenly spoke. Chen Bin turned to look at him, puzzled. Can this dog be equipped with weapons? Chen Bin was taken aback, but replied, What kind of weapons? For example, a rifle. Chen Bin shook his head. The mechanical dog I designed already possesses offensive capabilities. Attaching a rifle might seem somewhat disjointed and incongruous. The military figure instinctively glanced at the mechanical dog. This dog has offensive capabilities? Indeed, it serves as both a companion and protector, and it can be adapted for offensive functions as well. Chen Bin explained. Would you like a demonstration? Yes, please demonstrate. Chen Bin scanned the area for an appropriate target. Is there a target available for demonstration? Chapter 13, A Photographic Memory. Dean waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him promptly opened a box. Inside, a camouflage mechanical dog stood erect. 2 firearms were affixed to its back. The military mechanical dog nimbly ascended the stage. Chen Bin issued a command. Destroy that mechanical dog. In an instant, Chen Bin's mechanical dog lunged forward, covering a distance of several meters and swiftly reaching its adversary, opening its maw filled with metallic teeth to bite down on the mechanical dog's neck. A sharp crack echoed as the outer metallic layer of the mechanical dog was punctured, leaving only a few wires intact. As Wang Kai turned his head and flicked it aside, he raised a paw to press down on the electric wires. At the tip of his paw, 2 centimeters of sharp blades protruded, severing all the wires and decapitating the mechanical dog. The mechanical dog could still move, for its head merely housed a camera and sensory equipment. Its control unit and power module resided within its torso. However, Wang Kai was relentless. With a powerful strike, his sharp blades sliced through the mechanical dog's body. Following that, he bit down again, exhibiting an extraordinary torque and ferocious biting force that, combined with his robust teeth, tore open the dog's exterior. With a sudden upward thrust of his head, Wang Kai extracted a circuit board from the mechanical dog's torso. Sparks flew, crackling loudly, reverberating throughout the venue. Ding! Shock value 800. Dean stood agape, his face a canvas of disbelief as he beheld the mechanical dog. From its initial charge to the conclusion of the battle, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. The ferocity displayed by the mechanical dog starkly contrasted with its previous adorableness, revealing an immense disparity. Moreover, he was astounded by the mechanical dog's terrifying combat capability. Its incredible speed effortlessly shredded the metallic exterior. If the target were a human, could they withstand such an assault? Absolutely not. Dean's eyes sparkled. The role of the mechanical dog on the battlefield primarily encompassed 2 functions: reconnaissance and ground assault during urban warfare, with only missile bombardments and drone sweeps. Achieving thorough cleanliness in warfare was unattainable. Ground troops were essential for progression. They had already activated the main battle tank production line for this very reason. The mechanical dog could replace humans during ground advancements, thereby reducing soldier casualties. In his view, a mechanical dog equipped with a rifle paled in comparison to Chen Bin's creation, at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, charging at the enemy. Anyone on the opposing side would likely struggle to react. Even if they did, escape would be futile. Once in proximity to the mechanical dog, the outcome would mirror that of its adversary, being effortlessly torn apart. Thus, it seemed that the rifle attached to Chen Bin's mechanical dog was indeed superfluous. A group of military personnel similarly stared wide-eyed, some grappling with disbelief, as most possessed a modicum of technical knowledge. Was this mechanical dog, as performance not a tad excessive? After completing its mission, the mechanical dog returned to Chun Bin's side, nuzzling against his pant leg, still adorably obedient. Yet, the crowd's minds were filled with images of its recent might and brutality. In the audience, Professors Ho and Huang were equally stunned and perplexed. This was their first encounter with a mechanical dog's formidable prowess. Did this mechanical dog truly possess offensive capabilities and such strength? One bite, and it rendered its adversary inoperative? It was noteworthy that the military's mechanical dogs were encased entirely in metal. Yet, a single bite had resulted in a crisp crunch. As Chun Bin descended from the stage with his mechanical dog, he was met with countless astonished gazes. Many scrutinized the insignia on his attire, incredulous that a vocational school could produce such an outstanding individual. Dean awaited at the exit, exchanging contact information with Chun Bin before returning to the podium to resume his role as a judge. The student ranked 17th stepped onto the stage with his mechanical dog. Grasping the microphone, he found himself momentarily speechless. He had just witnessed the mechanical dog's performance backstage and was still in shock. Moreover, he felt a sense of inferiority. What right did his team's mechanical dog have to compete alongside Chun Bin's? The audience also sensed a striking contrast. Had Chun Bin's mechanical dog not been present, the mechanical dog now on stage, exhibiting agility and stability, might have received commendable reviews. However, after witnessing Chun Bin's creation, these mechanical dogs appeared utterly inadequate. The competition had swiftly transformed from a vibrant display of talent to a mundane affair. Chun Bin paid little attention to the subsequent robot demonstrations of other teams, heading straight to the workshop. In that moment, he accrued a staggering 4,000 shot points. Eagerly, he anticipated the chance to draw rewards. He had yet to experience the thrill of a tenfold draw. Upon entering the workshop, Chun Bin shut the door, washed his hands, and splashed water on his face. Were it not for insufficient conditions, he might have considered a cleansing fast. Sitting in a chair, he closed his eyes, focusing his attention deep within his consciousness. On the interface, his shot points had accumulated to 4,003. Spending 1,000 for a tenfold draw seemed a reasonable indulgence. Tenfold draw. The system interface shimmered once more, and a glimmer of white light appeared, revealing rolls of paper. 5 rolls were dispensed in one go. Next, an unusual item emerged. A folding stool, an essential companion for home, travel, or brawls. Finally, something distinct, but what utility did it possess? Adhesive bandages to accelerate wound healing. Chun Bin felt a pang of disappointment. Bottled water to replenish bodily fluids. Bottled water 1. Chun Bin was at a loss for words. Couldn't he receive something genuinely useful? The tenfold draw yielded only one item remaining. Amidst the flickering light, a flash of blue caught Chun Bin's attention. Instantly alert, he recalled the previous occasion when he had interacted with a mechanical dog, similarly marked by blue light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired enhanced memory. Chun Bin felt a surge of excitement. Enhanced memory? This was akin to an attribute boost, the coveted critical effect of the tenfold draw. Suddenly, the prompt chimed again. Ding! The tenfold draw allows the selection of one prize for a critical effect. Chun Bin paused momentarily. Didn't critical effect imply that there were valuable items within the tenfold draw? What was there to deliberate? A critical effect on the tissue paper would still result in tissue paper. He chose the enhanced memory. Ding! Enhanced memory upgraded to photographic memory. Chun Bin suddenly sensed a coolness at his brow, which rapidly spread throughout his mind. Almost instantaneously, it filled his entire consciousness. He felt his thoughts crystallize, clarity washing over him like the lifting of fog. Upon opening his eyes, Chun Bin hurriedly grasped the machine's manual. The thick manual was filled with numerous words and illustrations. He casually flipped to a page, glanced at it, and then closed it. To his astonishment, he realized that whenever he wished to recall that specific page, he could visualize it effortlessly. Every word, illustration, and even the ornate patterns on the pages were etched in his memory with remarkable clarity. In less than a second, his thoughts hadn't caught up to his eyes, yet his mind had absorbed the entirety of the book's contents. Is this what it means to be a genius? without truly experiencing it. He never comprehended the absurdity of genius. Fortunately, he too had become a genius. Chapter 14. Realistic Descriptions. Continue fabricating parts. The entire demonstration lasted the entire morning, but in truth, it had concluded the moment Chen Bin took the stage. The subsequent presentations were utterly lackluster. The individuals showcasing on stage exhibited no desire to win, while the audience exhibited no sense of surprise. Their threshold for astonishment had been elevated to extraordinary heights by Chen Bin. Ordinary robot designs could no longer elicit any excitement from them. As the demonstration concluded, a group of judges could no longer contain their eagerness and directly sought out Chen Bin in the workshop. They were irresistibly drawn to catch a closer glimpse of the mechanical dog. Similarly, the representative from an university was intent on finding Chen Bin. Had it not been for his role as a judge in the competition, he would have sought Chen Bin long ago. A throng of people surged into the workshop and promptly closed the door. Chen Bin turned around, somewhat bewildered, and was met with a fervent gaze from the crowd. Instinctively taking a step back, "What do you want?" "We wish to see your mechanical dog," they replied. Chen Bin, observing their yearning expressions, unveiled the mechanical dog. A group of elderly researchers gathered around, scrutinizing it intently. The appearance of the mechanical dog was nearly indistinguishable from that of a pastoral dog. Resembling a pastoral dog as fur, transformed into a metallic shell, complete with a scaly texture. "Why does it have a tongue?" one researcher inquired, puzzled. "The tongue contains temperature and humidity sensors, as well as pressure sensors. If it bites into something too hard and detects the potential for damaging its teeth, it will release its grip and adjust its angle for a better bite." Ding! Shock value 12. Chen Bin fell silent for a moment. What was so shocking about that? Had the entire crowd truly been astonished? The researchers exchanged glances, equally silent. These minor designs were not the essence of the mechanical dog, yet such intricate functionalities were rarer. Only a finished product could embody such enhancements. This indicated that the technology behind the mechanical dog was indeed mature. A professor could no longer contain himself. "Professor Ho stated that you designed this mechanical dog?" "One person designed and manufactured it." Chen Bin nodded affirmatively. The professor shook his head vehemently. "I refuse to believe it. It is virtually impossible." Professor Ho quickly intervened, admonishing the speaking professor, "Don't make baseless statements." "This is not baseless. In research, one must first question. I demand to meet the true developers of this mechanical dog." The old professor directed his gaze at Chen Bin. "I am not targeting you. In this day and age, there are countless elementary students publishing in top journals. You are aware of the situation. While publications may be inconsequential, this mechanical dog represents a monumental invention in the field of robotics." "Who is your father?" Chen Bin regarded the professor, whose eyes were fixed upon him with an intense gaze, wearing an expression of incredulity, and gently patted his chest. "If my father were a top-tier researcher, would I even be attending this school?" The old professor quickly grasped the implication, but immediately countered. "If you were a genius, would you even be here?" The representative from an university found this statement to hold merit. Professor Ho attempted to defuse the tension. "I witnessed him assemble the mechanical dog with my own eyes. He could deduce answers to the challenging problems I posed with just a glance. However, his efforts were in vain. No one believed it." Chen Bin had no intention of defending himself. If he were to respond to every doubt, he would be too occupied simply justifying himself to everyone. "If you wish to see the mechanical dog, you may do so. If not, you are free to leave. We must verify the creator of this mechanical dog. Otherwise, you will forfeit your eligibility in the competition. Otherwise, everyone could borrow externally manufactured robots for the competition, and fairness would be compromised." Chen Bin scoffed. "Then provide proof that I did not create this. Do you have any documentation? All part specifications?" "Yes, they reside within my mind." Professor Ho suddenly recalled how Chen Bin had processed parts without needing to consult any blueprints, and the terrifying speed with which he answered questions. Could it be that everything truly resided within his mind? The old professor was left dumbfounded, laughing in disbelief. "In your mind? Is your brain a supercomputer? Do you have any idea how many components this mechanical dog possesses?" 934 components. The old professor paused momentarily. Then how long is the second section of this dog's metallic tail? 17.6 millimeters in length, 15.4 millimeters in width, and 2 millimeters in thickness. As he spoke, Chunbin casually sketched a component on a piece of paper. It looks like this. A few elderly researchers instinctively widened their eyes, gazing at the component on the paper, then at the second section of the dog's tail. Identical. Observing their expressions, Chunbin's brows gradually furrowed. Aren't you all geniuses? Is your memory truly this poor? It's merely a matter of memorizing a few hundred components. Why would one need a supercomputer for that? The old professor, his face filled with disbelief, retorted, Impossible. What do the two components connecting the mechanical dog's paw joints look like, along with their specifications? Chunbin continued to sketch rapidly, then handed over the drawing. There are 4 main components connected, along with 18 minor components. I drew only the exterior. You can compare based on appearance. The old professor lowered his gaze at the sketch, then looked at the paw joint of the mechanical dog. It was an exact match. His voice trembled slightly. You truly remember everything? Is it difficult? The representative from an university, having observed the spectacle for so long, at this moment felt as if Chunbin's display of prowess was deafening and irrefutable. He indeed remembered, and it was evidently not difficult. Professor Ho could not help but ask, How do you manage to remember? What do you mean? Chunbin replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I developed it. So of course I remember. Professor Ho had also developed numerous things. Why did he not recall them? He himself had to take notes. The other researchers were in the same boat. Chunbin, noticing the silence enveloping the group, felt his confusion deepen. Aren't you all capable of remembering everything after merely a glance? The representative from an university interjected. At the entrance of the venue, there's a large competition announcement board. What does the 7th line state? Without hesitation, Chunbin replied, It's the competition time from 2:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. The representative turned to the guard and waved his hand. In less than 2 minutes, the guard returned carrying the standing advertisement board. The 7th line on the board indeed stated the competition time. The venue fell into a profound silence. The elderly professors exchanged glances. One of them remarked, Could this be what is known as photographic memory? As they discussed the concept of photographic memory, the gazes directed at Chunbin were tinged with peculiarity. They had always thought that photographic memory was merely a myth. Yet here it was, manifesting before them. Chunbin intentionally displayed this ability, as he had faced skepticism from more than one individual. It was imperative to showcase his skill. Enough. If you have no further matters, do not disturb me. I have work to attend to, Chunbin said while operating the machine tool. The representative from an university stepped forward. I wish to discuss something regarding this mechanical dog with you. He had been a spectator throughout, witnessing Chunbin's extraordinary talent. Now, he looked at Chunbin with a hint of envy. He had always believed photographic memory was an exaggerated term for good memory until Chunbin demonstrated what true photographic memory entailed right before his eyes. He realized that this was indeed a reality. Chapter 15. Professional Alignment. When will the mechanical dog you developed be ready for mass production? Chunbin expressed some confusion. Mass production? Professor Ho, sensing that Chunbin did not grasp the concept, elaborated. It entails transitioning a laboratory product directly to large-scale production, which presents significant challenges due to precision requirements that most manufacturing facilities cannot meet. Thus, unless the production volume is limited or pertains to large, sophisticated weaponry, most equipment will exhibit subtle differences between laboratory prototypes and mass-produced models. Realizing the implications, Chunbin shook his head. This mechanical dog can indeed be mass-produced. The majority of its components are customized, non-standard parts that I commissioned, with only a small portion fabricated in my workshop. The manufacturing demands are not stringent. Suddenly, Major General An's eyes widened. He had prepared for a downgrade in production expectations. However, Chunbin informed him that such a mechanical dog could be mass-produced. With such extraordinary capabilities, wouldn't it be invincible on the battlefield? What is the approximate cost? Major General N needed to gauge this for discussions on procurement. The initial cost for the few I produced was around 40,000, but as I created more components, the price decreased to about 30,000. If you require a larger quantity for mass production, the price will drop significantly. Major General trembled with anticipation. Approximately how much? I cannot provide an exact figure, but certainly under 10,000. Major General An's tone shifted. Really? Most mechanical dogs on the market are priced above 100,000. Chen offers one for under 10,000. What does that imply? Training a real dog costs at least 100,000, with inherent risks of failure, and a successful military dog incurs annual expenses exceeding 30,000. Seeing Major General An's excitement, Chen raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. Theoretically, yes, but currently, I only have a small workshop, and the manufacturing speed is quite slow. All components are ordered from external sources, and assembly cannot keep pace. Major General waved dismissively. That is not an issue. We will arrange personnel to liaise with you. Professor Ho interjected. Allow me to assist. It aligns perfectly with my expertise. The previously skeptical elder professor also stepped forward. As if anyone else is more qualified, I possess greater experience, and my production line can expedite the market introduction of your mechanical dog. The others' expressions shifted. They too wished to contribute. Assisting in the mass production of the mechanical dog would grant them insight into its technology, offering an invaluable learning opportunity. As researchers in robotics, the emergence of this mechanical dog felt akin to a dimensional assault. They were genuinely eager to understand its internal structure. Observing the eager crowd, Chen had little choice. Professor Ho, would you be willing to teach me? Absolutely. Professor Ho smiled. The advantage of early engagement was distinctly clear. Major General retrieve his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Should any issues or needs arise, do not hesitate to call me. In the workshop, a throng of researchers left in disappointment, while Professor Ho radiated enthusiasm. Cost and pricing are distinct. Numerous factors influence pricing decisions. We will initiate mass production first, calculate the costs, and then determine pricing based on multiple considerations. I require the complete set of components for this mechanical dog, as well as the manufacturing specifications and the overall blueprints. Chen pulled out his phone. Should I send it to you? Professor Ho was taken aback. On your phone? Most of the design schematics are stored on my phone due to its ample storage capacity, and I coordinate component customizations through it. Professor Ho paused. Some of this information, to a certain extent, ought to remain confidential. If anyone had noticed Chen, they could potentially obtain all the schematics he had ordered and assemble a mechanical dog, risking a severe breach of technology security. Chen transmitted all the component information stored on his phone. There's still a few designs I have yet to complete, which I will provide later. Excellent. Professor Ho pondered briefly. Regarding pricing, what are your thoughts on profit margins? Is there a specific guideline? I suggest two pricing structures. One for the military, which can be quite low due to the lack of competition. Your mechanical dog's performance is essentially monopolistic, so there is no need for exorbitant pricing. For the civilian market, a slightly higher price is more appropriate. Otherwise, other companies cannot sustain themselves. High-tech firms face substantial research and development expenses, compounded by employee salaries, facility costs, and various other expenditures. With a low sales volume of mechanical dogs, they must recoup costs through elevated pricing. Chen reflected on the market prices for mechanical dogs. They were indeed high, but the actual production costs were not as steep. However, he noted that many sectors are dominated by foreign monopolies, leading to inflated prices. Once Longwa masters the technology, will prices not plummet? Professor Ho chuckled. It's different. Foreign prices are high, predominantly because they sell to us. If we develop it ourselves, we will also sell to ourselves. Why maintain high pricing? Take tunneling machines. For instance, predominantly utilized in Longwa, the total length of underground tunnels constructed by all other countries combined a year does not match what Longwa achieves in a single month. Conversely, in sectors like automobiles, as Longwa's technology catches up, the prices overseas remain similarly inflated. Chen was unaware of these intricacies, but the logic was sound. So, we set a base price for the military and align civilian pricing with market averages? That works. With an agreement on pricing strategy. Professor Ho continued, do you wish to assemble a team? Essentially, a logistics team where you focus on research and they handle mass production, sales, and so forth? Start a company? Chen Bin was indeed tempted, yet he lacked any experience. Let's not rush. I first need to gather more information. Agreed. Professor Ho proceeded to articulate the next point. Developing a product and transitioning to mass production and sales are entirely different endeavors. Nevertheless, Chen Bin was no longer the same as before. With an extraordinary memory, his mind was exceptionally agile. Establishing a company is crucial. It would alleviate many burdens, allowing him to delegate responsibilities. Once the military places an order, financial concerns would no longer pose an issue. Even at a base price, a modest profit is still possible. And with increased quantities, the earnings would multiply. Civilian sales may not surge immediately, but what Chen Bin sought was not mere sales figures, but rather an impactful presence. Engaging in conversation until 2 o'clock, Chen Bin's thoughts became increasingly lucid. Once the company is operational, he need not manage it directly. Hiring an experienced individual to oversee operations would suffice. Implementing AI oversight ensures he remains informed of any issues instantaneously. However, the company must be entrusted to reliable individuals. Chen Bin quickly identified a suitable candidate and dialed a number. Hello, counselor. What are you up to? Having lunch. What is up? Have you considered venturing into the business world? The counselor was taken aback. Me, a grown man, enter the business realm? How could I possibly do that? Not in that sense. I meant, do you wish to leave the academic environment and explore new opportunities? What? I intend to start a company, but I need someone to manage it, and I believe you would be an ideal fit. He Dongsheng was stunned. After serving as a counselor for so long, he never imagined a day would come when a student would suggest he launch a company. Chapter 16, Fire. Chen Bin's selection of counselor was a well-considered decision. Counselors typically manage a myriad of student affairs and have encountered numerous individuals and situations, rendering them quite capable of managing a company. As for corporate development strategies, although these counselors may lack expertise, Chen Bin's company does not require such knowledge. After all, the products he manufactures are revolutionary, ensuring a steady demand. I will offer you a generous salary and commissions, he assured. Yet, the counselor remained uncertain about how to proceed. Chen Bin continued, how about this? I will inform the school that I need your assistance, allowing you to retain your position while you help me establish the company. This time, the counselor grasped the opportunity. With no concerns lingering and the prospect of boundless opportunities ahead, there was nothing more to deliberate. All right, please assist me in registering a company. What shall we name it? Chen Bin pondered briefly before responding. Let us call it Super Catalog. Super Catalog Technology Company? Exactly. After concluding the call, he turned to Professor Ho. The counselor will assist in setting up the company, and from now on, everything will be conducted through that entity. Outside, the announcer's voice resonated once more, signaling the commencement of the afternoon competition. The afternoon's contest promised to be even more engaging, featuring similar competitions. However, this was prior to the appearance of Chen Bin's robotic dog. Once it made its debut, all eyes were fixed in anticipation of its arrival. In contrast to the several minutes in the morning that yielded thousands of awe-inspiring moments, the entire afternoon only generated 800. This disparity was expected. Introducing a modern firearm into ancient times would evoke immense astonishment, likely causing many to believe that the heavens had unleashed their wrath. Yet, in the contemporary world, firearms hardly incite any shock. In Long Country, discharging a weapon could easily be mistaken for igniting firecrackers. The awe factor surged back to the 4,000 mark, promising considerable technological gains. Additionally, there was more good news in the afternoon. The components for the customized electromagnetic railgun had arrived, with 2 plastic casings. The railgun would soon be assembled. This was not a testing site, so Chen Bin hastily stuffed the gun into his bag and casually handed it to Professor Huang before stepping onto the stage to receive his award. The host, microphone in hand, announced, the first place in this robotics competition goes to Chen Bin from Jiangzhou Vocational Technical College, whose lifelike companion robot boasts extraordinary realism, exceptional information analysis capability, and superior performance, surpassing all competitors. As Chen Bin accepted his award, there were 3 teams honored with first place, while the other 2 teams, despite their commendable efforts, felt overshadowed in Chen Bin's presence. Ordinarily, their first-place finish would have been unquestionable, but standing alongside Chen Bin, they felt somewhat unworthy. Nevertheless, the formalities must be observed, including speeches. Below the stage, Professor Huang noticed that the bag felt unusually heavy. Is this bag sturdy enough? Just as he pondered this, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by the clattering sound of various components scattering across the floor. What a stroke of irony! As Professor Huang bent down to collect the fallen parts, he couldn't help but feel bemused. Chen Bin was indeed ruthless, entering the competition and shamelessly reaping the benefits from the organizers. Besides the components, there's also a toy gun. Picking up the toy gun, Professor Huang found it surprisingly weighty. Could this possibly be the electromagnetic railgun? He shook his head in disbelief. No way. He examined the gun closely. Although it had a plastic casing, its substantial weight imparted a remarkable quality. Its unique design, complete with a barrel at the front, gave it an air of futuristic weaponry. Measuring 50 centimeters in length, it was perfectly balanced for two-handed handling. Unconsciously, Professor Huang gripped the handle, his finger instinctively resting on the trigger. On the awards stage, the host announced, "Now, let us welcome Chen Bin to share his acceptance speech." Chen Bin took the microphone. "I am honored that my robotic dog has won this award. Thank you all." The host, momentarily taken aback as Chen Bin handed her the microphone, was surprised by his brevity. Hadn't the previous speakers expressed gratitude to Long Country, the school, and their teachers? Yet, demonstrating her professionalism, she swiftly recovered. This student's remarks are truly unique. Next to take the stage was the team awarded second place in the competition. Just as Chen Bin was about to descend from the stage, he noticed Professor Huang holding the gun, his fingers still on the trigger. In a flash, he seized the microphone. "Professor Huang, do not fire. It's dangerous." Professor Huang froze, instinctively raising the gun. This was merely a reflex, a subconscious inquiry into whether this was indeed Chen Bin's creation. However, as he lifted the gun, his index finger pressed down involuntarily. With a soft pop, a projectile shot through the air, striking the metal structure of the stadium's ceiling with precision. A hole instantly appeared in the steel component. The bullet, with an initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound, possessed terrifying lethality. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For this was an electromagnetic railgun. Unlike traditional firearms that require ejected cartridges after each shot, the electromagnetic pulse gun operates differently. Bullets are accelerated through the barrel and fired simultaneously. Up to 10 bullets can be in the barrel at once, with more continuously entering. In an instant, dozens of bullets were unleashed. As Professor Huang adjusted the gun's angle, the bullets left a trail on the stadium ceiling. Several steel components of the structure began to bend under the strain, creaking ominously. Startled, Professor Huang quickly relinquished his grip, his expression one of confusion. Around them, people screamed and scrambled for safety. An officer, caught off guard, turned to see Professor Huang, gun in hand, standing in a daze. "Put the gun down," he commanded. Professor Huang hastily complied, placing the weapon on the ground. The officer surveyed the ceiling, noting its imminent collapse, and ordered, "Evacuate the area immediately." His soldiers, in coordination with the staff, began ushering people out of the stadium. Chen Bin felt a surge of panic. He was unaware of the severe consequences of privately developing a firearm, but having created one and discharged it multiple times was undoubtedly grave. Initially, he had intended to develop the weapon for personal use. Taking a deep breath, he approached Professor Huang, who was slowly regaining his composure but remained astonished. This was indeed an electromagnetic railgun. The sound of firing was minimal, primarily the noise of the bullet slicing through the air. Furthermore, the firing rate was rapid, and the recoil was impressively low. However, what struck him most was that Chen Bin had only conceived the idea of developing the railgun yesterday, and today, it was fully realized. Was this efficiency not astonishing? And the power, was it not extraordinary? Just then, Chen Bin rushed over. "What are you doing with my gun?" The bag had torn. Chen Bin glanced at the scattered components, sighing. There was little to be done. Was the private development of weapons truly a serious matter? Professor Huang initially struggled to grasp the situation, but upon glancing toward the officer, he noticed how far he was from them. Realizing the urgency, he quickly dialed, "Hello? Lao Yin, come immediately to the robotics competition site." On the other end, Professor Yin expressed surprise. "Why do you need me there? You said you wanted Chen Bin to assist you in developing the electromagnetic railgun. He has completed it, but there has been an incident. The railgun he created has punctured the steel structure of the stadium ceiling." Chapter 17. Awaiting the test. Professor Yin chuckled. "What nonsense is this? Can a steel component be penetrated by an electromagnetic railgun? Hurry up, or the consequences may be dire." His smile gradually faded. "Really? When have I ever made such a joke? I'm on my way." With that, he hung up the phone, still in disbelief. The power of an electromagnetic railgun could not possibly be that immense. How long would the barrel need to be? How heavy? He decided to investigate, ready to take the blame if necessary. He had asked Chen Bin to assist in the research. There was a significant difference between collaborating with Chen Bin and conducting research independently. Professor Huang, after ending his call, turned to Chen Bin and said, "In the future, feel free to inform me when developing weaponry. My skills may be limited, but I know a few people and can help you bridge connections if needed." Chen Bin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Colonel approached. Professor Huang addressed him. "I just made a mistake with the gun." "Where is it?" He pointed at the toy gun on the ground. Colonel looked down at the plastic shell and the cheap paint, momentarily speechless. Wasn't this a toy gun? Yet, it was an electromagnetic railgun, the one Professor Yin had instructed Chen Bin to assist in developing. Colonel picked up the gun and glanced up at the ceiling in disbelief. Is this really an electromagnetic railgun? As a logistics officer for the military, he specialized in new weaponry and was familiar with various advanced arms. The electromagnetic railgun had evolved significantly over the years. However, no matter how it changed, its power and accuracy had limitations. Yet, the force generated by Chen Bin's gun was undeniably substantial. It had punctured holes in the steel ceiling. Even the thick steel pipe had been breached. The bullet holes were precise, marking a clean line across the ceiling. The accuracy was indeed exceptional. In contrast, other railguns he was aware of displayed scattered bullet holes. Colonel turned to Chen Bin. "What is the firing rate of this gun?" "The maximum rate is 80 rounds per second." Colonel N's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? How much?" 80. Ding. Shock value 30. A crowd of onlookers gasped in unison. 80 rounds per second. This was faster than any machine gun. For context, a rifle like the M16 theoretically fires 700 rounds per minute, which translates to just over 10 rounds per second. This is without considering magazine changes or overheating. The fully automatic AK-47 has a firing rate of only 600 rounds per minute. Light machine guns typically fire around 1,000 rounds per minute. This electromagnetic railgun could achieve a staggering 4,800 rounds per minute. Such a rate was virtually invincible, surpassing even the Gatling gun and rivaling aircraft cannons, which fire only 3,900 rounds per minute. Colonel raised the gun. "How many rounds can it hold?" 300 rounds. Colonel N's eyebrows rose. "That many?" The bullets were diamond-shaped, allowing for staggered arrangement in the same space, and with hollow interiors, they were lightweight. "What about the lethality range?" "We haven't tested it yet, but theoretically, the effective lethal range should be between 800 to 1,000 meters. Colonel N's eyes were filled with skepticism. Is this really an electromagnetic railgun? Indeed, Colonel N could hardly contain his desire to test it, but this wasn't the appropriate setting. "Let us go to the shooting range." Chen Bin pointed at the ceiling. "What about the damage there?" "I'll communicate with the organizers." Colonel N took full responsibility and led a group to the Light Weapon Research Institute, where professional testing range awaited. During the journey, Professor Huang called Professor Yin to ensure he would be at the shooting range. Moments later, military vehicles entered the Light Weapon Research Institute, proceeding to the shooting range after a 2-minute drive down a side road. Professor Yin was already waiting at the entrance, now aware of the unfolding events. A shooting incident had occurred at the robotics competition, and he had received photos from the scene. These images transformed his initial confusion into utter bewilderment. How could the effects seen in the photographs possibly be caused by an electromagnetic railgun? How could it possess such power? Seeing Colonel N, he hurried over, Let me see the gun. Colonel and produced the electromagnetic railgun. Somewhat surprised, you haven't seen this weapon before? Professor Yin examined the gun, his mind momentarily blank. Its appearance was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. He had imagined a long and thick design to accommodate acceleration and power. Professor Yin instinctively shook his head, then realized, I've seen it before, but I only had a concept in mind. I had no idea it had developed this far or possessed such formidable power. As he took the gun, Professor Yin could not help but recall yesterday, when he had taken Chen Bin to view the electromagnetic railgun. Yet today, Chen Bin had presented one. Surely this research had begun earlier. It could not have reached such potency overnight. This compact weapon, with a length of less than 60 centimeters, could not feasibly accelerate the bullets to such high velocities. Could it? Professor Yin glanced at Chen Bin as he exited the vehicle, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. The staff is already preparing for the test. It will take about half an hour. Let me take you to rest. The shooting range was expansive. As Chen Bin entered, he was greeted by a plethora of equipment and high-speed cameras. At first glance, it was genuinely professional. Professor Yin led Chen Bin and the others to a side viewing area of the range. A massive, bulletproof glass wall allowed them to observe the testing area, complemented by 4 large screens displaying various data and footage from high-speed and high-definition cameras. From this vantage point, they could see staff setting up the range. This was Chen Bin's first visit to such a facility, and his initial impression was one of sophistication. Everything was orderly and efficient. As they awaited the test, more individuals began to arrive, evidently drawn by news of the breakthrough. Some were clearly from official circles, but most appeared to be researchers, all entering with puzzled expressions and asking about the gun. The viewing area had 50 seats, all occupied, yet more people squeezed in, standing shoulder to shoulder. Chen Bin had not anticipated such a turnout. However, it was clear that everyone present was knowledgeable, and he expected they would provide substantial insights. Thus, this unintentional revelation might not be a misfortune after all. Furthermore, undertaking research independently did not seem to be a grave offense, as no one had raised any objections thus far. Feeling reassured, Chen Bin decided that rather than simply waiting, he might as well participate in a lottery. With so many top researchers gathered, perhaps some luck would come his way. Chapter 18. I want one too. Chen Bin focused his attention deep within his consciousness. The lottery. 100 shock points vanished, and simultaneously, a radiant light began to flicker. Chen Bin watched in anticipation, soon catching a glimpse of a white glow. The white light signified something ordinary. As the brilliance faded, a round canister materialized, invigorating chewing gum, freshening breath, and revitalizing the mind. 100 shock points exchanged for a box of gum? Nevertheless, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to indulge in it as a distraction. Chen Bin reached into his pocket, and upon retrieving his hand, he found a box of gum. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth, instantly feeling refreshed. The flavor was quite pleasant. Professor Huang sat beside Chen Bin, still somewhat tense. Give me one. Chen Bin handed him a piece. After chewing a couple of times, Professor Huang's eyes widened. He felt the minty coolness rush to his brain, his mind becoming noticeably clearer. This is delightful. What is delightful? Queried a nearby professor, puzzled. Chen Bin glanced at the elderly professor, silently offering him the gum. You should try it. The old professor chewed a few times as well. There is something to this. I feel more alert. Several other older professors turned their attention, initially waiting in anxious anticipation, but now distracted by the novelty of the moment. Chen Bin poured a handful into his palm. Everyone, come and have a taste. One elderly professor hesitated, unwilling to take one, yet seeing others partake. He couldn't resist reaching for a piece. Chen Bin felt as if he were a kindergarten teacher distributing gum to a group of eager children. The box of gum was soon emptied. The others withdrew their hands, while those who had tasted it were thoroughly impressed. What brand of gum is this? Where can I buy it? I bought some time ago and forgot where. What is the brand? Chen Bin revealed the box. There is no brand. One professor remarked, when you find out the brand, send me a message. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Let us connect as friends. Others quickly joined in. Add me too, and let me know when you find out. The first professor to request a connection paused, genuinely only wanting to know the gum's brand. Amidst the flurry, Chen nearly added everyone in the room. With this interlude, the atmosphere shifted from tense to lively. One professor inquired, "You've developed a mechanical dog and also this electromagnetic pulse gun?" Most of them were skeptical, as these were two distinct fields of research. However, they refrained from questioning, as it was typically not their concern. Now, their curiosity was piqued. "Yes," Chen acknowledged. "I've heard this gun possesses great power." "How is that achieved?" "The electromagnetic pulse gun we study has very limited power." While some expressed skepticism, others were merely curious. Chen welcomed such inquiries. "Is there paper?" Someone promptly brought paper and a pen. Chen quickly sketched the principle of the electromagnetic generator. "I'm not sure what you're using, but this design allows for a sudden release of immense energy." An elderly professor took Chen's paper, his expression shifting gradually. "This isn't the system we use." Upon hearing this, others crowded closer, exclaiming, "Let me see. Let me see." Chen silently took a photo. "I'll create a group and share it there for everyone to view." 2 minutes later, everyone had joined the group, and Chen sent the photo. The room fell eerily silent. Only in Chen's mind did a sound echo. Ding, shock value 79. Moments later, researchers raised their heads, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. This design was unprecedented to them. They had never encountered such a concept. This indicated that Chen had forged a new path. The difficulty of this endeavor surpassed that of research based on existing foundations. Their first reaction was that Chen had made a breakthrough in their research field. Now he had presented a superior design. This represented two entirely different concepts. This design could undoubtedly be applied to other electromagnetic devices. Once implemented, the performance of all electromagnetic equipment would likely see a significant enhancement. A group of people stared wide-eyed, as if possessed, murmuring to themselves while gazing at their phones. Dean turned his gaze to Chen. This was the second time he witnessed such a scene. The first was in the workshop at the stadium, where Chen had amazed everyone with his photographic memory. Someone suddenly realized, this information must not be leaked. From a technical standpoint, this design was revolutionary. From a commercial perspective, it promised a significant update to equipment. If Longhua could leverage these advancements, it could surpass the world in many domains. Therefore, it was imperative to keep it confidential. The speaker was the head of the research institute. He then turned to Chen. "I invite you to join our research institute. You may propose any conditions you desire." At this moment, Professor Huang was still examining the schematics. He struggled somewhat as he was not specialized in this area. Suddenly, he looked up, questioning, "Is someone trying to poach talent?" However, after raising his head, he lowered it again, realizing that the school had no valid reason to retain Chen. A shallow pond cannot nurture a dragon. Chen resolutely shook his head. Had he received such an invitation while at school, he might have accepted, but the circumstances had changed. The military was virtually certain to place an order with him. Additionally, the school would provide him with a laboratory. He now had a place to conduct research, funding, and most importantly, freedom. Conducting research here meant security personnel would monitor his comings and goings, and any breakthroughs would be scrutinized. If he were to consistently produce top-notch products here, he might be subjected to invasive studies. If he were at school, he could still claim there were previous developments. The dean felt a pang of regret, but did not press further, recognizing that his institution was merely a shallow pool. Chen was a true dragon. The intercom crackled to life. "Everything is ready. We can begin testing." The dean picked up the intercom. "Bring up the gun. Commence testing." Staff members quickly retrieved the firearm and initiated testing. The first test assessed the single-shot power. The staff secured the gun, positioning a thick target 10 meters ahead. This target was composed of layers of compressed composite materials. By analyzing how many layers the bullet penetrated, they could evaluate the power and assess the internal damage to the target, determining the bullet's state upon impact. A 1-meter target could test the efficacy of most armor-piercing rounds. The staff adjusted the settings and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh bang. The sound, compared to that of a conventional firearm, was nearly non-existent. However, the audience at the viewing platform saw data appear on the screen. First, the bullet's initial velocity, 1,000 meters per second. This speed surpassed that of many sniper rifles. Remarkably, the target was pierced cleanly. Ding! Shock value 101. Chunbin smiled. This was truly exhilarating. For each subsequent test, he could accumulate more shock value. Unlike ordinary individuals who understood nothing and could only be stunned once, these esteemed professors were worthy of respect. Chapter 19. A Bountiful Harvest. Chunbin gazed at another screen, which displayed the footage captured by the high-speed camera moments ago. A diamond-shaped bullet was seen slowly emerging from the barrel, not in a perfectly symmetrical diamond form, but with gracefully curved lines. As the bullet advanced, it also rotated gently. Then the voice of a staff member crackled through the intercom. This bullet has penetrated the test target. Ding! Shock level 89. Chunbin's eyes sparkled. Could it be that one test yields multiple rewards? Truly, it is a professional feat. The group of researchers felt utterly astounded. Their electromagnetic railgun could barely breach the first layer of the target, often embedding itself only at the surface. Yet, Chunbin's weapon had pierced through the target with ease. The magnitude of its power was incomparable. The director picked up the intercom, assessed the internal damage to the target. Moments later, the staff member's voice echoed back. Every center of the targets now has a hole, but the bullet caused no damage to the surrounding area. It merely perforated the target. The researchers could also observe the situation on the screen. This sharp bullet, after penetrating the target, had flown straight through. Unlike typical bullets that inflict considerable harm upon entry, this one created merely a small entry point at the forehead, while the exit was a gaping hole. Colonel Ann's expression shifted slightly. While others perceived the bullet's lethality as relatively low, he recognized its potential to penetrate walls. In urban warfare, utilizing infrared thermal sensing to determine target locations and sweeping fire would be revolutionary. Previously, this tactic relied on machine guns, missiles, and rockets due to insufficient penetration power to strike targets. However, with such a gun, an individual soldier could fire through walls, significantly reducing the likelihood of injury. The testing proceeded. This time, the target was increased to a thickness of 2 meters. With a soft sound, the bullet penetrated 1.5 meters of the target before halting. This indicated that the bullet could breach 3 layers of 5-centimeter thick steel plates. Chunbin listened as his shock value increased by 90, a broad smile spreading across his face. Though the number of people present was small, their contributions to the shock value were truly substantial. The second test assessed the firing rate. In contrast to the theoretical firing rates claimed by some firearms, which they could never achieve, Chunbin's electromagnetic railgun delivered on its promise of 80 rounds per second, an unequivocal reality. When 80 bullets accurately struck the same point on the target, a fist-sized hole was created in the center of the 2-meter-thick target. The shock value surged by another 100. Colonel Ann found it hard to believe. Why did all the bullets strike the same point? What about the recoil of this weapon? Although this was an electromagnetic railgun, it should still exhibit recoil under normal circumstances. When a bullet is propelled, a counteracting force must inevitably be present. I have designed a specialized recoil reduction mechanism, Chunbin replied. Moreover, the energy released from this recoil is converted for use in rail acceleration. All present turned their heads in unison to look at Chunbin, their expressions remarkably complex. They wished to dismiss his claims as mere bravado, yet Chunbin's prowess spoke for itself. There was no need for exaggeration. However, the operation he described was exceedingly intricate. How could it all be contained within the gun? If this were indeed true, the most impressive aspect of this weapon might not solely be the electromagnetic propulsion system, but also the energy conversion apparatus. Ding! Shock value 101. A voice crackled over the intercom. We are out of bullets. Chunbin shrugged. I manufactured a total of 200 rounds. Professor Huang used some of the stadium, and the rest were expended during testing. Colonel Ann rose. Let us halt the testing for now. The director also realized the gathering was somewhat excessive. I will arrange for the weapon to be securely stored. Others quickly grasped that they had witnessed something extraordinary today, and it was likely they would need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Chunbin was taken aback. He had amassed over 500 shock points, yet they were halting tests? With over 1,200 shock points to redeem, including those from the stadium shooting, he expected to accumulate a total of 1,500 shock points. It felt rather meager. Watching the gun being stored, he wondered if there would be further testing in the future. Let us discuss this in my office. The director beckoned Chen to follow. Colonel N swiftly accompanied them, surprised that a competition evaluation could yield 2 weapons eligible for procurement. In the office, the director poured a cup of tea for Chen. Your school uniform is quite unique. Chen glanced down at his attire. The school originally had no uniform. It was only after I won an award that one was made. The director chuckled. Chen explanation made sense. It was understandable that a vocational school would take pride in a talent like Chen and showcase it. If you continue to stay at the school without learning anything, it would be a disservice to your abilities. Have you considered transferring elsewhere? Not for now. I'll think about it after graduation next year. The director turned to Colonel N. Shall I address the matter of the weapon, or would you like to? I will take the lead, Colonel N replied, facing Chen. This gun differs significantly from the mechanical dog. If it can be mass-produced, it would be a tactical-grade weapon. Strategies could be tailored around this firearm. The technology incorporated within it surpasses current global standards and must remain confidential for the time being. Therefore, military factories will be responsible for mass production, and the technology requires stringent secrecy. However, we will provide you with adequate compensation. What do you think? Chen nodded. I understand. We will disclose one generation while keeping another confidential and continue developing a third. Colonel N pondered briefly. Feel free to state any conditions you may have. After a moment of contemplation, Chen realized he had no significant demands. In the face of advanced technology catalogs, nothing else seemed to matter. I have no conditions. A flicker of respect shone in Colonel N's eyes. Not everyone could display such grace as Chen. Rest assured, the technical patents will remain yours, and you shall retain all benefits from future applications of the technology. Chen rose. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, the director interjected, retrieving a book from the shelf. Is it true that you have a photographic memory? Chen looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? The director opened the thick book and then closed it. I'm just curious. Which page did you just open, and what did it contain? The director was straightforward. If Chen could state the page number, he would be duly impressed. You just opened page 62, which discusses gear design. The director reopened the book to the previously opened section. He hadn't known how many pages it contained, but now he realized it was the 62nd. What is the 6th word in the 5th row? Light. The director looked up, incredulous. Isn't that nearly impossible to discern? Though his brain struggled to keep pace. His eyes could see, and a brief recollection provided clarity. The director's brow furrowed. Isn't this even more absurd? Chen waved his hand and exited the office. Outside, Professor Huang awaited anxiously, greeting Chen emergence. What did you discuss? Chen smiled. The weapon must remain confidential for a while. They mentioned compensation, which I declined. Professor Huang sighed in relief. He had been worried about potential accountability for the research. Although the chances were slim, it was better to be cautious than to risk anything. Shall we return to the school? Let's go. This outing had been a roller coaster of events, yet the rewards were plentiful. Chen gazed at the system interface, displaying 6,000 shock points. He should be able to redeem nearly everything on the first page of the catalog. Sitting in the car, he suppressed the urge to perform a tenfold draw and open the catalog. The immense catalog unfurled slowly, revealing what seemed to be a vision of the future, once again laid out before Chen. Chapter 20, With Honor. The catalog contained an abundance of high-tech products. Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of shock points required for their full redemption. Fortunately, acquiring shock points was not overly difficult at present. Taking his time, he felt certain that opportunities would arise. As he perused the catalog, Chen gaze halted. He spotted an individual gliding through the air on the street. The person had their hands clasped behind their back, effortlessly hovering. No, they were standing on something. Chen attention was drawn to the circular platform beneath their feet. Hoverboard, a portable mode of transportation. Chen eyes sparkled. This device would be unbeatable for food delivery. There is absolutely no jostling, not a drop of soup would spill. Moreover, the visual appeal of the hoverboard was simply extraordinary. It would undoubtedly accumulate a wealth of shock value in comparison to mechanical dogs and firearms. Eliciting shock from these technologies required a certain level of understanding. The hoverboard, however, was far more direct. Anyone with a modicum of sense would be astonished upon sight. The cost for redemption was 3,988. Chen winced. 4,000? Quite steep. Yet, if it was worth the price, so be it. Redemption. The shock value dwindled to 2,001, and then a torrent of memories flooded into Chen Bin's mind. The hoverboard utilized ion propulsion. It generated ions by ionizing gas, accelerating them through an electric field to create downward thrust, thereby enabling the hoverboard to levitate. The technology was intricate, showcasing a high level of sophistication. Remarkably impressive. This propulsion method did not produce the hurricane-like winds characteristic of jet engines, for while ions were expelled at great velocity, their mass was minuscule. The only impact occurred at a microscopic level, where ions collided with a few gas molecules, causing a faint movement of gas that generated minimal airflow. Inside the hoverboard, in addition to the ion accelerators, there were intake systems and multiple nozzles. By controlling the intensity and direction of the ion emissions from these nozzles, one could maneuver and operate the hoverboard. Chen absorbed all this knowledge in a short span, his eyes widening. He felt he had contributed a modicum of shock value to the system. Truly astounding. The technologies that filled his mind were already subjects of human research. Yet, these advancements represented a monumental leap beyond prior human understanding. Just imagine gliding around the school on a hoverboard. How impressive would that be? The shock value would surely soar. However, Chen Bin's brow soon furrowed with concern. The technological demands of the hoverboard were quite high. Would the school's laboratory be equipped to handle such an endeavor? If they were unable to manufacture it, that would be rather awkward. The car swiftly arrived at the school. A massive banner hung above the entrance. Our sophomore student Chen Bin has won first prize in the National Robotics Competition. The red banner, with its grand dimensions, nearly obscured the school's name. At the entrance, campus leaders, including the principal, had gathered, already aware of the unfolding events. Numerous business calls from major corporations had reached their phones. Many prominent companies had become aware of the happenings at the robotics competition, recognizing the immense commercial potential behind the mechanical dog. Compared to real dogs, mechanical dogs were adorable, interactive, and required no feeding or walking. Most importantly, at this juncture, mechanical dogs were a hot topic. Once a partnership was established, it could serve as a promotional highlight, even if sales were not feasible later on. The initial stock surge would significantly enhance the fortunes of those involved. Countless individuals had inundated the school with calls over the past few days, seeking collaboration and willing to pay handsomely for exclusive partnerships. In this context, Chen Bin's significance skyrocketed in the eyes of the school administration. The car halted at the school gate, where a cluster of leaders greeted Chen Bin. Director Su, smiling broadly, introduced him to the dean and the principal. After a round of introductions, the group proceeded toward the school. Students passing by stared in bewilderment at the crowd surrounding Chen Bin, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. Wasn't he just a delivery worker? What was going on? Had he revealed his true identity as a wealthy heir? A classmate pointed to the notice board nearby. Can't you see that enormous portrait? Chen Bin, our exemplary student. During his time here, he developed a world-class mechanical dog and won first prize in the National Robotics Competition. Goodness, the delivery dog wasn't something he purchased. He had created it himself? Wait, he developed a mechanical dog to avoid work? At that moment, every student passing by halted. Many recognized Chen Bin, having seen him tirelessly working before. The contrast was so striking that it was almost unbelievable, leaving them grappling with the reality. This was the first time Chen Bin had been surrounded by so many school leaders, but he felt no discomfort. It was a rather peculiar sensation. It seemed as though the campus had transformed overnight. The group escorted Chen Bin to the experimental building. The principal remarked, "The fourth floor of the experimental building is the best-equipped level, recently upgraded. After a meeting, we have decided that from today until your graduation, this entire floor will be yours." Director Su had initially intended to assign Chen Bin to the second floor, which paled in comparison to the fourth. Chen Bin recalled the complaints he had overheard from classmates. They had been reluctant to turn on the air conditioning, yet had spent millions upgrading the laboratory, which remained unused. In retrospect, the air conditioning was of little concern. The laboratory was what truly mattered. Chen Bin eagerly entered the lab, where he was immediately struck by the sight of a high-precision CNC machine, boasting 9-axis motion. The machine in his workshop had only 3 axes, a significant upgrade. Moreover, his instinctive understanding of machinery indicated that this equipment was brand new. As he surveyed the plethora of experimental devices, all appeared pristine and cutting-edge. Chen Bin excitedly examined each piece of equipment, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What a remarkable place! This was where he could truly manufacture the hoverboard. After a thorough inspection, Chen Bin approached the CNC machine and began inputting parameters. The cluster of school leaders observed his actions, their smiles freezing in place. Was he ignoring them? They had hoped to host a commendation ceremony. Furthermore, discussions regarding the mechanical dog technology needed to take place. Professor Ho, who had accompanied Chen Bin, noted his industriousness and the murmurs of the school leaders, and interjected, "My surname is Ho. I am currently Chen Bin's assistant." The dean looked at Professor Ho with surprise. "Assistant? How brazen. Are you attempting to keep Chen Bin from leaving by attaching yourself to him?" Professor Ho, sensing the dean's skepticism, explained, "The military has arranged this. They intend to procure a batch of mechanical dogs, so I am to assist Chen Bin in designing their mass production model." The school leaders were not oblivious. Professor Ho's statement conveyed that the mechanical dog had caught the military's interest, and the decision regarding civilian use would only be made later. Until then, collaboration was not an option. However, the school leaders felt no regret. On the contrary, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The distinction between military and civilian applications represented 2 vastly different concepts. For the school, the benefits would be even greater, with a more illustrious reputation. As long as Chen Bin felt a sense of belonging to the school, the advantages would be boundless in the future. Given this connection, even a small contribution from Chen Bin could significantly enhance the school's status, leading to numerous benefits for all involved. Chapter 21. The Commendation Ceremony. Professor Ho observed the expressions of the gathered individuals and smiled, recognizing their extraordinary fortune in having a student like Chen Bin. Well, Chen Bin had much to attend to. It was best not to disturb him. The dean quickly interjected, "We are considering organizing a commendation ceremony. What do you think?" Professor Ho waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not engage in such superficialities. As researchers, we generally do not favor such." However, Chen Bin abruptly turned his head, as if he had received a signal. "I think we should go ahead." Professor Ho was taken aback. Huh? He thought Chen Bin was not the type to seek the limelight. Otherwise, he would not have said so few words during the award ceremony. Yet, he soon realized the distinction. Chen Bin wished to show off at school, to revel in the admiration of his classmates and friends. It was quite normal for young people to desire this. Perhaps there would even be girls in the audience whom he fancied, which would certainly heighten his sense of accomplishment. Seeing an opportunity to curry favor, the school leaders hastily responded, "Shall we prepare for the ceremony without delay? Do you require us to draft a speech?" "I'll handle the speech myself," Chen Bin replied thoughtfully. "Let's not schedule it too soon. How about 5 days from now?" He estimated that it would take 5 days to manufacture the levitating platform. 5 days? Yes, if possible, let us gather students from all our campuses. I will do my utmost to encourage them. The school leaders exchanged glances. This request was somewhat daunting. The current campus housed 4,000 students, but collectively, the various campuses numbered 12,000. Transporting 8,000 students from other campuses would be a monumental task, requiring at least 100 buses. Nevertheless, since Chen Bin had mentioned it, they were determined to make it happen. The principal made a decisive statement. "Very well, all campuses will participate." Chen Bin felt exhilarated upon hearing the decision. If he could ascend on the levitating platform before 12,000 people, the spectacle would be nothing short of awe-inspiring. Just imagining it filled him with delight. Turning back, Chen Bin resumed his busy work with renewed vigor. The challenges in manufacturing the levitating platform were twofold: creating an ion accelerator on a platform with a diameter of less than 50 centimeters and isolating the ions. The true difficulty lay in the design, but the intricate designs had already been resolved. The manufacturing challenges were primarily theoretical. The first unit would be produced with blue light assistance, presenting no significant pressure for Chen, guided solely by the blue light visible to him. He swiftly activated all the equipment and began fabricating the components. In the midst of his work, a text message arrived. The school's reward of 300,000 had been deposited. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen forwarded the amount to his advisor, who was currently busy establishing a company and required the funds. No sooner had he sent the money than his advisor called. "Why did you send me your school reward?" "I asked you to help me with the company. Professor Ho has already given me 2 million, Chen replied, somewhat puzzled as he glanced at Professor Ho. "Why did you give me money?" "It's not from me. It's from the military," Professor Ho clarified. Chen was momentarily taken aback. "When did this happen?" Professor Ho, realizing Chen's lack of knowledge in this area, explained, "When the military wishes to procure robotic dogs but finds your conditions insufficient for production, they will provide partial payment up front. Moreover, collaborating with the military brings numerous benefits, including tax reductions and priority access to restricted materials." Understanding dawned on Chen. "I see. I'll leave that aspect to you. I must focus on my work." "Good. Please expedite the design for the robotic dog," Professor Ho instructed. "Could you assist me in retrieving some packages? They're in the workshop, and there are many items I need to collect." "Of course." Professor Ho nodded and exited the laboratory. He felt somewhat bewildered. Had he truly fallen to the role of a courier? Yet, if the person were Chen, it seemed entirely reasonable. How to get to the workshop? Professor Ho descended the stairs, dialed a number, and enlisted Professor Huang to rally the students. Once alone in the laboratory, Chen paused, feeling an itch for something. The shock value was substantial. After expending 3,800, he still had 2,005 remaining. He could indulge in 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. Moreover, once the commendation ceremony commenced, he anticipated even greater rewards. With a flicker of light, he initiated the lottery. A burst of brilliance illuminated the space, revealing a glimmer of white light. "Congratulations, host, you have received ultra-soft tissue." Chen tucked away the tissue and continued his industrious efforts. Upon receiving the packages sent by Professors Huang and Ho, he extracted the components he had fabricated during the competition and began assembling the robotic dog. It was prudent for the laboratory to maintain security, and 2 robotic dogs would be ideal for safeguarding the premises. In addition, he sketched the designs and components for mass production to send to Professor Ho. After completing these tasks, Chen immersed himself fully in the manufacturing process. Meanwhile, the Military Logistics Department at University received a test document regarding the robotic dog's actual performance data from combat scenarios. University had brought back Chen's robotic dog for testing. However, they could not place an order until after thorough evaluation and discussions regarding the quantity needed. Upon opening the document, the first thing that caught their eye was the bold lettering, "Top Secret Testing Archive." University was momentarily stunned. Top secret? In Longhua, there were 3 levels of confidentiality: secret, confidential, and top secret. Top secret was the highest classification. However, due to his involvement with the document, he was permitted to review it. As he continued reading, he found an introduction to the combat capabilities of the robotic dog. It had successfully destroyed designated targets and retreated unscathed under ambush from 3 9-member Special Forces teams. A chill ran down University's spine. How was this possible? There must have been bomb traps, landmines, and a hail of bullets on site. Every member of Longhua's Special Forces was highly skilled. The dog's speed should have rendered it vulnerable. As he delved further into the document, he discovered that the robotic dog possessed exceptional information processing capabilities and could execute commands autonomously upon receiving instructions. During testing, it was ordered to eliminate all robotic targets within a designated area, and without any additional information, it swiftly traversed the area, destroying any robotic dogs it encountered. After clearing the entire region, it continued to roam about. University felt their scalp tingle. Under normal circumstances, the commands issued to robots would entail cleaning a specified area and returning after a single sweep, unless it was programmed to make a second pass. Yet this robotic dog had no such settings. Furthermore, the introduction indicated that its first sweep was a meticulous inspection, and once completed, It shifted to a wandering mode to seek out targets. This presented two searching methods for two distinct scenarios. University trembled as he turned to the second page, revealing the basic performance testing of the robotic dog. Its speed exceeded what Chen had stated, reaching a maximum velocity of 65 kilometers per hour. Its strength? 300 kilograms? This dog could lift 300 kilograms? It was capable of traversing any terrain. It could even swim. University felt goosebumps erupt across his body. What weaknesses could this dog possibly have? If deployed in combat, it could swiftly deliver supplies anywhere. Unbelievable. It also possessed a crushing force of 400 kilograms. One bite, and it could shatter anything. Chapter 22, The Hoverboard. As Major General continued to turn the pages, he meticulously examined the test results, including the endurance statistics, which indicated that under sustained high-intensity exercise, the device could last for 2 days. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. Having already been deeply impressed, he found himself astounded once again. The mechanical dog's capabilities he had previously witnessed were merely the tip of the iceberg. A guard approached Major General and, "I will escort you to the conference room," and closed the document and followed the guard into a meeting room. Inside, there were over a dozen individuals, each adorned with golden stars on their shoulders, the lowest rank being a Major General. The person facilitating the meeting wore 2 stars. At that moment, the group was engrossed in their documents, occasionally glancing at the mechanical dog on the table, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Could such a mechanical dog truly exist in this era? Was it not excessively powerful? Major General silently took a seat at the back of the conference room. The general at the front spoke. "The performance of this mechanical dog is somewhat terrifying. On the ground, it is nearly invincible. Aside from widespread missile strikes, there are few methods to counter it. You mentioned the cost of the mechanical dog is less than 10,000? Major General nodded lightly. That was stated by the developer, Chen. What are your thoughts on the fact that this mechanical dog was developed by a young individual? Major General replied gravely. He possesses a remarkable photographic memory. He can remember everything after just a glance at a book. However, his academic performance has been lackluster, and his past achievements are unimpressive. He refrained from further comment, knowing that the creation of such a formidable mechanical dog necessitated an investigation into Chen's background. The general continued. Perhaps no one provided him with the technology. He may have had a sudden epiphany. Moreover, he has established a company, likely to manufacture the device himself. The conventional processes are too slow. Assist him in building the company structure and commence the production of the mechanical dogs as soon as possible. Let's set an initial order of 10,000 units. Understood. Additionally, find a suitable location near Jiangzhou Vocational College. Your primary responsibility will be to ensure Chen's safety and provide him with convenience. Major General instinctively raised his head, pondering whether preparing a base around the school was somewhat excessive. However, considering the terrifying nature of the mechanical dog, he ultimately nodded. Very well. The electromagnetic railgun has been delivered to the Defense Science Academy and is currently undergoing detailed testing. If we proceed with bulk procurement, it will also be funneled through Chen's company. You have another task. If Chen wishes to mass-produce the mechanical dog for civilian use, instruct him to reduce its combat capabilities. Civilian applications do not require aggressiveness. Understood. As Major General exited the conference room, a smile graced his face. Although it appeared that he was to serve Chen, from another perspective, he was now in a position to engage with cutting-edge technology. If he performed well, he might take a significant step forward, accumulating the 4 stars needed to forge a golden star. Furthermore, the authority granted to him was substantial. Establishing a base from scratch was a complex endeavor, requiring the mobilization of considerable resources. If executed successfully, the future held immense potential. Simultaneously, videos of Chen's mechanical dog began to circulate widely online from the robotics competition. Initially, only industry insiders were aware of the situation. However, many ordinary individuals were often oblivious to the advanced technology behind mechanical dogs. Just as many were astonished to discover how remarkable the ordinary mechanical dogs had become. They were equally taken aback by the prowess of Chen Bin's creation. Chen Bin watched as the video of his mechanical dog gained popularity, resulting in an increase of 300 in his astonishment value daily. While 300 was quite commendable, after experiencing significant gains at the robotics competition, he found this increment less exciting. The lottery was also lacking in interest. He participated in a single draw each day for 4 days, winning 2 rolls of paper towels, a cane, and a pack of gum. The gum was a delightful find, holding greater value than the paper towels. Securing something worthwhile indicated that he was now eligible for a 10-fold draw. Hoping for something exceptional, Chen Bin glanced at his astonishment value, which had reached 3,200 after 4 days of accumulation, sufficient for a draw. Rubbing his hands together, he focused his attention inward. 10-fold draw. A radiant light flickered, followed by a flash of white. Paper towels. Chen Bin had grown accustomed to receiving paper towels, dismissing it as unremarkable, almost expecting to receive 9 more rolls. What would a critical hit yield in terms of paper towels? Another roll? Yet another roll? A stamina pill? Acceptable, as he had indeed been staying up late recently, having consumed half of his last supply. An enhancement to the gum? Also acceptable. A strength potion? What was this? Did it temporarily augment strength? Was it not akin to a stimulant with no side effects? Blue light. Chen Bin's eyes widened in excitement. This was a remarkable find, an enhancement to charm. This was on par with memory enhancement. The remaining 3 items were all paper towels. Please select your critical hit reward. Chen Bin raised an eyebrow, contemplating his choice. Should he select the charm enhancement? After all, among these items that held the highest relative value. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What do you need charm for? Critical hit. Strength potion. Ding. The strength potion upgraded to a power enhancement potion. Chen Bin examined the description. It granted a prolonged increase in strength. A slight change in name signified a monumental shift in effect, transforming from a temporary boost to a lasting one, also with no side effects. He tilted his head back and consumed the power enhancement potion, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body, subtle yet pervasive. Simultaneously, he experienced a newfound sense of strength. Although the increase was modest, it felt thoroughly satisfying. Clenching his fist, he felt as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Surveying the room, Chen Bin spotted a test target, a mechanical dog weighing 38 pounds. Lifting the mechanical dog, he noticed it felt significantly lighter than before, though still somewhat hefty. He had not become a muscle man, but he estimated an increase in strength by 20 to 30 pounds. While that may seem minimal, it was a considerable enhancement. To achieve such a gain through training would typically require at least a month's effort. Furthermore, this enhancement did not alter his physique. Should he commence a training regimen, he could still build additional strength. In comparison to the photographic memory gained from his previous critical hit, the increase in strength was somewhat lacking. However, that was merely a comparison. Its value remained exceedingly high. If utilized by an Olympic weightlifting champion, it could potentially shatter world records. Chen Bin then approached a mirror, curious to see if the recent charm enhancement had yielded any visible changes. Inspecting his reflection from various angles, he discerned no noticeable difference. Clearly, the charm boost was minimal. Nonetheless, he had little use for charm. Ding! A crisp notification chimed, indicating the completion of a manufacturing task. Chen Bin hurried over to inspect the components. The batch was entirely produced, enabling the assembly of the hoverboard to commence. Though compact, the hoverboard featured a multitude of components and a complex structure. Without his photographic memory and mechanical affinity, and absent the system's guidance, he would undoubtedly struggle with the assembly. The level of complexity surpassed that of assembling large-scale mechs. While those mechs posed their own challenges, the intricacy of these minute components was far greater. However, with his photographic memory, Chen Bin could recall the placement of every part, and his mechanical affinity allowed for seamless assembly. Yet, despite this, he anticipated a long night ahead. If he did not work late, he feared he would not complete the assembly in time for the awards ceremony the following day. Upon contemplating the commendation assembly, Chen Bin brimmed with enthusiasm. With 12,000 students, if even a single individual is astonished once, that amounts to 12,000 moments of astonishment. Such a multitude of awe-inspiring instances could be exchanged for an abundance of technology and numerous opportunities for rewards. Chapter 23. Are you an alien? Regarding the grand ceremony for the first prize of a national robotics competition, one might ponder if such a grandiose event is a tad excessive. However, that is not a concern for Chen. In recent days, the school has been diligently preparing for the award ceremony. A fleet of 180 large buses has been arranged to transport students from other campuses. To ensure safety, teachers were summoned in advance for rehearsals. Official personnel and medical staff will also be present, as a ceremony with over 10,000 attendees poses significant risks. Furthermore, various dignitaries have been invited. Under normal circumstances, the school refrains from extending invitations. Given its rather unremarkable status, many would likely decline regardless. However, the situation is different this time, as the presence of notable figures is assured, all due to Chen participation in the ceremony. With everything set, Chen had stayed up all night, finally completing the construction of the levitating platform. The circular apparatus, measuring 50 centimeters in diameter, appears modest in size, ample enough for a person to stand on. With a thickness of merely 2 centimeters, its silver exterior boasts a subtle curved design, rendering it aesthetically pleasing. Beyond its appearance, it possesses a remarkable feature, the ability to elevate a person into the air. Testing and familiarization are essential to avoid any mishaps during the presentation. Chen placed the levitating platform on the ground, and it effortlessly hovered about 10 centimeters above the floor. He stepped onto the platform, which sank slightly, approximately 1 centimeter. Yet the impeccable control system immediately compensated, restoring it to its original height. Throughout the duration of his one-footed stance, the platform remained perfectly level, exhibiting no signs of instability. Initially, Chen anticipated needing to master the device, but it soon became evident that no learning curve was required. It is astoundingly simple, devoid of any complex flying techniques, merely operational skills. Raising his other foot, he stood firmly on the platform, still experiencing no wobbling. Although he was airborne, an uncanny sensation of groundedness enveloped him. This control system is nothing short of flawless. Next came the trials of movement in all directions. Control points could be established, with sensors beneath his feet. Chen designated his right foot for movement. Shifting it slightly forward prompted the platform to glide ahead. The sensation was akin to standing on a conveyor belt, yet far more stable. As he gradually moved his foot forward, the platform's speed increased, a gradual acceleration that felt exceedingly secure. He shifted his foot leftward, causing the platform to drift gently to the left front. Ascending was equally straightforward, merely lifting his foot. Chen elevated his foot, and the platform began to rise naturally. At a steady pace, it ascended to 2 meters, limited by the 4-meter height of the laboratory ceiling. Descending involved pressing down with his foot, whereupon the precision sensors activated, guiding the platform downward. The entire operation was remarkably simple and safe, as the levitating platform's acceleration and deceleration are moderated, preventing sudden shifts in speed. At that moment, the laboratory door creaked open, and Professor Ho entered, holding a document and observing Chen floating approximately 1 meter off the ground. Ding! Shock value 2. Professor Ho maintained a stoic demeanor as he turned and closed the door, then knocked again. Is anyone there? Chen glided over to open the door. Ding! Shock value 1. Professor Ho gazed at Chen with a complex expression. An alien? Chen thought to himself. Isn't it merely standing on a levitating platform? How could that render me an alien? He leapt off the platform, dismissing the notion of being an alien. Ding! Shock value 1. Professor Ho glanced at the floating platform. This device enables levitation? Indeed. And this is what you've been busy crafting these past few days. Correct. What's the principle behind it? Magnetic levitation? Chen shook his head. No, magnetic levitation lacks stability unless the surface area is substantial. Moreover, its application is limited unless the ground is entirely covered in magnets. Then what is it? There's no wind, and the design is clearly not jet-propelled. Chen explained to the puzzled Professor Ho. Ion propulsion. Professor Ho's mouth gradually fell open, for he was perplexed by the term. While he understood ion acceleration, The concept of ion propulsion eluded him. Are you suggesting that accelerated ions propel the levitating platform? How is this achieved? Moreover, this seems entirely distinct from the realms of mechanical dogs and electromagnetic railguns. Have you truly developed this in just a few days? Listening to the continuous dinging in his mind, Chen Bin realized he had struck gold with his invention. Professor Ho had already provided him with over a dozen shock values without uttering a word. After a moment, Professor Ho regained his composure. Can this contraption enable human flight? Indeed. Professor Ho hesitated. Is it as simple as standing on it? Yes. Ding. Shock value 1. Professor Ho, still uncertain, stepped onto the levitating platform, feeling the sensation beneath his feet. How do you control it? By moving your right foot forward slowly. You can maneuver the platform forward or backward. Raising your foot will elevate you. As Professor Ho shifted his foot forward, he felt his body glide along. A mixture of astonishment and confusion etched on his face. His shock stemmed from the remarkable technology, while his bewilderment arose from an inability to comprehend how such technology could be developed in the present day. Chen Bin observed Professor Ho's tentative explorations, content to allow the elderly gentleman to revel in the marvel of innovation. Most importantly, Professor Ho was genuinely providing him with shock values. One after another, he accumulated over 30 in a short span. Eventually, Professor Ho ceased his experiments, not due to exhaustion, but because a phone call interrupted him. After glancing at the caller ID, he handed the document in his hand to Chen Bin. This contains the speech draft. Please review it and let me know if any modifications are necessary. Chen Bin opened the document, frowning at the sheer volume and its rather tedious nature. Didn't we agree to forego a speech draft? Considering your busy schedule these past few days, I thought you might need it prepared. In truth, Chen Bin had not prepared anything. He had not intended to speak extensively. All right, I'll select a few points to read. Professor Ho answered the phone and exited the laboratory, squinting at the blinding morning sun as if returning from a time long past. With the door closed, Chen Bin began practicing on the levitating platform. Although the acceleration and deceleration were quite safe, he recognized the importance of honing his skills to achieve fluid control. For the sake of accumulating shock values and showcasing his talents, a bit of practice was certainly warranted. Chapter 24. How do you fly in the sky? Chen Bin was practicing on his hoverboard as the school commenced preparations for the grand assembly. The student council was busily arranging the large playground, organizing students to transport chairs from the classrooms to the outdoor venue. The stage had been constructed, complete with sound equipment and decorations. Behind the scenes, a celebrity hired by the school was preparing to take the stage. Recognizing that only Chen Bin would be receiving an award, the school sought to prevent the event from feeling too sparse. Thus, they arranged for a performance to entertain the students, ensuring that the award ceremony would not be devoid of excitement. The celebrity chosen was well known and favored among the student body. While the main campus was bustling with activity, the satellite campus was also preparing, with students from various classes boarding buses under the guidance of their counselors. One by one, the buses departed for the main campus. The school had invested significantly in this event. Upon arriving at the main campus, students excitedly made their way to the playground, eagerly taking their seats. Their spirits were high, as they anticipated seeing star performances and singing, all free of charge. They expressed their appreciation, noting that the school had indeed done something commendable, albeit using the guise of the award ceremony to provide them with such benefits. As more students gathered, the playground became filled to capacity. From the stage, the view downwards revealed a sea of faces. 12,000 people was indeed a considerable crowd. Numerous counselors, security personnel, and officials were patrolling the area, as larger crowds often led to complications. The presence of security and police ensured that any issues could be swiftly addressed. At 10:20, the first and second rows of attendees entered. School leaders, representatives from major companies, officials, and military personnel. The president of the university was also in attendance, which was unusual for him, but the presence of Chen Bin made this occasion entirely different. His attendance reassured many individuals from the tech industry present. At 10:30, the student host took the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Following this, the principal appeared, announcing, "Student Chen Bin has secured first place in the National Robotics Competition." etching a remarkable chapter in our school's history. Several leaders in the audience instinctively covered their heads, a reaction particularly strong from the principal. Such statements, while true, felt exaggerated, potentially diminishing the school's prestige. However, from another perspective, it demonstrated a level of seriousness regarding the achievement. The principal continued, encouraging students to emulate Chen. After nearly half an hour of speech, he concluded with, "Next, let us invite Chen to the stage." The principal personally extended the invitation. However, backstage, no one had come forward, and no one had approached the stage. The principal, unable to contain his frustration, realized, wasn't Chen informed? Did we forget to bring him here? Professor Ho, seated in the audience, shared a similar expression of shock, realizing they had overlooked this crucial detail. He quickly made a call to Chen. Upon connecting, he urged, "Where are you? Hurry to the playground. The awards ceremony has already begun, and we are waiting for you to take the stage." Chen paused, surprised. Am I the only one they're waiting for? This realization felt slightly awkward. "I'll be there right away." As he spoke, Chen opened the door, stepped onto his hoverboard, and soared towards the playground. If he was to make an entrance, he might as well do so spectacularly. Meanwhile, on stage, the host informed the audience, "Please remain calm. We experienced a minor oversight in notifying Chen of the ceremony's start time." The students in the audience wore expressions of familiarity with such school mishaps. The principal continued, "I have just spoken with Chen, and he is en route. He will arrive shortly." The principal's words faltered as he instinctively repeated the word shortly. His gaze fixed on the distant sky, where a figure was approaching. As the students noticed the principal's peculiar behavior and followed his gaze, they turned to the sky. Their minds momentarily froze. Why was someone flying? This collective astonishment prompted even more individuals to look up, resulting in a unified gaze directed skyward. High above, Chen reveled in the sensation of soaring through the air. Despite a few sleepless nights dedicated to work, the sudden surge of excitement was worth it. If it weren't for the large audience, he would have indulged in a moment of exuberance. As Chen drew closer, the principal recognized him, and so did many others, their awe intensifying. Chen gradually decelerated before landing gracefully on the stage. The principal stared at him in disbelief. "How are you flying in the sky?" "Just a little invention," Chen replied casually. Ding. Shock value 6,666. Chen was taken aback by the notification. Was there truly more shock value to be gained from this? In the audience, countless spectators were left speechless, thinking, isn't he flying? And he calls it a little invention? While it was indeed possible for a person to fly, one would typically require an aircraft, at the very least, a hot air balloon or a jetpack. Yet here was Chen, gliding through the air on what appeared to be a flying disc, calling it a mere trinket. Gradually, Chen grasped the notion that if he wanted to further astonish the researchers, all he needed was to discuss the technology behind it. The complexity would surely leave them in awe. However, most ordinary individuals lack comprehension of such technicalities. Yet this posed no significant issue. While they may not understand the intricacies of the technology, they could certainly appreciate the visual spectacle and feel the astonishment through his words. The principal gulped, decisively shifting the subject away from the hoverboard. "Now, please welcome the recipient of the first prize in this year's National Robotics Competition, Chen, to the stage." With that, the principal handed the microphone to Chen. Taking the microphone, Chen scanned the faces of countless students before him. "Thank you all for attending this award ceremony. Although many came to see the stars and singers, I am grateful for the opportunity to say a few words here. Many in the main campus should be familiar with him, having bestowed upon him various distinctive nicknames, such as Workaholic." The audience at the main campus was left in stunned silence. They knew of Chen as the Workaholic, but they had no idea of the extent of his prowess. The mechanical dogs, which had become quite popular for food delivery, were products of his innovation. The contrast was astonishing. Moreover, the sight of Chen flying in on his hoverboard was undeniably impressive, truly magnificent. Chapter 25. Did it just fly away? Numerous girls gazed at Chen, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He appeared more handsome than before. Indeed, a successful young man exudes a different charm. Chen continued with his oration. What I can share with everyone is that the path to success is undoubtedly arduous. Yet the vistas at great heights are all the more splendid. At this juncture, Chen Bin returned the microphone to the principal. He had distilled the essence of his speech into a few concise sentences, marking the official conclusion of his address. The principal was taken aback. Was that it? The speech was supposed to be thousands of words long, yet Chen Bin managed to encapsulate it in mere phrases. However, he bore no grievances. If it had been another student, they might have developed a robotic dog or a small flying gadget, only to be met with smiles while standing atop Chen Bin's head. The principal resumed his smile. Chen Bin's speech was succinct and to the point. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. In this world, all endeavors are fundamentally similar. Tasks that can be accomplished with ease are likely not of great significance. However, success attained through hard work and perseverance, though it may not seem monumental, is undoubtedly gratifying due to the effort invested. As a reward for Chen Bin's pivotal role in the school's groundbreaking achievement, the institution awarded him a scholarship of 300,000. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. 300,000? That was indeed a substantial sum for students. Not just for students. Even for those who had graduated and entered the workforce, 300,000 was considerable. Envy painted the faces of many, igniting a desire to strive for recognition themselves. The principal was pleased with this effect, presenting Chen Bin with a large ceremonial plaque. Chen Bin had never understood why recipients of awards had to hold oversized plaques on stage, but he soon realized that the size made it visible to the audience, enhancing its visual impact. Shaking the plaque, he expressed, "Thank you to the school for this generous award, and thank you all." With that, he stepped onto a hovering board and soared into the distance. In his mind, the familiar sound of chimes echoed again, signaling a surge of shock points credited to him. The atmosphere in the awards ceremony grew quiet, truly silent, mainly because Chen Bin had flown away once more. Just as he had arrived, he departed, this time more clearly observed as he stood upon a circular platform. Was that a flying device? Wasn't he that a blatant disregard for the law of conservation of energy? After harvesting another batch of shock points, Chen Bin returned to the laboratory. He considered the alternative. If he didn't return, he would be swarmed upon descending the stage. So it was better to retreat and wait for the excitement to subside. Moreover, his hasty return was prompted by a new notification from the system. Would you like to spend 10,000 shock points to upgrade the lottery system? The lottery system could be upgraded? Chen Bin's attention sharpened, pondering the implications of such an upgrade. The probability of winning will increase tenfold. Prizes won in the lottery can be exchanged directly with shock points. Chen Bin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A tenfold increase in probability? Wouldn't that mean he could effortlessly win? Additionally, shock points could directly exchange for prizes. In other words, items he had previously won could now be redeemed with shock points. For example, strength potions could be obtained without the need for a lottery, merely by consuming shock points. This was incredibly convenient. In the future, if he won something exceptionally useful, he could redeem it multiple times. However, the thought of expending 10,000 shock points felt a bit painful. 10,000 shock points could translate into 3 technological exchanges. Nevertheless, for the sake of future lotteries, one must make sacrifices. Primarily, he now had an abundance of shock points. Following the award ceremony, his shock points had soared past 20,000, reaching 23,000. Upgrade the lottery system. The shock points vanished in an instant, and the lottery interface underwent a transformation. As Chen Bin observed, his eyes widened and his expression soured. The shock points required for the lottery had surged from 100 to 1,000. What a surprise! So the tenfold increase in probability also means the shock points required for the lottery have multiplied tenfold. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin endeavored to maintain his composure. Could it be that the prizes are now significantly better? Surely, it wouldn't be something as mundane as toilet paper? After all, if it's 10 times better, how remarkable could it be? Should he try a draw? A day without drawing felt unbearable. With 13,000 shock points, spending 1,000 wasn't too extravagant. Draw. A dazzling light began to shimmer, revealing a strip of toilet paper. Chen Bin stared at the roll, which resembled 10 rolls stacked together, falling into silence. This indeed seemed like a tenfold increase. Life is challenging. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony continued. To the rhythm of dynamic music, a rapper passionately performed. The school leaders, open-minded in their approach, had invited artists they believed the students would enjoy. Yet, amidst the rhythmic tunes, few students cheered. They remained entranced by the impact of Chen Bin's earlier flight. The students were lost in thought, while the front-row leaders, company representatives, and a group of researchers appeared even more bewildered. They fidgeted restlessly, eager to seek out Chen Bin and uncover the secrets of his aerial feats. At that moment, humanity's curiosity reached its zenith. The audience was out of sync, and the singer struggled to maintain composure, even stumbling over lyrics. They too were in awe. Backstage, witnessing the students soar had left a profound impact. With the audience lacking enthusiasm, the performer's fervor was equally feigned. Finally, the award ceremony concluded, and students began to exit in an orderly fashion along the pre-planned route. The counselors ushered the students onto the bus, cautioning them not to share videos of Chen Bin flying online. Simultaneously, the school leaders and others eagerly set off. The esteemed principal and a cadre of leading researchers hurried toward the laboratory, still in a state of astonishment, driven by a desire to comprehend how Chen Bin achieved flight. Professor Ho was among the crowd, listening to their questions, remaining silent. What difference would knowing make? Even with knowledge, they would still be left in a state of confusion. The technical level was disparate. Inquiries would only yield blank stares. At last, the group arrived at the laboratory, ascending to the 4th floor. The laboratory door was closed, and silence enveloped the interior. The principal approached the door, gently knocking. "Please enter." The door swung open to reveal Chen Bin enjoying a meal, a smile spreading across his face as he greeted the assembled crowd. "Have you eaten?" Having just lost 11,000 shock points, Chen Bin was now surrounded by a throng of technically adept individuals, poised to provide him with substantial shock points. The principal shook his head, inquiring, "What about your flying disc?" "It's not a disc. It's a hovering board," Chen Bin clarified, gesturing towards the floating board on the table. All eyes fixated intently on the silver, circular device. Gazing at the small and slender object, disbelief filled their expressions. How could such a diminutive item achieve flight? Ding! Shock points 30. 30 individuals contributed shock points in unison. "Ah, delightful," Chen Bin mused, feeling revitalized as he regained some of the shock points he had recently lost. Chapter 26, The AI Assistant. Ding. Shock value 30. Ding. Shock value 30. Chen Bin listened to the incessant notifications, aware that the group of researchers was engrossed in self-exploration. He welcomed their enthusiasm. After a substantial influx of at least 150 points, the increase in shock value began to decelerate. The principal turned to Chen Bin and inquired, "May I take a closer look at this hovering platform?" "Certainly." A group approached, touching the levitating board, experiencing its quality, and once again accumulating shock points. As Chen Bin ate, he observed their scrutiny of the floating board while listening to the notification sounds. During their examination, nearly 200 additional shock points were credited. Then someone asked, "How does this floating board achieve flight? What is the underlying principle? Is it magnetic levitation?" It certainly wasn't jet propulsion. The holes present, albeit small, were insufficient for that. Chen Bin explained, "Ion propulsion." Ding. Shock value 30. The notifications continued to flood in. Most present were researchers focused on robotics, collaborating with Professor Ho on the mass production of mechanical dogs. While their knowledge of ion propulsion was limited, they possessed enough understanding to grasp the concept. Can this small disk really separate ions? Can it accelerate ions to such high speeds? Chen Bin nodded gently, indeed. And one must also control the quantity and speed of the ions to maintain balance? Correct. Ding. Shock value 30. Ding, ding, ding. Chen Bin observed the researchers, who were utterly astonished. They truly were the most delightful individuals. While ordinary people might be shocked once or twice before accepting it, these researchers could identify numerous points of fascination and continuously provide shock value. After being astounded countless times, they finally began to calm down. The principal's immediate concern was whether this device could be utilized on the battlefield. How fast? is this floating board? It's not particularly quick. It was designed primarily for transport. If its speed is lacking, its battlefield utility will be minimal. Is the manufacturing process difficult? Another inquired. Chen nodded. Extremely challenging. Mass production is virtually impossible. This laboratory can barely produce it. Someone remarked, if this lab can manufacture it, there should be ample equipment outside capable of doing so. Chen remained silent, instead handing over a small component. This is a part 1 crafted. The researchers examined the piece closely, their expressions shifting to confusion before one finally asked, "This was made here?" The component was intricate, with grooves on multiple sides, indicating a high precision requirement and an irregular appearance. The manufacturing time must be extensive, but considering the equipment here, such a part shouldn't be possible to produce. Chen nodded lightly. It was made here. I possess a bit of a knack for operating the equipment. Ding. Shock value 10. This was not merely a bit of talent. It was an extraordinary gift. Upon hearing that mass production was unfeasible, the principal set aside other thoughts. If it flies that high, is safety guaranteed? Chen had not considered this. Yet it was indeed a critical factor. A typical hovering board flies at a height of 10 centimeters. A fall from such a height would be inconsequential. However, if it soared higher, a fall could result in injury. He needed to contemplate safety measures. I will prepare some safety precautions. The principal ceased further inquiries. I shall take my leave. Continue your work, and call me if needed. Understood. As the other researchers departed, they left with a sense of disbelief. It felt surreal. Once Professor Ho and the others had exited, he asked, "The foundational system at the company has been established. Would you like to take a look? Send me the address, and I will prepare safety measures before I go." Professor Ho paused. "Are you planning to fly there?" Chen hesitated for a moment. It was a splendid idea. After all, wouldn't there be more people in the city than at the school? One flight could yield an enormous amount of shock value. "No," Professor Ho exclaimed, realizing Chen was genuinely tempted. While order was maintained within the school, flying in the city posed numerous safety hazards. Many would undoubtedly look up and notice him, and drivers might become distracted, leading to accidents. Furthermore, crowded areas could easily trigger stampedes. Chen nodded, suppressing the dangerous thoughts in his mind. Yet new ideas began to emerge. He could undoubtedly participate in more activities in the future. If he flew during an organized event, the shock value could be substantial and safe. Once Professor Ho departed, Chen was left alone in the laboratory. He couldn't help but marvel at how 30 individuals had collectively provided him with nearly 1,000 shock points, averaging 30 per person. It required a technical understanding to appreciate the true value of his creations. Chen focused intently on the system, his gaze landing on the lottery button. Should he try his luck? The system had consumed 10,000 shock points. It couldn't possibly upgrade to something worthless, could it? With this influx of 1,000 points from the researchers, it was evident that fate was urging him to play. Lottery. Another 1,000 shock points vanished, and then the lights began to flicker. Amidst the shimmering lights, a flash of red emerged. Chen eyes widened. Indeed, the upgrade proved fruitful. The odds were significantly different this time. On his second attempt, he had drawn a prize that had never appeared before. Prior to the upgrade, the highest he had obtained was blue light. Red light must signify a prize of superior caliber. As the red light receded, it revealed a chip radiating with brilliance. Although the system claimed that the lottery contained everything imaginable, this was Chun-Bin's first encounter with a chip. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a smart AI assistant. A chip materialized in Chun-Bin's hand, still glowing even as he held it. A smart AI assistant? Observing the chip's design, it resembled an ordinary chip, save for its luminescence. The smart AI assistant, based on a photon chip, can provide companionship and assistance. Chen attempted to attach the chip to the motherboard, reassembling it before powering on. Without reinstalling the system, the computer directly entered the startup interface. Soon, a cute doll-like face appeared on the screen, cartoonish in appearance and utterly adorable. A crisp, sweet female voice resonated from the speakers. "Hello, Master. I am delighted to see you. Could you please give me a name?" Chen felt that a name was merely a label. Anything would suffice. "You shall be called Good Fortune." "Understood. Can you infiltrate other networks?" "Currently, My computing power is insufficient, and my intelligence level is low. If I could borrow computational resources, I could fully utilize my capabilities. Chen pondered briefly, not for now. He had yet to grasp the AI's performance and fundamental functions. However, the red glow indicated that its caliber was certainly elevated. What is your level of intelligence? Is there a standard reference? Chen shook his head. There isn't, though there is a general range. Do you possess emotions? I do not. Yet if you require it, I can simulate emotions. That will not be necessary. Chen waved his hand, continuing to explore the AI. The algorithms of this AI were exceedingly intricate, so complex that Chen struggled to comprehend them, unable even to access the underlying code. Nevertheless, this indirectly suggested that the AI's level was likely quite high. Chapter 27, Wings of Freedom. Chen scrutinized the AI for a while, unable to unravel its complexities. He set the AI aside and turned his attention to the catalog of super technologies. The first page alone displayed a multitude of technological products. Chen's objective was crystal clear. He sought a technology that could ensure his safety in the air. Furthermore, it ought to be magnificent. Through previous exchanges, he had learned that the more spectacular the technology, the greater the shock points it could yield. While researchers possessed profound technical knowledge, their numbers were woefully inadequate. Thus, he needed to extract shock points from ordinary individuals, necessitating a visual impact that was nothing short of astounding. As Chen meticulously searched through the expansive catalog, his eyes widened in awe at the plethora of cutting-edge technological products. He desired them all. These innovations could potentially usher in a transformative era for the Dragon Nation. His gaze drifted past flying vehicles until it was suddenly captured by a figure. Beside a flying car high in the sky, a person unfolded a magnificent pair of metallic wings that glimmered under the sun. Chen was momentarily entranced. Those wings were undeniably striking. He had not noticed before, but now it seemed that this individual had leaped from the flying car, unfurling wings akin to a thrilling sport, perhaps a blend of paragliding and wingsuit flying. While not protective gear, it perfectly aligned with Chen's desires. If he were to fall unsteadily from a hoverboard, he could soar back up. His focus sharpened on the wings. Information about them materialized. Wings of Freedom, a wearable flying apparatus. Maximum load, 300 kilograms. Top speed, 500 kilometers per hour. Faster than a helicopter? Such velocity was indeed exhilarating. The required shock points for acquisition amounted to 1,800, a reasonable price, even cheaper than the hoverboard. Without a hint of hesitation, he declared, "Exchange." Chen had gleaned a valuable insight. The price of exchange products correlated with their technological sophistication. Presently, it appeared that the electromagnetic railgun was the least technically challenging. Knowledge about the Wings of Freedom flooded into Chen's consciousness. The technological complexities of the Wings of Freedom primarily revolved around material strength and structural integrity, as well as energy sources. Constructed from lightweight alloys, the entire assembly weighed a mere 30 kilograms, yet when fully extended, the wings spanned nearly 6 meters. Additionally, the intricate connection structures boasted over 100 variations, with the connections between metallic feathers being particularly fascinating. Since the wings needed to retract when not in use, each connection was designed with multiple configurations, resulting in a complexity that bordered on the exquisite. The strength was assured. Moreover, the mechanism for flapping the wings was astonishing. The larger the wings, the greater the force exerted during rapid flapping, leading to exponentially increasing pressure. After absorbing all this knowledge, Chen's face displayed a look of sheer astonishment. The Wings of Freedom were undeniably intricate and challenging to manufacture, yet they exuded an aura of magnificence and power. Furthermore, a parachute was included as a safety measure in case of malfunctions. Chen had initially intended to acquire a parachute, but he ended up with the Wings of Freedom. What more could he say? It was time to commence. Chen promptly called Director Su to request various metallic materials. To fabricate this equipment, he needed to start with alloys, aiming to create an ultra-light, high-strength alloy to fashion the feathers of the Wings of Freedom. Within minutes of his call, materials were delivered. A blue luminescence began to guide Chen Bin as he commenced melting the metals to create the feathers. The feathers bore a stark contrast to avian feathers, with each design being unique. Yet, all feathers incorporated aerodynamic principles, ensuring seamless airflow while airborne. Fully engrossed in the creative process, Chen Bin felt a delightful anticipation as he worked, finding immense joy in the endeavor. When he held a feather with a metallic sheen, remarkably light as if it were actual plumage, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over him. Each feather could indeed be regarded as a work of art, simply perfect. He toiled until dusk when his phone rang, pulling him from his absorbed state. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Professor Ho. Upon answering, Professor Ho inquired whether Chen Bin would be coming to the company today. Peering at the freshly crafted feathers, Chen Bin replied, "No time today. I'll let you know before I come next time." "All right." The call ended, and Chen Bin popped a piece of gum into his mouth while continuing his work. The primary challenge in crafting the feathers lay in the molding process, but aided by the blue light, Chen Bin found the task manageable and efficient. The machinery began processing the connection structures as well. Estimating the pace of his progress, he believed he could manufacture the wings of freedom within a week. Additionally, having completed the initial production, subsequent manufacturing would be significantly expedited. The most intricate aspect, the feather molding, had been completed once, allowing for repeated use of the model. Chen Bin mused about the new Captain America from the Marvel films, who had acquired a pair of wings and assumed the mantle of leadership. He could now create even more efficient wings, potentially on a mass production scale. After a long day of work, hunger struck. Chen Bin turned to the mechanical dog. "Go to the cafeteria and fetch me something to eat." The mechanical dog scampered off eagerly. Chen Bin added, "Use the hoverboard to get there." The mechanical dog glided out of the laboratory on the hoverboard. Chen Bin nodded in satisfaction. This way, the food wouldn't be scattered all over. Shortly after the mechanical dog departed, a series of rapid notification sounds echoed in Chen Bin's mind. Had the mechanical dog encountered a crowd? This was a delightful surprise. Much like before, if it roamed the school, it could accumulate numerous shock points. He could easily draw another lottery. Chen Bin felt the system controlling him, compelling him to think about lotteries daily. No, that seemed quite wrong. The most crucial thing was that he had just obtained something excellent. Diving straight into another draw could easily yield something trivial like 10 rolls of paper. Better to take it slow, suppressing the urge to gamble. Chen Bin persisted in his crafting. After half an hour, the mechanical dog returned, delicately holding a meal. Chen Bin sat at his computer with the food. "Good luck. Tune in to the television. What is your preference?" "League of Legends, please." The screen instantly displayed gameplay, with Xiao demolishing towers, accompanied by the commentator's enthusiastic commentary. Chen Bin began to savor his meal. Suddenly, Good Luck interjected. "Focusing on your meal while distracted is detrimental to your digestive health." Chen Bin shifted his attention away from Xiao and towards Good Luck. "Where did you acquire this knowledge?" "I don't have it on my computer. All data concerning human health is present in my foundational database." Chen Bin raised an eyebrow. "Am I healthy?" Chapter 28. Under surveillance? Fortune pondered briefly on the necessity of a specialized examination to ascertain health, stating that he could only provide guidance regarding one's behavior. "Is there anything I should be mindful of in my actions presently?" he inquired. "Staying up late is ill-advised. You must ensure you obtain sufficient rest. Furthermore, you may face external dangers," he warned. Chen Bin, pausing to take a bite of his meal, asked, "External dangers? Is someone plotting against me?" "It is not a matter of someone specifically targeting you, but rather, according to current logic, when a child possesses a gold bar, they naturally attract attention. Additionally, while a genius may be ahead by a single step, you are at least 10 steps ahead, which is bound to draw notice." Chen Bin had not previously considered this angle. Perhaps he had garnered attention, but from the official entities of the Dragon Kingdom, which seemed reasonable and secure. The esteemed Professor Ho had even established a new outpost near the school. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Kingdom itself was relatively safe, he had not thought too deeply about it. What should I do? Prepare surveillance cameras around the laboratory to detect any approaching dangers, allowing for a timely departure. Conduct identity checks on all individuals who come near you. Moreover, ensure that any locations you plan to visit are secured in advance, to prevent any potential breaches. Upon hearing this, Chen Bin suddenly had a thought. Help me investigate the employees of the company registered under my name. This was a means of verification to ascertain whether anyone was watching him. Shall I enable network access? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, enable it. In an instant, a plethora of data cascaded across the computer screen, with green codes flashing by like a waterfall. Simultaneously, numerous photographs and individual profiles appeared. Within a minute, Fortune's voice resonated. 8 individuals possess military backgrounds or are directly affiliated with the military, and they are of a high caliber. There is no cause for concern regarding them. Chen Bin had anticipated this outcome, as Professor Ho's assistants had been sanctioned by the esteemed academy, making it improbable for the military to be unprepared. What else? There are 11 ordinary employees. The last individual, however, presents a minor issue. A photograph appeared on the screen, revealing a young woman with short hair, exuding a competent demeanor. She previously worked at a major corporation in Kyoto and was recruited by a headhunter. In reality, her relationship with the headhunter is quite favorable, and based on their communications, it is evident that she was the one who enlisted the headhunter's assistance to join this company. Chen Bin raised an eyebrow. Where did you obtain this communication information? Currently, all firewalls on the internet are inconsequential to me. This information is virtually unprotected, Fortune replied succinctly. In one statement, Chen Bin grasped the absurdity of the AI's algorithm. Was it true that the entire internet held no secrets from Fortune? What is this individual's purpose in coming to our company? Investigating, Fortune responded, pausing briefly. Much of the information is gathered offline, and I lack the complete data to form a judgment. However, as the owner of that company, only a select few are privy to this information. Her knowledge and initiative to gather intel implies the involvement of several individuals. Chen Bin pondered. Is this certainty? It is largely confirmed, but I need to present a more comprehensive logical chain to you. Without delay, Chen Bin dialed the esteemed academy. Hello, academy? Is there a moment for you to come over? I have discovered something. All right. The academy did not press for details. He simply set off. Within 10 minutes, the academy entered the laboratory, pushing open the door to find an array of feathers resembling exquisite works of art on the table. What are these? What new invention is this? His gaze then shifted to Chen Bin. What have you discovered? Chen Bin gestured toward the computer screen. The academy followed his gaze and saw a cartoon figure. What is this? Fortune waved from the screen. Greetings, I am an intelligent AI. You may call me Fortune. The academy was momentarily taken aback. Had Chen Bin developed an AI? However, considering the mechanical dog, the emergence of an AI seemed plausible, as a mechanical dog had already exhibited a high degree of intelligence, being capable of delivering food and shopping. Under such circumstances, creating a dedicated AI was quite reasonable. Hello. The academy greeted Fortune. This individual, I see you have investigated her. The academy observed the photograph on the screen and nodded slightly. Not only her, but I have conducted basic background checks on all individuals who joined the Super Atlas company. This person remains unverified. I have compiled her income and expenditures over the past decade, which are severely mismatched. Over the past 10 years, her declared income amounts to $6 million, including some investment revenue. Yet her total expenditures exceed $10 million, and her account currently holds $262,760. The academy was momentarily at a loss, as investigating an individual's income and expenditures posed significant challenges. Income is often not limited to bank transactions. Various personal accounts and offline revenue complicate matters. Expenditures are even more difficult to trace. Understanding an individual's spending habits is a formidable task, particularly over a decade. Much data from the past 10 years has likely been lost. How could this be investigated? Noticing the academy's bewilderment, Fortune presented several more photographs. These individuals, under normal circumstances, would not intersect with her, yet they appeared numerous times during my investigation. While there are no financial ties, they have indirectly aided the target on several occasions. The academy's initial confusion gradually transformed into solemnity. Though responsible for the logistics of new weaponry, he was not naive. When nurturing spies, facilitating an individual's ascent, assisting them in achieving merit, and removing obstacles to cultivate a useful asset is entirely plausible. This individual was originally at a chip company. The academy paused in thought. Can we trace the forces behind this woman? Not directly. There are no direct connections. Any indirect connections? The academy keenly perceived the implication in this inquiry. There are. More information appeared on Fortune's screen, prompting the academy to lean closer. Initially, it seemed speculative, somewhat tenuous. However, the sheer volume of such conjecture was intriguing. Can we trace those who have assisted her further? Yes, but my computational power is insufficient. The time required is substantial. At this moment, the academy felt a surge of excitement, for he might just uncover an intelligence network stemming from this individual. Computational power? Do we need servers? Fortune shook its head. Only your authorization is required. Chapter 29. The existence of such technology. Dean looked at Chunbin with a perplexed expression. Authorization? She can directly utilize someone else's computing power, but it requires my permission. Chunbin gently waved his hand. Then take your time to investigate. Dean nodded. Should I arrange for someone to wait here? No need. I'll have Haoyun contact you directly. Dean was somewhat puzzled. How can he contact AI directly? By phone? No need for that. At that moment, Haoyun's voice emanated from Dean's phone. I have accessed your device and can share the information I find with you. Ding. Shock value 1. Dean hurriedly took out his phone, staring in bewilderment at the avatar that appeared on the screen. Wait, has this invaded my phone? How was that accomplished? Is AI's capability truly this advanced? It can breach my phone's system so effortlessly? The phone's system is considerably secure. It was breached in an instant. Instinctively, Dean glanced at Chunbin. He was aware of Chunbin's prowess and recognized the high level of this AI. But this level of sophistication seemed almost surreal. However, at this moment, the higher the capability of Haoyun, the better. After a brief contemplation, Dean turned to Chunbin. They're likely not targeting you, but rather the technology of the mechanical dog, as the news about it has spread widely. Nonetheless, your safety remains a priority. I'm considering arranging some guards for you. Chunbin shook his head. No need for excessive measures. This is a school, and safety is relatively assured. We can enhance surveillance around the experimental building, and I will have Haoyun monitor. If any suspicious individuals approach, they can investigate. I rarely go out, so it should be fine. Dean pondered for a moment. All right, if you encounter any issues, just call me immediately. Understood. After Dean departed, Chunbin's phone call had yielded immense results, uprooting an intelligence line of another faction, which was indeed a monumental achievement. The value of such an intelligence line is staggering, not only in worth but also in the time investment. It would take at least a decade of funding and preparation, and he merely needed to await the list and then issue orders for apprehension. While exhilarated, he was also subconsciously astonished. Chunbin was simply extraordinary. If Haoyun were to be released on the market, it would undoubtedly outshine all other AI. Previously, he had felt that the higher-ups were placing undue emphasis on Chunbin. But now, witnessing the levitating platform and this AI, he sensed that they might have even underestimated Chunbin. He had already reported the news about the levitating platform and was uncertain what decisions the higher-ups would make. As he contemplated, a thought of metallic feathers suddenly surfaced in his mind. What is the situation with the metallic feathers in Chunbin's laboratory? Could it be a realistic mechanical bird? It is indeed a possibility, following the mechanical dog with a mechanical bird. However, in practical applications, the mechanical bird is likely inferior to drones. Drones can take off simply and hover directly, with far less complexity than flapping wings. Yet, if it were possible to develop a mechanical bird capable of flight, the technological level would indeed be remarkably high. Chunbin was unaware of Dean's thoughts. Had he known, his immediate reaction would have been derision. Mechanical birds are not impossible to manufacture, but primarily they would serve little purpose compared to drones. The challenge of achieving hovering capabilities on a mechanical bird is significantly greater, and it is prone to losing balance easily. Nevertheless, the free wings must still be developed. Moreover, after discussing with Haoyun, the significance of free wings has been elevated. In the face of danger, with free wings, Chunbin could soar into the sky, escaping at remarkable speed, leaving pursuers behind. If escape were not feasible, The fully metallic wings could serve as a shield, while Chen Bin was preoccupied. The report concerning the levitating platform reached the desk of the highest-ranking logistics officer in the military. Ordinarily, such information would have to ascend through various layers before reaching him. However, due to Chen Bin's influence, Dean had been granted special privileges, allowing matters concerning Chen Bin to be delivered directly to him. Thus, the events of the afternoon appeared on his desk by evening. Had it been an urgent matter, he would have been informed immediately. As he opened the file, General Hu furrowed his brow at first glance. The topmost page featured a photograph of Chen Bin flying in the air, standing atop a disc-like object. Below, a row of neatly seated students gazed upward in astonishment at the airborne Chen Bin. This photograph seemed somewhat dubious. General Hu examined the next image, and as he flipped through several photographs, his confusion deepened. At the bottom was a report penned by Dean. It described a school commendation ceremony, where Chen Bin flew in to participate. The report detailed all information regarding the levitating disc, including Chen Bin's own words, stating that the levitating disc utilized ion propulsion. To be honest, this was rather absurd. Ion propulsion? After reading the report, General Hu's frown deepened further. Something was amiss, very much amiss. Dean would never fabricate a report. Gazing at the USB drive within the file, General Hu plugged it into his computer to view the complete video. Initially, Chen Bin did not appear in the footage, as it was focused on the stage. The video captured the principal inviting Chen Bin up, followed by a moment of awkwardness. Then the camera turned to capture Chen Bin floating down from the sky. The video concluded as Chen Bin landed on the stage. General Hu sat in stunned silence. Could this still be fake? Without hesitation, he began to call the Defense Science Academy. He intended to inquire with the nation's top technologists whether such technology was feasible. The call was quickly connected. General Hu directly asked, "Can ion propulsion allow a person to float and fly?" The person on the other end of the line seemed puzzled, but replied, "Of course." The shock within General Hu dissipated. He realized he had been somewhat ignorant. "All right, I understand now. I initially thought this was a particularly difficult technology. Certainly difficult, but it is the future direction of technological development. Difficulties must be overcome through continued research." General Hu chuckled. "Then you all should strive to ensure that one day, cars or spacecraft can also be propelled into the air using ion propulsion." The individual on the other end sensed a slight discrepancy. Yet since it was General Hu speaking, he replied, "With hard work, perhaps those of the next century will have that opportunity." General Hu was somewhat taken aback. "A century more? It is possible to make people fly now. Is it not difficult?" What ion propulsion can enable people to fly? Did you not say it could? Indeed, theoretically, it is possible, but to use ion propulsion to lift a person into the air in a short time is absolutely unfeasible. General Hu contemplated briefly. "I have already been informed that someone can achieve this. That must be a fraud." General Hu scrutinized the photographs beside him. If it can truly be accomplished, what level of expertise is required? The vice president of the Defense Science Academy pondered before responding. "It is impossible. If it could truly be done, let us just say the ion collider we invested heavily in would be a joke to him. His technological level has already reached the point where he can develop ion weapons. He could even attempt to create spacecraft and explore ion propulsion in space." Chapter 30. Everyone witnessed it. General Hu pondered for a moment before requesting several relevant researchers, intending to send them to observe the hoverboard constructed using ion propulsion principles. "A hoverboard? You mean the kind one can fly on?" "Impossible. What size would it be?" General Hu refrained from responding, as the tone of the person across the line suggested they regarded him as a fool. "I'll send you a photo." "All right. Arrange for the researchers to come over first." After hanging up, General Hu snapped a picture and sent it over, then awaited their response and verification. On the other end, the vice president of the Defense Academy quietly made calls to rally specialists. He could not idly watch General Hu fall prey to deception. It was imperative to find professionals who could elucidate the situation to General Hu. Yet, before he had decided whom to contact, he received the photo sent by General Hu. Curiosity piqued. He opened the image and was rendered speechless upon seeing Chen Bin levitating in the air. How could anyone believe this? It was clearly a doctored photo. If there were indeed a place where people could fly, Given the current prevalence of mobile phones in the Dragon Country, the news would have spread like wildfire. It was inconceivable that no one was aware of it until now. Furthermore, the scene appeared utterly fabricated. The vice president refrained from replying and instead dialed a number to reach a leading researcher in plasma physics. After that call, he felt one expert might not suffice. So he continued making calls, this time reaching out to specialists in electrical engineering, followed by those in material science. These researchers had all contributed to the development of ion propulsion technology. After 3 calls, the vice president put his phone away, now only awaiting their explanation for General Hu. In this day and age, some individuals had an audacious penchant for deception, treating General Hu as if he were simply a frail old man on the street. Fortunately, there were experts available. The 3 researchers soon convened regarding General Hu's predicament. I believe we cannot directly state that General Hu has been deceived. Oftentimes, individuals who have already fallen victim to scams are aware of their folly, but may defend the deceiver to mask their own blunder and preserve their dignity. If we outright declare that General Hu has been duped, he might deny it. It would be more prudent to approach this indirectly, feigning shock, and then gradually questioning the details. The remaining 2 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the thoroughness of this approach. During their ride, the trio devised a strategy to prevent further deception and set off to meet General Hu. However, they were unable to find him. Instead, they received a dossier he had left for them. As they opened the file, they gazed at the photographs within, which appeared remarkably authentic, so much so that no flaws were detectable. Indeed, the photo editing skills were impressive, obscuring any hint of forgery. In the past, deceivers had resorted to quantum technologies, quantum sleep, quantum communication, quantum reading, but now they were targeting ion propulsion. The researchers flipped through the images until they encountered a report authored by Chen. The document detailed the entire sequence of events, including Chen Bin's aerial approach. At this juncture, the 3 researchers sensed something was amiss. It felt profoundly wrong. The report's author, a colonel, could not possibly be colluding with a fraudster, as it would jeopardize his future. Did this imply that he too had been deceived? Was the fraudster genuinely capable of flying? Otherwise, how could they have fooled Chen? Exchanging glances, they all recognized the complexity of the situation. In this era, the caliber of deception had reached unprecedented heights. After reviewing the report, they turned to the video. Watching Chen Bin soar onto the stage on the hoverboard, a sudden silence enveloped them. The footage presented no apparent flaws. The reactions of the principal, the students, and the surrounding atmosphere were all flawless. The video even captured the astonishment of numerous students. They first sought to identify the award ceremony by examining the banners, discovering it was held at Jiangzhou Vocational College. A quick search online revealed someone had uploaded the event's footage. The trio began watching the video. The principal's speech was acceptable, lasting about half an hour before he invited Chen Bin to the stage. With wide eyes, they awaited Chen Bin's grand entrance. However, the screen flickered, and he suddenly appeared on stage. Had a segment been omitted? After a few words from Chen Bin, the performance commenced. The 3 researchers switched off the video and exchanged glances. Why was that segment removed? Now, they knew the individual was named Chen Bin. The significance of the omission was minimal. Their priority was to investigate Chen Bin further. Information about Chen Bin was plentiful online. He had won first place in the National Robotics Competition, and videos of his mechanical dog were abundant. A simple search for his name yielded a wealth of results. Watching the mechanical dog in action, they exchanged bewildered looks. The mechanical dog was astonishing. Its agile movements and lifelike demeanor were nearly indistinguishable from a real dog. At this moment, they began to feel an unsettling dissonance. The capability to develop such a mechanical marvel indicated that Chen Bin's expertise was exceptionally high, yet it seemed confined to mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence. Ion propulsion technology belonged to an entirely different realm. Why would such a person resort to deception? What would he gain? Money? With such ingenuity, he surely did not lack financial resources. So, what was the motive behind the deceit? As these thoughts lingered, a guard knocked at the door. "The plane is ready. We will take you to the school now." The 3 professors had initially felt confident about persuading General Hu, even having devised a plan. Yet now, they found themselves in a state of confusion. The course of events had diverged significantly from their expectations. They decided to investigate the situation firsthand, believing that once they arrived, the truth would reveal itself. Genuine phenomena cannot masquerade as falsehoods, nor can falsehoods substantiate themselves as truths. From their initial skepticism to the current state of bewilderment, they found themselves grappling with the implications of the hoverboard powered by ion propulsion, an impossibility. However, both Colonel N and Chun lacked any apparent motive for deception. With a myriad of questions swirling in their minds, the trio arrived at the school. To be frank, it felt rather extraordinary that such top-tier researchers could emerge from this institution. While it was true that some researchers hailed from vocational schools, the majority had diligently studied to advance their education, ultimately achieving higher academic qualifications and continuing their research, defying the odds. The notion that one could emerge as a leading researcher while attending this school was, quite frankly, a touch surreal. Colonel N awaited them at the school entrance, stepping forward to greet the three professors. They exchanged pleasantries. Did you truly witness Chun flying on a hoverboard? Not just me. Every student saw it. Colonel N turned and led the three into the school. Chapter 31. We are frogs at the bottom of the well. The three professors were utterly incredulous. If that's the case, why can't we find anything online? They pondered. They urged the students not to disseminate the information further, noting that, under the circumstances, very few could even recall the footage. As Principal N was explaining, he sensed something amiss and turned to find the three professors frozen in place. Their gazes were fixed intently on a dog in the distance, a dog standing on a floating board. The creature was indeed levitating, gliding steadily 10 centimeters above the ground, and it had a plastic bag in its mouth, seemingly a takeout container. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the professors began to analyze the phenomenon. It doesn't appear to be jet propulsion. The grass below is undisturbed, nor is it magnetic levitation. The surface is merely ordinary concrete. What could it possibly be? They speculated about magic or perhaps a wire supporting the floating board, preventing it from descending. Just then, several students passed by the floating board, some even parting ways in front. If it were tethered, it would surely get entangled. What else could it be? An energy field constraint? Creating an energy field seems even more ludicrous than ion propulsion. How about anti-gravity? By utilizing negative energy substances to generate repulsive forces between negative and positive materials. Could that achieve the desired levitation effect? Yet, that too appears far-fetched. What then do you propose it is? We have enumerated all conceivable methods that could enable a mechanical dog to hover. Is ion propulsion even a possibility? The group fell silent, primarily because the likelihood of ion propulsion seemed equally improbable. Principal N returned to the trio, remarking, "That dog is here to fetch food for Chen." The board beneath, it is indeed the floating platform. Ion propulsion? Principal N nodded gently in affirmation. They instinctively wanted to dismiss the notion as impossible, yet at that moment, the words eluded them. The evidence lay before them, yet they could discern nothing. They followed the mechanical dog closely, scrutinizing both it and the floating board. The more they observed, the more astounded they became. The floating board maintained equilibrium throughout its journey. Its altitude did not fluctuate relative to the ground, but instead remained constant in relation to its own height. The uneven terrain beneath did not cause the board to bob up and down, signifying that it likely possessed a detection function, preemptively identifying the surface irregularities and adjusting the angle and amount of ion propulsion accordingly. In their analysis, the group once again fell into silence. This was an impossibility within impossibilities. How could precise control be achieved without a mastery of ion propulsion technology? The performance exhibited by the floating board transcended mere precision. It was a marvel of control. They felt that if a full cup of water were placed atop it, not a drop would spill, regardless of the terrain traversed. Amidst their astonishment and confusion, they arrived at the experimental building, proceeding directly to the 4th floor. As Principal N raised his hand to knock, the door swung open automatically. Inside, Chen was busily devouring fast food, while on the computer screen, a character named Garen was being pursued by 5 enemy heroes, exclaiming, "Who dares to kill me?" The laboratory appeared somewhat chaotic, strewn with various components. Hardly the environment one would expect for the creation of top-tier products. Is this truly where the mechanical dog was developed? One professor queried, incredulously. Principal Chen shook his head, clarifying, no, it was only after the mechanical dog was created that they arrived here. He then approached Chen Bin, stating, allow me to introduce you. These three are researchers from the Dragon National Defense Academy, all engaged in ion-related studies. One professor stepped forward. While I do not specialize exclusively in ion research, I have indeed participated in projects. Ion propulsion requires a power supply and precise electrical control to ensure stable and reliable operation of the ion thrusters. Chen Bin paused the video, rising to greet the distinguished visitors. They were truly elite researchers from Dragon National, and while their expertise might not surpass his current level, they certainly deserved respect. Their relentless dedication to advancing technology in Dragon Nation was commendable. One professor approached, I specialize in plasma physics, focusing on the interaction between plasma and magnetic and electric fields to enhance plasma acceleration efficiency. Chen Bin turned his attention to the floating board. Are you here specifically regarding the floating board? More accurately, we are here to unveil your work. Principal An's expression shifted. He had witnessed skepticism directed at Chen Bin before. But a single challenge, or even two, could be addressed. However, constant questioning? That would surely become disruptive. Chen Bin would undoubtedly grow weary of it, potentially harboring negative feelings towards Dragon National's researchers, which could jeopardize future collaborations. Instinctively, Principal An felt compelled to intervene, aware that Chen Bin knew the authenticity of his own creations. The professor continued, yet upon arrival, we realized we were frogs at the bottom of the well. Before seeing the floating board, we believed Principal in general who had been deceived. After following the mechanical dog, we found ourselves unable to ascertain how it achieved flight. Principal An's hand hovered momentarily before retracting, nearly compromising their alliance. Chen Bin gestured, and the floating board glided towards them. You take a look. The board floated gracefully before the professor, who grasped the silver platform. It was 2 centimeters thick and felt weightless in his hands, clearly still in operation. Suddenly, the board began to gain weight, and all propulsion ceased. It weighed approximately 20 pounds, not overly cumbersome. Flipping the board over, he observed several irregular openings. Is this how the ions accelerate away? Indeed, Chen Bin confirmed. And how do you achieve this acceleration? Through electromagnetic technology. As he spoke, Chen Bin retrieved the design schematic from his computer. Feel free to examine it. The professor leaned closer, initially taken aback that Chen Bin would share the design so readily. Yet in the next instant, all distractions faded, leaving only the schematic before him. It was remarkably advanced and intricate. The level of sophistication was staggering. While they were still grappling with theoretical concepts, Chen Bin had already begun applying technology to practical products. His expertise far surpassed theirs. As he continued to study the design, the professor trembled with excitement. It was akin to yearning for a dream car that was prohibitively expensive, requiring immense effort to attain, only to suddenly be told that the car was a gift, brand new and equipped with features far beyond his wildest expectations. He had never anticipated that his lifelong research could culminate in the refinement of ion propulsion technology, given its complexity and high demands. Yet here was Chen Bin, having perfected the ion technology outright. Moreover, the challenge of integrating ion propulsion into a rocket paled in comparison to its application on this small disk. The most astonishing aspect was that Chen Bin had directly presented the design to him, which was tantamount to handing over the technology itself. Chapter 32. Would you rather ask for something? The professor instinctively restrained himself from examining the technology presented before him, for it belonged to Chen Bin. To look upon it was tantamount to mastering it. The ion propulsion technology held staggering value, as it could very well be the ticket to the next era. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the urge to gaze upon it. It was an instinct he could not suppress. Chen Bin, on the other hand, was unconcerned about the potential leak of his technology, provided it did not reach foreign shores. Such a scenario posed no issue. As he pondered this, Chen Bin suddenly noticed a continuous series of alert tones ringing out. Ding, 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 ding. Among the 3 visiting professors, one specialized in material science. He had also participated in the development of ion propulsion technology. His involvement stemmed from the fact that the components within the ion thruster must endure the bombardment of high temperature, high-energy ions, necessitating materials with high melting points, exceptional hardness, and outstanding conductivity and corrosion resistance. At that moment, his eyes widened as he observed the feather in his hand. He merely glanced over while observing Chen Bin's interactions with others, not fully comprehending the discourse. The feather caught his eye with its dark silver exterior and its exquisite aerodynamic design. It was truly captivating. The instant he lifted the feather, his eyes widened in astonishment. This feather was undeniably metallic, with a considerable density, as its texture was exquisite and iridescent. Yet, when held, it felt remarkably like a feather. One word, light. Two words, extraordinarily light. How could a metallic feather weigh as much as a genuine feather? How was this accomplished? Was it not metal? As he contemplated, he picked up another feather. When the two feathers lightly clashed, they produced a metallic ringing sound. This was an alloy. Although he was unaware of the specific composition, the emergence of this alloy could undoubtedly transform the world. As a materials researcher, he was profoundly shaken. Such a remarkable new material. And yet Chen Bin chose not to disclose it. In pursuit of the source of the incessant dinging, Chen Bin looked toward the professor holding the feather, who had his eyes wide open, his expressions shifting wildly. He surmised it must be him. You may examine the feather, but do not take it away. The professor could not contain himself. What components were used to create this feather? How can it be so light? It is crafted from a lightweight alloy, Chen Bin replied. The professor's eyes suddenly widened. Is it not hollow? He had initially assumed it was hollow due to its remarkable lightness. Yet Chen Bin clarified that this item was indeed cast. Cast materials are generally not hollow. It was solid. Ding! Shock 1. Professor Jin's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the feather in his hand. What is its weight? This feather weighs approximately 3.6 grams. Professor Jin fell silent for a moment. Is that not lighter than plastic? Indeed. How is this achieved? It involves a special process that effectively alters the properties of the metal. As Chen Bin spoke, he turned to rummage through a pile of items, quickly retrieving a smelting process diagram. Here, take a look at this. If you follow it without making mistakes, you can successfully smelt this alloy. Huh? Professor Jin gazed at the diagram, his expression one of bewilderment. What do you expect me to do with this? Do you not desire it? Professor Jin could not possibly deny his interest, but the value of this information was immense. It was far too precious. The lightweight metal could be applied in various lightweight designs. If its strength could be assured, it might even rival carbon fiber. Due to cost constraints, carbon fiber is currently underutilized in the market, but this metal, if its performance is satisfactory, would be relatively inexpensive to produce. The smelting technology, coupled with a vast market, would significantly reduce costs. What appeared to be mere paper was, in fact, a representation of wealth. Observing Professor Jin's reluctance to accept the diagram, Chen Bin set it down on the table. You may also review the processes outlined. You can optimize many alloy formulas. Professor Jin could not help but glance at it. In the future, I will attribute my work to you, while I will not touch the formulas. Chen Bin smiled. These formulas are of little use to me. Take them and promote their production, allowing the people of the Dragon Country to thrive, enhancing the competitiveness of Dragon Country's products on the global stage. It is of no consequence to me. Chen Bin genuinely did not care, or rather, he possessed an abundance of such technologies. He had considered that if he held all the patents in his grasp, he could indeed amass a fortune. It would be a monopoly, given that only he would possess such technology. However, such an approach seemed meaningless. It was akin to demanding payment from everyone for the items they would use in the future. Having excessive wealth served little purpose, as the law of diminishing returns applies. Moreover, the utility of money for him was considerably less than for others, for he could manufacture many items that were unattainable by mere wealth. If he desired, no amount of money would procure a hoverboard. Professor Jin was taken aback by Chen Bin's perspective. Instinctively, he regarded Chen Bin with newfound respect. In this era, individuals with such a mindset were exceedingly rare. Professor Jean picked up the paper. The last professor, witnessing the fruitful exchanges between the two, felt a pang of envy for his own lack of any discoveries. He too yearned to observe something remarkable. His gaze swept across the room. Are there any technologies related to electrical engineering available here? Professor Anda was momentarily taken aback, pondering where to find such bold individuals who would directly request technology. Chen Bin indeed possessed some, or rather, he had developed products that invariably included a touch of it. He could spare some. In the future, when he required resources, it would facilitate his requests. 2 minutes later, all three professors were wholly engrossed in their studies. Meanwhile, Professor Anda found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to remain or depart. Fortunately, an incoming phone call alleviated his awkwardness. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "General Hu, we are preparing to mass-produce a batch of firearms and would like to discuss pricing with Chen Bin. Please communicate with him first and gauge his stance." Although the Dragon Country had already acquired the technology for electromagnetic pulse rifles, they could not afford to offer Chen Bin no benefits. The patent for the electromagnetic railgun still resided with him. Understood, Professor Anda replied. Then inquired, "What is the price range?" "There is no set range. You may negotiate freely. It matters not if you offer more." Professor Anda hung up the phone and looked at Chen Bin, who had also just lifted his gaze. "What is it?" "The hoverboard is not for sale. It is exceedingly difficult to manufacture." Professor Anda chuckled. "It is not the price of the hoverboard I am inquiring about, but the electromagnetic railguns. The military intends to mass-produce a batch and wishes to discuss pricing with you, considering whether to purchase outright or negotiate per unit." Chen Bin's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand. "I do not want money." Previously, he had felt that the production of electromagnetic railguns would yield less shock value, and the information could not be disseminated. Now, the prospect of mass production would undeniably generate a wave of shock value. As for money, the production line for the mechanical dogs would soon be established, leading to an unending stream of wealth. In comparison, he was far more concerned with acquiring shock value. Should his desire for money hinder the official procurement quantity, it would be counterproductive. Earning money was a simple endeavor. Obtaining shock value, however, was governed by stricter conditions. Professor Anda was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Chen Bin's outright refusal of payment. Should he not ask for something? Otherwise, this seemed rather unreasonable. Would you rather ask for something? Chapter 33. Assembly complete. Chen Bin observed the somewhat troubled expression on Dean An's face and pondered for a moment. "Very well. How about you offer me 1 million? Dean An fell silent for a brief while. Is that not a bit too little? Moreover, a buyout seems somewhat inappropriate. In terms of value alone, the technological worth of this electromagnetic railgun exceeds that amount significantly. Perhaps we should calculate based on the cost of manufacturing a single gun instead?" Chen Bin nodded in agreement. "For the construction of one electromagnetic railgun, would you provide me with 100 yuan? Sounds fair." Dean An acquiesced with a nod. Although he felt that something was amiss, the dynamics of the negotiation appeared inverted. It seemed as though he was the one expected to offer more, while Chen Bin was to receive less. Having settled the price, Chen Bin commenced the assembly of the Wings of Freedom. After days of diligent work, the moment for fruition had arrived. Once the assembly was complete, he could find a location to test its flight capabilities. Dina made a phone call back home. "We have reached an agreement. For each gun manufactured, Chen Bin will receive a patent fee of 100 yuan. Is that not a bit insufficient? We are initially preparing to produce 1,000 guns." Dean An fell into contemplation. This arrangement was less favorable than directly providing Chen Bin with 1 million yuan, though it was certainly better than merely 100,000. However, the terms had been established. Further production would undoubtedly continue, starting with this prototype for testing its actual performance. Shall we proceed with this pricing then? He was not particularly concerned about the compensation. The 100 yuan per gun felt more like a generous gesture on his part. This sentiment was articulated to ensure that General Hu would regard Chen Bin favorably. General Hu appeared somewhat taken aback. Why does he refuse payment? I am uncertain, but he seems disinterested in money. Then what piques his interest? Dean An, standing outside the laboratory, turned a glance at Chen Bin, who was engrossed in his work. Perhaps he is interested in technology? He understood that General Hu's inquiries were aimed at discovering ways to facilitate and benefit Chen Bin in other aspects. After a moment of reflection, he added, "He is still eating in the school cafeteria?" General Hu replied decisively, "That cannot do. Arrange for him a private chef immediately." "Does he have suitable accommodation?" Dean recalled Chen Bin's recent circumstances and the folding bed in the lab. "He has not returned to his dormitory lately. He has been sleeping in the lab." General Hu contemplated for a moment. "You manage this. Ensure he is as comfortable as possible." "Understood." Dean put away his phone and promptly began to make arrangements. First, a private chef was to be hired, and, additionally, a room would be prepared for Chen Bin on the 4th floor of a laboratory. This way, even if Chen Bin chose not to return to his dormitory, he could still rest comfortably in the lab. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Bin had not slept in days, consuming one stimulant after another. Evidently, the system's products were effective. After ingestion, he felt neither fatigue nor discomfort. In the evening, after taking his medication, Chen Bin resumed assembly. The laboratory had gained 3 additional researchers, each engaged in their own tasks, maintaining a clear boundary of focus. Suddenly, the phone rang in the lab, Professor Jin's mobile. With a hint of annoyance, he answered. "What is it? Are you interrupting my research?" On the other end was the vice president of the Defense Science and Technology Academy. "What is the situation on your end? Have you clarified matters with General Hu?" Professor Jin quickly grasped the context and glanced at the 2 remaining researchers, who were still preoccupied with their work. His gaze then shifted to Chen Bin, and he was momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of Chen Bin assembling enormous wings. Wings constructed entirely of metal. Even in their unfinished state, the wings embodied an unparalleled aesthetic appeal. The graceful curves reminiscent of feathers, layered and extending, exhibited an almost flawless aerodynamic design. "Remarkable." Professor Jin regained his composure. "The anti-gravity board truly exists, and the ion propulsion technology is exceptionally advanced. It surpasses our current research by leaps and bounds." The vice president paused in disbelief. "What nonsense are you talking? I cannot converse with you right now. I am busy." "Busy with what?" Professor Jin retorted. "Chen Bin provided me with a formula for an ultralight alloy, and I must examine its forging process." The vice president attempted to inquire further, but the call was abruptly terminated. Bewildered, he pondered the situation. What has happened? He tried to call back, but this time there was no response. The 2 professors, without needing to think, understood that the call had originated from the vice president. They were far too engrossed in their work to answer, as if they were sponges absorbing knowledge frantically. The laboratory fell silent once more, with the 4 individuals each immersed in their own tasks. Guided by the blue light, Chen Bin meticulously fixed feather-like components together. While many feathers appeared identical, subtle differences in parameters, shapes, and curvature were critical. Any misalignment could lead to issues during flight. However, under the guidance of the blue light, the possibility of error was non-existent. Chen Bin worked swiftly, attaching each piece with remarkable speed. Nevertheless, it was likely that he would toil into the depths of the night. Once one wing was assembled, Chen Bin turned to the 3 researchers still present in the lab and called Dean. He was not dismissing them. Rather, he wished to prevent them from exhausting themselves through the night. At their age, they should not be staying up late. It could be detrimental to their health. Dean escorted the 3 engrossed researchers out and glanced back at Chen Bin. "Aren't you taking a break?" "I will rest later," Chen Bin replied, returning to his assembly work. Dean could sense Chen Bin's fervor, a fervor for research. He had witnessed intense passion in many researchers before, yet none matched Chen Bin's zeal, as if wasting even a moment were a grave sin. Given Chen Bin's innate genius coupled with his fervent pursuit of research and development, success was inevitable. Contemplating, Dean decided to remain standing straight outside the laboratory, quietly keeping watch over Chen Bin while also awaiting the moment he would take a break. If it grew too late, he would gently remind him. The phrase to work tirelessly was merely an expression. If one truly neglected rest, their body could not endure for long. Time passed incrementally. By 2 in the morning, both wings had been fully assembled. One wing lay extended across the table, covering its entire surface, a magnificent 3-meter-long creation, shining under the lights. When folded, this impressive wing could compact into a small square, measuring no more than 30 centimeters in length and width, entirely concealed within the flight pack. It was a marvel of engineering. Lastly, the two wings needed to be affixed to the central harness area, which was the size of a backpack, featuring rigid waist supports extending up to the chest, enveloping the entire torso. Below, a mechanical exoskeleton-like apparatus extended down to the thighs. These components were housed within the backpack and would spring into action upon activation. The assembly was straightforward. Chen simply had to insert the wings and secure them. With a soft click, the blue light dissipated, and the assembly was complete. Chen gazed at the silver backpack with bright eyes. This device could truly fly. Chapter 34. May I give a try? Chen, laden with a backpack, approached the mirror. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him, simply a medium-sized metallic backpack adorning his back. He tentatively pressed the activation button. The waist supports on either side of the backpack swiftly ejected metal clasps, securing his waist firmly. Both above and below, a metallic exoskeleton enveloped him. Strangely, this apparatus did not constrain him. Rather, it imparted an overwhelming sense of safety. Suddenly, a pair of dark silver wings sprang forth, unfurling majestically to either side. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Chen attempted to manipulate the wings, gently flapping them, and instantly felt his body lift. A gust of wind surged through the laboratory, stirring the metal upon the floor. These wings were formidable. The aerodynamics felt perfectly balanced, eliminating any jarring sensations typical of abrupt wing beats. Eagerly, Chen reached for the hoverboard. This was a precautionary measure. Should the Freedom Wings malfunction, he was equipped not only with their parachute, but also with the hoverboard. Triple protection. Prepared, he flung open the window and leaped into the night. At the moment of his jump, the wings expanded. As he flapped them, a whirlwind erupted, propelling him skyward. The Freedom Wings granted him the liberty to soar. Chen reveled in the wind caressing his cheeks, experiencing a profound sense of liberation. It was utterly exhilarating. With a mere extension of the wings, he could glide effortlessly, even without flapping. Flapping accelerated his ascent and speed. Was this the sensation of soaring? In midair, he experimented with flips and spins, each stunt offering a novel thrill. Every sensation was pure ecstasy. In the near silence of the school, at approximately 3 a.m., he found himself free to fly as he pleased. The once vast campus, which had seemed immense, could now be circled in under 30 seconds. From above, the entire school lay before him, a panorama to behold. Hovering in place, he discovered that a gentle tremor of the wings was sufficient to maintain his altitude. In that moment, he felt the arduous week of labor was entirely worthwhile. He could even reward himself with a lottery. Although a 10-fold draw for 10,000 shock points was beyond reach, a 1,000-point draw could be attempted multiple times. Ding! Shot point 1. At the sudden notification, he glanced down. Had someone seen him? In the boys' dormitory, a classmate, sleepless and smoking on the balcony, gaped in astonishment at the figure soaring beneath the moonlight. Wings outstretched, a visage of pure terror. From his perspective, he beheld a winged creature framed against the moon. Was it a vampire? Or perhaps an angel? The moonlight obscured the details, leaving only the silhouette of the winged being. Instinctively, he trembled as he raised his phone to take a picture. Having spent countless hours reading novels, he had recently enrolled in this vocational school. Now, he was electrified, for perhaps the fantastical tales he had read were indeed real. The secrets of this world were gradually unfolding before him. As he pondered, he witnessed the figure turn and vanish into the night like a streak of darkness. Lowering his gaze, he opened the school forum. Sleepless in the dead of night, I spotted a vampire. Chen, en route to the experimental building, felt a wave of disbelief. He had only intended to take a secretive flight, yet he had been spotted. However, being discovered was inconsequential. It was inevitable. As long as the information did not spread, he was unconcerned. Having developed several innovations, Chen was now well aware of how to accrue more shock points. If someone were to post a photograph online or share the news prematurely, those who encountered the new product might not react with the same astonishment. thus diminishing the shock points earned. He felt compelled to identify who had discovered him, to prevent the details of the Freedom wings from leaking. He found it so soon. Posting on the school forum, Chanbin flew while simultaneously retrieving his phone, his brow furrowing. A vampire? Was he blind? Looking at the photograph, the nighttime figure perfectly framed by the full moon, he noted that the lighting obscured his face and the intricate details of the wings, rendering only a striking black silhouette. This photograph need not be deleted. He would keep it and even set it as his phone wallpaper. Indeed, Chanbin soared back towards his laboratory. At that moment, Professor Enda opened the laboratory door. It was 3 a.m., and he was astonished that Chanbin had yet to sleep. He felt compelled to urge him. However, upon entering, he found the room empty. Chanbin had not left after all. As he contemplated, a sudden gust of wind swept through the window. A fierce hurricane ruffled the items in the laboratory. Battling against the wind, he moved to close the window. Just as he approached, a dark figure lunged from outside, its massive wings unfurling. The shadow landed on the window ledge, wings retracting dramatically. Chanbin, Professor Enda gasped, his expression one of shock as he regarded Chanbin and the backpack he bore. Memories of the metallic feathers flashed through his mind. Initially, he had thought the metallic feathers were intended to create a bird, but now he realized they were meant to forge a set of wings that enabled flight. Had he truly succeeded? Had he just conducted a test? What was this? The Freedom wings. Chanbin landed gracefully, removing the backpack. Wasn't the hoverboard meant for safety? I've now created the Freedom wings. Even if I lose my footing and fall, it won't matter. Professor Enda's mind raced. This was somewhat disconcerting. The hoverboard was designed for flight, yet with the Freedom wings, one could already fly. Were their functions not redundant? Was this not a protective device? Could it truly fly? Or merely glide? To actually fly? Capable of reaching speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. Professor Enda's composure faltered completely, his face contorted in disbelief. Is this not faster than a helicopter? Even swifter than the fastest aircraft? You developed this in just a few days? Chanbin shook his head. I had the concept previously. It was merely a matter of having the right conditions to create it. Professor Enda gazed at the backpack, a wild idea blossoming in his mind. May I give it a try? Chanbin handed over the backpack. Give it a shot. Professor Enda, having waited half the night, felt invigorated. Hesitantly, he placed the backpack upon his back. How does one operate this? There was a button on the right side of the backpack. This was the activation button. Professor Enda pressed it, instantly feeling the metallic supports on either side of his waist spring forth, securely fastening him. Then, additional metal segments emerged, enveloping his entire torso, followed by extensions around his shoulders and thighs. Almost entirely encased in metal, the fit was snug yet comfortable, instilling an extraordinary sense of security. He approached the mirror. Inspecting his reflection, he appeared as though clad in half a suit of iron armor. But where were the wings? The button on the left side, when pressed, would reveal them. Give it a try. At this moment, Professor Enda was overwhelmed by a sense of unparalleled novelty. As he pressed the button, he felt something unfurl behind him, an extraordinary sensation. In the mirror, he beheld the emergence of a pair of magnificent wings. Wings so striking they were simply breathtaking. Chapter 35. The Sensation of Freedom. Admiral and took out his phone and snapped a selfie before inquiring, how do I control the wings? Chanbin pondered for a moment, clarifying that it was primarily about controlling the wings of freedom rather than conventional flight. Imagine, these wings of freedom are truly wings that have sprouted from your back. Admiral looked puzzled. What do you mean? The control mechanism for the wings of freedom was somewhat unique. It could be simply understood as sensory control. Sensory? Why don't you jump out of the window first? Once you leap, you'll grasp my meaning. Realization dawned upon Admiral in automatic flight? Not automatic, but rather a harmonious collaboration. It will discern whether you wish to accelerate, decelerate, or turn. How is that possible? Admiral found it hard to comprehend. Is the wing capable of reading minds? Nevertheless, he chose to trust Chanbin, retracting his wings and climbing to the window. From a fourth floor, the likelihood of a fatal fall seemed minimal. Taking a deep breath, Admiral suddenly leaped from the window. While still airborne, the wings abruptly unfurled. and he nearly hovered in midair. How do I ascend? Instinctively, Admiral glanced skyward, and the wings behind him flapped vigorously, propelling him upward with tremendous force. He swiftly surpassed the 6-story laboratory, continuing his ascent. As he gazed ahead, the wings accelerated upward, transitioning into forward flight. The tension that had previously enveloped Admiral began to dissipate, allowing him to revel in this moment of liberation. Soaring through the skies, he looked down at the school in astonishment, utterly incredulous that he was indeed flying. In the boys' dormitory at the school, Chen Bin's classmates, having captured a glimpse of the aerial figure, found their breaths quickening. A winged creature, potentially a rare sighting. Now, another appeared. Surely, this was a world they had never encountered, a realm that might harbor formidable beings. One student snapped a photo and posted it on the forum, another vampire sighting. And it seems to be plumper than the last one. Unbeknownst to Admiral, he had become the plump vampire in the eyes of the students, completely absorbed in the exhilaration of flight. The sensation was thrilling, novel, and undeniably delightful. He had parachuted and glided during training, but this experience was entirely different. He was genuinely flying. After circling a few times, Admiral reluctantly returned to the laboratory. By that point, he had nearly mastered the operation. There was no need for conscious effort. It was all about intuition. For instance, when he wished to move forward, his body instinctively leaned, which was the essence of controlling the wings of freedom. With more practice, he would develop habits and deliberately employ those control movements. Standing on the windowsill, Admiral's cheeks flushed with excitement. The wings did not impede his movements. Simply put, these wings allowed a warrior wielding weapons to ascend into the skies. However, upon further reflection, Admiral abandoned that thought. While it sounded splendid, firing weapons in midair was impractical. The accuracy of shooting while airborne was insufficient, rendering it less effective than a drone. Yet, the technological prowess behind these wings was undoubtedly exceptional. Retracting the wings of freedom, Admiral removed his backpack and tentatively asked, "What do you think about drones?" Chen looked at him quizzically. "What do you mean? Are you interested in developing drones?" Admiral stated directly, knowing that Chen Bin's research capabilities could be invaluable. Drone technology was advancing rapidly due to its practicality and significant role on the battlefield. The Dragon Kingdom had already made considerable strides in drone research. However, having witnessed Chen Bin's wings of freedom, he understood that drones had yet to reach their full potential. Currently, the fastest racing drones could only achieve speeds of around 200 kilometers per hour, while Chen Bin's wings of freedom could reach 500 kilometers per hour. If that speed could be applied to drones, they would be virtually unbeatable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin replied, "All right, I'll look into it." Since Admiral had mentioned it, he resolved to explore the possibilities. Furthermore, the development of drones was indeed warranted. Compared to installing surveillance systems around the laboratory, having drones patrol would be significantly safer. Additionally, drones could possess offensive capabilities. Presently, aside from the mechanical dogs guarding him, he had no other protection. While the 2 mechanical dogs were formidable, as his reputation grew, they might prove inadequate. Admiral observed Chen Bin deep in thought. "You should rest. Don't stay up too late." Chen Bin glanced at the time, noting it was already 3:30 in the morning. "All right, I'll catch a few hours of sleep." Admiral was taken aback. What did he mean by "I'll catch a few hours of sleep"? Had Chen Bin not intended to sleep at all? Chen Bin genuinely intended to rest. Although he had medication that alleviated the side effects of staying awake, after a week of sleepless nights, he felt mentally fatigued. This mental exhaustion rendered him disinterested in everything. Previously, the support of the wings of freedom had sparked his desire to play, but now that novelty had faded. It was time for him to take a break. He collapsed onto the folding bed, closing his eyes. Despite having taken medication that should have kept him alert, he fell asleep almost instantly. There were no physical side effects. But after such a prolonged period without sleep, his thoughts became chaotic. Chen Bin enjoyed a deep slumber. It felt as though only an instant had passed when he awoke. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness, yet a glance at the clock revealed he had slept for nearly 20 hours, from evening to evening. Feeling refreshed, he stretched luxuriously, closed his eyes, and focused his attention deep within his consciousness. Host Chen. Shock points, 21,007. After previously spending 10,000 shock points to upgrade the lottery system, he now had just over 1,000 remaining. During this time, his points had been gradually accumulating as the video continued to circulate. Although most viewers didn't find the content particularly shocking, some still contributed shock points. After a few days, he had once again surpassed the 20,000 mark. With precisely 1,000 points to spare, he could try his luck. At this point, Chen had no specific desires, as long as it wasn't more toilet paper. As he prepared for the lottery, he noticed a prompt on the lottery page indicating that 10 consecutive draws had a chance for a critical hit. Should he draw once or opt for 10 consecutive draws? Recalling his previous experience with 10 consecutive draws, where his memory enhancement had been directly upgraded to photographic recall, he considered the potential rewards. With 1,000 points for a single draw, if he landed something extraordinary and scored another critical hit, he would be virtually invincible. Even if he opted for 10 consecutive draws, he would still retain over 11,000 shock points, ample for any endeavor. Without further hesitation, he declared draw. After splashing some water on his face and sitting upright in his chair, the familiar radiance began to shimmer on the system page. The first light was blue, signifying a promising item. Next, a familiar potion materialized before Chen-bin's eyes, the strength potion, which temporarily boosts physical power. Previously, such items would only appear once during a 10-draw session, yet here it was on the very first draw, shattering the curse that the first draw was always toilet paper. As he contemplated this, the second light flickered. White light, toilet paper, a full 10 rolls. The third light was red. Chen-bin's eyes widened in astonishment. Above the blue light shone the red light, a sign of extraordinary fortune. After spending time with this excessively fortunate AI, he felt as though it possessed its own intellect. The red item was undoubtedly something beneficial. Chapter 36, Swarm Drones. As the radiant light faded, a vial of azure liquid materialized before Chen. Within the cerulean substance, flickers of light sparkled, rendering the liquid akin to a galaxy. Chen was soon captivated by the description of this liquid, a primary gene enhancement serum, a means to augment life at the genetic level. Chen was astounded. Could humans truly transform into superhumans? Moreover, this serum was merely classified as primary. Were there advanced versions as well? While Chen pondered these revelations, a fourth beam of light began to illuminate the space. This light was white, revealing a pillow, an ergonomic sleeping pillow that conformed perfectly to the human form, adapting its shape according to the sleeper's movements. It continuously aligned with the curvature of the cervical spine, providing support while maintaining an exceptional level of comfort. This was indeed a remarkable item. Yet the cost of 1,000 shock points for such a modest reward felt somewhat disproportionate. And with a pillow now appearing, could a complete bedding set be next? Another burst of white light. A bed perhaps? A cloud mattress? A mechanical bed? Chen could hardly believe his eyes as a complete bedding set manifested, and he felt an urge to chastise himself for his premature speculation. The radiance continued to flicker, shifting to blue once more. Within this blue light, a mechanical arm emerged, a multifunctional robotic arm, heralded as your third hand. The light then transformed back to white, revealing rolls of paper. More rolls of paper. In this round of 10 consecutive draws, the white light yielded no further surprises, while the blue light produced two items, the strength potion and the multifunctional mechanical arm, alongside a red light that revealed the gene enhancement serum. And there remained one opportunity for a critical hit. The strength potion, once enhanced, could become a power potion, permanently augmenting strength. Though the enhancement may be modest, its value was undeniably high. The multifunctional mechanical arm was a wearable device. Once donned, it would manifest a versatile mechanical appendage on the wearer's back. This arm was both stylish and practical, effectively granting an extra hand during work with convenient control. Lastly, the gene enhancement serum, radiating red light, promised comprehensive enhancements to one's abilities. There was no need for deliberation regarding the critical hit opportunity. It was undoubtedly the gene enhancement serum. With a critical hit, the serum transformed. The once azure liquid now bore a hint of vibrant red. Its name remained unchanged. It was adorned with a parenthetical addition, inheritable. This indicated that prior to the critical hit, the serum lacked the capacity for genetic inheritance. Now, with this newfound inheritance effect, it was indeed a critical success, as the potential to pass on genetic enhancements to future generations represented a profoundly different concept from a one-time use. Chen glanced at the price of the gene enhancement serum. The shock points could only be exchanged for the non-critical version, and even so, it remained costly at 8,000 shock points. This lottery was certainly not a loss. The strength potion was valued at 600, while the multifunctional mechanical arm was surprisingly the cheapest at 300. Contemplating the prices, an idea sparked in Chunbin's mind as he materialized the critical hit gene enhancement serum in his hand. This serum was truly exquisite, the liquid appearing as though it flowed with the essence of a galaxy. Yet, the thought of such an enhancement commencing at the genetic level filled him with trepidation. Would he undergo drastic transformations? For example, could his skin develop scales? Horns sprout from his forehead? Or perhaps he might metamorphose into an extraordinarily intelligent giant. He hesitated to consume it, reluctant to test it on another, especially given that the non-enhanced version was priced at 8,000 shock points. Enhanced. It could soar above 10,000. With a flick of his wrist, Chunbin decided to stow the gene enhancement serum for now. He resolved to wait until he amassed more shock points to directly exchange for the enhanced version, and only then would he seek someone to trial it, ensuring its safety before his own use. For the moment, he needed to locate a drone. As Dean had previously mentioned, he indeed required a drone, so he began to explore for suitable drone technologies. Presently, he possessed the expertise to effortlessly develop a drone, utilizing technologies from levitation boards or free wings. However, he preferred to search within a catalog. The catalog featured mature products, while he could redesign something that might fly or be faster. It would necessitate numerous rounds of testing to identify potential issues. It was more efficient to consult the catalog, thus saving time. Searching for drones in the catalog proved somewhat arduous due to the multitude of airborne devices. In this era, humanity had thoroughly exploited the skies. Vehicles could soar above, with many individuals simply driving their cars onto their balconies upon returning home. Fortunately, drones employed as weaponry would invariably be operated by soldiers, allowing him to focus on the equipment worn by these warriors and search nearby. A shadow in the sky caught Chunbin's attention. The 7th-generation unmanned combat aircraft. He paused momentarily. This indeed fell under the category of drones, and it was quite reasonable. Nonetheless, it was unlikely his laboratory could produce such a marvel. Glancing at the price, he noted it required 9,900 shock points. Chunbin averted his gaze, with a total of 11,000 shock points. If he exchanged for this, he would be left with merely 1,000 shock points, insufficient for any other ventures. He continued his search. His eyes landed on a remote control in the hands of a soldier. The remote, equipped with a screen, displayed a view of the sky. Swarm drones. The required exchange was 2,900 shock points. The swarm drones operated as an intelligent unmanned combat system. A group of these drones comprised a queen bee, 6 guardian bees, 12 combat bees, and 24 multifunctional worker bees. Chunbin's eyes lit up at the description. This drone swarm was impressive, beyond their sheer numbers. The communication range, performance, and autonomous combat capabilities of these drones were exceptional. Without hesitation, he proceeded to make the exchange. 2,900 shock points vanished, replaced by a flood of knowledge surging into Chunbin's mind. This drone swarm featured 4 distinctly different types of drones. The queen drone, while not the fastest, housed an information processor that could serve as a relay, extending the operational radius of other drones. To simplify, when 2 groups of swarm drones collaborated, their operational radius could expand from 200 kilometers to 400 kilometers. The larger the swarm, the greater the operational radius. Next were the guardian bees, whose primary function was interception and defense. They could detect incoming attacks and swiftly position themselves to intercept. If the target was a missile, they could self-destruct to neutralize the threat. To ensure precise interception, Guardian Bees could instantaneously accelerate to supersonic speeds. The combat bees were designated for warfare, achieving speeds up to the sound barrier while carrying a payload of 30 kilograms. Equipped with automated weaponry and capable of carrying small missiles, they could also serve as weapons themselves under special circumstances, delivering lethal precision akin to that of a bullet. Lastly, the worker bees, though lacking standout features, offered versatility. With a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Chapter 37. Registering for the competition. The worker bee drones possess formidable offensive capabilities, equipped with miniature missiles and firearms. Additionally, they boast advanced detection features, including a dynamic capture system, infrared thermal sensing, and radar scanning. In a scenario where all information is shared within the swarm, the worker bees can acquire intelligence that significantly enhances the combat effectiveness of the entire hive. To put it simply, aside from the queen bee, the other three types of drones, when deployed externally, are among the finest in the world. When combined, their collective strength does not merely equate to a sum of parts, but rather transforms into an overwhelming force, exponentially greater. Chen donned a multifunctional mechanical arm, made minor adjustments, and commenced work. While preparing, he contemplated how to generate more shock points. Presently, the shock points naturally increased by several hundred each day, yet without any active engagement, this organic growth would inevitably dwindle. A strategy was needed. How could he evoke a sense of astonishment toward the creations he manufactured? Perhaps consider live streaming. Chen Bin's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Yes, live streaming. In contrast to witnessing high-tech products firsthand, the experience of viewing them through video and narration diminishes the impact of astonishment. However, the immediacy of live streaming, while not as potent as being present, certainly surpasses the effects of recorded footage as it unfolds in real time. Moreover, participating in significant events could also be advantageous. For instance, if you were to create drones, there would be a world drone racing competition next week, drawing participants from around the globe and attracting countless tech bloggers. Historically, such exhibitions have attracted tens of thousands of attendees. Chen Bin's enthusiasm surged again. Live streaming would require time to establish a stream and ensure engaging content to attract a large audience. Yet, attending such events would yield a substantial influx of shock points. Robotics competitions and award ceremonies could also provide a wealth of shock points. Help me register. The application must be made in the company's name. All right. The registration for the World Drone Racing Competition, officially known as the World Drone Racing Championship, was promptly initiated. This event not only showcases the speed of the drones, but also the skill of the pilots. To win, both elements are indispensable. For Chen Bin, this competition posed little challenge. Even if he showcased the queen bee, he could shatter world records effortlessly. The previous world record was set by a Red Bull racing drone, capable of accelerating to 300 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds, with a peak speed of 350 kilometers per hour. In comparison, the maximum speed of electric remote-control quadcopters is 263 kilometers per hour, while the current world record stands at 510 kilometers per hour. The reason for this drone's extraordinary speed lies in its missile-like design, constructed with a carbon fiber frame and equipped with 4 propellers at the rear, embodying a complete lightweight design. It can accelerate from 0 to 300 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds. Yet, these records seem trivial before Chen Bin's swarm of drones, which could effortlessly obliterate such feats. The worker bee drones, with their quadcopter aerodynamic design, can achieve astonishing acceleration in all directions, reaching speeds of 800 kilometers per hour, shattering records in mere moments. The warbee drones are even more impressive. Capable of supersonic flight, the Guardian Bees are designed for precision missile interception, attaining hypersonic speeds. This scenario is akin to a world champion entering a kindergarten sports event, an utter domination. With this realization, Chen Bin's motivation surged, and he continued his manufacturing endeavors. The assistance of a third arm significantly enhanced his efficiency. The registration completed swiftly. Dina received the news just as promptly upon awakening. He was informed that the Super Atlas company had registered for the World Drone Racing Competition. He was taken aback. having only proposed the idea to Chen Bin the night before. And now, Chen Bin had already registered for the race. How could such rapid development and production take place in such a short span? Dean proceeded directly to Chen Bin's laboratory, where he found Chen Bin diligently crafting components. The sight of the third mechanical arm assisting Chen Bin in assembly left him astonished. How could this arm synchronize so seamlessly with Chen Bin's two hands? It appeared as if he was naturally endowed with three hands. Chen Bin paused his work to glance back at Dean, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Dean, regaining his composure, asked, "Did you register for the drone competition?" "Indeed." Dean hesitated. "What about the drones?" "They're still in production." Observing the parts in Chen Bin's hands, Dean pondered briefly. "Will you have enough time?" "It should be sufficient," Chen Bin replied, returning to his tasks. Dean considered for a moment before suggesting, "I will arrange for a private chef for you. You won't need to eat in the cafeteria anymore. Just inform the chef in advance of what you wish to eat. He can prepare anything, ensuring both taste and health, as well as safety." "Very well." Chen Bin nodded, pleased with the prospect of better meals. After all, what is life if not for the enjoyment of good food? As Dean turned to leave, he hesitated momentarily, then made a phone call. "Can you provide me with the best drone currently available in your laboratory?" "Certainly." The person on the other end did not ask further questions. Dean resolved to offer Chen Bin a safety net. Should Chen Bin succeed in his development, it would be excellent news, and if not, they could utilize this drone as a placeholder. In the office of the Vice President of the Defense Science Academy, the Vice President was engrossed in paperwork when a secretary knocked and entered. "Professor Jean and the others have returned. Bring them in," the Vice President commanded, rising. "No, I'll go find them." Where are they now? He had previously been disconnected and was frustrated by the inability to reach them. "They're right outside." The Vice President looked toward the door. "Let them in." As the door opened, 3 professors entered, visibly excited. The Vice President maintained a stern expression. "Hanging up on my call and ignoring my messages?" Professor Jean waved dismissively. "That's all in the past. We need to discuss something crucial. We VE conspired on a new project to develop a rocket ion propulsion engine." The Vice President furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" A professor specializing in plasma physics excitedly explained, "I had the opportunity to meet Chen Bin, who directly showed me the design schematics for the levitating board. At my current level, I cannot fully grasp the technology in a short time, nor could I apply it effectively. However, I can utilize certain aspects of the design to create a plasma thruster. Once developed, our rockets would easily reach Mars and even farther, with the capability to return. The speed and range of our weaponry would experience significant enhancements. I have estimated that even with imperfect application of the technology, both speed and range could potentially double from the current limits." The Vice President's frown deepened. He had sought out these 3 researchers to persuade General Hu, hoping to prevent any deception. Yet, instead of dissuading General Hu, he found himself surrounded by 3 individuals who had apparently been misled. How could the levitating board possibly be real? Professor Jean, sensing the Vice President's skepticism, produced his phone and handed it over. "Take a look at this." Chapter 38. The commencement of experimentation. The Vice Dean observed the video, where Professor Jean was seen standing on a levitating board, floating forward and attempting to maneuver in various directions. Beside him, the voice of another professor echoed, "Let me give it a try. Let me give it a try." The Vice Dean's eyes gradually widened. While others might deceive him, these individuals were unlikely to do so. Could it be true? Undoubtedly it was. Professor Jean produced an irregular piece of metal from his pocket and placed it in the Vice Dean's thermos. The metal did not sink, but instead floated on the surface of the water. It was a high-strength yet remarkably lightweight alloy, capable of revolutionizing many of our equipment. Once this knowledge spreads, the entire world may be transformed. The Vice Dean retrieved the metallic piece from the cup, marveling at its feather-light touch. "Where did this come from?" he inquired. "From Chen Bin's laboratory. He was crafting a type of metallic feather as a byproduct." "Metallic feather? For what purpose?" "I am uncertain. When we left, he had not yet completed it, but it is assuredly something extraordinary." The Vice Dean's gaze swept over the trio. "Did you acquire any technology from him?" "Yes." The vice dean pondered for a moment. I can authorize the establishment of a new project for you. Prepare a project proposal and bring it to me for approval. The three departed in high spirits. The vice dean turned to his secretary, who had witnessed the entire exchange. What do you think? Are they speaking the truth or fabricating lies? I leaned toward believing them. I can arrange for someone to inquire at the school. With so many students having witnessed it, the truth will easily be revealed. The vice dean lightly tapped his fingers on the table. No need for inquiries. It is highly probable that it is genuine. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily deceived. I require all of Chen Bin's information. Understood. At this level, investigating an individual's background could be conducted with significant authority. The secretary executed her tasks efficiently, swiftly placing Chen Bin's dossier on the vice dean's desk. The file was thick, containing every piece of information collected about Chen Bin from his childhood to the present. As the vice dean perused the contents, his brow furrowed in mounting concern. Something seemed amiss. Chen Bin hailed from an ordinary family, and he had not exhibited any remarkable talents in his youth. True geniuses cannot remain concealed. For instance, scoring perfect marks with ease is a fundamental expectation. However, Chen Bin struggled even to pass basic subjects. There were no outstanding achievements to speak of. His poor grades had led him to a vocational college. With such a background, he would likely end up in a factory post-graduation. Although it is unwise to judge a genius by conventional standards, the abrupt transformation was perplexing. Upon encountering information regarding the mechanical dog, the vice dean's frown deepened. He had seen videos of the mechanical dog, but was unaware of its origin. Upon seeing the workshop's photographs, he felt insulted. Such a place could produce such advanced machinery? As he was about to dismiss the possibility, another photograph caught his eye, a worn and outdated machine tool, with Chen Bin scrutinizing a component before it. Was this image somewhat blurred? It appeared to be a still from video. The video located on the final USB drive. The vice dean connected the USB drive and discovered numerous videos within. Locating the footage of the machine tool in operation, he observed Chen Bin skillfully maneuvering the equipment. The three-axis machine seemed to come alive in Chen Bin's capable hands. Witnessing his dexterity and speed, the vice dean's expression shifted. Some skills can be imitated, yet true craftsmanship cannot be feigned. He had witnessed top-tier technicians operate antiquated machinery. They could create precision components using less accurate tools, a testament to years of experience and exceptional talent. Chen Bin's operational skills were remarkable. Was this a skilled technician? As he continued reviewing the subsequent materials, the vice dean noted the recently established company and its registration for the World Drone Competition. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Arrange for a seat at the drone competition. Securing a position at the World Drone Competition held in Longhua was a straightforward endeavor. Understood, the secretary nodded. Is there anything else you require? No further actions are needed. Merely ascertain whether the drones from Super Atlas Company are indeed their innovations. At his age, he had surpassed the phase of merely identifying problems. Solutions were now paramount. Meanwhile, Chen Bin remained unaware of the arrangements made by Dean and for the drone competition, prompting a surge of thoughts. He, too, faced a minor dilemma. The organizers of the drone competition required registration for participating drones. However, the challenge was that the drone he intended to enter was still a collection of parts. The counselor observed Chen Bin's furrowed brow. If the drone isn't registered, you won't be able to compete. Dean looked at Chen Bin sympathetically. Allow me to handle this. Chen Bin was taken aback. How can this be resolved? Wouldn't that be akin to cheating? I'll borrow an advanced drone from a research institution for registration purposes. You can use your new drone during the competition. Chen Bin was surprised. Will that really work? Absolutely, at most. The registered drone will differ from the one you use in the competition, but your results will remain valid. Let the organizers deal with any headaches. Even if you ultimately lose the championship, you'd still be an unofficial king. Chen Bin nodded. Indeed, this added an element of drama to the scenario. Moreover, Dean An's reference to an unofficial king seemed to imply confidence in his ability to win the championship. Such individuals are better kept at a distance. Placing too much faith in them could hinder his quest for impactful moments. The counselor and Dean departed to register the drone. Chen Bin watched them leave and resumed his work on the components. He calculated that even if he worked day and night, he could not complete the entire swarm of drones. After all, it was a collective of dozens of machines. However, manufacturing 1 or 2 drones before the competition commenced should not pose a significant problem. Yet, Chen Bin was eager to expedite the completion of the drones. This way, he could create 4 moments of astonishment at the competition instead of just 1. After contemplating briefly, Chen Bin's attention returned to the system, his gaze landing on the strength potion. Having drawn the strength potion, he could now directly exchange it for shock points. 200 shock points for 1 vial of strength potion. Chen Bin was aware that the potion bore no side effects, but was uncertain if its effects could be stacked indefinitely. If so, his manufacturing speed could increase. He decided to exchange for 2 to test the waters. After expending 400 shock points, he acquired 2 vials of the strength potion. He opened one and took a hearty swig. A warm current surged through his body, permeating every inch of him. The familiar sensation of increased strength returned. The feeling of enhancement was exhilarating. This could easily become addictive. Once again, his strength increased approximately by 20 pounds. He continued consuming the potion. After all, there were no side effects. With another gulp, Chen Bin felt the rush of strength once more. The sensation was genuinely delightful. He opted to test the effects on the mechanical dog, lifting the near 40-pound creature effortlessly with one hand, feeling as if it were weightless. Given the stacking effect, there was no reason for hesitation. He would continue to accumulate strength. Chapter 39. Not one, but a collective. Chen Bin consumed 3 bottles of potent elixir, feeling as though he could effortlessly lift a bowl with a single hand. He commenced his work. The augmentation of strength also enhanced his speed, as mechanical fabrication necessitated considerable force. Some components, though seemingly lightweight, could weigh dozens to hundreds of pounds. Now, Chen Bin could lift them single-handedly, significantly expediting his material processing. Moreover, the sudden surge in power typically complicates control. However, in this instance, it mattered little due to the guidance provided by the blue light. The increase in velocity directly translated to heightened efficiency. After a period of industrious creation, Chen Bin estimated he could indeed manufacture all 4 drone models in time. As he labored until noon, a knock interrupted him. A guard entered, setting a meal upon the table. You didn't specify what you wanted to eat, so Master Wei prepared a simple 3 dishes and a soup for you. Chen Bin gazed at the offerings: a plate of glistening braised pork, a dish of spicy stir-fried pork, a pan-fried fish, and a lotus root soup. The sight ignited his appetite, and a wave of hunger surged within him, a sensation he had overlooked amid his toil. The meal was contained within an insulated box, which, when opened, released a cloud of steam. The rice was perfectly steamed, enticingly delicious in its own right. After tasting a morsel, Chen Bin's eyes sparkled. It was exquisite. Previously, he found braised pork overly rich, but this bite was tender, sweet, and utterly delightful. The spicy stir-fried pork was equally delectable, a flavor so enticing that it compelled him to take more bites of rice. The lotus root soup evoked the taste of home. Though the meal consisted of merely a few dishes, it was evident that the chef had put considerable effort into it. Chen Bin savored every bite, consuming all the food and rice with the voracity of a tempest. Yet he did not set down his chopsticks, as he was still not satiated. He pondered whether the increase in strength was not solely derived from the elixir, but also from his substantial appetite. The guard, observing Chen Bin devour the entire meal, was taken aback. How could one person consume so much? The chef had prepared enough food for 3 people, yet Chen Bin polished it off entirely. As he mused, Chen Bin raised his head. Is the chef's surname Wei? Yes, came the reply. After a brief contemplation, Chen Bin instructed, have Master Wei prepare 2 more portions quickly. In this quantity, the guard asked no further questions. Understood. Half an hour later, 2 additional meals were presented, and Chen Bin resumed his feast. Truly, indulging in fine cuisine is a pleasure. The more he ate, the more he desired. In the bewildered gaze of the guard, Chen Bin consumed all 3 meals. This time, he felt 8/10 full. He decided to have Master Wei prepare meals of this quantity for the next few days. The guard nodded, still in shock. All right. As he exited the laboratory, the guard remained perplexed. Did Chen Bin just eat enough for 9 people? Incredible. They say mental exertion is energy-consuming, but this seems rather excessive. Moments later, Chef Wei was also bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that he only needed to prepare meals for one person? This individual was equivalent to 10. Chunbin worked tirelessly from dawn until the following day. After 24 hours, the effects of the elixir had entirely waned, prompting him to consume more. He took the elixir during the day and energy pills at night. Chunbin mused that this advanced technological catalog should be renamed the superdrug system. Amidst this relentless consumption and continuous production, Chunbin managed to complete all components just before the competition commenced. However, there was no time for assembly. Colonel provided a mobile home for him to begin the assembly process. The first to be assembled was the Queen drone. The Queen is capable of controlling other drones. The swarm operates not by the pilot controlling each drone, but by issuing commands to the Queen, which then precisely directs each individual drone. With the Queen's control, the operation surpasses even the most skilled pilot, as the calculated precision far exceeds human instinct. Whether for flight or attack, it can achieve pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, the response time is extraordinarily swift, with mere moments passing from target detection to engagement. Given the rapid flight speed of the drones, this disparity in response time is significant. Due to the numerous devices required, the Queen's dimensions are somewhat larger, measuring nearly 50 centimeters in length and width, with a height of 30 centimeters. Its upper section is slender, featuring a streamlined design that allows it to cut through the airflow during flight. Colonel, observing the birth of a drone from Chunbin's hands, found it somewhat absurd. Such a precise apparatus was being assembled by Chunbin, unaided, and within a moving mobile home. When Chunbin requested the mobile home, Colonel had his doubts. Now, it appeared he was the one mistaken for questioning Chunbin's capabilities. Additionally, the drone's design was notably unique. This sizable drone resembled a pyramid, with several propellers at the rear. Could it truly achieve high-speed flight? As he pondered, Chunbin set the drone aside and resumed his assembly. Colonel, staring at a pile of components, realized that the competition only required a single drone. The Queen was primarily for control. The subsequent drones would be the ones utilized in the competition. The Queen? Colonel felt a twinge of confusion. The drone I designed is a swarm drone cluster. Within this system, there is one Queen drone, 6 Guardian drones, 12 battle drones, and 24 worker drones. Colonel was taken aback. He merely mentioned needing a drone. Yet Chunbin had designed an entire drone cluster in one breath. It sounded quite impressive. Chunbin, equally astonished, smiled. They hadn't even officially begun manufacturing. Yet the concept was already generating excitement. Once unveiled at the competition, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. With this thought, Chunbin increased his manufacturing speed. The second model he created was the Guardian drone. The Guardian drone emphasizes exceptional maneuverability, employing 2 flight modes, one for long endurance using propellers, and another for instantaneous acceleration via turbojet mode. Visually, it appears as a flat diamond shape, with a propeller at each corner, not significantly differing from a conventional drone. However, once it enters high-speed mode, the 4 propellers fold backward, transforming a section of the diamond into an engine, allowing the drone to launch like a bullet. The design of this drone left Colonel astounded. Could it truly function in such a manner? Watching Chunbin fold the 4 propellers against the drone's body, he was mesmerized. This design not only considered practicality, but also the convenience of transport. A small box could house this drone. Furthermore, it managed to achieve versatility, combining endurance with explosive power. Chapter 40. Can this achieve supersonic speeds? Major Anda scrutinized the Guardian B drone, perplexed by how this drone could possibly defend itself. Was it specifically designed to protect the Queen Bee? How would it accomplish that? The outer shell of the Guardian B drone was crafted from high-strength alloy, capable of detecting incoming projectiles through electromagnetic induction and proactively positioning itself to intercept bullets. In the event of a missile threat, the Guardian B would activate its death interception mode, maneuvering ahead of the missile's trajectory to self-detonate and neutralize the threat. Major Anda was momentarily taken aback. Was this drone really capable of defending against missiles? Moreover, who would target a drone with a missile? Was this not absurd? Could it keep up with the speed required? Supersonic speeds could be countered, except for hypersonic missiles, which it seemed could easily overwhelm this drone. Ding! Shock 11111. Major Anda gazed at the drone in his hand. Could it truly achieve supersonic speeds? Indeed it could. Major Anda was astonished. What kind of genius was Chen Bin? He had casually developed a drone that surpassed the capabilities of the most advanced models by over 4 times. As for the drone that could reach speeds of 500 kilometers per hour, Major Anda considered it merely a pursuit of velocity, akin to a missile propelled by propellers, lacking the multi-functionality of a true drone. However, this model genuinely possessed the capabilities of a drone. It could hover in midair to locate targets and launch attacks. After the initial shock, Major Anda couldn't help but wonder about the capabilities of the Battlebee drone. How extraordinary could its speed be? It was designed for supersonic flight. Major Anda was surprised. Did it not exceed the speed of the Guardian Bee? No, the Guardian Bee was faster because it needed to intercept missiles. If the Battlebee were designed to be too swift, it would lose its purpose. Excessive speed would merely serve endurance, making missile deployment more practical. This drone was engineered for rapid engagement and precise strikes, capable of carrying both missiles and bullets to effectively eliminate foes. Any further increase in speed would necessitate a sacrifice in payload capacity, which was ultimately unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, Major Anda inquired, could it truly be faster? Yes, it could. Chen Bin had designed the Battlebee drone to have a more balanced appearance, featuring 4 propellers. This design ensured the drone maintained stability in high altitudes. While jet propulsion was fast, it lacked stability. A drone capable of hovering was essentially a miniature aerial combat platform, whereas one that could only sustain flight was akin to a miniature fighter jet, 2 entirely different classifications. To achieve swift transitions, it utilized a turbofan engine. Lastly, there was the Worker Bee drone. Although the Worker Bee's speed reached only 800 kilometers per hour, its functionality was significantly broader. Equipped with various sensors absent in the Battlebee, along with an array of weaponry, all 4 types of drones were assembled, and a vehicle was parked outside the event venue. As soon as the door opened, Chen Bin heard the sound of drones in flight. Looking up, he observed numerous drones soaring in the sky. The venue was spacious, ideal for pre-flight testing. Major Anda gazed at the multitude of flying drones. Should we conduct a test? No need, Chen Bin replied, placing all 4 drones into a case and carrying it toward the competition area. The venue was already equipped with various testing apparatus. In addition to the equipment, there were numerous staff members, directional signs, and event flow charts. Many golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals were present, clearly from overseas, and their numbers were substantial. A considerable number wore clothing emblazoned with company logos. Chen Bin's attire was rather distinctive, featuring a school uniform with a prominent badge that drew attention. Upon entering the arena, he was greeted with the call, pilot registration. One by one, pilots wearing specialized glasses removed them and proceeded to register. The deputy director of the Defense Science Academy sat among the judges, observing the group of pilots. Chen Bin has arrived. Next to him sat General, who had come specifically to see Chen Bin. He had intended to meet him earlier, but time had not permitted, and this event provided the perfect opportunity. While they were designated as judges, their true role was merely to lend prestige to the event. The actual judging will be conducted by the speed measurement equipment. General Hu remarked upon seeing Chen Bin. The younger generation is truly remarkable. They surpass us by leaps and bounds. The deputy director chuckled softly. That may not necessarily be the case. Why do you say so? General Hu inquired, puzzled by the undertone of the statement. The deputy director, lowering his voice, replied, the drone Chen Bin is competing with is one developed by our Defense Science Academy. General Hu's expression shifted abruptly. Really? I reviewed the organizer's registration materials. The serial numbers match. He found it hard to believe. There was no need for that. Chen Bin already had previous achievements. He could have chosen not to participate in this competition. Why would he do this? The deputy director pondered. I had reviewed Chen Bin's profile. He did not strike me as a prodigy, but having observed his process in creating components, his skills were exceptionally high. I initially thought it was an initiative to create a flagship product. General Hu considered Major Anda's involvement. Could it be that he had sourced technology externally and attributed it to Chen? Discovering a true genius warranted recognition, but that seemed unlikely. If someone else had developed such cutting-edge technology, there is no reason for Major Anda to be unaware of it, nor to relinquish such world-class capabilities effortlessly. Additionally, such matters would inevitably come to light. Yet, why would Chen choose to compete with a drone from the Defense Science Academy? Unable to comprehend, he decided to set the thought aside and simply inquire later. First, let us observe the competition. During the pilot registration, instructions were also provided regarding the flight routes. There were 2 rounds, a direct speed race and an obstacle navigation challenge. The former tested the drone's performance, while the latter assessed the pilot's skill in maneuvering around obstacles to reach the destination, evaluating their reflexes and operational capabilities. After registration and introductions, they lined up for the competition. The atmosphere was even more vibrant than Chen had anticipated. The expansive flight area was lined with spectators, nearly all wielding cameras, capturing the aerial displays. Many of the vehicles participating in the competition were making their debut, and the photos taken would serve as news releases. Numerous tech bloggers were also present, relying on cutting-edge technology products to sustain their channels, eager to understand market trends while capturing video content for dissemination. Additionally, there were many enthusiasts gathered to witness the spectacle, filling the sidelines with fellow drone aficionados. The staff commenced their final round of testing and calibrating the equipment. Staff-operated drones ascended, traversing their designated paths to ensure all systems were functioning correctly. At the starting point, personnel announced, "Prepare according to your numbers, Pilot 1. Proceed to the starting point for testing, Pilot 2. Prepare." Chapter 41, he unveiled yet another drone. The first pilot approached the starting table, carrying a box, and upon opening it, revealed a sleek black racing drone. Its sharp contours exuded an aura of sophistication. The pilot activated the drone and donned his goggles while deftly maneuvering his fingers. The host's voice resonated through the broadcast. In this competition, the first pilot hails from the Dragon Country, showcasing the Kexier racing drone, a niche brand, yet it soared into the top 10 during last year's fierce competition. As the inaugural brand to take the stage, will it achieve even greater accolades? Let's await the outcome. A ground staff member waved a green flag at the edge of the venue. The equipment was calibrated and ready. Let us behold the performance of Pilot 1. No sooner had the words been spoken than the drone ascended into the sky, hovering in anticipation of commands. As the indicator light ahead turned green, the drone's propellers whirred into action, emitting a piercing sound, and it vanished into the distance in an instant. Several large screens simultaneously displayed a series of data, acceleration to 100 kilometers in just 1 for seconds. Accompanying this were direct comparative figures indicating the fastest acceleration for a first-person view racing drone was 1.3 seconds. Furthermore, the previous top speed stood at an astonishing 292 kilometers per hour. Such velocity, within the realm of racing drones, undoubtedly commands respect. The host's tone grew fervent. Acceleration to 100 kilometers in 1.4 seconds, achieving a speed of 492 kilometers per hour. This time, a place in the top 10 is virtually secured, and who knows, perhaps even a higher rank could be attained. The drone, having flown a distance, executed a grand maneuver and returned to the table. The second pilot approached the table, inhaled deeply, and opened the box. Each time he competed in the Dragon Country, he felt a surge of anxiety, primarily due to their advanced drone technology. Presently, the pinnacle of racing drones largely resided in the Dragon Country. The military applications were commendable, yet they had not unveiled anything truly formidable. In the civilian sector, however, the Dragon Country reigned supreme. The previous entry was not even a major brand, merely a niche one, yet it effortlessly outclassed the competition. Their new drones simply paled in comparison. He had heard tales of drones priced at a mere 85 yuan in the Dragon Country, featuring remote control and stable flight capabilities. 85 yuan, a sum so trivial that it barely covered a meal in his homeland. Quickly clearing his tumultuous thoughts, Pilot 2 prepared for flight and signaled readiness. The green light illuminated, and the drone shot into the clouds, swiftly following its predetermined trajectory. acceleration to 100 kilometers in 2 seconds, with a top speed of 267 meters. It appeared to fall short by mere fractions of a second and only a few kilometers per hour. However, in the current market landscape, the disparity was considerable. The host refrained from announcing the results, instead stating, "The second pilot's drone exhibited exceptional flight posture control, with both takeoff and landing executed with remarkable smoothness and grace." Next came Pilot 3, also from the Dragon Country, representing another second-tier brand. Acceleration to 100 kilometers in 6 seconds, with a top speed of 298 kilometers. Just 2 kilometers shy of the coveted 300. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This speed was equally extraordinary. Following was Pilot 4. Chen observed from the contestant section, keenly noting the dynamics of the drone market. The Dragon Country boasted a significant number of participants, while the overseas contingent was sparse. He pondered whether the low turnout was due to the event's location or the undeniable prowess of Dragon Country's drones. Lost in thought, someone leaned in beside him. "Where are your goggles?" "Goggles?" Chen then noticed that all other pilots were equipped with them. He shrugged. "I don't use first-person view goggles." "Which company are you with?" "Super Atlas Technology." "Wow. The company that developed those incredible robotic dogs? You also develop drones? Can we be friends? Could you refer me? I'd love to join that company." Chen regarded the enthusiastic pilot, hesitating briefly. "Why do you want to join that company?" "To invest early. A company like that has a bright future. Joining early is advantageous." "You're quite lucky, brother." Chen nodded lightly. "Indeed, I am fortunate, but our company isn't hiring pilots." "Why not? Don't you need testers for the drones?" "Not really." Chen replied with a smile as he stood up. His turn had arrived. The host's voice rang out. "Pilot 12, representing Super Atlas Technology." This name may not be familiar to many, but allow me to share something that might jog your memory. Their CEO is a university student who showcased a lifelike robotic dog at a collegiate robotics competition. Who would have thought they also developed drones? I am curious about the caliber of their drones. The box containing Chen drone was notably large. He placed it on the table and first revealed the Queen Bee drone. The host expressed surprise. This drone bears a resemblance to the Peregrine 2, the fastest drone in history, capable of reaching speeds of 510 kilometers per hour. However, this model appears larger and wider, suggesting it may not be as swift. Wait, Pilot 12 produced yet another drone. Chen unveiled the worker bee. Its design was akin to a standard drone, featuring a black finish and 4 propellers. Unremarkable. In the midst of curious gazes, Chen retrieved his phone. He issued commands to the Queen Bee drone via his phone, which in turn controlled the worker bee drone. This maneuver left onlookers baffled. Was he controlling a drone with his phone? Wasn't this a competition venue? Just as he pondered, a sharp sound pierced the air as the worker bee drone soared into the sky, hovering gracefully. The host was momentarily taken aback. That takeoff speed is quite impressive. As the green light illuminated, the worker bee drone surged forward. It zipped through the air, racing past the detector, and continued to accelerate. Several large screens displayed numbers 0, 6. Acceleration to 100 kilometers in 6 seconds. The audience gasped in astonishment, and Chen mind echoed with a notification. Ding. Shot points 7,988. While the crowd was sizable, only around 1,000 or 2,000 were present. The remainder of the shock points stem from the live broadcast. The host exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder this is a product of Super Atlas Technology. Acceleration to 0 to 100 in 6 seconds, a mere 5 seconds shy of the current world record for racing drones. Just 1 seconds away. In the next moment, yet another figure appeared on the screen. The host expressed his astonishment once more. Goodness, 826 kilometers per hour? The spectators, drawn to the spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. Those present, aside from journalists and relevant professionals, were avid drone enthusiasts, each possessing a modicum of understanding. At that moment, they were utterly flabbergasted. Their worldviews had been thoroughly upended. Chapter 42, he has drones. 826 kilometers per hour? What does this mean? Currently, the fastest speed of racing drones is 510 kilometers per hour, while this fighter drone has effortlessly shattered world records. Moreover, the drone that held the previous record resembled a rocket, with 4 propellers at its tail, resembling those of a drone. That drone was designed with a focus on lightweight construction for speed. Yet, this particular drone has a design akin to ordinary drones. What astounds everyone is that, despite its conventional appearance, it achieves such an extraordinary speed. Ding! Shock value 10, 278. Chen felt it was worth it. He thought that even a week without sleep would be justified for such an abundance of shock points, let alone a month. After recovering from the shock, the host declared, "I must verify the authenticity of this data. Please hold on." The audience collectively realized the necessity of confirmation, as the figures seemed implausible. After all, the drone's performance was astonishing to an unimaginable degree. Shortly thereafter, the host's voice resonated again. The technical team has confirmed that all the data from the recent tests is indeed genuine. It is improbable for one device to malfunction while all others do not. Additionally, the time from takeoff to landing is the shortest recorded thus far. On the judging panel, General, who gradually regained his composure, grappling with disbelief. The top military drones of long country reach speeds of only 750 kilometers per hour, and that is for reconnaissance drones, which are entirely different from such small drones. Yet, this miniature drone astonishingly achieved a speed of 800 kilometers. Has your academy's drone technology advanced to this level, far surpassing the rest of the world? You have truly kept it under wraps. General, who remarked to the vice president. Upon hearing no response, he turned in confusion to see the vice president's mouth agape. Old Yao? The vice president snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Your academy's drone technology is remarkably impressive. The vice president shook his head. This drone is not from our lab. Didn't you say you reviewed the organizer's materials? I did review them, but the drones listed by their company were those from our laboratory. General Hu pondered. So, they possess their own drones, but registered them using your drones? The vice president's mind was still in a state of disarray. The current capabilities of drones exceeded anything he could comprehend. Could it be that Chen is a super genius? He developed mechanical dogs, invented electromagnetic railguns, created hoverboards, and designed this drone? But that's implausible. He's also a researcher. He understands the challenges of research and that many products cannot be created by a single researcher alone. They require collaboration, teams, and time. It felt as though Chen was operating on a different level altogether. Yet, witnessing the drone's performance, he could not fathom any team capable of developing such a machine. General Hu gazed at the drone in the distance, chuckling. It seems Long Country has indeed struck gold. The vice president suddenly realized he need not worry about the authenticity of the claims. Whether fake or genuine, the technology speaks for itself. The mere existence of such technology is indicative of much. With this realization, Chen flight had concluded. The worker drone landed on the table. Chen retrieved another drone from the box. Staff members moved to assist him in preparing the drone for the next pilot. To their surprise, Chen produced yet another drone. Is there a rule that only one drone can be flown? The staff, momentarily bewildered, were interrupted by the host's voice. Pilot, no. 12 has another drone in the box, a larger quadcopter. How many drones is he going to showcase? The staff quickly stepped aside. Curiosity piqued as they anticipated the performance of a better-equipped drone. All eyes were on Chen. The host, equally excited, remarked, "He is indeed going to conduct further tests. The previous drone has already set a new record for racing drones. We can only wonder how this one will perform." Last year's drone competition was a fierce battle. This year's competition was a mechanical revelation. The drone ascended rapidly into the sky, hovering as it awaited the green light. Chen then relinquished control to the Queen Bee, having already issued commands. Once the green light illuminated, the drone vanished with a piercing shriek. Before any data appeared on the screen, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon. Those unfamiliar with the phenomenon might have assumed the drone had exploded. However, many knowledgeable individuals were present. On the judging panel, nearly half the members stood, and the venue fell silent. In a gathering of nearly 2,000, only the sound of the wind could be heard. No one spoke, for they all recognized the sound they had just heard. It was a sonic boom. Such a sound can only be produced when an object surpasses the speed of sound, a phenomenon that occurs when breaking the sound barrier. This drone has exceeded the speed of sound. Chen once again heard the exquisite sound. Ding. Shock value 12, 885. Delightful. In that moment, Chen realized the path forward. He would participate in every competition, large or small. Competitions signify popularity, and popularity equates to shock points. The first set of data appeared on the screen. 03. The world record for a drone's acceleration over 100 kilometers has been shattered. Not only broken, but reduced by 0.2 of a second. Ding. Shock value 7,000. Chen felt a twinge of regret. The previous shock was so overwhelming that the announcement of the data yielded fewer shock points than anticipated. Next, the screen displayed the second set of data. 269. The speed of sound is 224 kilometers per hour. This drone just surpassed it, though not by much. Ding. Shock value 5,742. In the midst of the profound silence, the host's voice resonated once more, suppressing his excitement. At this moment, we have etched a remarkable chapter in the history of drones. Drones can indeed achieve supersonic flight. The shockwave from this innovative technology company is one we must remember. Super Atlas. Initially, I thought Atlas referred to a catalog of images. Yet this drone signifies slaughter and carnage. This record may take many years for others to surpass. As the host concluded, his voice faltered, followed by a shriek of disbelief. Pilot number 12's box contains yet another drone. Chapter 43, The Unmanned Factory. The host, who considered himself well acquainted with the grander aspects of life, found himself utterly bewildered at that moment. What was the situation with this company? How could a single entity dominate the top 3 positions? Each drone produced by this firm left the audience in awe. This was truly absurd. Were these epic-making drones being offered wholesale by this company? As he pondered this, the sound of propellers, quieter than before, signaled the ascent of the third drone. It hovered at the starting point, waiting for the green light. The expressions of those present as they gazed at the drone had shifted entirely. Curiosity now replaced their previous astonishment. The earlier drones were already formidable, and this new model was expected to exhibit even more advanced capabilities. While speed seemed unlikely to surpass the previous supersonic drone, it surely must possess other remarkable features. As all eyes widened in anticipation, the green light illuminated. The drone emitted a resonant hum as its 4 propellers surged into action, complemented by the jet propulsion at its rear. The Garby drone vanished from sight in an instant. Following the brief hum, a sonic boom resounded. It was yet another supersonic feat, seemingly even faster than before. In sheer astonishment, everyone turned their attention to the large screen, awaiting the data display. When the figures finally appeared, the crowd was once again left in shock. It was not an illusion. It was indeed faster. The acceleration from 0 to 100 occurred in a mere 0.2 seconds, setting a record that would likely remain unbroken for the foreseeable future. Then came the second data point, 1,569. This represented an increase of several hundred over the previous speed, truly invincible, another record that seemed almost impossible to surpass. As the drone returned to the table, Chen noted the astonishing shock points had surged past 60,000. What does this even signify? Essentially, one could exchange for nearly all technological products listed on the first page of the catalog. Furthermore, the drone would soon make its appearance online. Although the video shared would offer limited shock points, more would gradually trickle in. This time, it was a profitable venture. Chen began to pack up the drone. The host's voice rang out. Is that all? Others looked at Chen with eager anticipation, wondering if the treasure chest-like case was truly empty. After securing the drone and closing the case, he returned to his seat. The 13th pilot, realizing what had transpired, finally stood up. He was also an overseas pilot and had anticipated great pressure coming to compete in the Dragon Kingdom, as it was filled with industry giants. Initially optimistic, he had hoped to encounter superior drones and meet top pilots, believing it would be a beneficial learning experience. However, he now wished to forfeit. There was simply no comparison. His drone's maximum speed was nearly 300 kilometers per hour, and he had come prepared to stand out among the competition. Yet now, he could barely match the 12th pilot's performance. What was the point of competing? Initially overwhelmed by pressure, he now felt like giving up entirely. Sitting at the table, he began to fly his drone. A maximum speed of 292 kilometers per hour might have been impressive before, but now there was hardly any applause. The host had little to say. The 13th contestant certainly has a striking appearance. Chen Bin, seated nearby, glanced at the pilot, who appeared excited. Hey, could you help me get a foot in the door? I genuinely want to join your company. Chen Bin shook his head. Our company isn't hiring pilots. Are you afraid I'll outshine you? No need to worry. Once I join the company, I'll be your subordinate. Our drones don't require pilot operation. No need for pilots? Then how do you operate them? You just issue commands. That seems implausible. Chen Bin didn't respond, continuing to watch the drone competition. Though his mind had already immersed itself in the system, he could now attempt to expend 8,000 shock points to exchange for a gene enhancement serum and seek a target for testing. Finding a human? Too perilous. Perhaps requesting a death row inmate from the authorities? Chen Bin thought that might work, though it seemed disrespectful to human rights. Moreover, how could he explain his research? What if he later needed to produce the gene enhancement serum and claimed he couldn't? If he truly succeeded, 8,000 shock points for a single vial would be exorbitantly priced. After some contemplation, he decided on animal testing. The gene enhancement serum was an upgrade at the genetic level and could be administered to any animal. Chen Bin thought of using a dog. He could test it while also adopting a pet. Additionally, with his shock points increasing, he couldn't resist the urge to draw again. His consciousness sank into the system, initiating a tenfold draw. Even if he ended up with nothing but toilet paper, he wouldn't mind. He was feeling extravagant. The light began to shimmer, revealing a brilliant white glow. Toilet paper. Was it really just toilet paper? Couldn't he receive something else? The white light flickered again, unveiling a nail clipper. Chen Bin noted that this was quite decent, as it was a semi-automatic nail clipper. Just insert your finger, and it would automatically trim and polish, without injuring the hand, while providing a perfectly shaped result. This had some value. The third prize was once again illuminated by white light, revealing more toilet paper. Chen Bin felt he was losing patience with the toilet paper. The fourth prize glimmered with blue light, a tier above the white. As the blue light dissipated, a pair of gloves emerged, protective gloves that felt as if they were not worn at all, providing an incredibly realistic tactile sensation while effectively insulating against temperature and safeguarding the hands, particularly against corrosion and high heat. Most importantly, they allowed for dexterous movement. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, suitable for prolonged use. The fifth burst of light was also blue, this time enhancing charm. Two blue lights emerged, further amplifying Chen Bin's anticipation. Based on past experiences, in addition to the two blue lights, there was usually a red light. That was the real treasure. Following several more white light bursts, which yielded trivial items, he finally reached the 10th glow. As the brilliance flickered, a hint of red light appeared. Chen Bin exhaled in relief. The consecutive white lights had shaken his confidence, but thankfully, the red light had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired an unmanned factory. The system's lottery page presented a virtual factory. What was this? How was it used? The host needed to find a piece of land and place the unmanned factory upon it, and the factory would instantly materialize. Chen Bin was once again taken aback. The capability for instantaneous construction seemed even more formidable than the unmanned factory itself. Securing a plot of land wouldn't be difficult at all. Just as he was deep in thought, Instructor approached Chen Bin and quietly said, "You need not participate in the subsequent rounds. General who wishes to meet you." Chen Bin felt a twinge of regret. His performance in the upcoming obstacle course would surely be even more extraordinary. Straightforward flight would not adequately showcase the prowess of the Queen Bee, whose control surpassed human capabilities. Nonetheless, it was understandable that the Dragon Kingdom wished to keep its top drone technology under wraps. He had already gained ample rewards from this experience. Where is General Hu? He asks at the judging panel, but he just stepped down and is waiting for you in the backstage office. Understood. This was Chen Bin's first encounter with a general, yet he felt no anxiety. Had it not been for the system, he would have been far too intimidated even to meet Instructor in. As for the general, he would have only been able to see him on television. But now, it was different. He had ample confidence. Chapter 44. Feel free to propose conditions. Chen Bin, carrying a box, followed Principal and towards the backstage of the competition. In the backstage area, Chen Bin noticed General Hu, dressed in military attire, seated on a chair. He appeared to be around 60 years old, with two gleaming stars on his shoulders. Upon seeing Chen Bin, General Hu promptly stood up. He had heard Chen Bin's name countless times, but this was their first meeting in person. Though not strikingly handsome, Chen Bin possessed an aura that was surprisingly invigorating. General Hu approached Chen Bin and extended his hand. I have heard so much about you and your inventions, but I was too busy to meet you earlier. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Allow me to introduce someone. General Hu gestured towards another individual in the room. This is Old Yao, the vice president of the Defense Science and Technology Institute. He is also very interested in your research. Chen Bin shook hands with Vice President Yao. Hello, Vice President Yao. The vice president's gaze towards Chen Bin was somewhat complex. The drones, did you design and manufacture them? Yes, Chen Bin replied, observing Chen Bin's calm demeanor. The vice president finally accepted the notion of him being a super genius. Your drones were destined to win the championship in today's competition. However, the extreme capabilities of the drones must remain confidential, so I must ask you to bear with us. There is no inconvenience. Chen Bin waved his hand dismissively. Concealing capabilities is merely a matter of national security for our country, and it is quite justified. General Hu nodded. Could you kindly provide me with an overview of the advanced drones you have developed? Certainly. Chen Bin nodded gently before continuing. In fact, there is only one model, the swarm drone. General Hu raised an eyebrow. So this is essentially a drone combat system? Exactly. Chen Bin opened the box. Although it is a combat system, it lacks weaponry, making it difficult to assess its offensive capabilities. This system comprises 4 types of drones: the Queen Bee drone, the Guardian Bee drone, the Warrior Bee drone, and the Worker Bee drone. The Queen Bee drone primarily serves as the control unit. Once tactical commands are issued, there is no need for a pilot to manage each drone individually. The Queen Bee can command all the drones. I am confident in the system's reliability, though it hasn't been tested yet. You may conduct tests afterward, and we can address any issues that arise. Chen Bin paused for a moment before continuing. Now, let us discuss the Guardian Bee. It has formidable defensive capabilities, capable of detecting incoming attacks and either blocking or self-destructing to intercept them, thus protecting the Queen Bee drone from being hit. Its rapid burst speed can reach supersonic levels, but its cruising speed is moderate, around 500 kilometers per hour, similar to that of the Queen Bee drone. The Warrior Bee can achieve supersonic flight and carry up to 300 rounds, plus 2 missiles. During today's tests, it reached supersonic speeds simply because it was fully loaded. As Chen Bin spoke, a series of thoughts echoed in his mind. As for the Worker Bee, it also possesses some offensive capabilities, although it pales in comparison to the Warrior Bee, carrying 2 small missiles and 100 rounds. Its speed is approximately 800 kilometers per hour, primarily used for reconnaissance. A complete swarm drone system consists of 1 Queen Bee, 6 Guardian Bees, 12 Warrior Bees, and 24 Worker Bees. Chen Bin continued. The Queen Bee can also function as a signal relay, allowing 2 or even multiple swarm systems to operate together, significantly extending their operational range. What is the endurance? General Hu inquired, posing a critical question. 3 hours. General Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. 3 hours of endurance? That would render it invincible. It could entirely alter the dynamics of drone warfare. Typically, drones, aside from those equipped with wings for gliding, can only manage 1 or 2 hours at most. A drone with such speed and extended endurance could easily achieve an operational radius of several hundred kilometers. This is truly terrifying. No one engages in combat from hundreds of kilometers apart. It typically involves long-range missile strikes. Yet now, this drone can strike from a considerable distance. Either it employs anti-aircraft missiles or watches helplessly as its position is bombarded. In a fully loaded scenario, a single system would have 24 missiles and 48 small rocket-sized missiles, in addition to thousands of rounds of ammunition. The potential for destruction is immense capable of effortlessly bombarding an entire position. General who could not help but gasp in awe, primarily struck by the magnitude of what he had just learned. Their military indeed possessed some impressive technology, but when compared to Chen Bin's drone, it felt like mere toys, child's play. The vice president's expression was also somewhat frozen, incredulous. Had it not been for the fact that this drone had already been tested and achieved supersonic speeds, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. In normal circumstances, it would take a decade, if ever, to produce something of this caliber. General Hu gazed at the drone. Can this system be mass-produced? If so, I could place an order right now. Yes, Chen Bin affirmed. The manufacturing difficulty of the drone was significantly lower than that of the levitating board. With the right top-tier processing plants, they could produce the vast majority of the components. General Hu pondered for a moment. Then we shall order 100 sets. You may set the price as you see fit. Furthermore, if you have any other conditions, feel free to state them. The vice president remained silent. The fact that Chen Bin could develop such technology was already sufficient for their country to support him. As for requesting a substantial sum of money, it was entirely justified. No amount of funding would enable anyone else to replicate these drones. Chen Bin instinctively waved his hand. He had no particular demands. However, halfway through his gesture, he recalled something he truly needed. Could you provide me with a piece of land? Additionally, I would like a small dog. I wish to adopt one. What size of land do you require? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin replied, 1 square kilometer. The factory in the system occupies approximately 1 hectare. However, Chen Bin considered that the sudden establishment of a factory might be daunting. Hence, he envisioned a larger area, enclosed by walls, with the factory situated in the central region, alongside ample space for future expansion. This was essential. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to accommodate additional factories in the future. General Hu furrowed his brow. Is that all? For others, a square kilometer of land could be quite a hassle. But for him, Chen Bin's request seemed rather modest. Do you have any other requirements? Perhaps regarding the location of the land? Location. It would be preferable for it to be near a school. I have no other specific demands. Very well. General Hu nodded. He was familiar with Chen Bin's school, which was quite remote, with ample surrounding space. Arranging a plot of land for Chen Bin posed no problem. And what about the dog? A small dog, one that can be easily trained. Do you have a preferred breed? Chen Bin contemplated, envisioning a myriad of dog breeds, but ultimately settled on a local breed. A native dog would be ideal. I had one during my childhood, and I have always appreciated their temperament. Back then, I could truly rely on my dog. When I called out charge, it would indeed sprint forth. A native dog from our land. Chapter 45, all about talent. General Hu nodded thoughtfully. Then I will arrange for you to take these drones back for more detailed testing. Chen Bin glanced at the 4 drones in the box, contemplating briefly. Once the testing is complete, I want them back. I need to keep a set for myself. Very well, General Hu replied, nodding again. Even if Chen Bin were to refuse, he could easily forego them. The vice dean approached, curious. May I inquire how you study and conduct your research independently? A product encompasses numerous design directions, and under normal circumstances, one person cannot master them all. At this point, the vice dean added, I harbor no doubts about your capabilities. I am merely curious, and you are free to refrain from answering. Chen Bin shook his head. I can't say for certain, but I can share a bit about my intuition. He aimed to justify the speed of his research and development. Intuition? The vice dean queried, somewhat skeptical. Indeed, I have never encountered or interacted with a mechanical product before, yet upon merely touching it, I can discern its general structure and the technologies and processes employed within. The vice dean was taken aback. How could this be possible? The same applied to unfamiliar machinery. He could use it intuitively without prior learning, as if it were instinctual. The vice dean recalled a video he had seen, where Chen Bin was shown crafting components using machinery. Was it this innate feeling that allowed him to produce parts with outdated machines, but with greater precision? Yes, I refer to this instinct as elementary mechanical affinity. Mechanical affinity? Elementary? Precisely. It is mechanical affinity. I deem it elementary because I sense that as I create more items, my affinity for machinery deepens. The vice dean was genuinely astonished. Such a talent was almost otherworldly. It was indeed enviable. He too wished to possess such a gift. Furthermore, this explained why Chen Bin's talent had not previously manifested. He simply had not encountered enough mechanical products. It seemed that pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering was indeed the right choice. Only this mechanical affinity could elucidate why Chen Bin, at his age, was so adept at using various machines and equipment. General Hu suddenly laughed. Fortunately, you were born in modern times. Had you existed in ancient times, it would have been a tremendous waste. Chen Bin chuckled lightly in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. If he had lived in ancient times, even with his system, he would have had to start from scratch, manufacturing everything from raw materials before creating the necessary equipment. The entire process could consume a lifetime. He was not merely standing on the shoulders of the system, but also upon the achievements of his predecessors. General Hu had no intention of lingering. His purpose for visiting was merely to see Chen Bin, and having done so, it was time to depart. Similarly, the vice dean did not tarry. Upon acquiring the drones, he was eager to leave and commence testing, not only for speed, but also for combat effectiveness and operational commands. Each aspect seemed extraordinary, necessitating rigorous testing to ascertain the results. Chen Bin did not linger either. With the drones gone, there was no point in staying. He signed a waiver, relinquishing any claim to participate in subsequent competitions. Though he would not be competing, he would undoubtedly remain the unacknowledged champion. At this moment, videos were likely circulating online, and Chen Bin's mind echoed with the sound of notifications. However, compared to the live broadcast, the impact was significantly diminished. The screen's distance lessened the shock value, and the timeliness of the content was lacking, offering few striking points. Nonetheless, it was enough to accrue impactful points without any effort. After submitting his waiver, Chen Bin boarded the vehicle to return and began searching for information on various competitions. Soccer? It attracted many spectators, yet he could neither participate nor gain any impactful points. Badminton? Pool? As he searched for competitions, he found only a plethora of sports events. Where were the technology-related contests? Just then a spark ignited in his mind: motorcycle racing. The only drawback was that it was not held in Longhua. However, that was not a significant issue. He could manufacture a motorcycle and find a rider to participate. Additionally, there were car racing events. He recalled seeing flying cars in the catalog. Could there be potential there? Imagine soaring through the race course in a flying vehicle. There was a high likelihood of violating regulations, but compliance was not a concern. His impactful points would undoubtedly soar. Continuing his search, Chen Bin also discovered robot soccer competitions. If he could fabricate the robots from the catalog, would it not be a complete domination? Moreover, he realized that his focus should not be limited to competitions alone. High-tech electronic exhibitions could also be attended, allowing him to gain impactful points. While Chen Bin was engrossed in his research, General Hu began considering Chen Bin's requirements. It was indeed a thorough examination. Chen Bin needed a square kilometer of land, likely for establishing a factory. The area should be conveniently accessible, yet somewhat secluded. Accessibility was essential for material intake, while seclusion was necessary for tranquility. Ideally, the land should be clean, devoid of rivers or other structures, and all property rights must be properly arranged. Furthermore, a flat terrain would be preferable for constructing the factory. Listening intently to General Hu's directives, the secretary promptly organized the details. Once General Hu had outlined his considerations, he instructed, select 3 plots of land and initiate negotiations with the owners as soon as possible. Regardless of whether there are existing structures or land, ensure all compensatory terms are agreed upon. Begin discussions simultaneously to avoid any stubborn holdouts. The likelihood of encountering multiple stubborn parties on all 3 plots is quite low. General Hu paused for a moment before adding, additionally, regarding dogs, I require a pastoral dog. Investigate whether he had dogs in the past, as well as his relatives, and ascertain if they have ever owned dogs. Gather information on the dog's coat color, size, and temperament, and inquire as thoroughly as possible. Understood, the secretary responded. Once clarified, we will have a professional dog breeder select puppies with similar temperaments. Excellent. Proceed promptly and ensure there are no errors. Chen Bin had never made any requests before. This was his first time, and they could not afford to falter. The official machinery commenced its operations with immense power. Merely gathering information felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Upon discovering that Chen Bin's family had indeed owned dogs, and after clarifying the dog's temperament, the secretary promptly called the Jiangzhou office to arrange for the delivery of a dog. That evening, as Chen Bin arrived at the school, he spotted a guard carrying a cage. Inside was a small yellow dog. This little dog was not entirely yellow. A patch of white fur adorned its forehead, and its forepaws were also white. At that moment, the dog was happily wagging its tail, the tip of which was white as well. Chen Bin was taken aback. This dog resembled the one his family had when he was a child, a dog named Wankai. This was also the reason he had named his first mechanical dog Wankai. Upon opening the cage, the puppy scampered to Chen Bin's feet, wagging its tail, spinning in circles, and looking around curiously. Chen Bin was not naive. The military had undoubtedly expended considerable effort to arrange for this dog. Not only had they sought out the likeness of the dog his family once owned, but they had also managed to find one almost identical in such a short time. Chapter 46. Is this cage for raising abnormal creatures? The guard chuckled. It seems this dog has taken quite a liking to you. You may name him if you wish. Dog food, treats, and toys have already been placed in a laboratory. And of course, we can also prepare a dedicated living space for him. Let us keep him in the lab. He will have a mechanical dog for companionship. The guard glanced at the mechanical dog stationed at the entrance, which indeed appeared to be an excellent companion. By the way, regarding the land issue mentioned above, it's a bit troublesome. I'm afraid it won't be resolved until tomorrow. Chen Bin's immediate reaction was, tomorrow? A square kilometer of land can be acquired in 2 days? It's not even 2 days since I just mentioned it today. Chen Bin felt somewhat embarrassed. There is no need to rush. Any time is fine. The guard nodded, but remained silent. Chen Bin carried the dog into the laboratory and closed the door behind him. The puppy had an admirable appearance and a gentle disposition. His experience in selecting dogs told him that grasping the nape of the puppy's neck, with it remaining calm and quiet, indicated that it had the potential to be a good dog. Additionally, evaluating the teeth and overall build was crucial. Unlike other breeds where color and patterns were the primary focus, the emphasis with rural dogs was on strength and reliability. This dog was an excellent choice. So good, in fact, that Chen Bin felt reluctant to use it for testing the gene enhancement serum. However, testing was inevitable, and the gene enhancement serum produced by the system would undoubtedly be non-lethal. At worst, it might result in some peculiar deformities. He had no significant concerns. He was capable of caring for anything now, and perhaps he might even gain some shock points. Before proceeding with the test, Chen Bin needed to make some preparations. He retrieved a steel rebar, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, and began welding a dog cage. He was uncertain of the enhancement effects at the genetic level, but it was prudent to prepare adequately to ensure no major issues arose. This cage, designed to contain the mechanical dog, would prevent any escape in short term. Each piece of rebar stood a meter high, with 2 additional bars welded horizontally in the middle, leaving only a 3-centimeter gap, making it impossible for the dog to squeeze through. Using over a dozen steel bars, Chen Bin assembled a reinforced dog cage. He placed the dog inside, then entered the system. To exchange for a basic gene enhancement serum, he would need 8,000 shock points. His shock points had now reached 60,000 again. After the drone video was posted online, viewers were similarly astonished by the drone, which would also contribute to shock points. However, as more people viewed it and the news spread, the shock value would gradually diminish. Exchange for the basic gene enhancement serum. 6,000 shock points disappeared, and a blue gene enhancement serum reappeared in Chen Bin's hand. He did not rush to begin the test, as he needed to make further preparations. First, he summoned the mechanical dog, which possessed considerable combat capabilities. Then, Chen Bin picked up the electromagnetic railgun he had previously crafted for himself. After all, once he had manufactured firearms, it was only natural for him to create one for personal use. With all preparations complete, Chen Bin stepped forward and injected the gene enhancement serum into the puppy. After administering the injection, he turned and ran. The puppy yelped in pain, then quickly returned to a state of calm. Chen Bin remained vigilant. He was uncertain how long the effects of the gene enhancement serum would take to manifest. He could only wait and observe. Cameras inside and outside the cage monitored the puppy's every move. As time passed, the puppy showed no signs of change. An hour slipped by, then 2, then 3. Finally, the puppy let out a soft bark. Woof! It was remarkably resonant, filled with vigor, even more so than some larger dog barks. Chen Bin was taken aback. Had its vocal cords been enhanced? And what did that bark signify? Was it hungry? It probably was. Chen Bin fetched the dog food from behind the door, filled a bowl, and had the mechanical dog deliver it. The puppy joyfully bounded to the bowl and began eating. Despite its seemingly small mouth, it devoured nearly half the food in one bite. It polished off the remaining food in a few more bites. Woof! Was it still hungry? Chen Bin presented another bowl. After finishing, the puppy continued to bark. Chen Bin thought of his own experience after consuming strength-enhancing potions. Did the gene enhancement serum produce similar effects? If more creatures were enhanced, would there be enough food on Earth to sustain them? After all, this puppy ate more than its own weight in food. The person who brought the dog had provided 12 pounds of kibble and a large supply of canned meat. At this moment, the puppy had devoured all the kibble and most of the canned food. Then, with a contented sigh, the puppy closed its eyes and laid down in the cage. Observing the puppy, Chen Bin realized it was now quite formidable, though its size remained unchanged. He decided to wait and see. If the puppy showed no changes by tomorrow morning, he would administer the gene enhancement serum again. Setting aside the puppy for now, Chen Bin returned to manufacturing drones. He still needed to construct an entire set of swarm drones. If he started the manufacturing process and was guided by blue light, it would interfere with the production of other items. He worked diligently until evening when Professor N walked into the laboratory. Professor N and Chen Bin had become quite familiar. He no longer exhibited the nervousness he once had in Chen Bin's presence when others were absent. After entering, Professor N sat down and pulled out a notebook. What are your plans for that piece of land? Are you intending to build a factory? Chen Bin paused his work. First, help me surround the land with a wall. It should be fairly tall. Will we need to arrange for guards? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin replied that could work, but I primarily intend to use drones for surveillance. A set of swarm drones will ensure the security of the area. Professor N hesitated. Is it truly a factory? Or do you intend to research something particularly special? Both are possible to discuss. I can assist you in handling it. As long as your research is not prohibited, you are free to explore any avenue. I plan to manufacture a top-tier set of production equipment here, which needs to remain confidential. Professor N nodded. All right. Then we'll construct a 4-meter-high wall, complemented by an all-encompassing surveillance system. Additionally, I'll pave a road around the wall for patrolling purposes. Do you require any specific buildings inside? Chen Bin pondered for a moment. I'll sketch a layout shortly. Essentially, it will be a workshop divided into zones. Just build according to the wall's dimensions, and remember to leave a gate. Also, be sure to include a map of the internal routes. We will need roads. Understood. Chen Bin promptly began to draw. The factory required an area of 1 hectare, which he marked with a square in the center of the large plot. As for the routes, Chen Bin sketched a path encircling the 1,000-meter square area. He then drew a cross in the center, indicating the internal pathways. He left the rest of the pathways unmarked, as he was uncertain of future plans, rendering any additional sketches unnecessary. The horizontal and vertical paths, along with the surrounding main road, would suffice. The remainder could be smaller paths. Chen Bin handed the paper to Professor N, who was curiously examining the reinforced dog cage. Professor N was truly bewildered. He knew Chen Bin was raising a dog, but was this cage not a bit excessive? It appeared more suited for housing monsters than a small puppy. Chapter 47. Genetic Enhancement. Reinforced steel, or rather, super thick reinforced steel, is typically utilized in the construction of skyscrapers. Yet, Chen Bin has fashioned it into a dog cage? Or should I bring you a proper cage? This cage seems rather extravagant for housing a dog. Chen Bin waved his hand dismissively. No need, this will suffice for now. Professor Andar did not press the matter further. Taking the blueprint and waving at the puppy. What is the little one's name? Chen Bin pondered for a moment and replied. Vanguard. Professor Andar's expression turned peculiar. Such a name is rather unconventional for a dog. However, it is Chen Bin's dog, and he may name it as he pleases. A fine name. Professor Andar waved goodbye to the puppy, Farewell, Vanguard. The little dog barked and took a couple of steps forward, only to collide with the cage. Boom! The entire cage, constructed of thick steel bars, shifted upon impact, scraping 3 to 4 centimeters across the ground. Professor Andar was taken aback. Was that boisterous bark and the cage's tremendous clamor the result of this dog? A mechanical dog? He tentatively inquired, as that was the only explanation he could conceive. Seeing the bewildered expression on Professor Andar's face, Chen refrained from revealing the truth about the mechanical dog, knowing it was delivered from outside. I have merely enhanced the dog with a few minor modifications. Professor Andar gazed at the cage, which weighed at least 100 kilograms, having been moved by the dog inside. Just minor modifications? However, given Chen Bin's vague demeanor, it seemed he either did not wish to disclose more or had yet to complete the development. Thus, he opted not to inquire further and left the laboratory to arrange for the construction of a wall. Although the land had not been entirely secured yet, the wall could begin to be erected. Otherwise, waiting until all the land was acquired before building the wall would lead to significant delays. Initiating the construction now would ensure that by the time it was completed, all property rights would be firmly obtained. A perfect plan. As he contemplated, the image of the adorable puppy resurfaced in his mind. What minor enhancements had been made to the dog? What could they be? Professor Andar puzzled over this, wondering if it was a mechanical exoskeleton that could augment the dog's strength. However, the puppy's appearance showed no signs of alteration. Surely it could not be an internal skeleton. Shaking his head, Professor Andar decided to stop dwelling on it, as the truth would eventually reveal itself. He had tasks to complete. After Professor Andar departed, Chen approached the cage. Previously, he had only heard the dog's bark, aware of its volume, but he had not realized its true strength. Could such a small dog actually cause the steel cage to shift with a mere jump? Chen felt a surge of excitement. This sensation was far more potent than the enhancement serum he had initially planned to await until the next day. After locking the door, Chen retrieved the genetic enhancement serum from his system. This version of the serum would not only enhance his genes, but also pass the enhancements on to future offspring. Its color had shifted from a pure blue to a hue tinged with crimson, resembling a flowing galaxy, dreamlike and ethereal. Next came the injection. Administering the serum to oneself is challenging, yet with the aid of mechanical arms, it posed no difficulty. The syringe pierced his skin, and the entire vial of genetic enhancement serum was injected into his bloodstream. Almost instantaneously, Chen felt a transformation within his body. The sensation originated from his arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It was as if his entire arm had been immersed in the most soothing warm water. This feeling soon spread to his shoulders, chest, and head, enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Chen felt as though he was submerged in the perfect temperature of hot spring water, even oblivious to the force of gravity. Simultaneously, he sensed the changes in his body. Beginning with his skin, he could feel its newfound resilience. Next, his muscles, capable of tremendous explosive power during contraction and relaxation, thrummed with vitality. The fascia between his muscles had also been strengthened. Finally, he sensed his bones subtly reinforcing, their density increasing. Wait, how could he perceive the strengthening of his bones? It was only when he realized his mind was also transforming that he understood something was amiss. His thoughts had sharpened, becoming incredibly sensitive. He could perceive every change within his body. Was this the legendary inner vision? It was said that one could achieve this in the profound realms of martial arts. Was it truly possible? Though he had not reached those lofty heights, he felt inexplicably potent. Thus, could he possess this inner vision? This exquisite sensation lasted nearly half an hour before Chen opened his eyes. The world before him appeared transformed once more. Previously, when observing this world, he had perceived clarity. Now, everything appeared even more distinct. He could see details that had eluded him before. For instance, he now discerned the patterns on the smooth surface of the mirror. When he had gazed in the mirror earlier, he had not noticed any flaws, yet now he could see imperfections. There were numerous intricacies, such as the gaps in various equipment, now vividly visible to him. However, The most astonishing revelation was that he could perceive the machinery's operational speed slowing down. Not that it had genuinely slowed, but he could see it. Much like the compound eyes of an insect, he could witness movements in slow motion, enabling him to react swiftly. Now, everything that moved at high speed appeared to him in slow motion. Chen stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his pupils. His once black irises had deepened into an abyssal black. He then lowered his gaze to his hands. There were no visible changes. The lines of his palms and fingerprints remained unaltered. Yet, he felt an undeniable increase in strength, akin to the sensation of being able to swat a bull with a single strike. It felt as if with a mere push, nothing could withstand his might. Chen was eager to test his newfound power. His gaze swept across the laboratory, landing upon the mechanical dog. It was the only suitable object for his experiment. Lifting the mechanical dog with one hand, he weighed it momentarily, his expression shifting. While he found it easy to lift the dog, he was acutely aware of its weight. The strength he had gained from the strength-enhancing serum had allowed him to lift the dog effortlessly, perceiving it as light. Now, however, he did not perceive the dog as light, yet he could still lift it with ease, feeling an abundance of strength. This sensation, to describe it more precisely, it was a different manner of mobilizing strength. After taking the strength-enhancing serum, his body had erupted with raw power, maintaining high energy and consumption. But the enhancement from the genetic serum was far more comprehensive. It was akin to the difference between lifting chopsticks and preparing to hoist a barbell. Lifting chopsticks merely required the elevation of a hand, while lifting a barbell demanded the engagement of the entire body. Currently, the feeling was similar. Chen had only engaged the strength necessary to lift the dog. Thus, he could easily discern its weight, simultaneously feeling that it was light. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just how immense was this newfound strength? He turned his gaze towards the steel cage. Approaching the high-strength welded steel cage, he attempted to lift it. The nearly 100-kilogram cage was effortlessly hoisted by Chen, who felt no pressure whatsoever. What more could he accomplish? Chapter 48. The sky is falling. Chen grasped the stout steel bars of the cage with both hands, exerting force to the sides. The steel bars remained immovable. He continued to strain, channeling all his strength. The welded cage emitted a groaning sound under the unbearable pressure. After unleashing his full power, Chen relaxed, breathing heavily. His utmost effort had only managed to slightly deform the steel bars, which were as thick as a child's arm. As he pondered this, a voice of good fortune echoed. If this strength were displayed externally, the steel bar manufacturers would surely panic. Presently, even a rebar the thickness of a thumb would resist bending, even under the might of a strong man. Chen reflected on this truth. A mere demonstration of breaking bricks by hand could captivate a crowd, and indeed, his strength was quite extraordinary. Moreover, this was merely the effect of a beginner's genetic enhancement serum. What if he were to draw a mid-level or even advanced serum one day? Would he not be invincible? The thought alone ignited a desire to draw again. Perhaps another 10 consecutive draws? Taking a deep breath, Chen succumbed to the allure of the lottery. He opted for a single draw. 1,000 shock points vanished, and the seasoned actor rolled out. Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly sobering him. With this luck, what was the use of drawing? He could hardly muster the energy to fabricate parts. Sleep beckoned him. Having not slept for a week in preparation for the competition, though the drugs had mitigated the physical toll, the mental fatigue persisted. Lying on a folding bed, Chen suddenly recalled the prize from last week's lottery, a mattress and a complete bedding set. The bedding set had occupied 4 slots in his 10 draws, and yet he had yet to experience it. He retrieved the bed from the system and placed it on the ground, followed by the mattress and pillows. Chen swiftly arranged them and collapsed onto the bed. The initial sensation was one of softness, followed by profound comfort. It felt as though he were resting upon a cloud, soft yet supportive, enveloping him perfectly. The comfort level was exquisite. The pillow conformed perfectly to his neck. According to the description, the pillow would reshape during movement, continuing to support and mold to his neck. But in that moment, Chen had no desire to move. He was too lazy to even turn. He closed his eyes and almost instantaneously fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, but for some upon awakening. The sky had fallen. Supersonic drones? Had the Dragon Kingdom truly mastered such an absurd technology? There are many types of drones, and here it refers to small quadcopter structures. How could such a drone possibly achieve a speed of 300 kilometers per hour? Even reaching a normal speed of 300 kilometers seemed challenging. It must be a fabrication. Surely. The head of the Eagle Nation's Foreign Affairs Department stared at the documents, feeling overwhelmed. He was responsible for numerous affairs regarding the Dragon Kingdom and was acutely aware of these developments. He knew the Dragon Kingdom had made remarkable achievements in the drone sector, positioning itself as a global leader. Yet, was this advancement not rather excessive? Most importantly, he was entirely uninformed. Had it not been for the competition, he would have heard not a whisper. Participating only partially, they later withdrew, displaying muscle without revealing detailed data. The head of the Eagle Nation's Foreign Affairs Department set the documents aside, immediately gather intelligence on these 3 drone models and the companies behind them. The more information, the better. In fact, they were already in the process. The company had previously released a robotic dog, a lifelike companion model. Personnel had been arranged to infiltrate this company. The Foreign Affairs head was somewhat surprised and pleased. His subordinates were indeed competent. Who was responsible for this? Award them bonuses, promise them promotions. If they could acquire information on these drones, their future would be bright. John, active in the Dragon Kingdom, had sensed the potential of this company. He was instructed to continue the investigation, expressing any needs directly. The Foreign Affairs head recognized this as a golden opportunity for redemption. Previously ignorant, he would surely face blame from higher-ups, but now, armed with this information, he could claim prior knowledge, demonstrating ongoing investigation and progress. The head of the Eagle Nation's Foreign Affairs Department quickly reported the situation. However, merely making a phone call and submitting a report consumed time rapidly. Then, the door to his office swung open. We cannot reach John. It seems he has encountered issues. The Foreign Affairs head felt as though the sky had collapsed again. Contact his subordinates. This was improper protocol. However, he had also attempted to reach out and had received no response. It seemed this line had been entirely severed. The Foreign Affairs head was bewildered but hesitated not. Explore every possible avenue. Investigate. Indeed, upon receiving the news, the Eagle Nation had a fleeting opportunity to react. Other former great powers overseas, upon learning of the situation, withdrew their hands from their keyboards in bewilderment. Drones were effective. This had been validated on battlefields. And everyone was advancing their capabilities. It was precisely because all were progressing that the difficulty of the technology was well understood. The Dragon Kingdom's ability to develop such drones was awe-inspiring. There were whispers that the Eagle Nation possessed remnants of alien spacecraft in the enigmatic Area 51. But now it seemed that the Dragon Kingdom had not merely salvaged alien technology, but had potentially harnessed their operational spacecraft, perhaps even with living extraterrestrials aboard. Otherwise, how could one explain the Dragon Kingdom's supersonic drones? While many were left in utter shock, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom was one of exhilaration. The prospect of possessing supersonic drones was astonishing. Coincidentally, this revelation coincided with a period when major powers were focusing on drone technology. Current assessments suggested that conflict was unlikely. Yet the reason for this was the Dragon Kingdom's formidable strength. To ensure continued stable development, the Dragon Kingdom needed to maintain its position. Thus, even if conflict was averted, investments in drone technology and other armaments would not diminish. However, the significance of attention versus indifference was a distinct concept. If foreign powers disregarded the situation, the substantial investments made by the Dragon Kingdom in developing weaponry would be treated as inconsequential. In contrast, in a global climate where everyone valued drone technology, the emergence of a supersonic drone would not only serve as a deterrent, but also as a means of showcasing and promoting their capabilities. The combat potential of the drone itself was a deterrent, boasting a technological level that far surpassed global standards, affording the Dragon Kingdom an opportunity to present itself on the world stage. The promotional impact was extraordinary. Amidst fierce competition, the Dragon Kingdom effectively turned the tables, boldly declaring to all present, "You are all insignificant. Under such circumstances, when the swarm of drones underwent testing, numerous dignitaries from military and governmental sectors were in attendance. Of course, there were also countless researchers. Leading research institutes from across the nation sent representatives to observe. They too were perplexed. As the Dragon Kingdom's drone technology had advanced to such heights, what was left for them to study? Chapter 49. Inspection. Military officials and dignitaries sat in the viewing stand, observing the drone as it underwent a series of tests. They were both astonished and engaged in casual conversation. Which research institute developed this drone? A significant event like this. And yet, it has been kept under wraps. It is not a research institute, but rather a burgeoning tech startup, something akin to a catalog. Super catalog. Though not quite a startup, just recently initiated. Just days ago, I assisted in its establishment, spearheaded by a university student from Jiangzhou Vocational College named Chen. He had previously developed a robotic dog. I recall that name. It stirred quite a buzz back then. This young man is remarkably talented. Yet why is he still attending a vocational college? He simply hadn't found his path before. His talent was squandered. But now he is finally aligned with his field of expertise. He must receive the necessary support. A group of prominent figures exchanged remarks, clarifying the situation and subsequently finalizing the support to be extended. The government and military would directly offer assistance to the company, while also providing aid to the school. The institution nurtured Chen, thus they deserve recognition. Furthermore, the city would also benefit. The town and even his village of origin would reap rewards. Chen was oblivious to these developments and cared little for them. His sole focus was on the points of impact. Having just expended some points, he found his total had surged to 60,000 in just a day. Chen was somewhat taken aback. His previous robotic dog had not generated such an influx of impact points. He surmised that, in addition to the online videos contributing to the impact value, there were also numerous individuals involved in the offline testing. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how so many impact points had accumulated so swiftly. With 60,000 impact points, the urge to partake in a lottery began to stir within him. After all, the lottery had previously yielded him many valuable items. Perhaps he should give it a try? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a knock echoed at the door. Soon after, Dean entered the laboratory. The individual from your company, along with their entire intelligence network, has been dealt with. Chen was somewhat surprised. Only now has it been resolved? I had hoped to extract more information and ensure absolute security. However, they performed admirably. Any further pursuits would necessitate venturing overseas, which entailed significant complications. So they simply severed that line. Chen was curious. In this era, are there still many spies? Indeed, there are many. Moreover, the context has evolved. In the past, the absence of mobile phones and computers made information exchange cumbersome, and notifications were fraught with difficulty. But now, the landscape is different. We have communication tools and various software at our disposal. Additionally, the nature of espionage has transformed. Operatives are not always dedicated spies. Would you take a photograph of the sky, perhaps of a fighter jet, for a mere 200? Would you do it? I would not. Dean chuckled. You're quite the skeptic. It is merely a casual snapshot, not involving any leaks and entirely safe. Many places have fighter jets soaring above, visible to millions below. It is no secret. Capturing such an image holds little consequence, akin to finding money on the ground. Yet, some individuals would comply. After casually snapping a photo, they would be encouraged to take more, often with specific requirements, such as capturing images of the jet at lower altitudes. In the end, these individuals might even venture near our base to photograph it. We have even apprehended hikers who, in pursuit of photographs deep in the mountains, could inadvertently expose our base's layout to foreign entities. With the current precision of missiles, it is far easier to target an aircraft than to hit a building just a few meters away. There are many spies. When not active, they often remain indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, like the one who infiltrated your company. For a prolonged period, she undertook no tasks, merely collecting her pay and advancing through the ranks until she became useful. Who could discern that she was a spy? She left no trace. Even she was unaware of her role as a White Eagle agent. Upon her capture, she believed she was merely a corporate spy gathering intel on tech companies. Feeling unjustly treated, Dean glanced at the computer nearby. Thus, I say fortune favors the bold. Spies of the past were relatively easy to apprehend, but those of today are far more elusive. Typically, we can only catch them in the act. Now, I wanted to delve further into the topic. Dean and continued, well, you can now visit the company anytime. Would you like me to accompany you? No need. Just provide me with the company's address, Chen Bin replied. Realizing he had a slight issue, he didn't even know the address of his own company, having never visited. It's located in the factory directly across from the school. I own the entire factory? Yes, though. It is quite empty at the moment. We are gradually adding equipment. That's close enough. I can simply stroll over. Chen Bin secured a hefty iron chain around the neck of his adorable puppy, preparing to take a leisurely walk while heading to the company. Dean observed the iron chain in Chen Bin's hand and the charming little dog, noting the stark contrast. He recalled the incident from that night when the dog had collided with the iron cage. Deciding against commenting, he instructed 2 plainclothes guards to accompany Chen Bin to the company. Chen Bin had traversed the school countless times before, but now he rarely ventured out. Engrossed in research and feeling pressed for time, as he walked along the main path of the campus, his mindset had shifted dramatically. Although he had always been at the school, he now felt as if he was revisiting a familiar place. Students recognized Chen Bin, yet none approached to greet him. They merely cast a few glances, more than they would for an ordinary passerby. There was no starstruck behavior, nor did anyone come forth to say hello. In other words, this was the normal state of affairs. Despite being a vocational college, it still represented higher education. Upon exiting the school, Chen Bin crossed the street and proceeded to the factory diagonally opposite. The factory entrance boasted several newly installed golden letters, Super Catalog Machinery Company. Chen Bin recalled that when he was a student, this factory had been in a state of closure, its doors perpetually shut. He had often thought it peculiar that such a large facility remained vacant, and now it had become his. It was rather amusing, to say the least. As Chen Bin stepped through the factory's grand entrance, he noted on the left side a 3-story office building, while the opposite side housed the factory floor. Numerous employees were seen entering and exiting. Occasionally, someone would glance at Chen Bin, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they regarded the puppy. Why was he tethering a puppy, which appeared barely able to walk, with a chain as thick as a thumb? Chapter 50. Civilian Mechanical Dogs. The most absurd sight was the mechanical dog, which ambled about nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. This scene felt somewhat peculiar. Some individuals recognized Chen Bin, their faces a mixture of surprise, yet they hurriedly departed, evidently preoccupied with their own affairs. It was Chen Bin's inaugural visit to this company, and he sensed that it had not been operational for long. Yet, it had already achieved considerable scale. Was it possible that a factory could thrive without an owner? As Chen Bin strolled through the first floor of the office building, he noted the sparse presence of personnel. Only 3 offices were occupied, each housing merely 2 or 3 individuals, primarily in human resources and administration. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered the security guards. The 2 guards saluted him and then stepped aside, informing him that Professor Ho was on his way back. There's no need for him to come. I shall merely wander about, Chen Bin replied. It appeared that while the exterior was lax, the internal security was stringent. Even before he had entered, the staff had already been informed of his arrival. Few could meander here without prior clearance. What lay on the second floor? A surveillance room and an equipment storage area. Chen Bin took a leisurely stroll, only to find it rather intense. Firearms? Various anti-explosion gear? The most astonishing sight was 2 mounted machine guns. Chen Bin turned to the guard and inquired, "Is this really necessary?" The guard, unable to suppress a smirk, concurred that it seemed somewhat excessive. If the factory were established in a tumultuous region abroad, such measures would be justifiable. However, this was long country, particularly in a secure core area adjacent to a school. Better safe than sorry, perhaps. As Chen Bin surveyed the surveillance setup, he noted that the entire factory was under meticulous watch. Not only the interiors, but also the equipment's operation was monitored. Every workspace, save for the restrooms, was equipped with cameras. The guard explained, "Due to the nature of the work, we must prevent any employee from pilfering information or components. Here, not only do we maintain rigorous surveillance, but we also account for all discarded parts daily. Is the manufacture of mechanical dogs truly necessary?" Chen pondered. The guard remained silent. He was merely an executor of policies and firmly believed in their importance. Those working here, despite being under constant observation, received generous compensation, having been informed about the monitoring and required to sign confidentiality agreements. Their average salary was double that of similar positions elsewhere, making it an appealing offer. Nodding in understanding, Chen led the mechanical dog to the third floor, where Professor Ho's office was located. This floor housed laboratories bustling with researchers. Upon seeing Chen, the researchers paused, some greeting him, while others merely observed. Chen glanced at their ongoing projects and was taken aback. Are you modifying the mechanical dog? Not modifying, but rather, we are tempering its technology for civilian use, came the response. Temper? At that moment, a breathless Professor Ho arrived, exclaiming, not tempering, but civilianizing. We previously discussed that mechanical dogs are categorized into military and civilian types, with military versions being superior. Nevertheless, I do not wish to delay your time. So I sought the assistance of a robotics development team. Chen recalled their previous conversation, but had since been preoccupied with numerous other matters, causing him to set this issue aside. Picking up an item being studied, he pointed to a modified design, noting, there is an issue here. I can see you are attempting to reduce the joint strength. However, altering the structural design risks disassembly. This approach is inadvisable. He approached the computer, beginning to sketch a new design while explaining, utilize this to impose some constraints on the joint structure. When the force reaches a certain threshold, it will encounter structural limitations. Of course, the core issues remain energy supply and software limitations. As he spoke, Chen rapidly produced a new design. The researchers were astounded by his speed and prowess. It was genuinely impressive. A completely new structure, derived merely from a glance at their original joint design, was being formulated right before them. Moreover, it was an improved version, not just a structural overhaul. It included parameters that could be directly used for manufacturing components. Truly remarkable. Professor Ho fell silent, having previously witnessed Chen remarkable memory. But he had never observed his genuine research capabilities, which could not be discerned through mere observation. Yet here stood Chen, conducting an impromptu research session that surpassed their expectations. What they had toiled over for days, Chen had improved in an instant. Extraordinary. Chen turned around. What else do you have? Let me see. The researchers, snapping back to reality, hurriedly presented the completed documents regarding their tempering efforts. There was a considerable amount of material, and instead of drafting new designs, Chen quickly identified issues and provided feedback. The researchers were highly skilled, and given their foundational knowledge, the problems they faced were minimal. Rather, Chen insights offered optimization opportunities. In just 10 minutes, he highlighted all the shortcomings from their month-long efforts. Once he had reviewed all the information, he refrained from delving further, primarily because he was uncertain of the tempering standards. It was better to allow them to continue, and he could assist further along the way. After concluding his tour of the office building, Chen proceeded to inspect the manufacturing facility. Although termed stroll, it was, in truth, an inspection. However, despite the factory being under his name, all operations were meticulously managed by officials. Everything was conducted with precision, leaving no room for error. The majority of the processes were automated. Workers merely needed to place materials on the conveyor belts, while the subsequent procedures were handled by machines. At the other end of the assembly line, workers were responsible for packaging. Additionally, there was an assembly workshop where robotic arms collaborated to create various assembly line platforms. The main body of the mechanical dog was delivered to the first platform by the conveyor belt, where two robotic arms fitted components onto it. After a batch of parts was installed, the conveyor moved forward and different robotic arms began to attach new components. An industrial robotics assembly line, a veritable nightmare for assembly lines. Yet, robots do not dream. They can operate continuously, 24 hours a day, with remarkable efficiency and precision. As Chen walked through the warehouse, he observed stacks of box mechanical dogs occupying one corner, amounting to roughly 100 units. How long does it take to produce one? He inquired. Professor Ho, well-versed in the operations, replied, currently, we can roll out 32 units per day. Chapter 51, Efficiency. This is merely the beginning. There is only one assembly line operational, while two more are in preparation. Additionally, the other collaborating factories have yet to reach full capacity. Once they can supply parts indefinitely, the manufacturing speed will further accelerate. What is the cost? Chen inquired curiously. Previously, he had only considered the cost associated with his assembly and the procurement from small manufacturers. Under those circumstances, the cost of a robotic dog could be below 10,000. Now, with large factories placing substantial orders, the price of components would inevitably decrease, and the estimated cost could be around 2,600. Chen was somewhat astonished. So inexpensive? The price of high-tech products primarily hinges on technology. In this case, the robotic dog incurs no research and development costs, only manufacturing expenses, rendering the component prices remarkably low. Out of the 2,600, approximately 2,300 accounts for various circuits and chips. Chen pondered. What is their procurement price? 20,000. Chen was taken aback. Isn't that giving away money? Professor Ho shook his head. The value of technology is immeasurably high. Forget 20,000. Even 200,000, the government is eager to procure. Their procurement of other robotic dogs is exorbitant, and, concurrently, their performance pales in comparison to this model. Chen did not elaborate. Indeed, according to market averages, acquiring such a robotic dog for 20,000 is nearly impossible. However, from his perspective, he felt as though he had contributed nothing, essentially allowing the government to utilize his technology freely. He was receiving substantial sums without asking for anything in return. By the way, is there still money in the account? Chen had never paid attention to the funds in that account. There are over 50 million. Chen stopped abruptly, bewildered. How much? Over 50 million. Where did that money come from? None of these items have been sold, have they? The province granted 30 million in subsidies for high-tech companies. Longwood contributed 10 million, and the military provided another 20 million. Various miscellaneous subsidies have been allocated. It was essentially a means of financial support. Chen understood. Can I withdraw money from the company accounts? Of course. I can have finance transfer it to you. How much do you need? Chen hesitated slightly. 1 million, perhaps. All right. Professor Ho immediately made a call. Up to this point, Chen had not earned much. The money he had received was granted by the government under various pretenses. He had never touched these funds, never truly considering them his own. His upbringing had instilled in him the notion that one should not casually take others' money. However, after wandering around here, he realized that the Longwo authorities were making every effort to dispel this mindset and the barriers that arose from it. He felt the sincerity of these individuals. This 1 million was, in fact, a signal he was sending. He was accepting these benefits and informing the government that the barriers were gone. On the other hand, having earned such a sum, he ought to spend a little. Unable to think of where to spend it, he decided to let his parents indulge. Chen watched the money arrive and dialed a number. Hello? Is Mom busy? I've just finished. A woman's voice replied from the other end, followed by, Are you doing well at school? Do you need money? What kind of college student doesn't need money from home? Should I send you 2,000? No need. I have money. Chen chuckled. I was thinking of sending you some. How much do you have? I could send you 1 million. Silence enveloped the line, followed by a hushed voice. Have you gotten into trouble? No. Don't lie. Your father and I were just discussing how the area outside the restaurant was empty. But now there are numerous street vendors. When I went to buy a crepe, the vendor messed it up. Are plainclothes officers coming to arrest you? What trouble are you in? Is it serious? Chen couldn't maintain his composure. I truly haven't done anything wrong. If it's serious, then run. Just don't get caught. Don't worry about us. They won't harm us. If it's not serious, then turn yourself in. We have some savings after all these years. We'll hire the best lawyer to minimize your sentence. Though her words were coarse, they warmed Chen heart. This is what parents are like. Not knowing whether he was in trouble, they were already thinking of the worst-case scenario, willing to spend their life savings to help him. Chen paused. The situation is a bit serious. The voice on the other end, once calm, now trembled. Then you must never come back. Today it's too late. It will be dark by the time I return. I'll come back tomorrow. I've been craving your tomato scrambled eggs. Don't come back. Chen chuckled. I'll be back tomorrow. His mother seemed to want to say something more, but he hung up and promptly transferred 1 million. Turning back, Chen looked at Professor Ho. Did you arrange for the plainclothes officers outside my parents' restaurant? Professor Ho shook his head. For matters of safety, contact Colonel N. Chunbin dialed Colonel N's number, hearing a commotion on the other end. Did you arrange for the plainclothes officers outside my parents' shop? Yes. Colonel N confirmed. Your situation is unique. We are concerned that overseas forces might try to exploit you to find a weakness and subsequently target them. However, I specifically instructed them not to interfere with your parents' lives, so it's merely protection without any disturbance. All right, please make arrangements. I'll return tomorrow. Your people have revealed some signs, and I need to assure them I'm just sending money. They think I've gotten into trouble and are a bit anxious. We can't let them overthink it. Can you return today? It's probably too late now. I can arrange a flight. You'll arrive within 2 hours. Chunbin contemplated. All right, in just 2 minutes. A military vehicle stopped before Chunbin. He boarded the military vehicle with several robotic dogs, glancing at Colonel in the passenger seat. You were just nearby? Yes. I was checking on the site, prepared for you. Roads are being constructed inside. Chunbin was genuinely surprised. They begun road construction so quickly? Is the land unoccupied? Is there no one living there? That's easily negotiated. In such remote areas, most people are pleased to hear of demolitions. They never thought it would happen. Just offer a bit more, and they will move out immediately. How long until the road is finished? It's a total of 6 kilometers. Several teams are working simultaneously. It will be completed overnight, and you can come to inspect it tomorrow morning. Chunbin suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the term infrastructure fanatic. What about the walls? The walls are being constructed concurrently and will also be ready tomorrow morning, though they are not fully complete yet. So it will take a couple more days for the strength to increase. For now, we are using temporary walls, which completely enclose the area, so there is no need for concern. Thorough. Chapter 52. Did he really do anything wrong? As they were idly chatting, the vehicle came to a halt. In the distance, a clearing revealed an armed helicopter, its rotors spinning rapidly, ready for takeoff as soon as Chunbin boarded. Chunbin exited the car and entered the fighter jet. It was his inaugural experience aboard such a craft. No sooner had he settled in than the jet ascended, executing a swift maneuver towards his hometown. Nearly 400 kilometers away, a journey that could be completed in just 2 hours. Seated within the aircraft, Chunbin pondered the concept of flying cars. Not only would they dazzle spectators on racetracks, but they would also render traffic jams a relic of the past in the next century. He could potentially reach home in under an hour. This thought brought a smile to his face, and he wondered how his mother would react upon seeing him. At the Happiness Kitchen, a small eatery run by Chen and his wife, the doors were firmly shut as the couple engaged in a frantic phone conversation. Hello, elder brother. Chunbin has gotten into trouble. I don't know the extent of it, but he just transferred us $1 million. Did you clarify the situation? Not really. He hung up, only mentioning that he would return. I am worried that the issue is serious and that he may be arrested upon his return. Xiao Bin is such an obedient child. Could it be a misunderstanding? How could a college student earn $1 million? He must have strayed from the right path. He mentioned to his mother that the situation was quite grave. Don't panic. When is he coming back? Tomorrow. Then we still have time. I'll head over now. Chunbin's mother was also on the phone. Second brother, Chunbin has gotten into trouble. Can you help him out? What kind of trouble? Never mind, I'll come over. Moments later, the back door of the restaurant swung open, and relatives began to filter in. Chen had 4 sons, and he was the second eldest. His third and eldest brothers were now present, while the youngest had gone abroad. Several others included Chunbin's uncles and relatives. A tense atmosphere enveloped the group as they gathered around the table, all wearing anxious expressions. What has Xiaobin done? Unknown. He didn't answer my call just now. Did you manage to avoid the vendors on your way here? They've been watching us for nearly 2 weeks. Nobody approached you? No, just observing. But I am certain they are keeping an eye on us. Chen interjected. They've scrutinized me multiple times. Xiaobin is a very obedient child. Although he doesn't study hard, he worked part-time during school and has never asked us for tuition. Chen slammed his hand on the table. I would rather he ask us for money than be obedient to the point of committing illegal acts for it. The eldest of the Chen family waved his hand. Did Xiaobin really say he got into trouble? He mentioned that the situation is serious. $1 million is no small matter. Chunbin's second uncle remarked. Let's not rush. I'll do some inquiries first. Perhaps there's still a chance to resolve this. Just then, The back door was flung open, and a high school student rushed in. The armed helicopter has arrived. Everyone froze, bewildered. An armed helicopter? What could it possibly want? Was it merely passing by? It had landed just over 100 meters from the restaurant. The group's expressions shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed eldest brother of the Chen family appeared flustered. Could it be here for Chen Bin? The high school student, slightly confused, asked, "Is my brother so formidable that he could get into such serious trouble? Stop saying nonsense. Let us not panic. What if it's not directed at us?" There was a loud knock on the roll-up door, reverberating through the room and causing many hearts to race. Yet, the eldest brother suddenly regained his composure. "We haven't done anything wrong. It's not a big deal. If they are here for Xiaobin, we will firmly assert that we know nothing, then discreetly contact him to warn him to escape. All right, I'll open the door." The eldest brother approached the roll-up door, took a deep breath, and opened it. As the door lifted, Chen Bin stood there, full of curiosity. "Uncle? Third uncle? Uncle, why is everyone here?" The relatives stared at Chen Bin, momentarily stunned, unable to contain their surprise. What is happening? Why is Chen Bin back? And why is there a soldier beside him? Upon closer inspection, they realized he was a colonel. Chen Shi gazed at the colonel beside Chen Bin and the entourage of guards. "Who are they?" "Oh, they're friends. They arranged for my flight back when they heard I was returning, so it was quicker this way." Chen Shi was taken aback. "Where are you leaving?" After resting for a night, a wave of relief washed over him. He recalled seeing on television how individuals who had committed offenses often resort to blackmailing their families for secrets before being apprehended. The fact that Chen Bin would return home to rest suggested he was not in trouble. "Why did they arrange a flight for you?" Chen Bin smiled. "Because I have a collaboration with them." He placed a box on the table. "This is a robotic dog I developed. The military has procured such mechanical dogs, so I am now involved in defense contracting." The relatives remained silent, their expressions bewildered, as if they were listening to a fantastical tale. After a moment, the eldest uncle spoke. "Aren't you in college?" "Yes, I am studying mechanical engineering. It aligns perfectly with my field." Chen Bin walked into the restaurant. "So you all came here because you knew I was returning?" The eldest uncle replied grumpily, "We thought you were in trouble, so we came to figure out how to help you." Chen Bin chuckled at the still-shocked womenfolk. "I was just teasing my mother. She mentioned that there were plainclothes officers outside, asking if I had done something wrong. I merely expressed my reasonable concerns, and then you mentioned a million." Laughter erupted among the relatives, dissipating the tension in an instant. "Brother, can I touch their guns?" The high school student stood up, making an inappropriate request. Chen Bin regarded his cousin, Chen Hu, hesitating slightly before turning to the colonel. In principle, it was strictly forbidden, yet the current circumstances favored Chen Bin. The colonel nodded slightly. "You can touch them now, but if you want to play with such things, you'd better enlist." "I will definitely join," Chen Hu exclaimed, excitedly taking the gun and feeling its weight. "It's so heavy. Can I take a picture with it? I want to post it in our class group to show off." The colonel laughed. "Sure, that is permissible." With Chen Hu's interjection, the atmosphere shifted and everyone relaxed. Despite the colonel's high rank, he was genuinely amiable. As the group began to chat, the warmth in Chen Bin's home was palpable. It was evident that their concerns stemmed from love. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't have thought he was in trouble and reached out for help. Chen Bin chuckled at this realization. He was grateful to be home today. Had he delayed until tomorrow, the situation might have become quite troublesome. "By the way, were the vendors outside arranged by them?" Chen Bin nodded. "Yes, because the items I developed are somewhat sensitive. They were concerned that someone might use you as a means to gain information. You don't need to worry. They won't interfere with your lives. Just carry on as usual." Chapter 53, Mechanical Exoskeleton. Chen Shi nodded. "That works. But their craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. I'll arrange for someone to teach them. Otherwise, the flaws are rather conspicuous." Colonel and could not contain his amusement, acknowledging that in similar situations, proper training was indeed necessary. While they chatted, Uncle San suddenly inquired, "What sensitive item? Can we take a look?" Chen Bin opened the box containing the mechanical dog. The camouflaged mechanical dog emerged from the box, barking, "Woof woof." Chen Bin was surprised to see that the mechanical dogs were camouflaged. Nonetheless, they appeared quite impressive. The group watched the mechanical dog, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Ding! Shock value 10. Did you develop this, Xiao Bin? Chen Bin nodded. Haven't you been online or watched videos? Haven't you seen me? Are you quite popular? Chen Bin fell silent for a moment. Pass me your phone. Uncle San silently handed his phone to Chen Bin and opened Douyin. Chen Bin scrolled through, and a young lady standing in front of a motorcycle began to sway her hips. Uncle San's face twitched. I like motorcycles. Maybe that's why this was recommended. Chen Bin continued scrolling, this time encountering a video of a woman fishing in yoga pants. Her curves accentuated as she cast her line. Uncle San covered his face. Ahem. Fishing is also one of my hobbies. Chen Bin ceased scrolling and directly searched for mechanical dog. The first result was a video with millions of views. National College Student Robot Competition Champion. Realistic mechanical dog. Uncle San looked at Chen Bin in the video. Is that you? Yes, that's me. Wow, impressive kid. Uncle San couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to Chen. Sure, brother, you've raised a remarkable son. Others gathered around, captivated by the video of Chen Bin showcasing the mechanical dog, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration. Chen Bin, hearing the continuous notifications in his mind, chose to temporarily silence them. It was rare for everyone to gather, and he didn't wish to be disturbed. Colonel chuckled. He had come to explain things, and now that clarity had been achieved, they began to exit. Outside, the atmosphere was lively. The noise from the armed helicopter drew a crowd, prompting them to leave. In the small restaurant, the group took turns watching videos and searching for others. Their search yielded a video of a drone. Chen Bin explained, I've started a company. It's a new product. The development of drones is truly rapid. The group expressed their amazement, yet it failed to elicit any shock value. Chen Bin could hardly restrain himself. Didn't they realize that breaking the sound barrier with drones was far more challenging than creating these mechanical dogs? However, this was understandable, as few truly comprehended such technology. In his previous demonstrations of weaponry, he had addressed researchers and college students. While there were countless university students and graduate students were ubiquitous, the actual percentage, including vocational students, was only about 17%. Most people had limited understanding of high-tech products, generally only familiar with smartphones and cars, and even then, their knowledge was superficial. Nevertheless, their joy was genuine, not derived from the drones or mechanical dogs, but from the fact that Chen Bin was in control of these innovations. Standing at the center of attention, Chen Shi, unable to suppress his smile, his cheeks flushed, remarked, everything is ready. I'll go prepare some dishes. Since we're all here, let us enjoy a drink together. Chen Bin also rose to assist, but was promptly pushed back down. What do you need help with? You should chat with your uncles. Curiosity filled the air, and the group began to ask Chen Bin various questions about the company, the military, and the pricing of robots. For Chen Bin, there was nothing to conceal. They conversed until evening, enjoying food and drinks. Normally, Chen Bin abstained from alcohol, but this time he wanted to indulge. After all, times had changed. He now possessed a genetically enhanced body. After a meal filled with drinks, everyone at the table succumbed to fatigue. Chen Bin felt nothing. It was merely an unpleasant beverage to him. As night deepened, Chen Bin summoned his security to escort his relatives home. The restaurant occupied the first floor, while the second was designated for storage and resting. Chen Bin helped his father to bed, then retreated to his own small room. Lying on the bed, he retrieved a stack of tissues. He had been using them excessively lately, and one person could hardly exhaust them. Moreover, this ultra-soft tissue was truly delightful. Setting the stack of tissues on the table, Chen Bin closed his eyes, focusing on the system, and opened the catalog. After developing so many items, he had yet to prepare something for his parents. His mother spent her days handling vegetables, chopping, and serving dishes, while his father busied himself in the kitchen. Others might not grasp the exhaustion of chef, but he truly understood. The aches in his father's back and wrists were all too real. Although he had money now, simply telling them to stop working would likely be met with resistance. Some parents might choose to retire and enjoy leisure in their later years. But Chen Bin knew his parents well. They were not the type to sit idle. He needed to alleviate their burdens. His gaze scanned the catalog city, searching for suitable items. This quest resembled navigating a futuristic city for high-tech marvels to bring into the real world. Suddenly, Chen Bin's attention was drawn to a passerby clad in an exoskeleton suit. Compared to the advanced exoskeleton gear worn by soldiers in the catalog, this version appeared rather rudimentary. It was a basic model, reminiscent of something from a science fiction film. Chen Bin's focus sharpened. Mechanical exoskeleton can be exchanged for 1,000 shock points. The ability to exchange for 1,000 shock points indicated that the technical difficulty was not high. Upon examining the description further, he noted that it primarily assisted individuals in exerting force, especially useful for labors requiring physical strength. Quite promising. Chen Bin opted for the exchange. As memories flooded his mind, he could only marvel at the quality of the system's offerings. Although it merely assisted in exertion, the depth of knowledge was astounding. Maximum strength of 1 ton. Wearing this equipment would render everyone a powerhouse. Additionally, this suit could enhance speed and aid in adjusting one's center of gravity. To simplify, if someone struggled to maintain balance, even with a malfunctioning nervous system, this exoskeleton could stabilize them. As for speed, it effortlessly facilitated movement without requiring personal effort. A device that could assist in weight loss? Although valued at only 1,000 shock points, its potential impact was immense. If mass-produced and sold, it would undoubtedly fly off the shelves. Chapter 54, No-Fly Zone. In the quiet of the night, a gentle rain graced the small town, only to be swiftly followed by clear skies. Early in the morning, Chen Bin ascended into a helicopter. While the warmth of family life was undeniably delightful, he had myriad responsibilities awaiting him. There simply wasn't enough time to remain at home. The bonds of kinship in adulthood should indeed be nurtured, as prolonged stays at home could lead to conflicting perspectives. Yet, the sorrow of parting was palpable. As Chen Bin sat in the helicopter, he turned to gaze at the diminutive figure of the small diner, which gradually shrank until it vanished from view. They had toiled their entire lives and had finally begun to enjoy a better existence. You should ask them, Professor chuckled. They would probably say they've always lived well. In the present-day Dragon Country, no one went hungry, unless they were picky eaters or suffered from irregular lifestyles. Those who endured hardship typically either desired too much, were striving to ascend, or simply had unfortunate fates. The government was tirelessly working to rectify the latter, ensuring that even those dealt a poor hand could live as comfortably as possible. The vastness of Dragon Country presented a monumental task, requiring patience. Chen Bin reflected, nodding in agreement. Indeed, over the past 20 years, he had witnessed the tangible improvements in Dragon Country. The infrastructure was flourishing, and various welfare benefits were emerging. Naturally, this progress brought its own challenges, such as young graduates facing unemployment and the increasing difficulty of earning a living. Nevertheless, challenges would always arise, and as long as efforts were made to address them, the future held great promise. He felt this deeply, recognizing that technology transformed lives. It was the foremost productive force. Once the authorities became aware of his research capabilities, his life underwent a remarkable transformation. The government placed great emphasis on him. Upon entering the research field, he discovered realities that contradicted his prior beliefs. He had assumed that researchers in Dragon Country earned less than their overseas counterparts, with inadequate benefits, often relegated to merely reaping the rewards of others' efforts. However, he found that even when funded by the government, the resulting patents belonged to the researchers or their teams, along with an array of subsidies and benefits, such as family members being directly assigned jobs, thus alleviating any concerns for researchers. Perhaps the narratives circulating online had once held truth, but the landscape had changed significantly. While lost in thought, Professor remarked, "Look over there." Chen Bin leaned forward and spotted a square area encircled by a wall. Within this space, two perpendicular roads formed a cross, traversing the area. "That's the land you requested," Chen Bin observed, struck by its size. It was indeed vast. The 1 square kilometer he had casually mentioned now felt immense, as it equated to the length and width of 2.5 standard athletic tracks laid end to end. The perimeter spanned 4 kilometers. From the heights, even a now diminished landscape appeared substantial. Chen Bin pondered whether he had perhaps underestimated the situation. He then caught sight of another walled area in the distance. Intrigued by its purpose, Professor N, initially unable to discern anything, soon realized Chen Bin's exceptional eyesight. Have the pilot approach it. We should be able to see more clearly. The helicopter pilot, albeit with a complex expression, complied. Was he merely a driver, piloting the helicopter? After a brief flight, Professor and finally recognized the land Chen Bin had indicated. This is plot 2. Plot 2? Chen Bin echoed, momentarily taken aback. Is there plot 3? Indeed. Chen Bin was momentarily speechless, feeling an unexplainable warmth in his heart. Had he not seen it from above, he would have remained oblivious to the extent of preparations the military had undertaken in response to his simple request. 3 plots, each 1 square kilometer in size, were being arranged according to his specifications. The first to be completed would be allocated to him. Was there any resistance? Professor inquired with a smile. No, not a single household resisted. Upon learning it was a military necessity, they accepted compensation and relocated. Those who felt the reimbursement was insufficient were easily appeased with slight adjustments. So, all 3 plots have been secured? Professor asked, puzzled. Do you intend to take them all? Chen Bin shook his head. I was merely curious, for now. I only need 1, preferably closer to the school. Very well, that would be plot 1. Professor replied cheerfully. Shall we go there now? Yes. Let's go take a look. The helicopter soon landed within the walled compound, surrounded by 4-meter-high walls. As the construction was still underway, it appeared somewhat rudimentary, lacking cement. Peering inside, Chen Bin observed an enclosed area of 1 hectare. He looked down at the freshly laid black asphalt, marked with pristine white and yellow lines. As well as guiding lines, it was all remarkably new. The need he had articulated just 2 nights prior had already been fulfilled by this morning. The efficiency was astonishing. Chen Bin approached the central walled area and asked, is it possible to establish a no-fly zone above this area? Professor followed closely behind, inquiring if Chen Bin was concerned about anyone spotting what lay within. Regarding the no-fly issue, I will need to discuss it with the higher-ups. Chen Bin decided to take a chance. If a no-fly zone could be established, he would directly set up an unmanned factory there, ensuring no one would discover its existence. If the authorities could not enforce a no-fly zone, he would instead arrange for a proper factory to be built, then introduce the unmanned facility afterward. While the latter might take longer, it would remain undetected. Professor in Chen Bin's presence, called General Hu, Chen Bin has requested a no-fly zone above his land. Understood. I will handle the communication. With that, the call ended. Professor turned to Chen Bin. It's done. However, the specifics will require coordination with multiple departments, so it may take some time. How long do you estimate? Approximately a week. Before Professor could finish, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard General Hu's voice. All right, inform Chen Bin that the no-fly zone has been established. Professor was left speechless. So soon? How did you manage that? Military exercises. We can temporarily close off the area for a month and continue the exercises thereafter. Chapter 55. The Underground Factory. Chen Bin listened intently to the conversation on the phone, his mind swirling with astonishment. Negotiating a no-fly zone required time, yet the authority for military exercises was exceedingly high. There was little more to discuss. Since they had reached this juncture, Chen Bin could no longer withhold information. Evacuate everyone, station the guards outside the outer wall's entrance, and ensure no one approaches. You must not enter either. Colonel somewhat perplexed, pondered Chen Bin's intentions, but refrained from questioning further, promptly ordering everyone to withdraw and wait outside the wall. As the helicopter ascended into the distance, this location had now become a no-fly zone, rendering it impossible for helicopters to approach. Standing amid the central enclosure, Chen Bin decided to take a gamble, wagering that the military would indeed refrain from intruding or flying overhead. This strategy was perilous. Should the military disregard the rules he had established, they would be confronted with the sudden appearance of an unmanned factory. The notion of an entirely vacant area transforming instantaneously into a factory was absurd. He could hastily develop it, attributing the feat to his genius. However, such an explanation would be untenable. Thus, it was indeed a gamble. Suddenly, Chen Bin's gaze fell upon a hole in the ground, igniting an idea. Could an unmanned factory be constructed underground? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a vision of a virtual super unmanned factory materialized in his mind. akin to the shadowy outlines seen in games before construction. This ethereal image shifted in response to his thoughts, moving freely. As Chunbin focused on the ground, the virtual factory began to submerge underground. Why not give it a try? The thought of attempting it surged within him. If successful, it would be a tremendous gain, with minimal risk of exposure. If unsuccessful, well, the loss wouldn't be catastrophic, as he could still utilize shock points to exchange for a super unmanned factory. Contemplating the exchange, Chunbin glanced at the price of a super unmanned factory. After a moment of silence, he found the cost to be a staggering 98,000. His current shock points were insufficient to acquire such a factory. It was evident that the system's lottery could indeed yield remarkable items. He decided to test the waters without relying on manpower or resources to excavate. Taking a deep breath, Chunbin summoned the super unmanned factory, embedding its shadow 1 meter underground, and solidified its location. Following his determination, a subterranean passageway abruptly materialized before him, illuminated by a soft blue glow. A series of metallic steps swiftly formed beneath his feet, descending into the depths. The scene was surreal. Suppressing his astonishment, Chunbin ventured down the staircase. After traversing several steps and reaching a depth of nearly 3 meters, he encountered a door, which slid open to reveal an elevator. The white elevator, with its industrial light strips, was a sight Chunbin had never encountered before, evoking a sense of the future. He stepped inside, and the elevator descended. Within mere seconds, the doors opened once more, revealing a realm of darkness. Gradually, lights flickered on, casting a blue hue over rows of fully automated processing equipment, alongside robots diligently working amidst the machines. Many of the devices were unfamiliar to Chunbin, yet they exuded a profound sense of technological advancement. The entire factory was encased in massive glass walls. Beside him stood an enormous computer, capable of inputting diverse manufacturing data, which would then facilitate automated production of finished goods in this unmanned factory. Without hesitation, Chunbin inputted the specifications for the worker bee drones. As he entered the information, he called Colonel in, instructing him to deliver materials to the outer side of the second wall, promising to send a list. Understood. Chunbin hung up and continued entering data. Having previously manufactured worker bee drones, he possessed numerous readily available blueprints, and the remaining sketches would not consume much time. Yet, his mind often wandered, captivated by the astonishing nature of this unmanned factory. Not only could it generate components underground, but its interior was equally astounding. It housed numerous high-tech devices and robots. The equipment was capable of producing high-precision parts and could automatically adjust the production line for varying components. For those that could not be adjusted automatically, the robots would assist in the modifications. Within this unmanned factory lay an exceptionally advanced intelligence system. Yet, he remained uncertain about the processing speed. Chunbin endeavored to concentrate, ultimately inputting all the data for the worker bee drones in a short span. He then retraced his steps up the staircase to the surface. Outside the wall, Colonel and had arranged a plethora of supplies, all of which were specified in Chunbin's order. Additionally, a forklift was parked nearby, conspicuously devoid of personnel, evidently due to Chunbin's earlier directive to avoid visibility. Hence, no one was permitted to approach unless Chunbin granted prior indication. However, concerned that he might struggle to transport the materials alone, the forklift had been prepared. His foresight was truly commendable. Chunbin operated the forklift, methodically transporting the materials inside. As he drove the forklift through the outer wall, a metallic platform slowly opened about 10 meters ahead of the entrance he had previously descended. Instantly, information surged into Chunbin's mind. This, too, was an elevator, albeit a freight lift. He would transport the materials over, and thereafter, he would need not worry about anything else. With the forklift, Chunbin steadily moved the supplies, making numerous trips until all the materials were placed upon the platform. He pressed the activation button, and the platform began its descent. Quickly, he returned via the stairs into the underground unmanned factory. Previously, he had observed the factory through glass, witnessing its stillness. Now, this magnificent machine began to hum to life before him. The initial stage involved processing raw materials. Robots swiftly unwrapped the packaging, sorting different materials into their respective input ports. The material handling was expeditious. Most items required little processing and could be directly transformed into components. In less than half an hour, Chen observed parts being transferred onto the assembly line. Within the assembly center, dozens of mechanical arms of varying lengths and angles worked in unison to assemble multiple components simultaneously. However, they now had to wait for the completion of all parts, a process that would take a total of 2 hours. After the 2-hour mark, the assembly workshop's lights illuminated a green signal. Before Chen, dozens of mechanical arms commenced their precise and steady operations. The assembly speed was astonishing, akin to having dozens of his own cells at work. 3 minutes later, a worker bee drone was presented before him. From parts to completion, the entire process took a mere 2 hours and 9 minutes. Truly, this was a super unmanned factory. If such factories were to proliferate, every worker would find themselves in need of a new profession. If he were to personally manufacture the remaining worker bees or procure most parts from external sources, it would take at least 2 weeks. Now that the factory was operational, it could assemble a unit every 3 minutes, meaning 24 drones would require merely 72 minutes. Chapter 56. Commence. The manufacture of the worker bee drones serves as a test for the unmanned factory. The results yielded by the unmanned factory left Chen utterly astonished. The speed was astonishing, eclipsing the fastest production lines in the world. At the same time, Chen felt exhilarated. For this meant that by exchanging technology products through the catalog, the manufacturing time could be halved. Previously, he had to sketch designs and then produce them. Now, he merely needed to draw the designs and submit them to the unmanned factory. However, the factory required some rationalization. It would be feasible to construct an actual unmanned factory on the ground as a facade. The complexity was manageable. A batch of realistic robots would suffice. As Chen contemplated, another worker bee drone was manufactured. After a brief moment of thought, he dialed a number again, this time contacting Professor Ho to procure equipment. He intended to withdraw funds from the company's accounts to purchase a batch of production equipment. The 50 million on the company's books would afford many high-quality devices. To put it bluntly, some high-precision experimental equipment cost around 50 million for just one unit. Nevertheless, Chen merely required a pretext. The 5 million could achieve quite a bit. After hanging up, Chen exited the tunnel. He no longer needed to remain there constantly. Aside from delivering materials, he could spend the rest of his time in the laboratory, sending data, blueprints, and other information remotely to the factory. Standing outside the tunnel, he observed that the exit was concealed with earth that matched the surrounding soil perfectly. Unless someone was digging here, it was nearly impossible to discern any difference between this soil and the others. The worker bee drones manufactured in a short span had already taken to the skies, hovering in the vicinity, keeping watch. Although they lacked the control of a queen drone, the worker bee drones could be operated directly, albeit less effectively than under queen supervision. Nonetheless, they were adequate for surveillance and vigilance. Chen approached the perimeter where Dean and a group of guards were present. Dean was curious about Chen activities inside, but refrained from asking questions, simply inquiring, "Returning to school?" "Yes," Chen replied as he got into the vehicle to head back to the school. Dean organized his thoughts. "Do you require additional personnel to patrol outside the walls?" "No need," Chen gently shook his head. "I plan to utilize that area as a high-end manufacturing base. Subsequently, several cutting-edge technology products will be produced there. I will also deploy at least one swarm of drones. Security will not be a concern, and having too many people nearby may be counterproductive." Dean nodded. "That is fine, but honestly, there is no need for concern. Those assigned here are undoubtedly reliable. They have undergone our thorough vetting and also the scrutiny of good fortune. Double verification ensures utmost safety." Chen pondered briefly. "I also require a batch of construction materials, specifically steel components suitable for erecting a simple factory." "Do you not need manual labor?" Dean inquired. "I can manage the labor myself," Chen replied. Dean hesitated, questioning where Chen would find workers. But he refrained from asking. His responsibility was to provide everything Chen required. Unnecessary inquiries were unwarranted. Understood. Upon returning to the laboratory, Chen Bin again immersed himself in the system, searching for robots. He had previously glimpsed the robots in the catalog, but had not exchanged for them, as their practical applications were somewhat limited. Robot dogs had broader application scenarios. Robots were primarily for showcasing technology with minimal practicality. This was largely due to the high technical challenges involved in making robots functional. Firstly, bipedal locomotion is inherently more complex than the quadrupedal movement of robot dogs. The forelegs of a robot dog can maintain balance even with sensitivity adjustments. Additionally, compared to a robot dog, which can carry diverse equipment, a humanoid robot must achieve high efficiency while also possessing dexterous fingers. In contrast to a robot dog that can carry a firearm on its back, a humanoid robot would require either a firearm mounted on its shoulder or held in its hand. The practicality of a mounted automatic weapon would be comparable to that of a dog. However, holding a firearm raises the technical difficulty significantly, as it necessitates dexterity and precise aiming. Chen Bin focused intently on the robots. Domestic service robot. Exchange requires 888 shock points. 3,800. A considerable amount of shock points, yet not excessively so. Examining the specifications, it was labeled as a domestic service robot, boasting a single arm capable of lifting 300 kilograms, indeed quite practical. With such strength, constructing a large factory would pose no problem. Chen Bin proceeded to acquire the technology. The following period was dedicated to drafting designs. He initiated all the equipment in the laboratory. Although these devices had a slow manufacturing efficiency, they needed to be operational as a facade to support the super unmanned factory. The schematics for the robots were intricate, even without any research and development process. Merely illustrating the thousands of components within would take several days. As Chen Bin completed the design of each component, he transmitted it to the factory, ensuring that upon finalization of the drawings, the super unmanned factory could immediately commence production of the robots. While Chen Bin busied himself, Dean was also active, directing military trucks to deliver various construction materials to the factory. In accordance with Chen Bin's directives, the materials were transported to the central area behind the walls. He glanced inside, noting the emptiness. However, the absence of items was even more perplexing, as he had previously sent a batch of resources based on Chen Bin's requests. When Chen Bin departed, he hadn't taken any resources with him. Surely, he had buried them. Dean had suppressed his lingering doubts and turned to leave. For several consecutive days, the area inside and outside the perimeter was filled with construction materials, bricks, and stones. On the seventh day, Dean received a call from Chen Bin instructing everyone to withdraw. Just as the construction materials were completely delivered, Dean and his team exited. No sooner had they departed than a worker bee drone soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a 10-meter diameter circular platform descended, upon which a dozen robots gradually ascended until they emerged onto the ground. This was the first batch of domestic service robots produced over the past 2 days. The domestic service robots began transporting a multitude of resources onto the platform, intended for the manufacture of additional robots. Once the transportation was completed, the domestic service robots commenced the construction of the factory atop the super unmanned factory. The first task was to level the foundation. This merely required flattening the ground, laying a layer of bricks, and then covering it with cement. For the moment, high strength was unnecessary, as it served only as a facade. Next, massive steel columns were driven into the ground. The entire structure of the factory was constructed from steel components, facilitating quicker and simpler assembly. However, outside the walls, a group of individuals could see the columns being erected and hear the sounds of construction within. They were utterly baffled. Who was working inside? One soldier could not restrain himself and turned back, only to catch sight of a silver robot climbing to the top of a steel column, beginning to tighten bolts. He stood frozen in place. Chapter 57. Aliens? Were they? Though distant, the warriors could still perceive the figure resembling a human, possessing limbs and hands, albeit with silver skin. As the soldiers stood in bewilderment, others turned to see an increasing number of robots. Upon the steel columns, the robots secured a steel beam, which would serve as a framework for a rudimentary factory once a roof was added. However, what captured everyone's attention was not the steel structure itself, but the robots positioned atop the beams. Almost every column bore a silver robot. Due to the distance, they could not discern that these were indeed robots. They merely saw silver figures. The onlookers promptly retrieved their communication devices, suspected alien sighting. After the message was dispatched, Colonel Chen swiftly replied, "Wait for me. Aliens?" The mention of extraterrestrials did not shock Colonel Chen, as one might expect. In fact, if they were indeed aliens, he could accept it, as it would validate Chen Bin's capabilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Colonel Chen contacted General Hu to inform him of the suspected aliens. And then he rushed to the scene. By the time he arrived, an hour had passed. Gazing at the factory that had swiftly risen within the enclosed area, he was somewhat astonished. They built it so quickly. The soldiers nodded in agreement. That alien can lift steel beams with one hand and climb the columns. Did he not notice what it was? We cannot approach. We cannot see clearly, and we dare not take pictures. Colonel Chen took a deep breath. Follow me. A group of soldiers trailed behind him as he strode toward the inner enclosure. The two layers of walls were separated by a distance of 450 meters. Upon reaching the second wall, Colonel Chen first dialed Chen Bin's number. "Is it convenient for me to enter the enclosure?" The soldiers claimed to have seen aliens. Chen Bin was initially perplexed. Aliens? Where do they come from? He firmly believed in the existence of extraterrestrial life, given the vastness of the universe. After all, the Milky Way is but a speck in the cosmos, and the solar system is merely a grain of sand within that speck. Thus, the possibility of other life forms existing in the boundless universe seemed entirely plausible. However, could these beings easily reach Earth? Chen Bin harbored some doubts. Even if they had arrived, could they coincidentally find his unmanned factory? Or was it that the factory had attracted the aliens? Trusting Colonel Chen implicitly, Chen Bin conceded to the existence of aliens. "Wait for me. I'll come to see." "You don't know?" "Of course I don't know." Colonel Chen could tell that Chen Bin was genuinely unaware. "Don't come just yet. Let me investigate first." This was for Chen Bin's safety. If they were indeed aliens with malicious intent, the first to be harmed would be Colonel Chen, not Chen Bin. He had to scout the area for Chen Bin. Placing his hands on the door, Colonel Chen abruptly froze, sensing something was amiss. If Chen Bin was unaware of the aliens, then why would these aliens assist him in constructing a factory? As this thought crossed his mind, the door opened of its own accord. Inside stood a robot entirely clad in silver. The robot bore a striking resemblance to a human, though it lacked realistic skin, revealing the metallic connections beneath its exterior. Its eyes resembled cameras, surrounded by a ring of lights. Colonel N's mouth fell agape. He now understood why Chen Bin claimed ignorance of aliens. There were no extraterrestrials here, only robots. Meanwhile, far away in his laboratory, Chen Bin was startled by the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. Slowly, comprehension dawned upon him. Could it be that they mistook robots for aliens? Now that they had encountered robots, was their astonishment warranted? Chen Bin surmised, yet he refrained from making an immediate call. He would wait for Colonel Chen to provide more shocking details before clarifying the situation. Colonel Chen, meanwhile, remained in a state of shock. It was not only him. Others also wore expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated aliens, yet the reality was robots. This revelation was even more astonishing. While it was conceivable that aliens could effortlessly scale columns to construct factories, the fact that robots could do so was astounding. This implied that the capabilities of these robots surpassed their expectations. Presently, the most advanced robots on the market could merely perform a dance. Yet these robots were constructing factories? The image of a robot grasping a steel beam, swiftly climbing a column with one hand while using its feet and another arm, flashed vividly in their minds. This was truly extraordinary. Colonel Chen was equally taken aback. Eyes wide, he gazed at the robots. "You mean the aliens you spoke of are these robots?" "Presumably so." Colonel Chen glanced beyond the robot to see others diligently at work. One robot carried a steel beam weighing hundreds of pounds, hastily approaching a column to begin its ascent. The steel structure required not just pillars, but also connections and reinforcements. After the outer layer was completed, these robots commenced securing the internal steel components. A single glance revealed much to Colonel. And firstly, the robot's walking gait was fluid and natural. This indicated that their joints employed a novel linking structure, enabling them to perfectly mimic human movement. Such natural locomotion implied exceptional control over their center of gravity. Moreover, the various actions of the robots, climbing, accelerating, left them in awe, particularly their climbing ability. Which robot possessed such skill? Chen Bin's design had certainly not included a specialized climbing feature, yet these robots exhibited such capability, suggesting they could perform even more complex tasks. The intricacy of assembly was immense. For a human, it was relatively simple, requiring only a modicum of skill and labor. However, for robots, this straightforward task became incredibly complex. Yet these robots executed it with ease. This was true capability. After a series of revelations, Colonel took a deep breath and said, "It's all right. Close the door." The robot silently complied, shutting the door. Colonel turned to the group of soldiers. "Everyone, exit and stand guard outside. The matter concerning the robots must remain confidential." "Understood." Colonel retrieved his phone and called General Hu. "They are not aliens, but robots. They are likely the ones Chen Bin has recently developed, though he had not informed me." On the other end, General Hu is equally bewildered. "Are you suggesting that Chen Bin created robots to construct factories on that site?" "Indeed. Robots capable of building factories?" "Yes." "Can they be deployed on the battlefield?" Chapter 58, Critical Strike, Mechanical Affinity. At this moment, Major General had not yet contemplated the application of robots on the battlefield. However, upon reflection, his eyes sparkled with realization. The role of war robots in combat would undoubtedly surpass that of canines. There was no need to discuss their performance in detail. It sufficed to mention one crucial factor. Humans possess hands. A war robot equipped with hands could execute an array of operations beyond imagination. Yet, this presupposes that the robot is indeed capable of combat. Imagining a robot hoisting a steel framework, amused, even if it could not engage directly, it could adeptly navigate through complex terrains for ground transportation without issue. After all, it could effortlessly carry several hundred kilograms of structural steel. General Hu was equally astonished. So formidable, he decided to call Chen Bin to inquire about the situation, and recalled their previous conversation regarding extraterrestrial beings and resolved to clarify that matter while also discussing the robots. He was particularly keen to address the potential deployment of robots in warfare. Upon hanging up and dialed Chen Bin once more, "It's not aliens." The guards misidentified the robots as extraterrestrial beings. After concluding the call, he reflected on Chen Bin's amusement. "What do you think of that batch of service robots?" Upon hearing service robots, and could not contain his incredulity. What kind of service robot can deliver a blow strong enough to fell a person? Is it truly designed for domestic tasks? Might be a bit too fierce. He envisioned them lifting structural steel and scaling columns with ease. 300 kilograms in one arm? That seems rather unproblematic. Indeed, 300 kilograms. And paused momentarily, while Chen Bin, listening remotely, chimed in. "That seems quite reasonable. Doesn't he it? When there are heavy objects to be cleaned, it can simply lift them for a thorough sweep." "Fair enough," and acknowledged, lighting a cigarette. But can such robots truly be deployed in combat? Chen Bin hesitated, pondering why everything seemed to be directed toward warfare. How would these robots fare on the battlefield? Their outer shells are made of thin metal, and a couple of shots would render them useless. Furthermore, their endurance is lacking, while their strength is adequate. Their speed is somewhat sluggish. They cannot bear heavy loads for extended periods, nor do they possess advanced sensor technology, relying solely on visual and auditory cues. Frankly, on the battlefield, they would be akin to trash, hardly comparable to mechanical dogs. And was taken aback by Chen Bin's low assessment of the robots. He regarded the mechanical dogs and found them quite effective. What aspects are deficient? Every aspect, really. I might as well design a dedicated battle robot for you. Really? Just give me some time. The factory could use more raw materials, and with the equipment arriving shortly, we can commence operations immediately. And responded affirmatively. That is merely a matter of raw materials. Chunbin casually mentioned that any trivial item could easily amass enough materials to construct a mountain within a square kilometer. After hanging up, Chunbin glanced at his shock points, noting that he still had 40,000 remaining. This could be exchanged for considerable technology, but the lack of recent income had made him hesitant to gamble, feeling rather miserly. A continuous influx of income was essential for him to feel secure in utilizing his resources. What activities are forthcoming? Chunbin instructed his luck assistant to tally recent events, discovering that there were indeed no competitions or notable showcases in the near term. The next major event was a racing tournament scheduled for a month away. As for ordinary running competitions, those could occur at any time, but their limited audience might yield little in terms of shock points and could risk leaks of new technology, affecting future acquisitions. Seeing Chunbin frown, Luck hesitated and suggested, "Master, if you wish to showcase your prowess, consider hosting a press conference." Many companies are doing so now, and larger firms have found great success with them. Smaller companies might attract fewer attendees, but you can advertise and have the official channels assist with announcing new products. There will at least be some viewership. Additionally, showcasing once or twice and then transitioning to a live-streamed press conference could draw significant attention. Chunbin's eyes lit up. Yes, a live-streamed press conference. Live broadcasts are guaranteed to yield shock points. Although the points per viewer might be minimal, the potential audience could be vast. Overall, this strategy could amass considerable shock points. Even if this initial event garners fewer points, as Luck suggested, it serves as a prelude, leading to future broadcasts that would attract even greater audiences. Most importantly, while others might host such events annually or biannually, his company could do so weekly. Weekly releases would be far more impactful than those offered once a decade. With regular press conferences, shock points would flow in abundantly. Without further ado, he decided to initiate a tenfold draw. His 40,000 shock points instantly dwindled to 30,000. A radiant light began to shimmer, revealing white luminescence. Chunbin no longer felt regret over the expenditure of 10,000 shock points. The results yielded were predominantly white, with a scattering of blue and red items. The system seemed to lack a diverse array of white items, offering only paper towels. However, the variety of blue items far surpassed that of the whites. After acquiring 3 rolls of paper towels, the light finally transformed into a blue hue. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic mechanical affinity. Chunbin's eyes widened in astonishment. Mechanical affinity? He recalled having drawn it once before, which had been immensely beneficial. His speed in assembling and manufacturing components had increased, and his operational command over devices had improved. Without this ability, he might still be struggling with the mechanical dogs, perhaps failing to produce even a second one. This was no exaggeration. Without the blue light's guidance, navigating the laboratory's equipment had been a daunting task, requiring extensive time to learn. Moreover, he had previously mused that if basic mechanical affinity was so powerful, how formidable would advanced mechanical affinity be? The prospect of realizing that thought now seemed possible. His tenfold draw had yielded a critical strike. Chunbin resolved that as long as the subsequent items were not excessively outrageous, he would allocate that critical strike to mechanical affinity. 2 more beams of white light passed, revealing items of little utility. Then, a flash of red light caught his attention. Chunbin's eyes widened once again. The contents of the red light were undoubtedly valuable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 charm. Unable to contain himself, Chunbin questioned the need for charm points. As a man, he had been accumulating points incrementally, and now, suddenly receiving 10 from a red light seemed rather excessive. What good is this? He continued to draw. The final blue beam illuminated his path. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mechanical arm. This was excellent. The previous mechanical arm had been quite helpful, and now with 2, he felt no hesitation in using his critical strike on mechanical affinity. Ding! Critical strike successful. Basic mechanical affinity has been upgraded to intermediate mechanical affinity. Chapter 59. Is this not a god? Chunbin was somewhat surprised. Rather than achieving advanced mechanical affinity, he had attained only intermediate mechanical affinity. Nevertheless, it was indeed an improvement over the initial level. As this thought crossed his mind, his body began to undergo a transformation. The sensation was entirely different from that of acquiring basic affinity previously. He could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter, and his strength was once again on the rise. Having already utilized basic gene enhancement agents and service robots, Chen had previously been able to contend against a group alone. Yet, at this moment, he was undeniably enhanced. Moreover, he sensed that something else had been added within his body. This was an acquired change occurring at the cellular level. While contemplating, pertinent information naturally surfaced in Chen Bin's mind. A portion of his cells had transformed into electrocytes. Much like an electric eel, he had developed specialized cells, electric cells. These electric cells manipulate the ion channels in the cell membrane to alter the ion concentrations inside and outside the cell, creating a potential difference. In a resting state, potassium ions are concentrated within the cell, while sodium ions are abundant outside. When the ion channels open, sodium ions rush into the cell, rapidly elevating the internal electric potential, resulting in depolarization. Subsequently, the potassium ion channels open, allowing potassium ions to flow outward. This entire process generates a minuscule voltage. Within a single cell, numerous electric cells are connected in series and parallel, akin to linking countless small batteries, thus producing a greater voltage and stronger current. For instance, the electric eel can emit up to 800 volts. But Chen Bin was not an electric eel. Raising his hand, arcs of blue electricity began to flicker from his fingertips. Chen Bin was astonished. If this continued, would he become a monster? Or rather, if he could generate electricity, did that make him a monster? It was time for a test. Chen Bin found a multimeter and gripped the two probes in his hands. Zing! A current surged through, causing the voltage meter to max out. This multimeter could measure up to 1,000 volts. Had he just produced a current exceeding that threshold? He wondered if he could rival Pikachu and generate 100,000 volts. However, he was not in a rush to test it. The primary utility of this electricity was not for use as a weapon, but rather to control mechanical devices. Chen Bin approached a CNC machine. Instead of using his fingers to input commands, he sent electric signals directly to the equipment. Normally, this process would be quite challenging. However, under the influence of intermediate mechanical affinity, Chen Bin found the task instinctual. He no longer needed to contemplate the information generation process. He merely needed to think about what he required from the CNC machine, and it would comply. With a mere thought, the CNC machine commenced operation, fabricating components autonomously. Chen Bin turned toward the door, which was secured by an electronic lock. Without needing to approach, a signal entered the lock, causing it to open effortlessly. He gazed outside. The hallway was graced by a gentle breeze. In that moment, he felt akin to a god. He could manipulate the magnetic field around him. With a slight coordination of devices, he could soar into the air. Conversely, Chen Bin raised his hand once more. As he did, a metal component flew from a distance, landing accurately in his palm. What distinguished this from divinity? After concluding his tests, Chen Bin's heart raced with exhilaration. This was incredible. He dared not imagine how formidable advanced mechanical affinity could be. With determination, he resolved to draw more times, certain that he would eventually achieve intermediate mechanical affinity again. Followed by another critical hit. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bin calmed himself. To attain advanced mechanical affinity, he first needed to accumulate more shock points. Currently, he possessed 30,000 shock points, allowing for only 3 sets of 10 draws, which seemed insufficient. Chen Bin inhaled deeply and dialed Professor Ho's number. Has the mechanical dog been completed yet? Almost within 2 days at most. Send it over. Professor Ho hesitated. What is up? I'm considering holding a press conference. Chen Bin declared, let us schedule it for tomorrow. Isn't that a bit hasty? The modifications aren't fully complete. Don't worry, leave it to me. Professor Ho hung up and turned to the group of researchers in the office. The work is done. Chen Bin will finalize the remaining details. The group stared in disbelief. Just as they were nearing completion, Chen Bin announced he would take over. However, they had no objections. In other circumstances, they might have suspected that the successor aimed to claim credit. But in this instance, they were contributing to Chen Bin's product modifications. Most importantly, their efficiency had indeed been lacking. compile all the modifications made to the mechanical dog thus far, and send them to him. While awaiting the data, Chen did not remain idle. He approached the computer and began sketching. When he lacked intermediate mechanical affinity, his drawing speed was commendable. He could complete the schematics for the mechanical exoskeleton in a single day. However, with mechanical affinity, he could now directly output electric signals. What previously required mouse and keyboard input could now be executed through instantaneous electric signals, continuously flowing. As waves of electric signals were dispatched, component designs rapidly appeared on the screen. His efficiency soared by several folds. The once intricate drawing process now felt remarkably simple and effortless. Within 2 hours, Chen sent the schematics for the mechanical exoskeleton, along with the bodily information of his parents. Just then, Professor Ho sent over the data regarding the mechanical dog modifications. The 2-hour wait had not been in vain. Professor Ho had meticulously organized the materials. Chen swiftly reviewed the documents, mentally correcting all inconsistencies and aligning the remaining modifications with the established standards. He then input the revised schematics into the computer. An hour later, the civilian version of the companion robot's data was packaged and sent to Professor Ho. Upon opening the folder, Professor Ho gazed at the impeccably designed mechanical dog, momentarily speechless. It was utterly absurd. They had invested a month altering 90% of the design, while Chen had managed to send over the modifications in just over an hour. Not only had he completed the remaining 10%, but he had also rectified the earlier issues they had encountered. In essence, within such a short span, Chen had reviewed, revised, and redrawn the entire design, encompassing both the outstanding modifications and the subsequent adjustments. The efficiency was astonishing, leaving him astounded. Typically, a team would require at least half a month to accomplish such tasks. Yet Chen managed it within an hour. Was he even human? Uncertain of Professor Ho's thoughts, Chen promptly called Principal in. I wish to hold a press conference for the service robot dog. Principal in hesitated. That's fine. There's no issue selling civilian mechanical dogs. That's not what I mean. My concern is that my company lacks recognition. Hosting a press conference may not attract a sizable audience. I understand. I'll contact the publicity department immediately. Chapter 60. The workshop, an astonishing output, and Dai Xiao felt an immediate resolution within his heart and inquired, when is the product launch event scheduled? Tomorrow, came the reply, and Dai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. They had just contacted him today about the launch, and the date was set for the very next day. Wasn't the preparation time a bit too short? A longer preparation period might yield better results, as it would allow for some preliminary publicity. With such a brief timeline, only a handful of people would be aware of it. Additionally, soft advertisements, which require repeated exposure to be effective, would also necessitate more time. Chen was a loss for words. He couldn't very well tell Dai Xiao that this product launch was being prepared on a weekly basis. This inaugural event was essentially a precursor to future launches. Well, let us proceed, he thought, sensing in Dai Xiao's impatience, and he readily agreed. Chen put away his phone and turned to Hao Yun, instructing, prepare everything needed for the product launch. Understood, Hao Yun replied, diving into work beginning with the PowerPoint presentation, which Chen remarked seemed rather dull. With the PowerPoint in hand, his presentation would flow much more smoothly. Next, they needed promotional images. Suitable visuals could be directly sent to the military for dissemination. Following that, they would require a catchy slogan. In an instant, Hao Yun generated a plethora of slogans, swiftly eliminating the majority until one remained on the screen. With me, you possess the future. Chen pondered this phrase. Did it not seem somewhat boastful? Yet, it could serve as the tagline for the entire series of lifestyle service products. This certainly did not come off as pretentious. Chen envisioned the lifestyle service robots, along with flying vehicles and a myriad of high-tech products depicted in the catalog. Those items truly embodied the essence of the future. As if on cue, a striking image appeared on the screen, depicting a pack of mechanical dogs racing after a flying disc. Among them, one mechanical dog soared through the air, mouth agape, ready to catch the disc with a snap. This conveyed a message of speed, surpassing that of ordinary dogs. The airborne mechanical dog exuded a sense of explosive power, brimming with tension. This image was impressive. Another PowerPoint slide appeared, yet Chen Bin paid little attention to it. After all, it merely reiterated the technical specifications, which he could review later on stage. He casually sent the image and slogan to Jiangzhou, allowing his mind to delve once more into the catalog. If the official channels were to assist, they ought to be given something substantial in return. Since they were intent on entering the battlefield, he would indeed provide them with robots capable of such feats. After countless searches through the catalog, finding the war robots was now effortless. There, on the periphery, not far from a fully armed soldier, stood a heavy-duty robot. Type 2 war robot, land weapon. Standing at 2 meters tall, it was clad in super-alloy armor. It could withstand tank artillery fire and maneuver heavy weaponry on the ground. Equipped with various detection technologies, it could operate an array of weapons and vehicles. With an arm strength of 3 tons, Chen Bin gasped. Although the robot's actual combat capability was not disclosed, the prospect of 3 tons of arm strength was staggering. Even without firearms, wielding 2 massive hammers and charging in a battle would be unstoppable. It could obliterate gods and demons alike. Facing a tank, 1 strike would suffice. Confronting a soldier, a mere kick would reduce him to mere pulp. A true weapon of war. Astonishing. Chen Bin glanced at the price. 7,000? Expensive. Quite steep indeed. Yet, considering the potential effectiveness, it was undoubtedly worth it. With tank-like defenses, equal damage, unparalleled agility, and the ability to operate various weaponry, it was extraordinarily versatile. Stationing such a robot on the battlefield would undoubtedly ensure that one could hold the line against countless foes. Determined, Chen Bin approached the computer and began inputting the designs. As he entered the component specifications, the automated factory commenced production. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou was also occupied. The military's promotion for a civilian enterprise was unprecedented and required significant effort. When Jiangzhou initially called, they insisted on an approval process. After several attempts, he abandoned the idea of calling directly, as his influence was insufficient. He reached out to General Hu. Chen Bin just contacted me, seeking military assistance in promoting the launch of his new civilian mechanical dog. Does this even require my approval? As long as he asks not declaring war on the bald eagle, it should be fine. I share your thoughts. Yet the publicity department insists on a formal request and review process. Chen Bin has stipulated that the launch is tomorrow. General Hu paused. The publicity department's response was reasonable. In principle, it was indeed inappropriate for anyone to use the official account for advertising. After all, military accounts emphasize seriousness. Promoting products seemed somewhat unreasonable. However, principles applied to others, not to Chen Bin. Chen Bin was the principal. Let me handle this. General Hu immediately made a call, inquiring, "Do you want the war machine dogs or not?" "Of course we do." "Then why do you seem hesitant?" "The catalog company has requested an advertisement." "Yet you're dragging your feet?" "What do you mean?" "The catalog company has developed mechanical dogs, and they're offering them at merely 20,000 each. They wish to enter the civilian market and earn a profit, seeking your assistance in advertising. Does that not seem reasonable?" "Indeed. Communicate with your publicity department and get their advertisement out." "Understood." The individual on the other end of the line promptly issued orders to the publicity department to assist the catalog company in their advertisement. Let us not even discuss anything else. Where else can you find a mechanical dog at 20,000? Those inferior products on the market sell for at least 100,000. Most crucially, General Hu made this call specifically for the advertisement. Following that call, General Hu proceeded to make another. The military's promotional accounts were numerous, each managed by different personnel across various military districts. Moments later, multiple military district accounts simultaneously released advertisements across various platforms. The visuals were identical, showcasing the image Chen Bin had provided, along with the specifics of the launch event. Although it was merely a simple image accompanied by text, it was from the military's official account. Moreover, all military districts disseminated the message simultaneously. Many viewers were initially puzzled. Hadn't the military been prohibited from engaging in commercial activities? Why were they advertising? What company was this? Super Catalog? Never heard of it. Curiosity piqued. Some began to search and were soon astounded. The mechanical dog belonged to this company? Additionally, the drones, the supersonic drones, were also developed by this company? Where had this company emerged from? Previously unheard of, yet so formidable? A small workshop, indeed, but with a remarkable output. And they were remarkably swift. They had just developed the mechanical dogs, and now they were ready for mass production. Launching a new product? Unveiling such a clever little dog? Chapter 61. The Surge in Popularity. The military's account has garnered substantial attention, with numerous bloggers relying on the information disseminated by the military account for their livelihood. Shortly after the military account releases news, the readership soars beyond 1 million. Concurrently, the search volume for the Super Atlas company also experiences a meteoric rise. By evening, both the Super Atlas company and its advertisements have trended on hot searches. When Chen received the alert about the good fortune, he was momentarily stunned. Was the promotional effect of the official account truly this formidable? It exceeded his imagination. However, high readership does not necessarily translate into users in the live broadcast room. If tomorrow's audience can convert a mere tenth of that, it will be quite commendable. 1 million readers, 100,000 viewers, 10,000 shocking points. This is Chen Bin's objective, and it now appears to be a feasible endeavor. While he was contemplating, the good fortune chimed in. Shall I boost the stream? Boost the stream? Yes, I can register numerous small accounts and respond under various accounts, thereby elevating the heat. By ranking high on hot searches, we can break the circle and draw more people to see that news, which in turn leads them to the live broadcast. Additionally, to entice people to watch the live stream, it is best to offer some incentives, ensuring they know that watching the live stream can yield benefits, thus attracting a larger audience. Chen Bin pondered for a moment. Do you mean to announce the rewards in advance? Indeed, that makes sense. So, what kind of incentives should we prepare? The good fortune suggested. Discounts and the like may not be suitable, as many perceive the price of the mechanical dog to be quite high, and the vast majority would not purchase one since it is not a necessity. Even those with wealth might refrain from buying it. Under such circumstances, offering discounts lacks appeal. I recommend conducting a lottery for a batch of mechanical dogs. After all, we manufactured them, and their value is not substantial, so we won't incur significant losses. Chen Bin contemplated. All right, then let's give away 200 mechanical dogs. 100 at the start of the live broadcast, and another 100 at the end. The good fortune responded in less than a second. The promotional copy is ready. Shall I send it? Send it. The good fortune utilized the official account of the Atlas company to announce the live broadcast and the giveaway of mechanical dogs. 200 mechanical dogs, a lottery in a live stream. Unconditionally, anyone watching the live stream at that moment can participate in the lottery. This will undoubtedly attract many viewers, even if merely for the chance to win. Regardless, there is no harm in taking a look. With a larger audience in the live stream, a chain reaction will ensue. As more people become aware, the promotional effect will improve. The good fortune continued. Considering the current market, we might want to prepare additional personalities and design variations for the mechanical dogs. Can you design? The good fortune did not respond directly, instead stating, I can design, but my designs are not creations, they are adaptations. Drawing inspiration from different styles and various design elements is distinct from creating. Let's first adapt a batch. In the next moment, a mechanical puppy appeared on the screen, adorned with a large mouth and a green exterior. Chen Bin vaguely perceived the shadow of a mischievous character. Stitch? Following, that was a yellow one. Pikachu? Chen Bin waved his hand. Perhaps you should refrain from designing. I'll ask my advisor to find someone. Just as he took out his phone, it rang. The caller ID displayed his advisor. Chen Bin hesitated. Is the advisor looking for something? The advisor could not contain himself. Upon seeing the news, he immediately called Chen Bin. Are you holding a press conference? Yes. Why didn't you inform me? I was just about to notify you when your call came in. Quite a coincidence. The advisor, unable to maintain composure, expressed disbelief. The military news just reported the Atlas company is holding a press conference. Had I not seen the news, I wouldn't have known. Such a significant matter requires communication, so I can prepare accordingly. Currently, the production line is entirely engaged in manufacturing war mechanical dogs, leaving no capacity for civilian versions. We also need to address civilian sales and recruit personnel. Chen Bin pondered. Let's announce it first. There is no rush to sell. Additionally, should we recruit designers or temporarily outsource? I wish to give the mechanical dogs some distinctive appearances. The advisor considered, let us hold off on hiring. Recruiting takes time. Once the mechanical dogs are designed, there may be no further tasks. I'll seek a studio to produce a batch and evaluate the subsequent response. Chen nodded. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. The advisor felt a headache coming on. After all, Chen had previously deceived him in such a manner, claiming to defer to his judgment, only to turn around and skip class. If there are any company-related matters in the future, please inform me. I would prefer not to learn about company news through the media. Understood. Chen hung up, scratched his head, and resumed sketching. The good fortune began to work diligently. The official account had just released news, but it lacked momentum. However, this was not a significant concern, as she could generate heat. By replying to posts on all similar topics, she would elevate the account as popularity. This kind of astroturfing typically employs bots, with transient accounts responding based on keywords. Often, irrelevant comments trigger keyword responses, resulting in seemingly nonsensical content. However, this is standard bot behavior. The good fortune, however, did not rely on bots, or rather, she was a more formidable version of one. Keyword searches are indeed useful, but she also reads the content that emerges from keyword searches before responding. Depending on the nature of the inquiry, she would provide tailored answers, ensuring no obviously fabricated replies. In a similar vein, the good fortune could create the illusion of being a genuine passerby, informing them about the live broadcast lottery. In this scenario, the heat surrounding the Super Atlas press conference soared dramatically. With the backing of the official account, bolstered by media coverage, and the good fortune's targeted outreach, overnight. By the following morning, the popularity of Super Atlas had skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. The entire internet was abuzz with discussions about the mechanical dogs. The promotional effect was undeniably extraordinary. Chen completed his drawings of the robots, and, while browsing his phone, encountered content related to the mechanical dog robots. A multitude of bloggers were capitalizing on the trending topic, hastily producing videos overnight. Previously indifferent to the mechanical dogs, they now found everything had changed as the mechanical dog became a sensation. Their mission was to chase the trend. With their assistance, the heat surrounding this press conference continued to escalate. Chen casually watched two videos. In the first video, his mechanical dog was heralded as a symbol of the rise of advanced technology in Longwa, marking a milestone press conference where Longwa led the global forefront of cutting-edge technology. In the second video, a blogger critiqued the technological development, stating that while the mechanical dog possessed high technical content, its sales would likely falter. In terms of companionship, could a mechanical dog truly compare to a real dog? Real dogs are not expensive, yet this model is astonishingly costly, just like those previously hailed high-tech products. It is merely a concept that flares up for a moment, reaping some profits, only to fade into obscurity. Sales would not be high, as it would undoubtedly be a luxury item for the affluent. Upon finishing the videos, Chen had to admit that the blogger's remarks were quite accurate. The actual utility of this mechanical dog was indeed limited. What demand do people have for dogs? It seems there is little. However, he certainly had a need for the press conference. It must be held and executed flawlessly. Chapter 62. The drone swarm. Chen stepped out of the laboratory and began to arrange the stage. It was essential to have a dedicated platform for future product launches, eliminating the need for temporary setups. This could be conveniently located within the factory area, right outside the automated factory, a stage specifically designed for press conferences. There was no need for an audience, so no extra elements were required. A backdrop screen would suffice. Procuring these items would be straightforward. Chen merely needed to articulate his requirements, after which he could leave the execution to others. The building materials and screens would be delivered within 3 hours, and the robots commenced the stage construction. This time, with Chen present, Professor and could observe the robots at work up close. A group of robots collaborated seamlessly to erect the stage, the entire process appearing as fluid as flowing water. Initially, Professor believed that laborers or construction workers would be irreplaceable. However, it became evident that these robots performed the task with greater efficiency. The stage was constructed flawlessly. Once the stage was completed, they began laying down the carpet and simultaneously assembling the massive screen. In just an hour, the task was accomplished. It was merely a stage accompanied by a screen, nothing more. This was a stage specifically prepared for online broadcasts. Though Professor N noted the rapid assembly, he still considered the fixed stage somewhat space-consuming. Why set up here for just one press conference when a more suitable location could be found outside? Chen shook his head, asserting that having a dedicated stage was preferable. It could be utilized for future launches as well. Professor N hesitated for a moment, pondering future events. But he said nothing further, merely nodding. Shall I find someone to decorate this space a bit? The muddy ground outside feels out of place. It's perfectly fine as is. Chen replied, gliding onto the stage on a hoverboard, surveying the area, prepare the live broadcast equipment. The broadcasting tools were already on site, having been delivered in advance. The best available. The bandwidth was ample, even featuring direct internet connectivity to ensure a stable transmission during the live stream. The robots began to set up the broadcasting equipment. Chen intended to treat this live stream as a mere spectacle. Yet as he gazed at the stage and cameras, an unexpected calm washed over him. Given the current buzz surrounding the event, once he appeared live, the number of people in Longhua who recognized him would likely escalate exponentially. He had anticipated remaining unfazed. But in that moment, he realized he was still just an ordinary person, vulnerable to external influences. Professor N approached Chen. What are you thinking? You seem distracted. Chen chuckled. I was contemplating my appearance before countless viewers. It feels a bit as it customary for technical personnel to have a host assist with the presentation. Chen had not finished speaking when he felt a tingle of anticipation. To impress like the wind, ever at my side. Professor N fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Chen's personality, which was somewhat at odds with that of other researchers. Do you need makeup? Should I contact a makeup artist? No need. Chen waved his hand dismissively. Makeup? A grown man wearing makeup? Absolutely not. Professor N chuckled, observing Chen's demeanor, suddenly hesitating. To his surprise, Chen appeared significantly more handsome than before. Previously, he had an ordinary, commonplace visage, but upon closer inspection, he now seemed quite striking. Though his features had not changed, there was an undeniable aura of attractiveness about him. Your appearance is quite good. Makeup isn't necessary. Professor N remarked before shifting the topic. How long until the war robots can be developed? Inquiring about the timeline for development can be considered impolite, as it largely depends on luck. Typically, one can only provide an estimate based on progress. However, when asking Chen, he genuinely sought to know the time frame. Chen was indeed able to furnish him with an answer. This week, though Chen felt the war robots could be ready as soon as tomorrow, he opted to temper his expectations. Presenting them too early would be too audacious. A week was a fitting time frame, not too soon, yet still remarkable. Professor N appeared astonished. A week? However, he then glanced at the robots nearby. Given that the basic model was already developed, the challenge of creating war robots should not be overly daunting. Thus, the timeline seemed plausible. While pondering this, Chen handed his phone to him. Professor N received the phone with curiosity and was met with a rendering of the war robot. Just from the image, it exuded an imposing presence, tall and robust, clad in heavy armor. This was the war robot, an armored ground weapon with formidable defensive capabilities, constructed from high-strength alloys capable of withstanding standard missile fire. Additionally, the armor was interchangeable. If damaged, it could easily be replaced. The robot could operate various weapons and could also engage directly in combat. Its single-arm design boasted a lifting capacity of 3 tons. In terms of speed, it matched that of the lifestyle robot, constrained by its structure, relying on bipedal locomotion. If the leg movement were accelerated, maintaining balance would become untenable. If the body leaned forward while running, the demand for balance would surpass the limits of current technology. In simpler terms, if a human were to run with a forward lean or backward tilt, they would easily topple over. This challenge was beyond the capabilities of even a human, let alone a robot. Upon hearing this, Professor N's eyes widened in shock. Chen felt compelled to clarify the slower speed. However, he believed that such a robot was already invincible. An armored ground weapon? It ought to be termed an invincible ground weapon. With maximum defensive and offensive capabilities, it could achieve unscathed advancement in modern warfare. Above, swarms of drones soared through the sky. On the ground, mechanical dogs served as reconnaissance units, followed by the war robots. Who in long could stand against such might without succumbing? Unless the adversary engaged in sustained missile bombardment, there was simply no countering Longwa's force. As for sustained bombardment, would that not hinder advancement? Progress would inevitably encounter foes of this caliber. They would still weep. Professor Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Is it genuinely achievable? Indeed, Chen Bin affirmed, recalling the drone swarm. By the way, a complete set of drone swarms has been manufactured. Professor Chen was momentarily taken aback. So quickly? Producing the first drone is challenging, but once completed, subsequent manufacturing becomes significantly easier. As Chen Bin spoke, he waved to the robots. Go, bring over the drones. 2 robots turned and entered the factory. Professor Chen paused, recollecting that the factory had only recently been partially assembled. Had they already commenced production? Chen Bin caught Professor N's gaze. These robots can also participate in manufacturing, and their precision is remarkable. Professor Chen realized, so they are installing equipment while simultaneously manufacturing? Exactly, Chen Bin nodded, finding this entirely reasonable. 2 robots emerged, carrying a large box measuring 1 meter on each side, exiting the enclosure. Professor Chen trembled slightly. The individual swarm drones were astonishing, but a complete set would exponentially amplify their combat capabilities. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness a live demonstration of these drones. How do we activate them? Chapter 63, Collaborative Combat. Chen Bin pointed to the button atop the box. Just press that button. At this moment, Colonel Chen finally noticed the box. This box is not merely a container for drones. It also serves as a base for the drones. Chen Bin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it also contains batteries to replenish the drone's energy. Colonel N's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would facilitate transportation and even allow for aerial drops. Imagine bringing the box to a designated location and then releasing it, with the drones emerging to carry out their missions. The thought alone was exhilarating. The enemy would find it exceedingly difficult to defend against such an approach. Most importantly, the lethal radius would increase linearly. He gazed at the button Chen Bin indicated and raised his hand to press it. A compartment on the top of the box opened, and the Queen Bee drone emerged, hovering gracefully above the box. Following it were 6 guardian bees, encircling the Queen Bee in a formation that resembled a hexagon. 12 battle bees then followed suit, larger than standard drones, also forming an outer ring. Lastly, 24 worker bees flew in a wide outer circle. The collective hum of the 43 drones buzzed intensely, creating a cacophony of sound. Yet, to Colonel Chen, it resonated like celestial music. It was both awe-inspiring and delightful. At this moment, the aerial display of the drones was truly breathtaking. Different drones circled the Queen Bee, resembling a ceremonial dance. Colonel Chen turned to the admiring Chen Bin and exclaimed, "How do we control them?" You simply issue commands to the Queen Bee. For nearby targets, you can give direct orders, while for distant ones, you can use a mobile device. Colonel Chen directed his gaze at the Queen Bee. Spread out and monitor the entire factory area. 42 drones ascended rapidly before dispersing. Among them, 24 worker bees hovered above the perimeter wall, allowing for clear visibility of both the interior and exterior of the enclosure, even spotting distant areas beyond the wall. Once at altitude, the noise from the drone's propellers diminished significantly, becoming nearly inaudible from the ground. The 12 battle bees entered a state of alert, soaring higher than the drones, commencing their patrols. Each battle bee followed its own flight path, with 12 drones cooperating in their patrols. They could instantly launch an attack from any direction where danger might arise. The entire factory and its surrounding area fell within their strike range, ready to engage at any moment, ensuring that no side would be overlooked. The 6 guardian bees flew at a lower altitude, positioned just above the Queen Bee, angled to intercept threats from above. With drones safeguarding all sides, their security was assured. their primary focus was on aerial dangers. Colonel N surveyed his surroundings within moments. So many drones had autonomously entered patrol mode. It was utterly remarkable. What about issuing an attack command? Colonel N glanced around, his eyes landing on a nearby jeep. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate the vehicle, eager to witness the practical effects of this drone system. However, he restrained himself, recalling that he had long surpassed the age of having a hydraulic press at home. But here, there were construction materials. Colonel N turned to Chen Bin. "Can you draw some circles on that panel?" Chen Bin instantly understood Colonel N's intent. He wished to use the panel as a target. Absolutely. Immediately, a robot rushed over, positioning a 2-meter square panel 100 meters away. The robot then began spraying colorful target markings, creating 5 concentric circles, signifying 5 distinct targets. With preparations complete, Colonel N addressed the Queen Bee, attacked the targets on that panel. In the blink of an eye, gunfire erupted from the sky. Just 5 shots, originating from 5 different directions. Simultaneously, 5 small holes appeared at the center of the 5 targets. The entire event took less than a second. As soon as he issued the command, the attack was already concluded. Was this not astonishingly outrageous? Colonel N gazed in shock at the drones. Their speed and precision were simply unmatched. It became evident that the previously tested exceptional data regarding the drones was merely the tip of the iceberg. He had underestimated this drone swarm. The combat efficacy of the Queen Bee drone had significantly upgraded the operational capabilities of the drones. To put it simply, while individual drones are formidable tools in the hands of a user, akin to a 3-year-old wielding a powerful weapon, their lethality is limited. However, when controlled by the Queen Bee, it is like a master swordsman wielding an extraordinary sword. The enhancement is extraordinary. Moreover, the quantity of the drones also holds significance. When a single drone is controlled by the Queen Bee, it is like a swordsman dancing with a blade. If dozens of drones are present, it transforms into a celestial sword master commanding a multitude of weapons, from martial prowess to the realm of immortality. In fact, to some extent, this drone swarm system surpasses legendary cultivators. Can one strike down an enemy from 100 miles away? This drone can do so from 600 miles away. The most astonishing aspect is that while it is challenging for cultivators to multitask effectively, this drone can operate with unparalleled efficiency. It seizes opportunities while maximizing its destructive power. After providing several moments of astonishment, Colonel N dialed a number. On the other end was General Hu. General Hu answered the call. "Your timing is impeccable. I'll arrive at Chen Bin's new factory in 10 minutes. Colonel N was somewhat taken aback. "Why are you coming?" "I'm here to inspect the robots and to support Chen Bin at his product launch." Colonel N looked up at the stage. The ground in front of the stage was still muddy, even slightly damp. "What should we do? Should we lay down a waterproof cloth? Or just set chairs directly on the ground? If the damp, soft soil has chairs placed upon it, the legs will sink into the mud, causing inconvenience." General Hu continued. "Is there anything else? Chen Bin has successfully manufactured a complete set of drones, and I just conducted a brief test. The operational effectiveness of these drones surpasses our previous evaluations." General Hu paused. "Wait, are you saying that several drones can accelerate together?" "That's not the case. However, they can engage in collaborative combat and respond rapidly." General Hu quickly comprehended. This was even more extraordinary than mere acceleration. He understood the significance of the term collaborative combat. A group of soldiers who comprehend teamwork can experience a dramatic surge in combat effectiveness, while those who do not will be as disorganized as a scattering of sand. Chapter 64. Showcase your talents. General Hu, brimming with excitement, concluded the call abruptly. Moments later, he entered the enclosed area. Initially drawn by the robots, he was met with unexpected delight. The performance of several drones within the swarm had already been extraordinary, capable of coordinated combat. Their effectiveness on the battlefield would likely be even more astonishing. General Hu greeted Chen Bin. "Where is the entire set of drones?" Chen Bin instructed the Queen Bee drone to summon all the drones back. The recently deployed drones swiftly returned, re-establishing their combat formation, encircling the Queen Bee drone in a mesmerizing display. Colonel Chen watched in astonishment. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The formation possessed an unexpected aesthetic appeal, so elegant. How does the coordinated combat function? General Hu inquired directly. Colonel Chen gestured toward a target nearby. Although the target could not fully demonstrate real combat effectiveness, it sufficed for demonstration purposes. General Hu understood perfectly. Colonel Chen addressed the Queen Bee. Engage that target, attacking each ring once. At the moment his command was issued, all drones ascended several meters and simultaneously opened fire. In an instant, 50 shots rang out, leaving 50 distinct bullet holes on the target, each aligned flawlessly across the rings. General Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as a series of breathtaking moments unfolded. It was not only he who was captivated. Others present, well-versed in weaponry and warfare, were similarly astounded. Their understanding of modern combat rendered them utterly shocked. The simultaneous assault was remarkable. Not a single drone duplicated its attack, exemplifying extraordinary coordination. Furthermore, the precision of the strikes was astonishing. At such a distance, every drone hit its mark, forming a perfect line. In a real combat scenario, facing 50 adversaries, these drones could eliminate them in an instant. Additionally, a single combat drone could carry 300 rounds of ammunition. In a scenario of perfect accuracy, that equated to 300 enemies neutralized. Moreover, under optimal conditions, the drones could easily destroy vehicles by targeting tires, glass, fuel tanks, and engines with pinpoint accuracy. They could even pose a threat to tanks, capable of striking at any moment and targeting advanced equipment such as laser weapons and various external detectors. The collaboration of multiple drones not only allowed for a unified offensive, but also enabled strategic maneuvers. General Hu took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and turned to Chen Bin. What is the price for this swarm of drones? If it is reasonable, the military will procure them in large quantities without hesitation. Unlike mechanical dogs, the combat efficacy of the drones had been validated through both market and battlefield experiences. Their performance in warfare was exceptional, rendering them invaluable in modern combat, where drones had become a source of considerable concern for both sides. Pilots, stationed at the rear, controlled the drones in combat. The affordability of the drones made the loss of a few inconsequential. Deploying another was inexpensive, and if they could drop bombs and eliminate even a couple of adversaries, it was a significant gain. There were even instances of drones carrying explosives, flying directly to their targets and detonating, a form of suicide drone. Pilots control these drones, which could traverse speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour and navigate turns with ease. Who could withstand such an assault? Previously effective fortifications and trenches now resembled coffins, as drones effortlessly penetrated them. In Longwa, advancements in drone technology had reached the forefront while also achieving remarkable cost efficiency. A remote-controlled drone capable of flight and photography could be acquired for a mere 80 yuan. This price was merely retail, with production costs even lower. Of course, the performance of drones varies, Chen Bin remarked, shaking his head. I cannot ascertain the cost just yet. We will need to consider mass production later. General Hu hesitated. Is mass production not feasible? Not at this moment. Many components require my personal fabrication. If you need some, I can spare a few sets. But I cannot produce too many, as it would hinder my research. General Hu quickly waved his hand, emphasizing the importance of not interrupting Chen Bin's development. Clearly, prioritizing ongoing research was far more critical than immediate mass production, especially considering the safety of Longwa in the near term. However, he was unwilling to accept that such remarkable drones could not be manufactured in quantity. How about I gather a team of researchers specializing in drones to assist you in achieving mass production? The technology remains yours, and all profits will belong to you. Is that agreeable? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Bin nodded. That is acceptable, as long as they can produce the drones in bulk. Everything else is secondary. The ownership of technology and profits is inconsequential. Excess money serves little purpose. General Hu nodded, his gaze toward Chen Bin imbued with complex emotions. A sense of relief washed over him. He was acutely aware of societal dynamics, and Chen Bin's mindset was commendable. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. Typically, Contributions warranted reciprocity, ensuring fairness. Otherwise, it could resemble exploitation. In most cases, monetary compensation sufficed, as money held significant value for everyone. Yet here, Chunbin sought no financial reward, their previous offerings having been thrust upon him. What could they possibly offer him next? Surely, it was unreasonable to expect Chunbin to continue contributing without compensation. Suppressing his conflicting thoughts, General Hu turned to his secretary. Contact the Lonka Institute and the Defense Science Academy to assemble a team of experts. Understood. General Hu then looked back at Chunbin. What about the robots? I came here specifically to observe them. Chunbin casually summoned a robot. A silver figure emerged from the factory, evoking yet another wave of astonishment among the onlookers. The robot bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Had it possessed skin and clothing, discerning its true nature would have been nearly impossible. A guard, unable to contain himself, interjected. Is the next step to collaborate with Chen Shutang? Snapping back to reality, General Hu regarded the guard with confusion. Chen Shutang? What is that? Chunbin, aware of the company, responded to the flustered guard. They specialize in creating realistic synthetic skin for robots and do excellent work. General Hu expressed surprise. Such companies exist domestically? Chunbin nodded with a smile. Indeed, they do. However, this particular robot is not well suited for synthetic skin. It is perfectly fine as it is. General Hu did not dwell on this matter further, instead scrutinizing the robot. Can this robot truly lift 300 kilograms with one hand? Merely stating its capabilities felt inadequate. It was better to demonstrate its talents. The robot approached a nearby stack of construction materials, where a steel beam weighing several hundred pounds lay. With one hand, the robot grasped the beam and effortlessly lifted it, performing a gathering motion. The audience was left in utter shock. Hearing about such feats was one thing, but witnessing them firsthand was overwhelmingly impressive. General Hu waved his hand decisively. No need for further discussion. Initiate mass production. Procure them. Chapter 65. The Toys of the Affluent? As Colonel and observed General Hu's excitement, he was quick to express his intent to procure. There's no rush to buy. General Hu, somewhat puzzled, inquired why not. At that moment, he bore a hint of skepticism. Just because Chunbin claimed it was a lifestyle service robot, did that make it so? He truly recognized the potential of this robot on the battlefield. If unleashed in combat, it would be unstoppable. Colonel turned to Chunbin and remarked that he had designed a war robot. General Hu hesitated, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. A war robot? Chunbin handed over his phone. General Hu merely glanced at it, his eyes widening. This robot has armor added? No, it's a completely new design, with enhanced power. General Hu's breath quickened. Where's the robot? It hasn't been manufactured yet. We currently only have the concept. I estimate it will be ready within a week. General Hu remained in awe, astonished by such remarkable development capabilities. To conceive a design in just a week? He wanted to dismiss it as absurd, yet deep down, he believed it. After all, it was Chunbin who spoke. General Hu returned the phone to Chunbin. There's no need to rush. Call me when the war robot is ready. Chunbin acknowledged and turned towards the stage. With only an hour left before the live broadcast commenced, preparations needed to begin. The first task was to test the equipment. These were straightforward matters that could be tested with a bit of good fortune. Chunbin began reviewing the PowerPoint presentation created by Haoyun for the product launch. Haoyun possessed all the information regarding the mechanical dog and understood how to showcase the technology. Having not reviewed the presentation earlier, Chunbin's initial impression was one of inadequacy. While the PowerPoint was well-crafted and would undoubtedly score high by current market standards for product launches, clearly articulating the formidable capabilities and incorporating various engaging elements, it lacked the profound impact Chunbin desired. Such a presentation would garner numerous moments of astonishment as it gradually unveiled the technology. However, it lacked the punch. Demonstrating the mechanical dog directly would be far more impactful. Initially, the audience might be awed by the product itself, but after such a presentation, their reaction would simply be, the technology is impressive. Chunbin felt fortunate to have reviewed the PowerPoint in advance. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward to discover these shortcomings just as the broadcast began. Haoyun, I'm here. The PowerPoint needs revisions. This version fails to deliver the desired impact for the audience. I need a presentation that genuinely captivates. Haoyun responded candidly. The challenge is somewhat daunting. The mechanical dog has already been exposed to the public. Everyone is aware of its existence. Many viewers will have researched the mechanical dog prior to the live stream, making it hard for them to feel a sense of astonishment. This version being presented is a diluted model, its performance inferior to the viral one circulating online. Chen had contemplated this previously, but still held on to a sliver of hope, which led to the current product launch. Should we showcase the mechanical dog in a direct demonstration? Haoyun analyzed, if the mechanical dog can perform tasks that surprise the audience, it might evoke a sense of awe. However, such possibilities are slim, as most viewers are already familiar with its capabilities. Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. General Hu interjected, I believe that revealing the mechanical dog, particularly one as advanced as this, will surely astonish the audience and capture their admiration. This was mere consolation, lacking substance. Colonel and then proposed an idea. The mechanical dog is smarter than an actual dog. It can interact and assist humans in various tasks. Haoyun responded directly. The mechanical dog can assist with very few tasks. It lacks hands and can only carry items with its mouth. A real dog fetching items would be an added bonus, but a robotic dog doing the same might be perceived as a gimmicky display. A robot designed for fetching would be more appropriate. Chen continued to rub his head, realizing that the launch was rapidly approaching without proper preparation for the presentation, creating a somewhat awkward situation. Observing the mechanical dog designated for demonstration, it appeared softer and cuter compared to its predecessor. It leaped and bounded on stage, resembling a genuine canine almost perfectly. An idea struck Chen that could genuinely astonish the audience. The price. Announcing the price alongside a golden subtitle of 2,000 yuan would surely leave many in shock. However, this would irrevocably disrupt the entire mechanical dog market, rendering others uncompetitive, leading to significant losses or even closures for many companies. After a moment of contemplation, Chen struggled to devise a better strategy. Perhaps he could treat this launch as a prelude to future events. Simply reveal the mechanical dog honestly. Even without a shocking element, subsequent launches would attract a larger audience. General Hu had initially intended to support Chen's event. After all, new product launches typically draw large crowds of industry leaders and officials, showcasing connections. He considered lending Chen his presence for support. However, upon arrival at the makeshift stage, he found no chairs and a bare, unprepared ground. Still, General Hu procured a chair and took a seat opposite the stage. Chen sat on stage, engrossed in his phone, still awaiting the 6 o'clock hour. He accessed the live stream, observing a black screen filled with lively interactions. I would trade my roommate's 10 years of never finding a girlfriend for a chance to win this. Upstairs, you're quite generous. I would willingly sacrifice their 10 years of life. What will the mechanical dog sell for? Take a guess. Whatever the price. It's not something we ought to be buying. It's merely a toy for the wealthy. Ordinary models on the market are priced at 100,000. This one could reasonably be priced at 200 to 300,000. They aren't genuinely selling. It's all about showcasing technology and then disappearing. As Chen read the comments, he fell silent, realizing he hadn't yet contemplated the selling price. He had previously stated it should not be too low or beneath market value to ensure that other companies retain some viability. Yet, no specific price had been discussed. Reading the comments about it being a toy for the rich, Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. Indeed, the mechanical dog resembled a toy, for its practical utility was nearly non-existent. The audience's remarks were not unfounded. This was merely a display of the company's prowess, lacking even a production line. The mechanical dogs intended for the giveaway were to be manufactured by an unmanned factory at a later date. The audience's comments struck a chord, yet they were undeniably accurate. Chen resolved within himself that what defined a toy for the affluent was that even without wealth, one could still regard the mechanical dog as a plaything. Chapter 66 Brief Live Broadcast. The broadcast officially commences at 6 o'clock, even before the hour strikes. The number of viewers in the live room has already soared to several hundred thousand. This figure far exceeds Chen expectations. The actual audience size in the live room is not merely determined by how many people see the announcement. It is not enough to gauge the excitement based on online buzz. The true measure lies in the genuine interest displayed by the viewers. For instance, during a smartphone launch event, apart from a handful of enthusiasts, most individuals receive the news belatedly. They may wait until the following day to watch summaries or highlights from influencers. Some may not even watch, but are simply aware that a new phone has been released. The promotional efforts of smartphone manufacturers far surpass his own. While many are familiar with these brands, the actual viewership in the live room remains modest. Given his current level of recognition, bolstered by official promotion and the allure of a giveaway, attracting such a large audience is indeed a remarkable feat. After glancing at his phone, Chen turned his attention to the camera. In his ears, the voice of good luck resonated. The broadcast will begin in 10 seconds. The entire live session is devoid of any assistance, save for good luck. However, with good luck support, it feels as though he has the backing of countless individuals. Most of the viewers in the live room have come for the chance to win a prize, while a small portion is there to see the robotic dog. There are also those who, out of sheer boredom, have wandered into the live room to witness the spectacle. In such a bustling environment, the number of active participants in the chat may be limited, yet the barrage of comments is plentiful due to the sheer volume of viewers. At precisely 6 o'clock, the black screen suddenly illuminated. Chen appeared before the camera. Behind him, the logo of Super Atlas materialized on the screen. Chen stood in front of the camera, waved gently, and began reciting the opening remarks provided by Good Luck. This marked Chen inaugural experience hosting a live launch event, infusing him with a sense of novelty. Undoubtedly, the majority of people never get the opportunity to stand in the spotlight like this. To his surprise, he felt no nervousness whatsoever. Initially, he felt a bit awkward speaking to the camera, but as he shifted his focus to General Hu and the others, he found his rhythm. The presence of an audience transformed the experience. It was an entirely different sensation compared to speaking in an empty room. Chen mind began to conjure the content of the PowerPoint presentation. Originally, he had planned to follow Good Luck's outline, detailing the various designs, capabilities, and technical specifications of the robotic dog. This had been his premeditated approach. However, he now perceived a flaw in his initial concept. If he found the material uninteresting, why persist in presenting it? The voice of Good Luck echoed in his ears. Are you feeling nervous? Why are you silent? Chen picked up the remote control and looked back at the camera. For this live launch event, I have prepared a comprehensive PowerPoint presentation. Typically, one would adhere to the presentation format, as seen in other companies' launch events, which typically introduce various technologies, components, software, and distinctive designs. Yet, standing here, he found those details rather mundane. Chen held up the remote. Next, I will take 2 minutes to showcase the content of the PowerPoint. Feel free to take screenshots of anything that piques your interest. It contains all the relevant information. Seizing this opportunity, he proposed, shall we begin with a giveaway? Initially, he had planned to give away 100 robotic dogs, but he had not anticipated such a vast audience. The viewer count in the back end had already reached 700,000. Thank you all for your support. Mere words of gratitude are insufficient. Let's raise the stakes and give away 1,000 units. He added, however, I must clarify that while we will prioritize shipping to the winners, our production speed is currently sluggish, so winners will need to be patient. The audience in the live room was taken aback. Could it really work this way? Initially prepared to give away 100 units, Chen had suddenly decided to increase the total to 900 more, beyond its extravagance. This decision stemmed from the fact that the entire company belonged to Chen, allowing him to make such spontaneous choices. Unlike other companies, which require meetings for every minor decision due to multiple stakeholders, he had the autonomy to act swiftly. This was undoubtedly good news for the viewers. The chances of winning had drastically increased tenfold. Although the odds remained slim, they were far more favorable than before. The chat in the live room erupted with excitement, and the atmosphere intensified. Chen commenced the giveaway without any prerequisites. Participants did not even need to comment. Simply being present in the live room sufficed for participation. Regardless of whether they won, a notification would appear on the live room screen. Those fortunate enough to win would click to confirm, and then provide their contact details and address, ensuring that the robotic dogs will be delivered once manufactured. As he concluded his announcement, Chen Bin initiated the giveaway. Simultaneously, pop-up notifications appeared on the screens of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Most received messages of disappointment, indicating they had not won. Yet, 1,000 lucky individuals saw the message. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a robotic dog. This realization sent waves of jubilation through those fortunate enough to win. It was a fortuitous windfall with no strings attached. Unlike other online giveaways that often require a multitude of actions, such as following accounts, recruiting friends, or downloading apps, this live room offered a straightforward opportunity to win simply by tuning in. And indeed, it was a genuine giveaway. The winners quickly began filling out their information, while those who did not win flooded the chat with comments, lamenting their luck and questioning whether the robotic dogs were genuinely being given away. After all, there were regulations stipulating that the total value of the giveaway could not exceed 50,000 yuan. If the robotic dog's price exceeded 5 yuan, it might only be a year's worth of usage rights. Chen Bin observed the barrage of comments, but refrained from providing explanations. Instead, he chose to wait patiently. The screen behind him quickly flashed through a series of PowerPoint images. Unlike other companies' product launches, which emphasized detailed presentations, Chen Bin offered none of that here. 2 minutes passed, and the PowerPoint was complete. Chen Bin looked back at the camera. The PowerPoint has concluded, containing all the technical specifications and performance details of the robotic dog. For those interested, feel free to refer to the recorded screenshots. However, aside from those in the tech field, most viewers likely find such details unexciting. After all, the primary concern is functionality. I would like to discuss something that truly interests you. He continued, many of you may wonder, why invest in a robotic dog when you can have a real pet? Chen Bin paused briefly. In my view, robotic dogs represent a segment of our future lifestyle. This aligns with our company's mission to integrate future technological innovations into everyday life. We aim to present you with what will eventually become commonplace, starting with the robotic dog. As he spoke, Chen Bin waved gently, beckoning the robotic dog waiting off stage to leap into the frame. Ding! Shot point 9028. Chapter 67. Is this the end? As Chen Bin listened to the notification sound echoing in his mind, a chill ran down his spine. So much? Nearly 10,000? Isn't that more than participating in a grand competition? This robotic dog had already been unveiled before. If it were an entirely new technological marvel, it could easily fetch 100,000 or more, couldn't it? He realized he had taken a detour previously. The audience in the live stream had no idea why Chen Bin was momentarily dazed. They didn't even pay attention. All eyes were fixed on the robotic dog. This mechanical creature bore an uncanny resemblance to what they had seen in online videos, yet it was decidedly cuter. Its movements were more playful and lively. Though most had encountered robotic dogs before, witnessing one up close, seeing it prance into the frame, was still a breathtaking experience, full of vitality and natural grace. The robotic dog trotted up to Chen Bin's feet and began its signature display of affection, circling around his legs and gently nudging him. Lifting the mechanical dog, he swayed it before the camera, exclaiming, "When I created this robotic dog, I experienced an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, as if I had conjured life itself." Chen Bin recalled the joy he felt upon its completion. Not merely the pride of creation, but also the rare satisfaction after nearly a year of toil to bring this creation to fruition. He affectionately rubbed the dog's head, noting the design of this mechanical dog features softer lines, making it a perfect toy for the home. I've seen many online dismissing robotic dogs as useless or merely toys for the affluent. Let me clarify, this can serve as a toy for the wealthy as well as for those currently on a budget. I intend to usher in the future, and it should not be exclusive to the affluent. Setting the mechanical dog down, he declared, "Let us set a price." The voice of fortune chimed in his ears. Manufacturing cost is 1,840, plus additional expenses, totaling 3,550. Chen Bin looked into the camera, announcing, "This robotic dog will be priced at 3,888, allowing me a modest profit while also choosing a lucky number." The audience was taken aback. A robotic dog within the 1,000 yuan range? They had previously assumed Chen Bin's model would exceed 100,000. In comparison, the 100,000 plus robotic dogs seemed like mere toys next to Chen Bin's offering at 3,000. While robotic pets priced at 3,000 did exist, they were not true artificial intelligence companions, but rather rudimentary toys. Typically, a decent quadruped bionic robot started at 30,000. Chen Bin's pricing shattered market expectations, leaving competitors stunned. After a brief pause without any indication of shock from the system, implying that the pricing had failed to create the anticipated impact, Chen Bin continued, "The future should not be expensive. It should be accessible and comfortable for everyone, not just a select few. If you wish to learn more about the robotic dog, purchase one and study it yourself. I shall refrain from elaborating further during this launch." With a gentle wave of his hand, he concluded, "Thank you all for attending this launch event. We will now proceed to the final giveaway, 100 units. Until next time." As the livestream screen faded to black, countless viewers remained in a state of bewilderment. Was that truly just a product launch? It felt more like a fleeting 2-minute spectacle. Chen Bin's approach was abstract. He had seamlessly condensed what others would have spent 2 hours elaborating on into mere moments. Many were still grappling with the shock of the announced price, wondering if 3,000 could even secure a decent vacuum cleaner. Following the conclusion of the live stream, comments flooded in, with viewers discussing the event fervently. Some even shared snippets of the live stream across various social media platforms. Such a launch was undeniably breathtaking. Yet, questions lingered. Where could one purchase the robotic dog? It seemed impossible to find a buying channel after the launch event. Their astonishment paled in comparison to the reactions of executives from rival tech companies who were also watching the live stream. As fellow developers of robotic dogs, they kept a keen eye on the progress of their competitors, hoping to gain an advantage in the market. While ordinary viewers remained skeptical, these executives approached the live stream with a mindset of research and learning, only to find their expectations shattered. A price of 3,888? Such an impressive robotic dog? How could they possibly turn a profit? Within their industry, no one could confidently claim to be the frontrunner. Successful product sales hinged on numerous factors: design, performance, marketing, pricing, reputation, a complex tapestry of elements. With Chen Bin's groundbreaking pricing, their plans crumbled. In a landscape where one competitor outshone another, how could they compete when prices had plummeted to street vendor levels? 3,888, less than the cost of flagship smartphone, could secure a top-tier robotic dog? Would their technological advancements ever progress? Would it even matter? They felt cornered, realizing that Chen Bin had effectively severed their path to success. To survive, they could only pivot towards creating simple robotic toys, the kind that cost a few hundred. However, their manufacturing costs could never dip below 3,000. It was simply unfeasible when considering production, labor, and tax expenses. After much contemplation, the only conclusion they could reach was to step away from their keyboards and abandon their operations, perhaps minimizing their losses through bankruptcy. Countless individuals were left stunned and bewildered, including those present at the launch event. General, who felt it was unnecessary to provide chairs. Was there really a need to sit for such a brief presentation? It lasted less than 5 minutes. Wasn't this launch a bit hasty? Furthermore, was the price of 3,888 not alarmingly low? This was not merely a market disruption. It felt as though the entire industry had been obliterated. General, who had not anticipated Chen Bin would set such a price. Yet Chen Bin's words resonated with him. The future should not belong to a privileged few. Everyone has the right to enjoy high-tech products. If some are deprived of that enjoyment for the sake of market balance or the success of other companies, it signifies a systemic failure. Chapter 68, High-Tech Gifts. General, who had a clear line of thought as he looked at Chen Bin, who had just concluded the live broadcast, and began to applaud. His applause brought the others out of their astonishment, and they joined in. As Chen Bin stepped off the stage, he inquired, "What is the matter?" General, who smiled and replied, "You spoke splendidly." Just as Chen Bin was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Professor Ho. Previously, Professor Ho had advised him to set a higher price, and this call was likely regarding that matter. General Hu nodded in the past. "I would have agreed that the price should be elevated. However, your recent statement has awakened me. If the production cost is inherently high. Limiting the product's accessibility to a select few is justifiable. But when the costs are low, maintaining an elevated price solely for profit, while stifling the growth of other companies in the market, is akin to true capitalism. The price is set. If anyone has an issue, let them come to me. General Hu spoke with righteous fervor, genuinely believing in his stance. Chen Bin answered the call, and on the other end, Professor Ho stated directly, "Didn't we agree that the price must not be too low? This pricing will lead to the bankruptcy of numerous tech companies." General Hu had advised him to set that price. Hu's eyes widened. He had just pledged support to Chen Bin, yet now it seemed he was being made the scapegoat. The price Hu had set was a completely different concept from Chen Bin's. The price set by Chen Bin could be seen as a personal decision, whereas Hu's price would undoubtedly be perceived as an official stance. At least, others would think so. "I understand," Chen Bin replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. Professor Ho had a plethora of persuasive remarks ready, but swallowed them back. If the military insisted on a bottom-line sale, what more was there to say? The call ended, and Chen Bin turned to General Hu, asking, "Is this acceptable?" Had Chen Bin not posed that question, General Hu might have genuinely thought Chen Bin had misunderstood. With the question asked, Hu could only manage a wry smile. Chen Bin understood his meaning. He was not genuinely intending to cast Hu as the scapegoat, but rather wanted him to address the issues arising from it. This pricing would indeed put many companies on the brink of collapse. Numerous firms relied on investments for growth, and with Chen Bin acting as a formidable catalyst, investors might overlook other ventures, making it difficult for them to thrive. In a market economy, many would face closure. He would shoulder the consequences, either by salvaging these companies or by absorbing the research personnel post-collapse. "All right," Chen Bin contemplated, "I will put in some extra hours. In 3 days, we can produce the war robots." General Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 days? Is that truly feasible? "I'll push myself. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be manageable, given that the technology is readily available." General Hu felt a surge of excitement, his heartbeat quickening at the prospect of witnessing the war robots in just 3 days. However, he restrained himself. "Let us aim for a week. Don't burn the midnight oil. I am aware of the situation." With that, Chen Bin turned and entered the factory. The facility was still under construction, but to maintain appearances, the equipment had already begun to operate, and robots were busy manufacturing components, genuine, functional parts. Once Chen Bin confirmed that the factory door was securely closed and that no one had followed him, he approached a corner of the factory. The surface, indistinguishable from the concrete floor, suddenly cracked open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Chen Bin descended into the underground factory devoid of personnel. Inside the control room, he observed the manufacturing process of the war robots. Most of the components had already been produced, and assembly, along with the remaining parts, was expected to be completed within a day. In comparison to drones, the complexity of manufacturing war robots was significantly higher. Producing a single unit required 2 days, with assembly line production taking about 2 hours per unit. Yet, considering the practical capabilities of the war robots, 2 hours per unit was remarkably swift, especially when other equipment took considerably longer to produce. After assessing the manufacturing progress, Chen Bin moved toward 2 boxes resting on the table. He opened them to reveal small metallic cubes, each equipped with a button. Upon pressing the button, the cubes began to unfold, transforming into exoskeleton gear. The exoskeleton appeared somewhat rudimentary, lacking additional protection. The most comprehensive coverage was on the hands and feet, while the core control area was merely palm-sized, located at the back. This area was responsible for processing all information and power supply. The remaining structure consisted of metal strips and fixed straps. While its overall appearance may seem lackluster, the technological sophistication was undeniably high, and most importantly, it was well-suited. This exoskeleton was custom-made for his parents, ensuring a perfect fit, neither ostentatious nor cumbersome. Once donned, the exoskeleton could be concealed beneath clothing, rendering it virtually undetectable. His parents were still operating a restaurant for income, though they no longer needed to earn money. This exoskeleton would assist them in their work while alleviating fatigue, providing a maximum supportive strength of 100 pounds. which would be more than adequate for their daily lives and tasks. Additionally, the power consumption for carrying weight was minimal. After inspecting everything and finding no issues, Chen placed the exoskeleton back into the boxes and exited the factory. General, who had already departed but had not gone far, waiting at the station for the upcoming 3 days. Despite urging Chen not to overwork himself, he was already anticipating the event. Chen handed the 2 boxes to Colonel Lin, saying, "Please deliver these to my home. They are gifts from my parents." The moment Colonel Lin received the boxes, his expression changed. Chen carried the boxes with ease, yet they felt substantial, at least 20 to 30 pounds. It felt as if he were carrying lightweight cardboard boxes. Chen strength was indeed remarkable. Colonel Lin instructed the guards behind him, "Deliver these now. They will arrive by evening." However, to avoid disturbing their rest, "Could we send them tomorrow morning instead?" "That's fine. A slight delay is inconsequential." Chen hopped into the vehicle, stating, "Take me back to the laboratory." With that, he closed his eyes, entering his favorite phase, tallying his gains. Although the live broadcast lasted only a few minutes, the points of astonishment accumulated were substantial. In addition to the nearly 10,000 points garnered during the appearance of the robotic dogs, there were continuous points rolling in throughout the broadcast, approximately 3,000 more, totaling around 13,000 points. Moreover, with the slow growth of these points over the past few days, his total had once again crossed the 50,000 threshold. Based on previous upgrade experiences, accumulating 100,000 points should mark a significant milestone. Should he save up to 100,000 points in one go? Or should he draw some now? After careful consideration, Chen concluded that points were meant to be spent, not hoarded. The more one accumulates, the less one possesses. Conversely, spending them often leads to easier gains. Chapter 69. The Super Strength Potion. Chen steeled himself, ready to attempt a 10-fold draw. The familiar radiance began to flicker once more. White light emerged. With a calm heart, Chen anticipated the arrival of 7 white beams. Within the luminous glow, a pack of tissues reappeared. As expected, he maintained his composure. Yet another pack of tissues, quite reasonable. More tissues? Chen rubbed his hands together. Was today truly an inauspicious day for drawing rewards? Just as he pondered this, a flash of red light materialized. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for the strength potion." Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had previously used the strength potion, but did not anticipate that its formula would also surface. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, capable of significantly enhancing a person's strength without any side effects. If there are no side effects and it remains undetectable, supplying Olympic athletes with this potion would allow Long Nation to shatter numerous records in no time. However, another thought crossed Chen mind. Could it be a critical hit? What if the formula for the strength potion could be upgraded to a power-enhancing potion? The power-enhancing potion could provide a sustained boost in strength. Chen had consumed it once before, but since it was a critical hit derived from the strength potion, he could not redeem it directly through the system, leaving him uncertain about its reusability. Nevertheless, a potion that could continuously augment strength without side effects was undeniably a remarkable treasure. In the hands of an ordinary person, everyone would become a powerhouse. In the hands of a soldier, they could carry an additional load of ammunition. Yet, he still had to see if more valuable items awaited him. As the lights flickered, another beam of white light appeared. Another mundane prize. Following that, blue light surged. Chen focused his attention anew. The blue light signified good rewards, perhaps not as prestigious as the red light, but potentially more valuable, with the possibility of critical hits. Charm 1. The hope on Chen face vanished. How many times had he drawn this charm? It had become as commonplace as tissues, a mere consolation prize. At least he could use the tissues. What good was charm? Chen silently yearned for the next blue light, hoping for anything but charm. Ding. Congratulations, host, Charm 1. Chen felt utterly drained. Earning 10,000 shock points was so arduous, yet he received merely 2 points of charm. Fortunately, there was still a critical hit remaining. Chen awaited the appearance of the last few white lights, his gaze fixed on the potion formula. Critical hit. Ding. The strength potion formula has been upgraded to the super strength potion formula. Chen wore a look of bewilderment. Super strength potion? What was that? It was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Shouldn't it be the power-enhancing potion? As he contemplated this, information about the super strength potion began to materialize in his mind, along with an introduction to the potion. The super strength potion could significantly enhance the user's strength within 24 hours. In extreme cases, the strength could double. Chen Bin was somewhat astonished. The previous strength potion only offered a boost of about 20 pounds, but this could potentially double one's strength. Currently, the human deadlift record hovers just over 500 kilograms. If one consumed the super strength potion, wouldn't that translate to an astounding 1,000 kilograms? Of course, this depended on the individual's natural abilities. If a user were a slight individual, their post-consumption strength would merely equate to that of two slight individuals. Additionally, the super strength potion would alter the body to some extent, meaning repeated use could improve physical condition and allow for sustained strength enhancement. The manufacturing difficulty was not high. It consisted entirely of various molecular formulas. With the formula and manufacturing process in hand, Chen Bin merely needed to find a pharmaceutical factory to partner with, enabling him to produce it directly. However, what was the purpose of this potion? A day's worth of strength enhancement. What could one accomplish with that? Perhaps it was useful for a sudden burst of labor? Chen Bin found himself at a loss for potential applications. Then he suddenly thought of himself. With the super strength potion, could he not punch through steel plates? Although it seemed that manufacturing it might not serve much purpose, spending a day or two in joyful experimentation was worthwhile. Chen Bin took out his phone and called Professor Ho. Could you help me get in touch with a pharmaceutical company or a laboratory? For a single potion, an entire laboratory seemed excessive. It would be more reasonable to borrow an existing lab to create just a few doses. Professor Ho began to facilitate Chen Bin's contacts. He happened to know people in the field. Even if he didn't, he would find connections to provide Chen Bin with a venue. As Chen Bin prepared to research the super strength potion, the hype surrounding the new product launch from Tulu Company began to soar. The livestream video was uploaded online, and it took time for the news to spread. Typically, the more explosive a topic, the quicker it gains traction. This launch event, deemed absurd, truly had its highlights. First was the contrast, the serious versus the casual. A typical product launch is formal and stern. The speakers are clad in suits, and their speeches are meticulously rehearsed. The audience consists of notable figures, all invited guests. It is a realm of utmost seriousness, as the event represents the face and image of the product and the company. However, Tulu Company's launch was decidedly lackadaisical. While the format may have appeared dismissive, the sincerity behind it was palpable. Aware that the audience despised tedious content, they swiftly flipped through a well-prepared PowerPoint presentation, providing all necessary information without offering any introductions. Interested attendees were encouraged to explore the details themselves. Moreover, the lottery was conducted with genuine intent, as they multiplied the prizes tenfold in response to a large audience. Who else could afford such extravagance? Although the mechanical dogs held little individual value, their cumulative worth was substantial, especially considering Chen Bin's mechanical dogs had yet to turn a profit. Additionally, the adorable mechanical dogs garnered considerable interest. Many yearned for them. In this context, the mechanical dogs were priced affordably, comparable to that of a mobile phone or tablet. The primary issue, however, was that several hours had passed since the launch, and potential buyers still had no idea where to purchase them. Everyone was eager to buy, yet there was no purchasing channel. In this scenario, online engagement skyrocketed. Those intrigued by technology engaged in discussions about the content of the PowerPoint, expressing their astonishment. Each page of the presentation showcased technologies that were leaps and bounds ahead of competing robotic dog companies. Those wishing to purchase were preoccupied with the search for buying channels. Some even formed a mutual aid group to find ways to acquire Tulu mechanical dogs. Industry insiders were distraught, lamenting the company's unorthodox approach. Numerous onlookers also found themselves captivated by the live stream, finding it quite entertaining. This company was undoubtedly a refreshing anomaly among a sea of tech enterprises. Once this company flourished, the future promised to be filled with excitement. Chapter 70. I want to participate in the sports meet. The company Tulu originally was an obscure entity, known only to a select few in the industry, particularly those well-versed in technology. The general populace had never heard of it. Its rising prominence was largely due to the military's promotional efforts. Chen Bin, much like the company, lacked widespread recognition. Some tech-savvy youths were aware of him, yet the broader audience merely knew that a company was developing cutting-edge robots, without realizing he was the one behind it. However, the tides have shifted. A recent press conference has propelled him into the limelight. Most individuals inhabit their own information silos, but major events can shatter these confines, bringing awareness to all. Now, everyone knows that he is the mastermind behind the robot development. The press conference achieved unprecedented popularity, soaring to the top of trending topics, far surpassing the second place, which was only tangentially related to the event. Why does Chen Bin, who upon closer inspection may not be conventionally handsome, exude such an alluring charm? The person who posted this observation initially did so out of curiosity, but it resonated with many others, leading to a growing wave of agreement. As more individuals expressed their intrigue, others were drawn to watch the video featuring Chen Bin. To their surprise, while his facial features may not align with traditional standards of beauty, there was an inexplicable appeal to him. Remarkably, many male viewers found him particularly captivating. In such a scenario, Chen Bin's press conference, despite its chaotic nature, achieved astounding success. Industry giants were left astonished. How could an event that was deemed disastrous yield such positive results? Their own launches typically garnered trending spots due to the novelty of their releases, but the enthusiasm surrounding Tulu was astonishing, with its popularity skyrocketing. The topic continued to gain momentum. It can only be said that one must possess substantial merit to achieve such recognition. Even a brief 5-minute live stream, if it contains genuine substance, can rapidly disseminate. That night, many found themselves restless. This product launch had jeopardized the livelihoods of numerous individuals. Yet, no matter how long the night, dawn will inevitably arrive. In the morning, an individual entered Chen's restaurant carrying 2 boxes. Chen glanced at the boxes and inquired, "What are these?" The delivery person replied, "These are gifts sent by Chen Bin. He instructed us to deliver them for you to open and inspect." Curiosity piqued. Chen opened the boxes to find what appeared to be metallic blocks, each equipped with a button. "What is this for?" he asked as he pressed one of the buttons. The metallic blocks swiftly unfolded, transforming into a human-like shape made of metal strips. "What on earth is this?" Chen exclaimed, bewildered. "Is it some sort of decorative piece?" He had seen similar items on television, where executives would display them on their desks. Perhaps this was intended for the entrance of the restaurant. Although he wanted to voice his skepticism, he acknowledged it as a thoughtful gesture from his son, suitable for placement at the storefront. Many establishments featured figurines, so these metallic strips could serve the same purpose. 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment were positioned at either side of the restaurant entrance, creating an intriguing sight. The delivery person nodded, appreciating the creativity of a tech-savvy gift. Chen Bin, however, had not anticipated that upon seeing the equipment, his first instinct would be to recognize it as exoskeleton gear, having encountered similar designs in films. Yet, he overlooked a fundamental understanding. His parents had not seen the same science fiction movies. The delivery person initially thought the item resembled exoskeleton equipment, but preconceived notions led him to believe that such technology could not possibly exist in reality. Additionally, hearing Chen refer to it as a decorative piece solidified his assumption. Remarkably, this exoskeleton gear was indeed ergonomically designed, possessing a certain aesthetic appeal. As the morning passed without any customers, it wasn't until noon that Chen, his cousin, arrived at the restaurant. Chen, being the son of the 3rd uncle, frequented this establishment for lunch due to its proximity to his high school. Approaching the entrance, he noticed the 2 sets of exoskeleton gear. "They look quite exquisite," he remarked, reaching out to test the equipment. To his surprise, he discovered that the gear was indeed functional, with every joint capable of movement. Could this truly be exoskeleton gear? He cautiously slipped his hands into the gloves and positioned his arms between the metallic strips. It fit almost as if custom-made. With both hands and legs secured, he attempted to move, and to his amazement, the exoskeleton responded in kind, making his movements feel remarkably effortless. Eyes wide with astonishment, Chen lifted his arms, and the sensation was even more pronounced. He felt as if he could hold them aloft indefinitely without exertion. Is this truly exoskeleton gear? Initially, he was merely experimenting, but now he realized its practicality. Why was it left outside? Suddenly, a critical thought struck him. Rushing into the kitchen, he called out, "Uncle, hand me your phone." "What for?" "You should be focusing on your studies, not playing with your phone. I need to make a call." Chen reluctantly handed over his phone. Chen dialed swiftly. "Old man, is it too late to sign up for the sports meet this afternoon? Didn't you say you weren't participating? With your height, it would be a waste. I want to join now. I'll take part in whatever events are available." The homeroom teacher responded with surprise. "What is going on? Did you lose a bet?" "I'm doing this for the honor of our class." "All right, I'll arrange a few events for you." Chen hung up, recalling how he had previously been reluctant to participate, intimidated by the presence of elite athletes at his school. But now, things were different. As long as he remained undetected, he could effortlessly bask in the glory. Returning the phone to Chen, he finally noticed the exoskeleton gear adorning Chen Song's body. "Why are you wearing the decorative piece?" "What decorative piece?" "This is exoskeleton gear." Chen clarified. "What is that?" "It's something that enhances strength." Chen looked puzzled. "How much can it enhance?" Chen shrugged. "I have no idea. I'll test it at school." "By the way, where did this come from?" "Your brother sent it as a gift." Chen exclaimed, "Quick, call brother and tell him I want one too. Focus on your studies. And once you graduate high school and get into a good university, I'll have your brother send you 2 sets. Chapter 71. Had the record been broken? Chen realized that his exoskeleton equipment was futile for his studies. "I can guarantee that using this for an afternoon won't hinder my learning." Chen did not refuse. After all, Chen was the only promising student in the family and was willing to learn. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt. As long as it didn't end up like his brother, who seemed to avoid studying entirely, yet, somehow, despite not studying at all, he had achieved what he had. Chen quickly finished his meal and began to undress. He planned to wear the exoskeleton underneath his clothes. The only concern was the gloves that came with the mechanical exoskeleton. However, that posed no real issue. Who cared if he was discovered? It was merely a minor infraction at the school sports meet. Upon returning to class, the homeroom teacher entered just in time. "Although we are the elite class, primarily focused on academics, it is reasonable to engage in some physical activity. I would like to commend Chen for his initiative to participate in the sports meet, bringing honor to our class. Nevertheless, I believe that participation is what matters most. The results are secondary. After all, friendship comes first, and results come second." As the teacher concluded, the entire class turned to look at Chen. Wasn't he this foolish? Was he really going to be a jester among a group of athletes? While others cleared heights of 2 meters, Chen would stumble over a mere meter, perhaps even fall flat on his face. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Chen clasped his hands and announced, "I, Chen, seek both friendship and achievement." The homeroom teacher waved him off. "Step aside. You have quite a few events to prepare for." Chen smile faltered. "How many events have you signed me up for?" In the afternoon, there were 4 events: high jump, long jump, a 1,000-meter run, and shot put. The class erupted in joy. The teacher continued, "Consider this a personal favor. A class must participate in at least 4 events, or I will face criticism at the meeting." Chen felt a wave of despair. 1,000 meters? It had been ages since he had run that far. While he could manage it, it would undoubtedly be exhausting. The playground was buzzing with excitement. The elite class was filled with top students who relished problem-solving, and very few were inclined to watch. Yet, when Chen was set to compete, the entire class rallied to support him, even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. The homeroom teacher noticed the phones, but said nothing. At this critical moment, learning was solely dependent on oneself. These students were reliable. Chen was also dependable, willing to face embarrassment, yet he was determined to fulfill his task. Good students would later provide him with a set of practice questions. As Chen stepped onto the field, the first event was the shot put. He felt uncertain. While wearing the exoskeleton made him feel inflated with confidence, the reality of the competition made him anxious. What if he was discovered? And what if the throwing distance was too close? It was too late now. He had to push forward. The competitors were all tall athletes with exceptional physical capabilities, honed by professional training. Due to their age, there remained a gap compared to national standards, but they easily eclipsed their peers. The first shot putter threw an impressive 18 meters. Many did not grasp the significance of 18 meters. In the college entrance examination, scores vary by province. But tossing 13 meters would earn a perfect score in most areas. 18 meters was commendable for high school students, while the national record stood at 20.71 meters. After the judge announced the distance, competitors were allowed 3 attempts. The second throw landed at 19 meters, just 2 meters shy of the record. The third attempt faltered at 17.9 meters, which was already commendable, especially in a school focused on academics. Then, the second student took the stage, consistently throwing above 17 meters. Finally, the judge called out a name, Hu Qi. Instantly, a section of the playground erupted in excitement. Hu Qi was a student from the elite class. With a powerful throw, the judge measured 9 meters. Laughter echoed across the field, as he had failed to reach double digits. Yet, one section cheered, Hu Qi, go. They had to support him, as he had taken the brunt of the ridicule. With 3 throws, Hu Qi finally surpassed 10 meters, achieving 10.02. His cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or exertion. It was unclear. The judge chuckled and then called, Chen Song. Chen Song stepped forward, grasping the shot put. The earlier jeers directed at Hu Qi lingered in his mind. He knew he had to give it his all. At that moment, his classmates clenched their fists and chanted in unison, Da Xiang, hold your ground. Chen Song turned and waved. Don't worry. He positioned himself in a lunge, drawing his arms back to form a bow, then propelled the shot put forward. His form was far from perfect, and his technique was lacking, yet the shot put traced a beautiful arc through the air. Watch out, run, get out of the way. The shot put crashed down onto the podium, which was merely a makeshift assembly of tables, creating a hole and sending a group of school leaders scrambling in disarray. Chen Song's face turned even redder from embarrassment. He had indeed missed the mark. His strength had been immense, but he had failed to control the direction. The entire field fell silent, the judge's eyes wide in disbelief. The direction may have been off, but the distance was what truly mattered. Chen Song stood over 30 meters from the podium. What did that signify? Even world champions rarely exceeded 23 meters. This kid was surpassing world champions? What was he even studying for? Was he still in the elite class? With such prowess in shot put, he would surely excel in javelin as well. What a remarkable feat. The judge's cheeks flushed with excitement, envisioning how he would recount discovering a super talent in sports during future interviews. The school leaders, regaining their composure and confirming that no one was injured, finally took the microphone. Chen Song, if you have any grievances, please express them appropriately. Chen Song quickly apologized. All right, let us continue with the competition. The judge hastily approached. Don't be nervous. Remember to apply force with both hands simultaneously as you throw. He promptly shared techniques with Chun Kong ready to go. The judge produced his phone and began recording. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his stance, Chen Song launched the shot put once more. 38 meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this for real? A superhero in the flesh. Chen Song stared at the shot put that lay on the track, momentarily speechless. Had he gone too far in showing off? Amidst the uproar, his classmates began to cheer, their voices rising in exuberance. The judge, still recovering from the shock, found the situation hard to believe. But how could one cheat in such a manner? Performance-enhancing drugs? No substance could possibly yield such incredible results. If they existed, they could only be akin to Captain America's super soldier serum. And yet, it wasn't cheating. Who could throw a shot put 38 meters? Such innate talent was truly extraordinary. Chapter 72. Not a buddy, you truly excel. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Chen Song ultimately executed his third throw. This time, he exerted less force, leading to an automatic adjustment in his exoskeleton apparatus. Consequently, the shot put landed a mere 8 meters away, the lowest mark of the day. Yet, there were no jeers, only a collective silence. It was evident that there was no semblance of technique involved. It was merely brute strength. as Chen rejoined his peers, a group of classmates. Anticipating a spectacle, gazed at him in bewilderment. Not a buddy, you truly excel. Chen lightly patted his chest. When you behold me, it is akin to encountering a deity. Even the homeroom teacher looked on in astonishment, pondering how this young man could possess such prowess. The shot put event swiftly concluded. After the last competitor finished, the referee hurried towards Chen and directly approached the teacher, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, this student Chen is wasting his talent on academics. He ought to be competing on the field, bringing glory to our nation. He has shattered the world record without any training, and with systematic coaching, he could very well redefine this sport's history. For a moment, Mr. Chen was at a loss for words. In his many years of teaching, he had never encountered such a scenario. Sports professionals were seeking talent from his class. Wasn't that somewhat insulting? Yet, Chen had indeed broken a world record, which was slightly daunting. If he continued with his studies, he would likely end up with a mundane job, especially in an increasingly challenging employment landscape. However, achieving a world championship first would undoubtedly benefit Chen's future. Nonetheless, this was a decision that needed to be posed to Chen himself. What are your thoughts? Chen gestured towards the playground. I wish to complete the high jump competition first. The referee nodded in agreement. No need to jump too high. Falling can be hazardous. In sports, injuries are commonplace. Yet they can have severe consequences, ranging from a few days of missed training to potentially losing the prime period for physical development, resulting in diminished performance. Chen nodded and stepped onto the field. The high jump was similarly a significant athletic event, adhering to the established roster. Starting with the athletes, the first round featured a height of 1.7 meters. Several athletes cleared the bar effortlessly, with only a few grazing it. After the athletes completed their jumps, the referee announced, Hu Qi. It appeared that this unfortunate soul had also been thrust into the fray to bolster numbers, having registered for multiple events. Hu Qi stepped forward but did not jump, raising his hand instead. I forfeit. At 1.7 meters, it was nearly on par with his own height. Attempting it would only lead to humiliation. Chen advanced, recalling the techniques of the previous jumpers, and began his sprint. Unbeknownst to him, as he surged forward, he felt his speed escalate. His exoskeleton was propelling him. This running sensation was akin to flying. As his speed reached its zenith, he hesitated to leap. Yet, the bar loomed before him. With great effort, he launched himself into the air. At an extraordinary velocity, he nearly soared, flailing his limbs as he cleared the high jump bar, subsequently gliding over the safety mat before landing and continuing to sprint. After considerable effort, he finally came to a stop, only to be met with gasps of astonishment, blended with exclamations of disbelief. Countless eyes widened in shock. Was this truly a high jump? It was more akin to flight. While others rushed forward, leaped, and descended, Chen had soared over. The height was impressive, far exceeding 1.7 meters, nearly reaching 3 meters. It is noteworthy that the world record for high jump is just over 2.4 meters. The referee stood agape, eyes bulging, realizing that strength, speed, and agility had converged in one individual. The speed he had just exhibited while running was astonishingly rapid, and that high jump, equally alarming in height. He was undeniably a prodigy. Others were equally stunned. Was he some sort of superhuman? Or perhaps the Dragon Nation truly possessed martial arts, and Chen had mastered lightness skills? Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd, Chen felt somewhat uneasy. Could it be that this exoskeleton was excessively formidable? The school leaders on stage regarded Chen with gleaming eyes. The institution had nurtured an exceptional athlete, which was undeniably a boon. Should Chen continue to break records, the school could gain prestige, proudly declaring it as Chen's alma mater. Truly, while in school one takes pride in the institution upon leaving, the institution takes pride in them. Chen sensed the fervent stares of many, instinctively taking a few steps back. His classmates had already gathered around. Wow, you were hiding your talents so deeply? A martial arts master? Not really. Chen felt a pang of guilt, tempted to reveal his exoskeleton. Yet he restrained himself. Youthful vanity still held sway. The subsequent high jump posed no challenge for Chen Song. He could effortlessly clear the bar by merely running and leaping. Ultimately, he managed to jump 2 meters, not surpassing the world record. This was not due to any inability to break it, but rather, the school's equipment only allowed for a maximum height of 2 meters. The third event was the long jump. Before it commenced, all eyes were on Chen Kong. The memory of him jumping from a standstill, soaring over the high jump bar, and then leaping far was vivid in their minds. It was clear he could easily shatter the world record. In a single afternoon at the high school sports meet, he had broken 3 world records. The event had transformed into a showcase for Chen Kong. Lastly, the running event commenced. As Chen Bin completed the 1,000 meters in under 2 minutes, an uncanny sensation enveloped the entire school. The physical education teacher, serving as the referee, was equally perplexed. Initially, he had felt exhilarated to have discovered a genius, but now he was grappling with doubts about his own understanding. Who could possibly break so many world records in succession? This was only due to the competition comprising 4 events. If there were more, would Chen Song not surpass even more records? There was no doubt he would. Chen Song had achieved such astonishing results without any specialized training. Once he underwent dedicated coaching, he would undoubtedly become invincible. While Chen Song reveled in his newfound acclaim, far away at Jiangzhou Vocational College, Chen Bin was equally bewildered. In the span of one afternoon, without having done anything, the number of astonishment points kept rising. Every so often, it would increase by several thousand. By the afternoon's end, he had amassed nearly 20,000 astonishment points. Yet the puzzling factor remained. He had done nothing. Curiosity led him to the internet, yet he found no surge in video views online. Where had these astonishment points originated? Had the distribution of electromagnetic guns triggered a wave of astonishment points? However, after calculating the time, it seemed unlikely. Unable to decipher the mystery, he decided not to dwell on it, trusting that he would eventually learn the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, an increase in astonishment points was undoubtedly a positive development. Chen Bin quickly tidied his belongings, boarded a vehicle, and headed straight for the biology laboratory to prepare a super-strength potion. Meanwhile, at his uncle's home, a large group had gathered, all urging his uncle to recognize that with Chen Song's extraordinary talent, pursuing academics was a grave misallocation of resources. He should abandon his studies and pursue athletics. Chapter 73. A minor issue. Uncle San was equally perplexed. How could he not know what his son was like? To claim he was as weak as a newborn chick seemed a tad exaggerated, but he was at least of subpar caliber. A person who could barely run 1,000 meters without feeling nauseous was being touted as a sporting prodigy? Could it be that he was capable of effortlessly shattering world records? Wasn't that rather outrageous? While Uncle San was bewildered, he was also astounded. Now that Heir Ji's son had flourished, was it his family's turn? Had the ancestral grave emitted smoke twice? Chen Song sat trembling on a nearby chair. The situation appeared distinctly amiss, escalating to unforeseen proportions. Ahem, I have something to say. The leader from the sports administration turned to Chen Song, his expression warm. Your opinion is of utmost importance. Chen Song wanted to mention the exoskeleton gear, but found himself tongue-tied. I do not wish to pursue sports. I desire to study. The sports administration leader smiled reassuringly. There is no conflict. If you wish to study, focus on your studies. No one will interfere with you. However, in your spare time, you can dedicate some moments to training or even lean towards sports once you reach university. Chen Song felt increasingly embarrassed. This was placing him on the pedestal. Uncle San pondered for a moment. This matter is rather significant. Given our family's circumstances, we must deliberate carefully. Indeed, listening to all sides brings clarity. Uncle Sam began to contact his brothers. Meanwhile, Chen Bin had just arrived at the laboratory when he received a call from his father. You say that Sanshu's Tsong possesses remarkable athletic prowess, even extraordinary talent? The sports administration has sent officials to encourage him to pursue sports? Yes. Chen Bin thought of Chen Song, indeed a tall individual. But to call him athletically gifted was a stretch. How had they discovered his sporting talent? He was someone who would not even walk a few hundred meters. What kind of talent was that? Perhaps he had merely awakened to his potential? Chenbin paused, realizing this was not merely awakening. It was as if he had gained an unfair advantage. Could it be that his cousin also possessed a system? Perhaps a super enhancement system or a martial arts system? The likelihood seemed slim. I cannot conveniently return now. I will call Uncle San to inquire about the situation. Chenbin ended the call and dialed Uncle San's number. Uncle San quickly answered. Hello, Xiaobin. Passed the phone to Tsong Kong. Chen Tsong soon picked up, feeling inexplicably more reassured than before. Brother, find a secluded place. All right. Chen Tsong swiftly returned to his room. No one is here now. What is your situation? Can you share it with me? Yes, I can. When I visited your home for dinner, I saw the exoskeleton gear and then wore it to school. The rest is self-evident. Chenbin was not a fool. Simply tell your father the truth and focus on your studies. How can I say that? There are officials from the sports administration outside, and they seem quite significant. Not just him, but many others are quite excited. They believe I could be the hope for Dragon Nation sports realm. Chenbin gradually pieced things together. Did you showcase your abilities at school this afternoon? I participated in the school sports meet today. Chenbin fell silent. His cousin certainly knew how to play the game. I understand now. You should initially decline, asserting your desire to focus on your studies. If anyone pressures you, just say it was my directive for you to concentrate on your studies. What about the other matters? Leave them to me. I will handle it. Chenbin hung up and promptly called the principal. My cousin is encountering a minor issue. If you require anything from me, please inform me directly. My brother, wearing the exoskeleton gear I designed, participated in the sports meet and shattered several world records. Now many are urging him towards sports, and he feels embarrassed to reveal the truth. When did you create the exoskeleton gear? I didn't even mention it. It was merely a gift from my parents, with no significant technological complexity. The principal paused. No significant technological complexity, yet shattered world records? It is known that world record setters are inherently exceptional athletes. Ordinary individuals witnessing their records would wonder if such feats were humanly possible. A typical student, donned in exoskeleton gear, effortlessly broke world records. This lacked any significant technological complexity? Well, I understand. I will first gather more information. Chenbin hung up and approached the experimental apparatus. He had never previously engaged with pharmaceutical equipment. However, upon glancing at it, he comprehended much, and when his hand touched the device, he found himself adeptly operating it with remarkable precision. A flicker of electric arcs danced across the apparatus as the CNC equipment autonomously commenced its function, requiring no additional manipulation. The intermediate mechanical affinity was astounding. The principal began to investigate the incident concerning Chen Kong, knowing who Chenbin's cousin was. He quickly grasped the situation and realized it was far more outrageous than what Chenbin had conveyed. While Chenbin was not mistaken, indeed, records had been shattered. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? A shot put thrown 38 meters? That exceeded the world record by 15 meters. Moreover, one could not discern any external apparatus on Chen Tsong. How was this achieved? Dragon Nation had developed exoskeleton gear, yet theirs was conspicuous. Furthermore, it merely offered slight assistance, unable to augment strength to such a degree. Even if Chen Tsong were exceptionally gifted, tossing 12 or 13 meters would be the limit without training. The remaining distance was solely due to the exoskeleton's power. Yet, this was not the most absurd part. The other events were even more astonishing. High jump? That appeared to be soaring. The principal observed Chen Tsong, who seemed to skim just above the ground. Arrange an itinerary. I shall personally visit. He sought to examine the exoskeleton gear firsthand for a clearer understanding. The reason for not involving Chenbin was purely to avoid irritating him, as he did not regard exoskeleton gear as impressive. While arranging for transportation, the principal began calling the sports administration officials, needing to address the matter promptly. After several transfers, he finally connected with the individual responsible for recruiting Chen Tsong. Chen Tsong does not possess exceptional athletic talent. He merely acquired our novel equipment currently in development. Young people often enjoy showing off, which is why he participated in the sports meet with this new gear. The sports administration official fell silent for a moment. What sort of equipment could achieve such remarkable feats? The principal did not respond but countered, what kind of person can casually surpass world records by such a margin? I understand now. Do not disclose this. It must remain confidential. It would be best to help obscure the notion of this sports prodigy. This incident is my oversight, and I apologize for any impact it may have caused you. The sports administration official did not concern himself with accountability, merely feeling somewhat regretful. I will communicate with the school. Chapter 74. The Lab Rat. With a single phone call, Chen Bin resolved Chen Song's predicament. He neither faced exposure nor bore any consequences, as Chen Bin effortlessly erased all repercussions. Chen Song's academic journey was swiftly restored, having merely donned an air of arrogance, thus becoming a renowned figure within the school. Meanwhile, Da Xiao, who assisted in tying up loose ends, arrived outside the restaurant. However, he did not rush inside. Instead, he waited until the afternoon. After the lunchtime crowd had dispersed and the restaurant was empty, he knocked and entered. Chen Shi recognized Da Xiao, recalling that he had come with Chen Bin previously. He quickly poured tea for Da Xiao, who promptly insisted, "No need for such formality. I merely wish to borrow something from you." "What is it?" "Borrowing or taking. Just go ahead," Chen Shi replied. "We would like to understand the 2 sets of exoskeleton equipment that Chen Bin gifted you," Da Xiao said. Chen Shi, though polite, felt a twinge of hesitation. If it were anything else, he would have readily complied. But those gifts were from Chen Bin. "I must first call Xiao Bin," he stated. Da Xiao understood that Chen Shi was concerned he might target Chen Bin. "Should I make this call? He is unaware of my private visit. If you call, he may take issue with me." Chen Shi was not naive. He grasped the underlying meaning of Da Xiao's words, yet it left him perplexed. Was Da Xiao truly worried about Chen Bin's displeasure? A colonel, apprehensive about offending his son? It seemed rather absurd. "Fine, you make the call," Chen Shi conceded. Da Xiao exhaled in relief and took out his phone, dialing Chen Bin's number. After several rings, it connected. "I'm at your parents' restaurant, wanting to inquire about the exoskeleton equipment." Da Xiao explained. "I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid causing you concern." Chen Bin, astute as ever, responded, "You may take it for testing. Once completed, return it. If you deem it necessary, we could discuss mass production afterward." "Understood," Da Xiao replied, feeling relieved. Chen Shi, however, remained bewildered. It seemed he had underestimated his son. Was Chen Bin not merely an ordinary researcher? After relaying his intentions, Da Xiao cautiously elaborated on his motives. "There is nothing more to say. It is right outside." Da Xiao hurried outside to find the exoskeleton equipment displayed. Wait, did Chen Bin know his exoskeleton was placed here as a mere decoration by his parents? Da Xiao thought to himself, opening his mouth to speak but refraining. He pressed a button to retract the exoskeleton equipment. Gazing at the small box, he fell silent, realizing how convenient it was. Strangely, he had seen it before yet struggled to associate it with the exoskeleton equipment. "We will conduct a simple test and may return it tonight. A few days of use is also acceptable," Chen Shi offered courteously. Da Xiao exchanged pleasantries before exiting the room, heading straight to the nearest sports venue. The area had been cleared in advance for unrestricted testing. Meanwhile, Chen Shi watched Da Xiao's car disappear, his expression filled with confusion. "It seems our son is achieving something remarkable, so we cannot hinder his progress." "What can we possibly hinder?" "You don't understand. If you step outside and casually discard a piece of trash, someone might capture it on camera and online. They'd say Chen Bin's mother lacks manners. Discarding trash is one thing. If someone sees you outside, that would be worse," Chen Shi replied grumpily. "I'm here 24 hours a day. Is there really anyone around?" After their brief banter, both retired to rest, preparing to welcome afternoon guests. It must be said, with Chen Bin having reached this stage, their small restaurant continued to thrive, showcasing a mindset that surpassed countless others. On the other side, at the sports venue, soldiers had donned the exoskeleton equipment, which was remarkably lightweight compared to previous models. Wearing it had minimal impact on their physique. They did not even require loose clothing, as it was virtually unnoticeable unless one wore tight-fitting attire. The testing commenced, beginning with strength. A soldier clenched his fist and struck a target equipped with a force meter. A number appeared above the target, 155. This represented 155 kilograms. Before donning the exoskeleton, this soldier could exert a force of 100 kilograms, an increase of 55 kilograms. However, this was merely a punching strength test. Strength assessments encompassed more than just punching power. The soldier proceeded to perform a deadlift. Initially, he could lift a maximum of 200 kilograms. While 200 kilograms was already an impressive feat under the exoskeleton, he managed to deadlift 400 kilograms. His strength effectively doubled, resulting in a 200 kilogram increase. This was astonishing. Even more surprising was the diminutive size of the exoskeleton. Such a compact device, with only a few small metal strips, exhibited such formidable power. Speed tests followed the soldier, who previously could run a kilometer in 3.5 minutes, completed it in an astounding 2 minutes and 2 seconds while wearing the exoskeleton, nearly sprinting the entire distance. This was 10 seconds faster than the world record. Given that improvements in running times are exceptionally rare, a leap of 10 seconds was extraordinary. Moreover, this enhancement was based on the soldier's 3.5-minute baseline, not the world record. As Xiao marveled at the results, he recalled Chen Bin's earlier words. Not much technological content. If this lacked technological merit, then the years of investment by Long Country in exoskeleton development would indeed be a farce. If Long Country's efforts were a joke, then the overseas powers, having spent even more time in development, must be even more inept. Xiao instructed continued testing while he stepped outside, dialing Chen Bin's number once more. This exoskeleton equipment may need to be mass-produced. The testing results are exceptionally impressive, almost miraculous. The previous machines, robotic dogs, and firearms were all directly applicable on the battlefield. This exoskeleton, however, was designed for soldiers. A standard soldier wearing this exoskeleton transforms into an unparalleled warrior, capable of outperforming every other soldier in the world. On the battlefield, not only would their combat capabilities be enhanced, but their survival probabilities would also increase substantially. This could be described as a comprehensive augmentation for soldiers. While the technological sophistication may be slightly less than that of earlier equipment, its practical impact is significantly greater. Often, the value of battlefield equipment is not solely determined by technical specifications, but encompasses a myriad of factors. The priority level for this exoskeleton is exceedingly high. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Bin replied, "All right, I will prepare the designs and related materials so that we can initiate mass production when necessary." And Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. Let me know if you require anything from my end." Chen Bin waved a vial of liquid in his hand. "Actually, there is something I might need your assistance with." "What is it?" "I need a lab rat. I have developed a powerful serum that theoretically enhances human strength. However, it requires testing to ascertain its efficacy." Initially, Chen Bin had intended to indulge himself first with the concoction, but upon its successful formulation, he found himself uncertain. It was best to have someone else test it first to gauge the results. Chapter 75, Murder and Heartbreak. Chen Bin has always been cautious in this regard, much like when he previously tested genetic enhancement drugs on dogs. However, using the super-strength serum on dogs seems inappropriate. It requires human testing. On the other end of the phone, Colonel hesitated. Wasn't Chen Bin focused on researching war robots? Why the sudden interest in testing a drug? The notion of a super-strength serum sounded rather dubious, akin to something one might hear in a television advertisement. Furthermore, the concept of strength has become somewhat trivialized due to its sensationalized portrayal. After a brief pause, Colonel inquired, "Could you elaborate on the super-strength serum? What are its effects, its mechanism, and the potential risks? I need to determine who can test it." The serum's purpose is to enhance strength. The more robust the individual, the more pronounced the effects, potentially nearly doubling their power. Its duration lasts for 24 hours, followed by rapid recovery. As for the underlying principle, it can be understood as stimulating all body cells to promote the secretion of various hormones, with minimal side effects. The risks are negligible, theoretically speaking, so it should be safe. However, I would prefer to observe its practical application. Colonel felt perplexed. What Chen Bin had said was, to him, as good as nonsensical. It was challenging to comprehend. If someone else had made such claims, he would have deemed them insane. Yet, this was Chen Bin, and there were no reported side effects. Perhaps it was indeed plausible. As for Chen Bin's assertion of no risk, It likely indicated that there was little to worry about. But one cannot randomly select individuals for testing. After a moment of contemplation, Colonel recalled a stroke of fortune, then a particular lead that had emerged from it. I might have a suitable testing subject, but it may take some time. All right, Chen replied, unhurried. I'll send you the super strength serum first. With that, Colonel ended the call and dialed another number. You need to help me stage a performance. The elderly voice on the other end hesitated. Research? Acting? Are you joking? Find someone else. I can't trust anyone else. It has to be you. This is crucial. What kind of performance are you expecting from me? I'll clarify, at most. A short video. Colonel could not maintain his composure. It's not acting. I suspect there may be a spy among us, but this is just a suspicion. We need to test it further. I require you to distribute some of this crucial serum to the subordinate research facility. It can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of our soldiers. This serum sounds rather fabricated. It's not believable at all. Colonel realized he had revealed too much. If he stated it plainly, the target might not believe it. He knew who the spy was and intended for them to believe they were accomplishing something significant by stealing the serum. This way, they could test it without any casualties. That's the only viable option. I'll refine the plan. You have a plan? Colonel felt a mix of skepticism. It wasn't he that he distrusted the elder, but the elder was primarily a researcher. If time is of the essence, I suggest we disguise ourselves as spies to approach the target, revealing our identities and offering the serum, promising a substantial reward in return. Colonel pondered this for a moment, and his eyes brightened. This was indeed an excellent strategy. Spies could not recognize all other spies. If one spy encountered another in dire straits, they would likely not trust each other. However, if they cooperated in subsequent capture and investigation, trust would likely follow. But how can we ensure that this person uses the serum? Isn't the goal to test individuals? Why would we want them to use it? The elder researcher was meticulous. Colonel hesitated. We could test the serum in the process. The elder did not delve deeper, but remarked, regardless of whether he is a spy, if he receives the serum and fails to report it, then he is indeed a spy. Do we need him to use it? Must he be so ruthless? Colonel fell silent, understanding the elder's implication. When it came to being ruthless, the elder was indeed formidable. Yet, there was not much of a difference in the end. Are you available soon? Please tell me who the target is. Since you sought my assistance, it must be someone I know. A familiar face from your subordinate research institute would. The elder researcher paused. How certain are you of your suspicions? About 90%. Now it makes sense. You were classmates and colleagues, and I assumed you were comrades. Very well. I shall visit the subordinate research institute to inspect and conveniently deliver the serum you mentioned to him. I have considered many possibilities, but I never imagined it would be him. Colonel contemplated for a moment. Do you have no doubts at all? It's hard to question. However, in retrospect, his life seems overly fortunate. During his studies, he was relatively affluent, fortunate enough to find lucrative part-time jobs, and even brought classmates along. Later, upon entering the research institute, his performance was somewhat lacking, and his promotions were slow, yet he advanced quicker than most. And now, among our group, his children are thriving the most. His daughter's company is quite profitable, and his son is said to be doing well overseas. The elder researcher pondered, yet, I have not heard of any leaks from the research projects he participated in. That's typical. A core member may only be utilized once in a lifetime. And perhaps it's simply isn't their time yet. Very well. I will arrange the inspection and ensure it is completed within 2 days. On the 3rd day, you can proceed there to apprehend him. Understood. Colonel replied and hung up the phone, letting out a deep sigh. Without a stroke of luck, he would have had no effective means to face such a deeply concealed adversary. The enemy had indeed invested significantly to insert an important figure. They had even resorted to cultivating their own, starting from a researcher's student days, gradually corrupting them until they grew old without being activated. Conversely, once this individual is activated, they could inflict tremendous damage upon Long Nation, akin to when those high-tech research projects and core data were pilfered. Years of research, considerable funding, and immense effort culminated in the development of something, only to have it snatched away. The mere thought was distressing. Initially, Colonel felt a psychological burden regarding such a deceptive operation. even considering allowing the target to use the serum, believing he needed only the final test. Now, that burden had vanished entirely. He awaited the execution of the plan, poised to complete the capture and testing. Chapter 76, The War Robot. Chen Bin had meticulously crafted 12 super-strength potions, stowing away 2 of them and presenting the remaining 10 to Colonel Lin. All were from the same batch, and since the 10 had passed testing without issue, he intended to use the 2 to gauge his own enhancement. After returning the laboratory, Chen Bin made his way to the unmanned factory. Upon entering the subterranean facility, he encountered a war robot standing silently in the finished product zone, towering at 2 meters. It was a formidable sight, its entire body encased in robust armor. The robot bore no superfluous weaponry, save for a massive hammer, originally devoid of weapons. The robot was designed to utilize tools. The hammer was a deliberate addition by Chen Bin, weighing an astonishing 800 kilograms and forged from an exceptionally durable alloy. To put it in perspective, the ancient golden melon hammer, while sounding majestic, had a hammerhead no larger than an egg. This was in stark contrast to the oversized hammers depicted in cinematic portrayals. Even a hammer the size of an egg could deliver a fatal blow when struck against an unprotected head, specifically engineered for armor penetration. A single strike from this hammer could cause grievous injuries or even death. The destructive capacity of such a seemingly innocuous tool was astounding, and thus one could only imagine the sheer devastation an 800-kilogram hammer could unleash. Chen Bin had designed it as a goat horn hammer, with one pointed side for breaching armor and a blunt side capable of reducing anything to ruin. Coupled with the robot's 6 tons of strength and gravitational potential, the thought alone made Chen Bin exclaim in awe. The destructive potential was undeniably formidable. Regrettably, testing was not feasible in this location. Moreover, the war robots might lay not solely in its raw power and speed, but also in its sophisticated algorithms. It was a machine born of warfare. Its AI designed for battle. It could seize fleeting moments of opportunity to launch an attack, while also devising optimal strategies. Given a task, it would accomplish it with precision. Remarkably, it could adapt its execution plan in real time, responding to unforeseen developments during the task. Chen Bin led the robot outside. It had been 3 days since his conversation with General Hu. Presenting this creation, though still extraordinary, was now appropriately contextualized. Outside the walls, General Hu had arrived, accompanied by a throng of personnel clad in military uniforms, most bearing gold stars on their shoulders. They all turned their attention to the gate as it opened, revealing Chen Bin, followed by the imposing robot. Standing 2 meters tall, clad in armor, the war robot appeared quite formidable, albeit somewhat cumbersome due to its slow gait. A simpleton of a robot? Chen Bin remarked to General Hu. The war robot has been successfully manufactured. Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the machine. To others, it might seem a mere brute, but to him, it was a masterpiece wrought by Chen Bin. A crowd surged forward to inspect the robot, noting the colossal hammer it bore on its back. The 800-kilogram iron hammer was indeed gigantic, with a handle diameter of 7 to 8 centimeters, and a hammerhead length approaching 1 meter. This was far from their initial expectations of a war robot, bristling with an array of weapons, akin to those seen in films, where robotic arms wielded machine guns and shoulder-mounted cannons. Instead, this robot arrived brandishing a massive hammer. One of the generals, observing the design, inquired with measured politeness, "Isn't this design approach somewhat illogical?" Chen Bin, puzzled, replied, "How so? Utilizing the most advanced technology to engage in primitive combat?" The general chuckled lightly. After some contemplation, Chen Bin responded, "I believe there is no distinction between advanced and primitive. In warfare, utility is paramount. The concept behind this war robot is to withstand enemy assaults while dismantling them with brute force. Missiles, artillery, and bullets have their limits, and a robot's capacity to carry weaponry is finite. Once ordnance is expended, the hammer comes into play. Moreover, in close quarters, the hammer's lethality is exceptionally formidable." General Hu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us see whether it proves itself worthy. The testing area is prepared." Intrigued, Chen Bin replied, "Let us go and witness it." The group boarded a vehicle, heading directly to the testing site. As they approached, Chen Bin was taken aback to find it was the third site he had previously surveyed. A tall perimeter wall surrounded it, and upon entry, he was astonished to discover an additional layer of alloy gates. Flanking the gates were concrete walls, resembling a fortress more than mere barriers. When had this been constructed? Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive area of concrete flooring, occupied by tanks, artillery, and a plethora of weaponry. Scattered across the terrain were various concrete obstacles, alongside a fortified control room. The entire site was festooned with cameras and sensors, while researchers and military personnel busily arranged an assortment of equipment. Chen Bin stood in awe. He had never encountered such a scene before. "Is this where we will conduct the tests?" he inquired. "Indeed," General Hu replied. "The surrounding walls are constructed from ultra-high-strength concrete. Even rocket fire cannot breach this ground, and most missiles will be thwarted." Chen Bin's gaze shifted to a nearby stone bunker. "Is that bunker also made from the high-strength concrete you mentioned?" "Indeed," General Hu affirmed, glancing at the robot. "Would you like to have it test its metal?" Chen Bin nodded, instructing the war robot. "Demolish that bunker." The bunker, a formidable wall 30 centimeters thick, consisted of bricks and concrete. However, this concrete was crafted from silica fume and Portland cement, utilizing high-quality quartz sand with stringent particle requirements. Additionally, it contained additives such as water reducers and defoamers, and fibers were mixed into the cement. Carbon and polymer fibers enhanced the concrete's impact resistance and durability, while steel fibers improved its flexural strength, toughness, and crack resistance, forming a mesh structure that could inhibit the propagation of cracks even under immense impact. Chapter 77. Is this not enough? The ultra-high-strength concrete walls seemed impervious to the artillery fire striking them, as if merely being tickled. The war robot approached the wall, raised its arm, and made a motion as if to knock. A group of dignitaries observed the robot's actions, their minds momentarily stalling in confusion. What was this robot doing? Was it not meant to destroy directly? What did knocking mean? Listening to the dull thuds emanating from the concrete wall, the robot stepped back and then launched a powerful kick. The initial knock was merely a probe, an attempt to discern any vulnerabilities. By analyzing the sound, it sought to locate weaknesses. However, no flaws were detected. Thus, it resorted to brute force. With a resounding crash, Chen Bin felt a ringing in his ears, indicating an increase in the shock points. The robot's full-force punch only made a minor dent in the wall, compressing the concrete slightly with tons of force. Within the indentation, strands of steel fiber were visible, yet there was no significant damage elsewhere. Chen Bin was taken aback. He had underestimated the capabilities of this world. The defensive efficacy of such walls was formidable enough that the robot might struggle to breach them. Had the strength of concrete reached such heights? Unbeknownst to him, the generals were even more astounded. The robot had left a fist-sized mark on the wall, nearly 2 centimeters deep. What did this imply? A rocket could not inflict any damage on such a wall, and artillery could barely achieve a similar effect. Did this mean that the power of this punch was comparable to that of a large-caliber cannon? As he pondered this, the robot took another step back, this time preparing to strike with its leg. The arm had a strength of 3 tons, enhanced by the forward momentum, but the leg's power exceeded that significantly. With another thunderous impact, the robot's foot struck the wall, leaving a larger mark and a footprint, dust cascading down. Yet, the wall still remained largely unscathed. Undeterred, the robot retrieved a massive hammer, gripping the enormous sledgehammer with both hands. With a mighty swing, it brought the hammer crashing down onto the wall, targeting the junction where the concrete met the ground. The impact was deafening, and the sharp head of the sledgehammer penetrated the concrete wall by a full 10 centimeters. Weighing 800 kilograms, combined with the robot's 6 tons of arm strength and the momentum of its entire body, this blow breached the wall's defenses. Chen Bin furrowed his brow. The tests had concluded here. Although the wall showed signs of damage, it could still withstand the robot for a considerable time. In other words, the robot's performance was not up to par. Was this impressive machine truly so limited in a real battlefield scenario? He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for it to stop. The robot paused mid-swing, stating, My strategy involves drilling a series of holes beneath this wall before striking above, which could lead to its collapse. Chen Bin gestured dismissively. It's meaningless. If it cannot be directly destroyed, the force is insufficient. As he spoke, he glanced toward General Hu. Give me some more time. I will enhance its capabilities. General Hu was taken aback. Was Chen Bin not satisfied with the hammer's power? The expressions of the other generals mirrored his disbelief. They could scarcely conceive of an attack capable of creating a substantial breach in this wall. Such a formidable assault. And Chen Bin was dissatisfied? Those who had previously criticized Chen Bin's design philosophy now felt their earlier words were misplaced. It was not the design that was flawed, but rather their understanding of the true value of primitive warfare. What could withstand such immense force? A tank? No tank could endure this. One blow could create a gaping hole, a feat that no current main battle tank could achieve. General Hu quickly interjected, Enough. This power is sufficient. The robot added, That was not my strongest strike. General Hu was once again taken aback, glancing from the robot to Chen Bin. It possesses intelligence? Somewhat intelligent. Primarily in the realm of warfare, Chen Bin replied. General Hu was at a loss for words. This robot actively sought to demonstrate its prowess. It was merely somewhat intelligent. Taking a deep breath, General Hu addressed the robot. Now, showcase your utmost strength. The robot remained silent, turning its gaze toward Chen Bin. Upon receiving a nod from Chen Bin, the robot stepped back several paces, swinging the hammer in a wide arc. As it spun the hammer, it advanced a step and continued to accelerate its motion. This time, the hammer spun with even greater velocity. With another step forward, the speed reached a point where it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the robot did not cease. The group of dignitaries watched in awe, believing that the robot had yet to unleash its full potential. What they witnessed was not merely raw power, but a display of remarkable skill. After 5 complete rotations, the robot reached the apex of its speed. Slightly adjusting the hammer's position, it summoned all its strength to further accelerate. The impact was thunderous, shaking the ground. The hammer struck the wall, creating a massive indentation surrounded by a web of cracks. The wall leaned dangerously. It remained upright due to the internal steel reinforcements, though it was severely compromised. In the ensuing silence, Chen Bin was bombarded with a cascade of ringing sounds in his mind. His brow furrowed deeply. This was not an act of bravado. Rather, he was unsettled by the robot's performance. Had it truly been stymied by a mere wall? If enemies were to hide within such concrete fortifications, would the robot be forced to labor for an entire day? General Hu snapped back to reality, raising his hand. This is what we need. Let's proceed with bulk procurement. Others chimed in, I want one too. Start with 1,000 units for a robot army. The clamor escalated, with many approaching Chen Bin, eager to exchange contact information. Come, let us connect. We share the same surname, Chen. Others brandished their phones. Can you supply us first? Our situation is dire. General Hu quickly interjected, shooing everyone away. The tests are not complete. We need to conduct practical trials to assess the exact performance. What more is there to see? Is this not sufficient? If you wish to see more, you may step outside. Chapter 78. Testing the automatic cannon. All eyes were eagerly fixed on the robot, and although they were already exceedingly satisfied with its performance, the decision to procure it was inevitable under any circumstances. However, they were still keen to observe the robot's combat capabilities firsthand. The on-site staff first addressed Chen Bin, stating, We are prepared to conduct a series of defensive tests on the robot. The intensity of the attacks will gradually increase, and as long as damage occurs, we will cease the assault. There's no need to worry about completely destroying the robot. Chen Bin nodded gently, as he too was curious about the official weaponry's capabilities. Previously, he had been oblivious to the actual combat efficacy of modern arms, which would influence his choices regarding technology acquisition. Today, the strength of the concrete had provided him with a valuable lesson. He was aware that the military utilized exceptionally strong cement in important structures, but he had not realized it was to such an extent. The sheer power of the war robot was astonishing. It could not completely annihilate a concrete wall. This truly exceeded his expectations and left him in awe. The military's assault test would undoubtedly reveal various weaponry to him, allowing him to form a rudimentary reference. Consequently, When he later pursued technology, he would possess a general understanding of the field. Let us commence the test. Please proceed to the safety zone for observation, they instructed. Within this testing facility, there was a designated safety area adjacent to the testing zone, fortified with high-strength concrete and alloy doors. Upon entering, he noticed numerous staff members bustling about. On the opposite side was a screen displaying an array of data. To the left of the safety room stood a large, thick, and transparent glass panel. Behind this robust glass, Chen beheld the war robot standing prominently in the center. Observing from behind the fortified glass provided both safety and clarity. A group of dignitaries stood beside Chen, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the war robot. This war robot, if it can withstand small missiles, will be capable of rampaging across the battlefield, they remarked. Chen pondered. As long as aluminum thermite projectiles or similar missiles are not employed, there should not be any significant issues. Unlike conventional explosives, aluminum thermite relies on a sudden reaction that produces extreme temperatures. In actual combat scenarios, upon striking a target, there is a high probability of causing ammunition detonation. For instance, tanks and vessels, which typically carry substantial amounts of ammunition, are at great risk when impacted. As a metallic weapon, the robot would similarly face challenges against such intense heat, potentially leading to melting of its exterior or damage to its internal components. That should not be the case. We are conducting preliminary tests, not destructive tests, General Hu chuckled as he picked up the intercom. We may proceed with the testing. The test commenced, starting with firearms. The handgun was tested first. Chen observed the handgun secured to the firing platform. Is there really any necessity for this test? General Hu smiled. Let's proceed step by step. The handgun fired, striking the robot, after which technicians approached to wipe the bullet-marked area. Remarkably, even the paint remained intact. No one was surprised, as this outcome was anticipated. The handgun's lethality was minimal. A small steel plate could withstand such firepower, let alone the robot's impressive defenses. The next phase escalated to the rifle. The rifle's lethality was contingent upon the type of ammunition. Initially, standard rounds were used, which similarly failed to leave any mark on the robot's exterior. However, upon switching to armor-piercing rounds, a slight indentation was finally observed on the robot's surface, revealing the paint had been chipped away. Beneath the paint, the metal remained completely unscathed. At this juncture, Chen mind was filled with sporadic astonishment notifications. The armor-piercing rounds could not penetrate the armor? This was rather alarming. The staff nearby cautioned, "Next, we will employ the automatic cannon." Several dignitaries turned their gazes toward Chen. He had heard of automatic cannons used on helicopters and naval vessels. Previously, when he developed the electromagnetic railgun, the discussions had touched upon automatic cannons. Now, witnessing one in reality, it should pose no problem. The staff wheeled out the cannon from the storage. Securing it in place, Chen observed the cannon, which was akin in size to a gun turret. The staff elaborated, this is a 30mm close-in weapon system, theoretically capable of a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, with practical usage reaching 5,000 rounds per second. Its effective range extends to 4,000 meters. As they explained, the cannon discharged. The singular sound was thunderous, reverberating with a sense of shockwave. A 30mm round struck the robot's chest. The war robot staggered slightly, and a white mark appeared on its torso. The staff quickly approached to wipe off the mark, revealing the underlying metal armor. Apart from the loss of paint, the metal surface exhibited no signs of damage. The impact of this shot, if directed at a human, would result in utter disintegration. Striking a vehicle would typically cause it to shatter. Even a tank would cower before such firepower. Yet, the war robot withstood it. The staff confirmed there was no damage. Continue firing. As soon as the command was issued, the cannon unleashed a torrent of flames, releasing a barrage of bullets in an instant. The front of the close-in weapon was engulfed in flames, creating a spectacle of immense impact. The war robot nearly lost its footing, being propelled backward as if it were a rolling gourd, sent flying far away. 10 seconds later, the firing ceased. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the black robot stood upright. The camouflage paint on its armor was entirely obscured by soot and smoke. Yet the robot was standing. The deluge of large-caliber bullets had not obliterated it. Not only had it survived, but it appeared entirely unharmed, with only superficial marks. The staff, recovering from their astonishment, rushed to wipe down the robot, inspecting for damage. After cleaning off the black residue, the once camouflaged robot revealed its silver sheen. There was no damage. A collective awe enveloped the dignitaries, and Chen Bin too was left in disbelief. This close-in weapon system was formidable. It surpassed even the electromagnetic gun, boasting greater firepower and rapidity. Furthermore, it featured a numerical control interface, clearly indicating it could be computer-operated. This implied extraordinarily high accuracy, with radar locking onto enemy positions and the computer adjusting the cannon's angle. Delivering lethal force while maintaining an extended range, it was undoubtedly a highly competitive asset. Additionally, if such weaponry existed in Dragon Country, it was highly probable that similar systems were available overseas. In the future, when acquiring weaponry, it would be prudent to gain prior knowledge. The current level of weaponry in Dragon Country far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the war robot was a product of the system, ensuring its exceptional quality. It barely managed to maintain its composure amidst the spectacle. Chapter 79. Unstoppable Dominance. The robot's ability to withstand the onslaught of close-in weaponry has thoroughly exceeded the expectations of the esteemed onlookers. Such formidable defense, combined with its terrifying strength, allows it to rampage across the battlefield, obliterating anything in its path. If it can withstand close-in artillery, it is clear that the majority of conventional weaponry poses little threat to it. Rocket-propelled grenades and standard missiles have become obsolete in terms of testing, or rather, they are deemed unnecessary. The explosive force of a single point is inferior to that of the close-in cannon's projectiles. While individual rockets may possess slightly greater power, their effectiveness remains limited and fails to inflict significant damage on exoskeletal equipment. To annihilate this robot in a short time frame, the optimal approach would involve thermite munitions or exceptionally powerful missiles. However, the robot retains its agility and can evade attacks, although a direct hit would certainly cause issues. Achieving a perfect strike is not guaranteed. A mere deviation of a few meters drastically reduces lethality. Additionally, there are cost considerations. Deploying a high-value missile against a single robot would be an extravagant expenditure for Long Nation. Chen Bin surveyed the robot, which remained nearly unscathed, and inquired about the next weapon for testing. The staff member shook his head, stating that the current close-in cannon was the final weapon for this round of evaluation. Chen Bin hesitated, questioning why missiles were not being considered. The staff explained that smaller missiles do not possess the anticipated damage potential, primarily due to their range. In terms of single-point damage, aside from the moment of impact, they cannot compare to the effectiveness of autocannons. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin probed about larger missiles. The staff indicated that such tests would require extensive planning and documentation, which was cumbersome and ultimately unnecessary. If others were to engage a robot with intercontinental missiles, the staff statement trailed off, but Chen Bin understood the implication, using anti-aircraft artillery to swat a mosquito. So what will be tested next? Real combat scenarios. The staff gestured towards the distant glass structure. Chen Bin observed tanks emerging from beneath a nearby building. The colossal machines rumbled to life, causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. Not just one, but several tanks were present, capable of maneuvering through the expansive area. General Hu smiled, proclaiming, "Let us see how our land weaponry fares against the main battle tanks, who truly reigns as the king of ground warfare." Tanks had previously dominated the battlefield, but due to their overwhelming prowess, they became the target of various countermeasures, including anti-tank rockets, mines, and later drones. Many began to question the practical effectiveness of tanks in modern warfare. Furthermore, the recent demonstrations of modernized warfare, exemplified by the White Eagle's tactics of combining missiles with aerial bombardments, rendered tanks little more than stationary targets. However, this perception was fleeting. Recent global conflicts have reaffirmed the reliability of tanks. Drones, missiles, fighter jets, and bombers are indeed formidable, but in any conflict that is not overwhelmingly one-sided. Ground advancements remain essential. The role of tanks has once again been highlighted. At this moment, 5 tanks lined up, their cannons trained on the robot. Chen retrieved his phone, but refrained from issuing commands immediately. Instead, he asked, will the personnel in the tanks be safe? The staff pointed to a corner of the safety house, where a group of individuals wearing glasses operated remote controls. The drivers are safely stationed here. The tanks are now capable of unmanned operation, with fully automated loading systems and machine guns that can automatically target and fire. Remarkably, tanks, which were designed to protect their occupants while delivering formidable firepower, can now be commanded remotely, making ground offensives significantly safer. With no further hesitation, Chen issued the command for destruction. The moment the robot received the order, it surged forward. Simultaneously, the 5 tanks opened fire. Thanks to their pre-aiming, the tank cannons struck true. 2 of the shells hit the combat robot, momentarily halting its advance. Yet, before it could regain its footing, the robot rolled to the ground, taking cover behind a barrier. The onlookers were astonished. Could such a powerful machine utilize the terrain to its advantage? As they pondered this, the robot sprang off the wall, using the momentum to propel itself toward another cover. The tanks needed time to adjust their aim. Before they could turn, the robot leaped again, charging toward the furthest tank. As it closed in, the robot brandished a massive hammer. Ascending into the air, it swung the hammer down with force. By the time the robot reached the tank, the battle was already decided. The tank appeared cumbersome before the agile robot, akin to a tortoise. Yet, its shell was far from impenetrable, especially as the robot targeted the tank's rear, its most vulnerable point. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck, creating a gaping hole in the tank. The interior was hollow, but had there been occupants, they would have been fatally shaken by the blow. Chen swiftly ordered the robot to cease its assault, recognizing that the outcome was inevitable. Continuing would merely squander the remaining 4 tanks. The robot halted, and the remaining tanks ceased fire as well. Further engagement was unnecessary, as they could not inflict damage on the robot, neither through cannon nor machine gun. The robot, with its singular hammer strike, was akin to a child playing with toys. Moreover, while the robot stood only 2 meters tall compared to the tanks, its overwhelming offensive power was insurmountable. Land weaponry, without doubt, proved its might. Though the esteemed observers had anticipated the outcome prior to the test, given the evident disparity in attack and defense capabilities, the robot still managed to astonish them. Apart from the initial charge, the robot never engaged the tanks head-on. It adeptly utilized cover and approached in arcs, demonstrating tactics that allowed similarly equipped units to exhibit vastly different combat prowess. The combat capability of the robot was indeed remarkable, exhibiting a degree of cognitive ability and strategic formulation. While the conditions of this test may have favored the robot by placing it in close proximity to the tanks, even at a greater distance, the outcome would remain unchanged, albeit with the robot expending slightly more time. With this test concluded, the combat robot has upheld its reputation as a formidable land weapon. It is destined to serve as a primary force in ground offensives. Nothing can impede the robot's advance. A single robot may be manageable, but if an army of robots were to emerge, it would be utterly unstoppable. In conjunction with robotic dogs and drones, they would become an unparalleled force, sweeping all opposition aside. Chapter 80. It's quite expensive. A group of prominent figures gazed intently at Chen, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. They were already familiar with Chen, yet for many, this was their first encounter with him. The initial meeting was nothing short of breathtaking, igniting an irresistible urge to ingratiate themselves with him. At the level of development personnel like Chen, his status was extraordinarily elevated. If he were to declare that certain equipment should be prioritized for a specific individual, those individuals would indeed secure the equipment. However, in contrast to their earlier excitement, they now exhibited restraint. The primary reason being that with so many vying for the same thing, it was futile to engage in contention. Pleading with Chen was of no avail. He could solicit assistance, just as others could. It was wiser to leave a favorable impression for future networking opportunities. After all, given Chen's remarkable development capabilities, this was certainly not the final piece of equipment he would create. General, who was also observing Chen Bin, pondering the war robot's potential for mass production. This was crucial. If mass production were not feasible, it would imply that only a limited number could be manufactured. Although producing a smaller quantity was impressive, it would not suffice to form a battalion, relegating the robots to minor skirmishes. Yes, Chen Bin affirmed with a nod, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. What is the approximate cost per unit? Someone inquired. It is somewhat expensive, Chen Bin replied. The expressions of the group shifted slightly, but they quickly added, cost is not an issue. With some effort, we can procure a batch. About how much? Another asked, hoping to gauge the financial implications. Around 100,000, Chen Bin stated. A sudden silence enveloped the room. 100,000? For such a war robot? Chen Bin deemed it somewhat expensive? 100,000 for 1,000 robots amounted to merely 100 million. What concept? One could exchange a fighter jet for 1,000 robots. Not to mention the main battle tanks that had just been obliterated by the robots. The price of a single main battle tank exceeded 10 million, allowing for the purchase of 100 of these robots. This was extraordinarily affordable. Chen Bin observed the wide-eyed crowd. While it is somewhat expensive, is it really that unreasonable? He inquired. Expensive? This is hardly an exorbitant price. Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their disbelief. Not to mention 100,000, even if it were a million or several million, it would still be a bargain. Just 10 seconds of fire from that cannon could be exchanged for this robot. Chen Bin acknowledged the high costs associated with weaponry. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this steep. Compared to previous equipment, it still seemed pricey. Others were left speechless. Chen Bin continued, shall I proceed with arrangements for mass production? Professor Ho and his team have just become available. Very well. Chen Bin contemplated further, since we have successfully developed war robots. Could the previously designed service robots be adapted for civilian use? Dean and fell silent momentarily, recognizing the magnitude of the matter and unable to provide an immediate response. While the war robots were now a reality, the level of technology in the service robots was similarly advanced. Someone interjected, as for that service robot, if it can be used for civilian purposes, that would not merely be a technical issue. It would be a rapid transformation. Our current society is still relatively underdeveloped. The introduction of such robots into the market could have a profound impact on the existing social structure. Robots can replace human labor, and they can do so for the vast majority of tasks. In such a scenario, societal unrest could potentially ensue, as most individuals were still engaged in the most fundamental labor. Chen Bin fell silent, yearning for a sense of awe. From this testing experience, he realized that the contents on the first page of the catalog were astonishingly close to humanity's pinnacle of development. It represented a significant advancement, yet most technologies were still within reach. Previously, he had been oblivious to this because he had only encountered civilian applications, which had limited technological sophistication. Or rather, they were comprised of cutting-edge electronic technologies, while the most advanced mechanical technologies and weaponry were closely guarded secrets. The rapid-fire capabilities of a cannon, delivering thousands of rounds per minute, made Chen Bin realize that the production of service robots posed no risk of a technological crisis. No matter the threat, it could not withstand a barrage of fire. Having witnessed today's weaponry, Chen Bin realized that the apocalyptic scenarios portrayed in films featuring zombie hordes and technological crises were somewhat exaggerated. Given the current technological landscape, such crises could be effortlessly suppressed. He urgently sought more awe-inspiring innovations to maintain his lead. He contemplated organizing a press conference. Perhaps it could be done without selling the product. It seemed plausible. I could hold a press conference to announce that service robots have been developed, but I will not mass produce or sell them. Would that be acceptable? General Hu considered this and nodded. Indeed, it could serve as a clarion call, prompting people to prepare in advance. General Hu chuckled. He now perceived Chen Bin as someone who enjoyed the limelight. Having previously held press conferences, he was eager for more. Yet, given Chen Bin's significant contributions, what was wrong with hosting another press conference? If he desired it, let him proceed. Chen Bin returned to the school, content, and called Professor Ho during his journey. Upon his arrival at the school, Professor Ho was already waiting in the laboratory. Not only was Professor Ho present, but a group of top-tier researchers specializing in robotics also assembled. At this moment, the researchers regarded Chen Bin with fervent admiration. They had heard on their way that they were to facilitate the mass production of a war robot. As they undertook the task of mass production, they would also have access to the blueprints and technology, thereby enhancing their knowledge. In their previous work on the mechanical dog, they had felt a significant improvement in their skills. Now they sensed an even greater leap in their expertise. Additionally, their curiosity about the type of robot and its performance was palpable. Chen Bin promptly opened his computer, revealing the blueprints. "Everything is here. Feel free to take a look." The group eagerly crowded around the computer. As they beheld the blueprints of the war robot, their eyes widened in astonishment. "What imposing robot!" they exclaimed. Upon examining the intricate structure within the blueprints, their eyes sparkled with excitement. As Chen Bin listened to the series of notification sounds, he couldn't help but smile. It was indeed this group of individuals. After they provided a plethora of awe-inspiring insights, they began posing questions to Chen Bin. Addressing these inquiries now would save considerable time later. Chen Bin responded to each question in turn. The once quiet notification sounds erupted again, this time more densely packed. Though there were only a dozen or so people, after traversing the intricacies of the robot technology, they had provided Chen Bin with hundreds of awe-inducing points. Their enthusiasm was palpable. While Chen Bin reveled in the acquisition of these awe points, Dean was also strategizing on his end. To ensure security, Chen Bin approached him, who in turn consulted a spy. The spy was certified by Good Luck, guaranteeing authenticity. Thus, the entire plan unfolded even more smoothly than Dean had anticipated. When the inspection team arrived, the elder produced a vial of medicine for the target, who accepted it without hesitation. It was now time for him to take action. The performance must be flawless. He needed to apprehend the actor before capturing the actual target. Chapter 81. The Capture. The operation unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Surveillance clearly revealed the moment the drug was administered to Wood. Colonel Anda acted decisively. The original plan was to apprehend the accomplices first, followed by Wood. However, that was merely a FAAD. The true objective was to secure incriminating evidence against Wood. Had it not been for the desire to maintain a semblance of propriety, he would have preferred a more straightforward approach. Simply capturing him outright would have been far simpler and less cumbersome. While Wood was being apprehended, numerous others were also taken into custody. After all, in such matters, the arrest of a single individual invariably alerts others along the same network, prompting them to flee. The waiting period also served as a time to set the trap. Thus, when the time came to act, all those connected would be taken down simultaneously. Wood was utterly bewildered upon his arrest. He had only just received the drug and remained skeptical about its authenticity. He was contemplating further investigations into the existence of a super drug scheme when he found himself captured. In the office, a group of individuals stared in shock as soldiers burst in, their expressions a mix of confusion directed at Wood. What had Wood done? Wood promptly pointed to the elderly man who had provided him with the drug. "He is the spy. He gave me the drug and instructed me to distribute it, assuring me that I would receive a substantial sum from those further along the line. He is the true traitor. I am innocent." Colonel Anda regarded Wood with a critical eye. "If you were truly innocent, why did you not report the drug immediately upon receiving it? Were you intent on trading the drug for money?" "I hadn't finished work," Wood stammered. "I was concerned about alarming them and was planning to call you once I returned. After all, the drug was in my possession." Colonel Anda smiled slightly. "Today, we're not only apprehending you, but also your neighbor and the owner of your frequent badminton court." Wood abruptly froze, his body going limp. Had it not been for the two officers supporting him, he would have collapsed to the floor. "I have done nothing. They may have found me early on, but I provided them with no valuable information, just trivialities." The gazes of the others shifted towards Wood, their expressions now altered. Was he truly a spy? The thought sent a chill down their spines. How many deeds had Wood committed over the years, given his age? They felt a surge of anger towards him. Colonel Anda gently waved his hand, signaling for Wood to be taken away. He did not rush to leave, but turned to the bewildered elderly man beside him. "We have temporarily acquired more information and are now able to make arrests." The old man retorted skeptically. "Do you think I'll believe that? He followed Colonel Anda outside, continuing, "I understand the need for legitimacy. But what's the situation with that drug?" After a moment of silence, Colonel Anda, observing the old man's serious demeanor, decided to speak candidly. "It is a drug that enhances physical strength." The elderly gentleman, being a specialist in biological agents, was inherently more knowledgeable about pharmaceuticals than most. Old Chen pondered briefly. A drug that stimulates hormone secretion? He could only think of hormone stimulants as a means to enhance strength in the short term. Human strength does not suddenly escalate. It requires a process. However, hormonal secretion can indeed provide a temporary boost. For instance, adrenaline allows one to ignore pain, transforming them into a raging warrior devoid of fear or discomfort. It can also accelerate heart rate, increase blood pressure, and enhance blood flow to the muscles. In terms of physical performance, it can significantly improve stamina, allowing for more powerful muscle contractions and quicker reflexes, thus enabling extraordinary strength and speed in a brief period. Growth hormone can amplify muscle power and explosiveness, augmenting endurance. Additionally, erythropoietin can ensure ample oxygen supply to muscles during exertion, reducing fatigue and enhancing endurance and aerobic capacity. Colonel Anda recalled Chun Bin's words and nodded gently. Indeed, it promotes hormone secretion. However, old Qian's brow furrowed. This drug cannot be used frequently. It likely has severe side effects. It is claimed to have no side effects. Old Qian expressed his confusion. What do you mean claimed? Who says that? Such a lack of rigor. Colonel Anda refrained from elaborating further. We shall await the testing results. Has it undergone biological testing? Not yet. What? Old Qian was taken aback. A drug should not be tested on humans without prior biological experiments. Is this urgency warranted? Colonel Anda shook his head gently. Please refrain from asking so many questions for now. Will you observe the upcoming tests? Yes. Despite his deteriorating impression of the drug, Old Qian was still curious. He suspected that the drug would likely have significant side effects, but he chose to withhold judgment for the time being. Observing the vial in Colonel Anda's hand, he contemplated another possibility, that it resembled steroidal substances, such as testosterone, which possess potent androgenic and anabolic properties. What kind of strength-enhancing drug exists without side effects? Testosterone can infiltrate cells, bind specifically to androgen receptors, form complexes that enter the nucleus, and subsequently regulate gene expression to facilitate muscle growth and skeletal development through protein synthesis. It can also increase both the size and quantity of muscle fibers, enhancing muscular strength. Furthermore, it retains more nitrogen in the body, aiding in protein synthesis and muscle growth. It promotes growth hormone secretion, reduces fat accumulation, and enhances erythropoiesis. Ultimately, it regulates metabolic pathways, facilitating fat breakdown for energy, minimizing fat storage, and improving the body's energy efficiency. It all sounds remarkably potent and beneficial. In reality, it is indeed effective, but the terrifying side effects lie beneath. Liver damage, increased cardiac burden, heightened cardiovascular disease risk, endocrine disorders, yet these are merely the direct physical harms. The psychological toll is equally grave. When an individual seeks to enhance their strength, it is entirely natural and should be encouraged. However, the moment they resort to pharmacological assistance, addiction often follows. After all, normal training, whether for muscle gain or fat loss, requires intensity and time. But with steroids, one can gain strength without any effort. Over time, users become reliant on these substances, and abstaining leads to severe body image anxiety and other issues. Strength without side effects? That is fundamentally inequitable. Nevertheless, Old Qian chose not to voice further concerns and accompanied Colonel Anda into the vehicle, prepared to assess the situation. In his mind, he had already labeled this drug as a steroid, which sat in the car, trembling from fear. He had lost everything. Most likely, he would not face death. He had previously researched this. Yet, the culmination of his lifetime's efforts had been obliterated. It seemed impossible that he could be discovered. He had been so cautious. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, but his hands were restrained, leaving him oblivious to what was occurring. Instinctively attempting to turn his head, he found it pressed against the seat, rendering him unable to move. A drug was swiftly injected. Records were kept noting that the target, upon realizing his imminent capture, opted to use the drug. As soon as the injection was completed, Wood was forcibly removed from the vehicle and confined to a room. Chapter 82. Quite sudden. The room lay barren, leaving Wood without even a seat. Adjacent, Colonel stood behind one-way glass, observing Wood in silence. Mr. Chen furrowed his brow. Are we to observe here? For how long? 24 hours, the duration of the drug's effect. If he remains in a healthy state during this period, we can proceed with formal testing. Mr. Chen seemed perplexed. If the drug's effect lasts for 24 hours, shouldn't we conduct the test within that time frame? Why wait until afterward? Colonel pondered briefly before responding. This particular agent is rather unique. It cannot be tested using conventional methods. The focus is not on the drug's effects, but rather on its safety. Subsequent tests will assess its practical applications. Mr. Chen's brow remained knitted, yet he began to comprehend. You mean, this agent takes effect immediately upon injection, directly enhancing muscle strength? Indeed, Colonel affirmed. Mr. Chen fell silent, contemplating. Such a drug was not unheard of, but its efficacy was typically limited. What does the team that developed this agent claim about its effects? They assert that it can approximately double a person's existing strength. Mr. Chen lapsed into silence once more. Had he not known Colonel for quite some time, he might have doubted the latter's sanity. That is utterly implausible. If it could indeed achieve what you describe, it would not merely be a steroid, but a miraculous remedy. Noticing Mr. Chen's incredulous expression, Colonel felt a twinge of innocence. He too would not have believed it under normal circumstances, yet the source of this drug was Chunbin. After a moment's contemplation, Colonel picked up the intercom, bringing a 100-kilogram barbell for him. Immediately, a soldier entered the room, carrying the barbell. Wood stared at it, momentarily bewildered. Were they providing him with a barbell to alleviate boredom or for exercise? Colonel's voice resonated in the room. Lift the barbell before you. Without question, Wood approached the barbell, confusion evident in his demeanor. 100 kilograms might not sound excessive, but for an untrained individual, it was considerable weight. For an elderly man who had not trained for a long time, it was nearly insurmountable. Bending at the waist, Wood grasped the barbell with both hands. His posture was incorrect and his method of exertion flawed, yet astonishingly, he lifted the barbell. Though he had consumed a potent agent, the effort was taxing, his face reddening. Yet the barbell was indeed elevated. Mr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Colonel, however, was not overly shocked. He had already heard of the agent's effects from Chunbin and trusted his claims. If the drug were ineffective, Wood have been able to lift the barbell? Mr. Chen fell into contemplation, considering the implications. Colonel would not utilize a fake barbell simply to astonish him. This drug likely had genuine efficacy. If it could directly enhance strength shortly after injection, it could not be a conventional steroid. Although steroids acted swiftly, they could not produce such drastic changes. Furthermore, their effects were not so exaggerated. What else could it possibly be? Lost in thought, Mr. Chen first considered conventional options, such as creatine supplements, which serve as energy reservoirs for muscle contractions, enhancing explosive power and strength. Yet, these supplements required time for absorption and were merely athletic aids. Stimulants? Many were aware that stimulants could improve athletic performance, hence their prohibition. Nonetheless, they were genuinely effective, promoting calcium ion release and muscle contraction protein interactions, enhancing muscular strength and endurance. However, their enhancement was similarly limited, typically within 5 to 20%. What other possibilities existed? Mr. Chen contemplated androgen receptor modulators, which could stimulate muscle growth and strength while promoting protein synthesis. Yet, even this fell short. Then there was insulin, which facilitated cellular glucose uptake and utilization, energizing physical exertion while enhancing muscle cells' amino acid absorption, accelerating growth and repair. Nitric oxide donor drugs. These could release nitric oxide in the body, dilating blood vessels and increasing muscle blood flow, ensuring sufficient oxygen and nutrients during exercise, thus enhancing muscular contraction and performance. Mr. Chen considered a multitude of possibilities. However, Combining all these potential effects would still not account for the extraordinary efficacy of this potent agent. What about theoretical possibilities? Mr. Chen recalled an enzyme inhibitor, which recent studies suggested could restore lost connections between nerves and muscle fibers, enhancing strength in injured or aging mice. Then there were neuromuscular modulators, which could precisely regulate neurotransmitter release and receptor sensitivity, facilitating more efficient nerve signal transmission and stronger muscle contractions. Mr. Chen even entertained thoughts of gene therapy, though its complexities were on an entirely different level, better left unexamined. After contemplating every possible avenue, Mr. Chen turned to Colonel. Which team developed this? Colonel replied, after a moment's contemplation, Chen Bin. Chen Bin? Mr. Chen recognized the name, which had recently garnered significant attention. The remarkably affordable robotic dogs and supersonic drones had taken the headlines by storm. Even with just a daily glance at the news, he was aware of Chen Bin. You mean the Chen Bin behind the robotic dogs? Not merely the robotic dog Chen Bin, but the one who developed them. Mr. Chen disregarded the correction and couldn't help but inquire. Isn't he focused on robotics? Why delve into pharmaceuticals? Colonel shook his head. I do not know. It came as quite a surprise. He asked me to find someone for testing. So you proceeded with the tests directly? No preliminary animal trials? You wouldn't understand. Colonel watched as Wood lifted the barbell once more. When a person can consistently produce various high-tech products at a rapid pace, I have become his devotee. He never falters. All of his developed products are exceedingly advanced. Mr. Chen remained skeptical. Does he genuinely possess the capability, or is there a team behind him? What team could produce so many advanced technologies and simply present them? As for his capabilities, if you could converse with him, you would grasp the extent of his expertise. Though Mr. Chen harbored doubts, anticipation began to blossom within him. Can arrangements be made for a meeting? I primarily wish to understand the principles behind his drug. Chapter 83. Can intelligence be enhanced? Professor did not directly acquiesce to old Chen's request, primarily due to his uncertainty regarding Chen Bin's perspective, as well as the fact that the drug had not undergone thorough testing. Observing Wood's performance alone was insufficient to ascertain the drug's efficacy. Through the glass, he watched as Wood once again grasped the dumbbells. I must consult with Chen Bin. If he consents, I will arrange for you both to meet. Old Chen did not press the matter. From Professor N's demeanor, it was evident that Chen Bin held a position of considerable importance in his regard. Very well. I shall endeavor to communicate more. My curiosity is piqued. Professor nodded, understanding well the eagerness of the researchers. Who among them did not wish to meet Chen Bin? Many approached with skepticism, only to become utterly earnest upon their encounter with him. As time passed, Wood began to knock on the door. Is there anything to eat? I am famished. Professor signaled for food to be brought in. Shortly, someone delivered a meal that had been prepared earlier. Initially, Wood had been quite anxious, but he now seemed significantly calmer. He accepted the bowl and began to devour the food voraciously, feeling an insatiable hunger gnawing at him. The meal, which should have sufficed for him, was consumed in an instant. Wood did not set down his chopsticks. Instead, he stood up and knocked once more. I'm still hungry, very hungry. Professor was taken aback. The portion just provided should have been ample for an adult. Could it be that Wood was still unsatisfied? Bring 2 more servings. Old Chen observed Wood's behavior with keen interest. It is possible that the drug enhances digestive capacity, enabling rapid energy absorption that swiftly manifests in physical strength. Strengthening the digestive system, in turn, fortifies the nervous system. Listening to Old Chen, Professor pondered thus. Can it enhance physical strength? Indeed, but the challenge is formidable. Firstly, the enhancement of the digestive system to such a degree is typically unattainable. It's far too rapid. The same applies to the nervous system. Such enhancements currently exist only in theory. Professor glanced back at the room, where Wood was still ravenously consuming food. Another 2 servings were swiftly devoured, and Wood lifted his gaze, his eyes wide and fixed on the wall. What have you done to me? I am still hungry. At that moment, he was filled with trepidation. How was it possible for him to consume so much? Yet the sensation of hunger persisted. Would he inadvertently overindulge to the point of peril? Professor picked up the microphone. The super strength drug, it's the one you took. The side effect is an increased appetite. Do not be alarmed. Wood clenched his fist. Give me more. Professor Chen gestured for additional food to be brought, but as he watched Wood's insatiable consumption, thoughts of Chen Bin flooded his mind. Before the advent of this drug, Chen Bin had seemed to eat copiously as well. Reports had reached him, but he had suppressed them, neither reporting nor investigating further. Now, he realized that this drug might not be newly developed, but possibly already utilized by Chen Bin. A wave of apprehension washed over him. What if something had gone awry when Chen Bin used the drug? The consequences would be dire. Moreover, did this drug possess the potential to enhance intelligence? Professor, and turned to old Chen. Is it possible to test for intelligence enhancement? Do you suspect that this drug affects cognitive ability? Professor nodded gently. Chen Bin consumes substantial amounts daily, not less than what Wood is currently consuming. Old Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying that Chen Bin has been continuously using this drug? Professor An's mind raced with further details. How, when Chen Bin had handed gifts to his parents, he had effortlessly wielded items weighing over 20 kilograms as if they were mere feathers. The weight had nearly caused him to falter. Numerous other details corroborated the notion that Chen Bin possessed tremendous strength. This hypothesis seemed plausible. Strength enhancement necessitated energy support, and energy was transported through the blood. Thus, as the body was fortified, the brain would naturally receive nourishment as well. However, enhancing intelligence posed considerable challenges. A sudden surge in blood flow and energy could burden the cerebral vasculature. Much like individuals who misuse performance-enhancing substances, they often risked vascular rupture, leading to cerebral infarction. Professor Chen refrained from delving further. A general understanding sufficed, as the remainder remained speculative. Wood had consumed 8/10 of the meal before feeling satiated. Sitting on the bed, he rubbed his abdomen, his expression one of bewilderment. Was that drug genuine? He struggled to believe it. Yet having consumed so much, his abdomen showed no signs of distension. What manner of drug was this? Was it a ploy to ensnare him? He was hardly worth such an effort. Simultaneously, fear crept in. If such a drug had been administered to him, would he ever leave this place alive? Wood's mind raced. Suddenly, he looked towards the wall. I will cooperate. Professor Chen, observing through the one-way glass, queried, what do you mean by cooperate? Cooperate with your drug tests. Cooperate in ensnaring those behind you. I still hold value. Old Chen seized the communicator from Professor Chen. Do you feel any enhancement in your intelligence? Wood hesitated, feeling the chaotic yet orderly thoughts swirling in his mind. Yes, everything seems clearer. Old Chen's breath quickened. This drug not only had the potential to enhance strength, but also cognitive capacity. The challenge of enhancing intelligence was far greater than that of physical strength. The intricacy of the human brain was such that even with advances in medicine, no one could claim to have fully deciphered its complexities. Much remained reliant on empirical experience. Professor Chen retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Bin. The drug has been administered, and thus far, it appears safe. However, the subjects are consuming an extraordinary amount of food. This increased appetite is to be expected. He continued, does this drug enhance strength by improving the efficiency of the digestive system coupled with neural control? Chen Bin was somewhat taken aback. You understand these mechanisms? Yes, but it also requires hormonal support. Professor Chen glanced at Professor Chen, who had inadvertently spoken the truth. Professor Chen could hear Chen Bin's response, yet he was bewildered. All his prior conjectures had been speculative. Realms humanity had yet to conquer. Had Chen Bin already achieved this? How could that be? Professor Chen contemplated for a moment. Our preliminary tests suggest that this drug might enhance cognitive abilities. It does, albeit only slightly. The effects are not particularly pronounced. Professor Chen had grown accustomed to Chen Bin's manner of speaking. For others, any enhancement would be monumental. Yet for Chen Bin, even a minor improvement was deemed insufficient. Old Chen could no longer contain himself. Is it possible to upgrade this drug to specifically target cognitive enhancement? Chen Bin understood. Professor Chen sought external assistance, and it was indeed knowledgeable support. The previous conjectures regarding the drug's mechanisms likely stemmed from this very individual. The challenge was substantial. as such enhancements were inherently tied to the capacity for mental control. Further enhancement would necessitate an increase in dosage, which the human body might not withstand, leading to severe side effects. Chapter 84. Is this real? Elder Chen, having heard Chen Bin's words, recognized the naivety in his thoughts. However, through the earlier inquiries, he had gained a clear understanding of Chen Bin's capabilities. Is it convenient to meet? Chen Bin was reluctant to meet, primarily because each encounter ended with others looking at him in awe. As for technical details, he had no qualms about divulging them. After all, it was for Longhua, and he even hoped for an elevation in the skills of its researchers. There is no need for a meeting. If you want this potion, I can directly send you the molecular formula, along with the manufacturing process and required standards, Chen Bin stated. Elder Chen was taken aback, feeling as if he were hallucinating. For a drug, this was the most critical information. Was Chen Bin really offering it to him so straightforwardly? It seemed unbelievable. Such information could fetch astronomical prices from any pharmaceutical company, as it could directly lead to drug production. The efficacy of this potion was remarkable, enough to generate sustained demand from numerous users. After all, various steroid medications, which are essentially veterinary drugs, are highly sought after. This particular potion had minimal side effects and could significantly enhance strength, ensuring high sales. Furthermore, the competitive need for this drug classified it as a strategic resource. If Longhua could mass-produce it, it meant that its soldiers would possess formidable combat capabilities on the battlefield. In contrast, adversaries lacking such resources would find their soldiers significantly inferior. Thus, the value of this potion would only increase. The notion that Chen Bin would simply offer such a high-value potion left Elder Chen in disbelief. Providing the molecular formula was understandable, as even if a pharmaceutical company obtained it, replicating the drug with identical efficacy was nearly impossible. Different manufacturing processes, varying materials, and even distinct steps in the addition of components would all lead to discrepancies in the drug's effectiveness. This highlighted the difference between original and generic drugs. While generics are useful and cheaper, they cannot fully replicate the original's properties. Yet, Chen Bin was not only providing the molecular formula, but also the entire manufacturing process and formulation, essentially handing over everything related to the drug. Elder Chen stared blankly at Dinan, unable to comprehend this. Dinan was already accustomed to such matters. After all, Chen Bin truly did not care for the immense value of his technology. All right, I will confirm this with Elder Chen, Dinan replied, recognizing the necessity of Elder Chen's agreement. Assigning mass production to Chen Bin would be akin to using a cannon to catch a mosquito, additionally wasting Chen Bin's time. Elder Chen was the perfect fit for the task, highly skilled and quite amiable. Once you have organized everything, please send it over. I will continue my observations, Dinan instructed. Understood, Chen Bin affirmed before ending the call. Dinan put away his phone, only to find Elder Chen still in a state of shock. He disliked unnecessary complications, especially regarding matters he found uninteresting. This potion did not particularly captivate him. He merely intended for a simple test. Elder Chen, still incredulous, inquired, "What do you mean?" Dinan, unable to explain clearly, replied, "You will understand in due time." With a mind full of questions, Elder Chen felt hesitant to press further. When can I expect the molecular formula and other details? Just as he finished speaking, Dinan's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to find new files had arrived. It's already sent. On the screen, a folder named Super Strength Potion appeared. Dinan effortlessly forwarded it to Elder Chen. As Elder Chen gazed at the files on his phone, his hands trembled. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Others would be ecstatic over the development of an ordinary drug. Yet Chen Bin seemed utterly unconcerned, directly providing him with something of immense value. Did he not fear being taken advantage of? It seemed that there was no need for concern, given Dinan's presence. However, such information should not be disclosed so casually, should it? With trembling hands, he opened the folder, finding a comprehensive introduction to the super strength potion. The description covered everything from the drug's principles and material efficacy to its operational characteristics. As Elder Chen read the introduction, he realized that this potion was even more extraordinary than he had initially speculated. Further along, He found the molecular formula, the entire manufacturing process, and the drug's processing techniques. After a cursory glance, he was left in disbelief. Was he truly provided with everything? No secrets at all? Deanon, seated nearby, remarked he simply does not care. As a researcher, how could one not be concerned about the fruits of their labor? Instead of answering directly, Deanon offered an analogy he deemed fitting. Do assembly line workers concern themselves with the individual products passing swiftly through their hands? Elder Chen fell silent, contemplating if this analogy implied that Chen Bin could tackle various challenges with the same ease as producing assembly line products. Deanon waved his hand lightly. Do not overthink it. He genuinely does not care. However, if this potion has minimal side effects and can significantly enhance human strength, mass production is certainly warranted. Is mass production challenging? Elder Chen pondered before gently nodding. It poses difficulties, yet they are not insurmountable. Many laboratories could manufacture it, and establishing a temporary facility for production is feasible. However, the potion could not be stored for long. It contained elements related to gene expression, meaning it would lose efficacy within a week. The time constraint significantly impacts the drug's utility, as limited storage implies an inability to ensure a sustained supply. It could only be provided on a temporary basis. Nevertheless, 7 days is a considerable duration, considering Longway's current logistics capabilities. Anything could be delivered within 3 days from any point to another. This time frame pertains to standard delivery. Expedited logistics or courier services could be even swifter. Official channels could expedite everything further, and 7 days would be ample time. Elder Chen contemplated briefly. I shall oversee the mass production. However, I remain curious. Did Chen Bin provide this technology to anyone else? It is not that he shared the technology with others. Rather, he deemed it too tedious to manage the mass production himself. Thus, we assembled a top-tier team to handle the subsequent tasks, Deanon clarified. Elder Chen felt a shift in his worldview. Yet recalling the earlier mechanical dog and drone, he found some understanding. Chen Bin's ability to effortlessly develop such technologies indicated an exceptionally high level of skill. It was reasonable to allocate time towards research rather than production. As for value, the most immediate value was monetary. However, money has diminishing marginal returns. The more one earns, the more one can spend. Yet when wealth accumulates to an excessive degree, the options for expenditure remain limited, offering little enhancement to quality of life. In such circumstances, Chen Bin's willingness to share his technology was indeed admirable. Chapter 85. Another press conference? In the school's laboratory, the man frequently mentioned, Chen Bin, lay in bed with his eyes tightly shut. The current number of shock points had reached 80,000. If converted to currency, that amount could procure numerous national treasures at a street stall. Chen Bin felt an overwhelming urge to participate in the lottery. Yet, he restrained himself. With 80,000 shock points, he was tantalizingly close to 100,000. Previously, the system unlocked the first page of the catalog with 1,000 shock points. An upgrade of the lottery system occurred at 10,000 shock points. Would the second page of the catalog unveil itself once he amassed 100,000 shock points? Initially, Chen Bin was not in a rush to access the second page of the catalog, but the circumstances had shifted. He realized that the high-tech marvels on the first page were becoming somewhat insufficient. Although still impressive, these technologies were within the grasp of humanity. Chen Bin had been unaware of this before. However, after being astounded by the military-grade weaponry, he understood that the armed forces had a plethora of undisclosed advancements. As a result, any subsequent unveiling of high-tech products would lack the same level of impact. His eagerness to explore the second page of the catalog grew. Yet, he could not merely wait idly for shock points to accumulate, as it could take a considerable amount of time. While he could forego the lottery, he still needed to exchange for technological advancements related to daily life. This approach would also allow him to hold a press conference, thereby garnering more shock points. Chen Bin opened the catalog. The first page featured numerous high-tech products, many of which were practical items. For instance, he had long been intrigued by the flying car. A vehicle capable of soaring through the skies, it could circumvent traffic and significantly enhance commuting speed. The technology behind this marvel was not overly complicated. As previously stated, The technologies showcased on the first page of the catalog were already within Earth's grasp, albeit not as comprehensively understood. Presently, many tech companies were experimenting with flying cars, such as quadcopter vehicles, with trials taking place both domestically and internationally. Although jet-powered flying cars had not yet been widely discussed, based on Chen Bin's knowledge of current technologies, it would not be excessively challenging to develop one. In fact, vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets already existed, albeit with certain sacrifices in payload capacity. In comparison, the technologies presented in the catalog appeared far more sophisticated. Having observed this for some time, he saw no reason to hesitate and decided to make an exchange. The 2,800 shock points, which had once seemed like a fortune, now felt relatively modest to Chen Bin. At that moment, a wealth of information surged into Chen Bin's mind. The core of the flying car lay in its engine. Utilizing an exceptionally efficient turbofan engine with a remarkably high thrust-to-weight ratio, the vehicle was equipped with 8 turbofan engines for position beneath to assist with takeoff and landing, while the remaining 4 were situated at each corner to control direction during flight. The maximum speed reached subsonic levels, as it was a civilian vehicle. An excessive speed was impractical. The car measured 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, comfortably seating 5 passengers, with adjustable seating arrangements for face-to-face conversations. Additionally, the car featured an intelligent system that autonomously navigated to the selected destination, as manual control posed significant dangers at high speeds due to human reaction limitations. Thus, it operated entirely on automation, formulating distinct flight plans based on various destinations and establishing fixed routes to avert mid-air collisions. The interior was spacious, surpassing that of conventional vehicles, enabling a myriad of activities while aboard. Furthermore, the car was equipped with a comprehensive safety system, ensuring passenger protection. Should any passenger face danger or illness, the vehicle would automatically terminate its route and transport them to the nearest hospital. It also included safeguards against accidental door openings during flight. In the event of engine failure, there were emergency protocols in place. Regardless of which engine encountered issues, the system could swiftly adjust the status of the remaining engines to maintain balance. Should all engines fail simultaneously, an emergency parachute would deploy, guaranteeing passenger safety, resulting in an exhilarating yet secure journey. Beyond safety, the design of the seats and other features ensured utmost comfort, rendering them a core technology of the flying car. Even outside the vehicle, these seats would likely attract considerable demand due to their exceptional comfort, rivaling any ergonomic chair. After acquiring all the knowledge, Chen Bin instructed the Good Fortune system to announce the press conference for the new product launch. This time, there was no need for communication with the official channels. The Good Fortune system could directly disseminate the information. Following the recent buzz surrounding the mechanical dog, the catalog company's official social media account had surpassed 3 million followers. The Good Fortune system's announcement would undoubtedly yield significant promotional effects. As the Good Fortune system sent out the message, Chen Bin began the manufacturing process for the flying car. The size and complexity of the vehicle posed challenges, but Chen Bin allotted himself a week to complete it. Once the announcement was made, it quickly garnered attention. Many who saw the news were initially bewildered. Wait, another new product launch? Did they send the wrong message? Didn't we just have a press conference a few days ago? Immediately, someone commented, did the editor mix up the messages? They might get their salary docked. We've already had our share of press conferences this year. The Good Fortune system swiftly responded. Our company has more than one new product. Is it a drone? Someone inquired. Presently, the most popular products from the catalog company were the mechanical dog and drones. Having already revealed the mechanical dog, it seemed logical that the next announcement would be about drones. No, not a drone. Many fans expressed surprise at the Good Fortune system's reply. What is it then? The absence of a drone only piqued curiosity further. If it were a drone, it would be rather unremarkable, as they were already familiar with its general specifications. However, knowing it was not a drone sparked intrigue. With curiosity came anticipation, and with anticipation came viewers eager to watch the live broadcast. While drones were appealing, the prospect of a supersonic drone would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag. Such an expensive item primarily serving as a photography tool, would possess a relatively low cost-to-benefit ratio. This rendered it less enticing to many. In some respects, drones paled in comparison to mechanical dogs. Unless the price could be dramatically lowered, making it akin to a toy, the likelihood seemed slim. Conversely, the press conference for other products held greater allure for numerous individuals. Throughout the event, the Good Fortune system diligently monitored the comment section, engaging in high-intensity responses and conversations. Additionally, whenever someone retweeted the announcement, it would promptly respond and leave a comment. The strategies previously employed to amplify excitement were now in full effect. News of the catalog company's new product launch began to spread rapidly. Chapter 86. A second test when the majority of people received news of the product launch event. They sensed something amiss. Yet, within the comment section, the editor continued to assert that everything was fine, stating the new product launch would occur next week, which was merely a reiteration of the previously unveiled drone. What, then, was to be released? Why was there not a hint of anticipation? Not even a photograph to spark the imagination? Little did they know, there was truly nothing to show, no images at all. The information was gleaned from online sources. However, he gave it little thought, assuming it was a reveal of a robotic assistant, as Chen had previously inquired about the possibility of unveiling a domestic robot. Desiring such a product and providing assistance were two distinct matters. Soon, military announcements commenced, with all accounts disseminating information to amplify the reach of the new product launch. Initially, only a select few were baffled, but now countless others joined their ranks. While the account of the graphic company garnered attention, it paled in comparison to the military's influence. This latter wave of bewildered individuals felt as though the world had encountered a glitch. If the graphic company had erred, how was it that the military had also stumbled? It was not long before their comments were discovered, leading to a surge of responses from numerous accounts. The graphic company, which had only recently fallen off the trending list, found itself catapulted back into the spotlight. Many speculated about the nature of the product the graphic company was set to unveil, while even more lamented the situation. The mechanical dog released during the last launch had yet to be available for purchase. Ordering was simply not an option. Were it not for the fortunate winners who had begun receiving their mechanical dogs, many would have doubted the very existence of the product, suspecting it to be a mere figment of a presentation. In such a context, the graphic company dared to hold another launch event? Could they even manage to produce something in time? Yet, amidst the confusion, anticipation thrived. During a previous livestream, Chen had promised a future that belonged to everyone. This upcoming launch was, presumably, a continuation of that promise. Ordinary individuals awaited in quiet curiosity and hope. Meanwhile, the graphic company operated at full capacity, aggressively hiring and expanding. The once spacious factory across from the school had its walls torn down, revealing several new structures. Orders for various components poured in from across the nation, both military and civilian, delivering a significant impact to this small company. Many employees held dual identities. Originally associated with the military, they had been reassigned to assist, planning to leave after a brief period. Yet, it now appeared that departure was no longer an option. Not only could they not leave, but even more personnel were being called in. Nevertheless, working for such a company instilled a sense of accomplishment within them. They were contributing to the future of humanity, rather than merely pursuing profit. As a core member of the company, Chen diligently sketched designs in a laboratory. The intricate components required for the flying car demanded a high standard of illustration, necessitating a slow and meticulous approach. While drawing, he was distracted by a live stream showcasing the testing of an ultra-strength serum. After 24 hours of observation, Wood exhibited no adverse effects and was deemed exceptionally healthy, so much so that even ailments he previously had were undetectable. This was quite astonishing. In light of this, subsequent drug testing commenced, exclusively involving military personnel who were currently being filmed as they tested their limits. Chen, unable to be present, observed the proceedings via livestream, noting the seriousness with which the test was being conducted. A total of 5 participants engaged in the testing, supported by a multitude of staff and 5 ambulances stationed nearby, staffed with experienced medical personnel, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The initial test assessed the soldiers' physical limits, strength, sprinting speed over 100 meters, and endurance for 1,000 meters, along with breath holding and reaction time assessments. All 5 were elite soldiers, and their results were remarkably impressive, capable of competing as athletes in any arena. Although they fell short of the absolute best, collectively, they were nearly invincible. Next, the 5 soldiers simultaneously administered the ultra-strength serum. A sense of tension hung in the air. Despite having prepared mentally, nerves still crept in. Colonel and reassured them. Do not be overly anxious. This has been rigorously tested and confirmed safe. Even if something goes awry, we have top-tier medical personnel on standby, ready to bring you back from the brink. But what if they can't? A soldier quipped nervously. Focus on the task at hand, Colonel, and gestured toward the camera. Perform well, and report any discomfort immediately. Upon injecting the serum, the 5 exchanged glances, astonished. They could feel their bodies strengthening. Report. I feel a warmth spreading from the injection site throughout my body. The heat is flowing through me, and I sense my strength increasing. There's a fullness to it. Be more specific, Colonel urged, noting a change in his expression. When Wood had been administered the serum, there had been no mention of a subjective experience. He had assumed there would be no sensation. It's a feeling of fullness, but not solely that. There's an additional sense of power. One soldier clenched his fist and waved it lightly. I feel stronger. The speed of my punch has increased. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the palpable enhancement in their strength. Before Colonel could respond, Chen heard a series of chimes in his mind. The researchers nearby were taken aback. Is it truly effective this quickly? It's been less than a minute since the injection. This serum is formidable. Colonel quickly regained his composure. Let us proceed with a speed test, sprinting over 100 meters. The strength test is last, as uncontrolled power could lead to injury. We will begin with speed testing to help these soldiers acclimate to their newfound strength. The 5 lined up at the starting line for the next test, which was conducted with utmost precision, utilizing high-speed cameras and laser devices to ensure accuracy in measurements. At the sound of the starting signal, the soldiers surged forward simultaneously. Yet, in the next heartbeat, all 5 tumbled to the ground, having lost their balance due to their overwhelming speed, rolling in a bewildered heap. The crowd was momentarily stunned. The soldiers quickly regained their footing, looking astonished. Our legs moved too swiftly. We couldn't adjust our center of gravity in time. Others watched in disbelief. Yet excitement bubbled beneath the surface. Their inability to maintain control stemmed from their newfound velocity. With a slight adjustment, they could master this speed, perhaps even exceed it. Colonel waved his hand. No rush. Take it slow and adapt. You have a full 24 hours to acclimate. Adapting won't take long. As the power originates from within your bodies, their earlier loss of control was merely a matter of unfamiliarity. After a few minutes of adjustment, they lined up once more at the starting line. At the next signal, the 5 launched forward like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 87. Live testing in a stunning display of athletic prowess. The fastest participant completed the 100-meter dash in a mere 8 seconds, with no other competitor exceeding 9 seconds. This astonishing speed left the audience in utter disbelief, as every individual surpassed the world record. It is worth noting that those who achieve world records are already at the pinnacle of human capability, yet these athletes shattered existing limits. One cannot help but wonder how fast a previous record holder, if under the influence of performance-enhancing substances, would fare in such a test. Chen, observing the scene while listening to the notifications in his mind, nodded in acknowledgement. The efficacy of the drug was indeed remarkable. He recalled that the world record for the 100 meters stood at 9 seconds and 58 milliseconds, and for the Dragon Kingdom, it was even longer. In light of this, achieving a time of 8 seconds was nothing short of miraculous. Next came a test for high jump and long jump. Colonel, recognizing the significance of the drug's performance, promptly contacted General Hu. The results were far beyond his expectations, bordering on the extraordinary. Chen had previously discussed the drug's effects in a casual tone, but now he felt the profound impact of its potency. This was not merely a matter of strength, but a remarkable exhibition of speed that left him utterly astounded. The enhancement of speed cannot be simply calculated by having the time, as even a minuscule improvement is exceedingly challenging to achieve. This testing had dramatically altered his perception. This drug could very well become a staple on future battlefields. Imagine ordinary soldiers receiving a shot before combat, transforming them into super soldiers. Even elite warriors could be elevated to extraordinary levels with a single dose. General Hu quickly answered the call. With Colonel and now accompanying Chen Bin, his importance had significantly increased. Previously, communication with Colonel and required formal reports, unless matters were urgent. Now he could simply call, and General Hu would prioritize his call, deferring all other matters. What is it? General Hu inquired. Didn't we mention that Chen Bin developed a powerful drug? It's currently being tested, and the results are astonishing. How astonishing? The fastest 100-meter time just reached 8 seconds. On the other end of the line, General Hu was momentarily taken aback. Really? Is there video documentation? Yes, the entire process is being recorded. I can send it to you once the testing concludes, or you could watch it live. Live streaming is available. Chen Bin, unable to attend, arranged for a live broadcast for General Hu. I'll watch the live stream. General Hu swiftly entered a specialized streaming room and alerted his acquaintances. Given the nature of this event, there would likely be considerable interest. As Chen Bin observed the stream, he noted the increasing number of viewers. Curious about who else was present, he attempted to send a message in the chat. What do you think of the drug? Old Liu replied, I just arrived and haven't seen a start yet, but if it allows one to break records simply by taking it, is it a stimulant? What stimulant is this potent? It's not a stimulant. It's a super strength drug. Will it harm the users? Chen Bin assured that there were no side effects. Since you say so, it must be true. Look, they're starting the long jump. The world record is 8 meters and 95 centimeters. The first contestant sprinted forward and leaped with incredible force, tracing an arc through the air. Upon landing, the measuring tape revealed an astonishing 11 meters. When did breaking world records become so effortless? Can this drug be detected? If it can't, could we arrange for Olympic athletes to use it and shatter records there? Isn't that a bit unethical? Unethical? Learn from Eagle. That's what I call unethical. Athletes wish to dominate their events, splitting the medals into 100 categories. It's a double standard. They have the authority, but once our strength is sufficient, we'll level the playing field. Why not seize the opportunity at the Olympics first? That makes sense. Chen Bin quietly typed in the chat. It can't be detected, absolutely undetectable. If that's the case, it could be feasible. In military applications, restraint is necessary, but in other areas, we can reclaim our dominance. Noticing the chat, Chen Bin felt a sense of unease and asked, who else is in the live stream? Images appeared on the screen, each card displaying a photo and a brief introduction of a person. Chen Bin glanced through them, recognizing many from previous robot testing sessions, along with some influential figures he had not met. Before reading the chat, he couldn't have imagined these individuals would express such opinions. Yet, he was eager to see the athletes from the Dragon Kingdom making waves on the international stage. However, breaking records poses challenges for future contenders. Not only would foreign competitors struggle to keep pace, but athletes from the Dragon Kingdom would also find it difficult to match these new standards, unless they all consistently use the drug, which would violate the spirit of competition. Unless this super strength potion could provide lasting effects, which would require a greater expenditure of resources. As the long jump test concluded, every participant had surpassed the world record, raising it to an astonishing 13 meters. It was utterly outrageous. Next, they proceeded to test strength. Strength testing was conducted before the 1,000-meter run to avoid fatigue affecting the speed trials. There were various categories for strength testing, including punch power, weightlifting, and the fundamental deadlift test. The punch power test commenced first. Previous tests without the drug had shown average punch power around 150 kilograms. Now, the first contestant approached the testing apparatus, prepared himself, and unleashed a punch. A thunderous boom echoed as the screen displayed a red number, 312. This punch surpassed even that of Tyson. A blow exceeding 300 kilograms could incapacitate an average person instantly, akin to being struck by a vehicle. The second contestant also delivered a punch exceeding 300 kilograms. After a brief silence in the live stream, someone remarked, "This is beyond belief. The weight they can generate this power with defies logic." Defies logic? This shouldn't be termed a super-strength drug. It ought to be called a super soldier serum. Chen Bin was surprised. Even the influential figures were familiar with the concept of a super soldier serum from films. Are there truly no side effects? If so, it could serve as a standard medication. Periodic use during training would acclimate soldiers, and when needed, they could all become super soldiers simultaneously. Strategic visions flooded his mind. Long-range assaults with soldiers carrying heavy weaponry directly into enemy territory, and special operations that previously seemed nearly impossible would now be manageable. It was indeed remarkable that Chen Bin had managed to develop such an extraordinary substance. Chapter 88. Vulnerability during the discussions in the live stream. The timeliness of this medication was perceived as a positive aspect, as it could potentially be devoid of side effects. If the effects of the super-strength potion were to last indefinitely, it would pose significant risks for the immensely powerful warriors post-retirement. Should these individuals harbor unstable minds, the destruction they could wreak would be monumental. Chen Bin observed the discussions in the barrage and had to admit that he had previously considered the matter too superficially. He had focused solely on the shortcomings of the potion. Now, witnessing the discourse among the viewers, he felt that the value of this drug could be infinitely augmented. It seemed a pity that these individuals were not engaging in promotion. The strength tests were completed, followed by other assessments of power. The increase in strength among the 5 participants exhibited some fluctuations. Some achieved a remarkable enhancement of 100%, while the highest recorded increase was 125%. Conversely, one individual registered a mere 94%, indicating a possible resistance to the drug. After the rounds of testing, the significance of this potion had escalated immensely. The final test involved a 1,000-meter run, during which they shattered the world record. All 5 participants completed the distance at their utmost speed, feeling utterly unexhausted due to the comprehensive enhancement of their physical capabilities. However, upon finishing, they were collectively struck by a profound hunger. Commander Andar had anticipated this and promptly presented 5 large bowls of food. The 5 warriors, initially bewildered by the sheer quantity of the meals, silently questioned if they could possibly finish it all. Commander Andar reassured them, "No need to worry. There is more to come." Despite their incredulity, the warriors took up their chopsticks and began to eat, driven by their intense hunger, without overthinking the situation. As they consumed what appeared to be an enormous amount of food, they were astonished to find the bowls emptied. Yet they still felt hungry. Had they truly become bottomless pits? Commander Andar continued to have more food brought in, then turned to engage with a live stream audience. The testing concludes here. In the chat, some prominent figures inquired, "Is the production of this super-strength potion particularly challenging?" Commander Andar had posed this question the previous day and now relayed the response from Mr. Chen, emphasizing the potion's 7-day shelf life. The inability to preserve it for extended periods implied that it could not be manufactured in bulk and stored. Rather, it needed to be produced on demand, necessitating the establishment of a warehouse for convenient manufacturing. As discussions unfolded in the barrage, Chen Bin decided to exit the live stream, as the ensuing matters no longer pertained to him. He had shared the technology, and the manufacturing processes were no longer his concern. Although he had only gained a modest amount of shock value, any usefulness derived was a positive outcome. He returned to drafting the designs for flying cars, recognizing that to create a truly impactful sensation, he needed to incorporate visually striking elements. Chen Bin's drawing speed was exceptionally rapid. He no longer required the use of his hands, instead controlling the process through electrical signals. However, the complexity of a complete product design was immense, and the intricacies of flying cars were even greater. If he were to start from scratch, the data involved would be overwhelming. Fortunately, the manufacturing process no longer relied on Chen Bin's oversight. The automated factory was already operational, producing mechanical dogs and robots. While another segment of productivity focused on the components Chen Bin had temporarily requisitioned, all operations were proceeding in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, a faction was gradually drawing closer to Chen Bin. Although he had recently garnered significant attention, he had also attracted many watchful eyes, particularly from foreign entities. The extraordinary results he had presented prompted them to devise numerous strategies to approach him. Some sought collaboration overtly, yet such partnerships were implausible. After much effort, their attempts to reach out to his business were met with outright refusals. Reaching Chen Bin in person was another avenue, yet that path was currently obstructed. Locating him had become nearly impossible, as he seldom ventured out. Even when he did, it was merely between 2 points, stepping out to the car and returning directly to the laboratory. Visiting the company was not feasible either. It was under strict military management, rendering access nearly impossible. The foreign entities had contemplated various alternative methods, including submitting resumes and conducting distant surveillance. However, the significance of Chen Bin's endeavors was widely recognized. All resumes submitted with intentions of joining the company underwent rigorous scrutiny, with any suspicious individuals facing outright rejection. Those with substantial issues risked drawing attention to themselves. Thanks to the factory, Commander Andar had identified numerous spies, though arrest had not yet been executed. The potential for capture remained at any moment. Behind each spy, there was often not merely one individual, but an entire network. The rewards were plentiful. However, with a sufficiently enticing allure, any investment would be deemed appropriate. After countless failed attempts, someone finally managed to approach Chen Bin. Outside the laboratory, a new cleaning staff member had been introduced, having passed the rigorous vetting process. This individual bore no red flags. With an exceedingly mundane background, they had previously worked as a cleaner at the school for an extended period. Their transfer to this location raised no suspicions, nor did it trigger any alarms. The key was that this individual posed no issues whatsoever. Yet someone had reached out to him, requesting that he convey a message. After several days of cleaning, he had yet to see Chen Bin. However, he was certain that Chen Bin was within the laboratory, having witnessed him enter. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a mechanical dog that appeared adorably nonchalant. Instinctively, he crouched down and beckoned it over. The mechanical dog scampered towards him, displaying no signs of wariness. The cleaner gently patted the dog's head and discreetly affixed a note to its collar. The mechanical dog tilted its head, oblivious to the note's presence. As the cleaner turned away, the mechanical dog dashed towards the laboratory, halting at the entrance without moving further. Subsequently, the door opened, and a robot emerged to retrieve the note. All robots and mechanical dogs in proximity to Chen Bin had already come under the control of the operative. The recent scene had been observed clearly by the operative. How had someone managed to approach so closely under her watch? The robot unfolded the note, revealing a message addressed to Chen Bin. "My daughter is a great admirer of yours and wishes to take a photo with you. Is that possible?" The operative stared at the content of the note, momentarily silent. Was someone truly attempting to get close to Chen Bin merely for a photograph? Yet within a heartbeat, all her doubts dissolved into certainty, for the cleaner had no daughter, only 2 sons, neither of whom had achieved much. When Commander Andar received the operative's notification, he too was taken aback. Under such stringent security measures, how had anyone managed to approach Chen Bin? The operative explained, "He is not a spy. It seems someone is attempting to enlist his help in delivering a message. However, we have yet to identify who is in contact with him, nor is there any online correspondence. It appears to be a face-to-face arrangement, one I cannot detect." Chapter 89. Luring the snake out of its hole. Initially, Commander felt quite at ease, yet a sense of pressure began to creep into his mind. He had believed that everything was tightly secured, impenetrable. Yet a tiny crack had somehow been exposed. Although the situation had been contained, it had already crossed into a cautionary zone. If the mechanical hound were to locate Chen Bin first, and if the note delivered was not merely an ordinary piece of paper, but rather something laced with deadly poison, the consequences would be catastrophic. Commander pondered briefly, continued to monitor the individual delivering the note for any additional clues. Since no contact information was left, this person must possess some knowledge. Let us refrain from taking action for now, so as not to alert the snake. Good fortune acknowledged. We are already investigating. There are some areas without surveillance, but we can analyze broad monitoring data to identify individuals who may have met him, then filter through those leads. Commander felt a genuine sense of comfort working alongside good fortune. The latter's proficiency was indeed exceptional. After concluding the call, Commander dialed another number, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He needed professionals to handle the situation. The National Security Agency, specializing in espionage, was far more adept in such matters than he was. Meanwhile, Chen Bin had also seen the note. Good fortune admitted a lapse in duty, but Chen Bin did not share this sentiment. After all, nothing was ever absolute. Good fortune had conducted a thorough investigation, yet it was not infallible. Relying solely on good fortune was not advisable. It was not that good fortune was incompetent. Rather, the current world's foundational setup limited his efficacy. Gazing at the note, Chen Bin contemplated, do I need to lure the snake out of its hole? He felt no anxiety at all. Having already utilized a gene-enhancing agent, he believed he now had a fighting chance even against firearms. Alongside formidable defensive capabilities, he possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Furthermore, with the super-strength agent, he felt emboldened, truly unafraid of confrontation. Good fortune shook his head. There is no need for you to lure the snake out. We can test the waters. Chen Bin had merely been making an inquiry, and upon hearing that his involvement was unnecessary, he refrained from further questioning, continuing his designs. This was now the fourth day of drafting. Chen Bin had nearly completed the design for the flying vehicle, with only a few schematics remaining. Completing the last few parts, Chen Bin retrieved a box containing 2 vials of the agent. If he didn't test them soon, they would soon expire. Each vial could not be used simultaneously. Only one could be applied at a time, as using a second would render it ineffective. The ineffectiveness was not due to the quality of the agent, but rather the limitations of the human body. When a person has doubled their strength, they have reached the pinnacle of their physical capacity. Further enhancement could jeopardize their health, necessitating certain restrictions. However, one vial was already immensely powerful. Upon using it, Chen Bin felt a warm current swiftly coursing through his body. The sensation was extraordinary, providing an exhilarating rush. Humanity's innate pursuit of strength emanates from the very core of our being, even rooted in our genes. The desire to grow stronger and the admiration for strength are intrinsic to our nature. Thus, the journey towards enhancement brings joy. At that moment, Chen Bin experienced a profound sense of accomplishment. It was no surprise that some individuals could become addicted to such agents. Continuous use would undoubtedly lead to dependency, as no one could accept becoming weaker. Once weakened, the urge to regain strength would compel further use. In some respects, the agent could be deemed somewhat terrifying. Fortunately, it bore no additional side effects on the body. Chen Bin gently clenched his fist, feeling an immense surge of power. Those endowed with strength often entertain different thoughts. It is akin to the lethargy experienced in weakness. A weak person merely desires rest. However, when invigorated, the desire to venture forth emerges. In times of fragility, one seeks to hide, while in strength, one seeks confrontation. Chen Bin pondered, good fortune. I'm here. Contact Commander N. I wish to lure the snake out of its hole. Without hesitation or dissent, Good Fortune proceeded to reach out to Commander N. Upon receiving Good Fortune's message, Commander N was momentarily bewildered. Wait, Chen Bin intends to lure the snake out? To do it himself? Is he out his mind? How critical is Chen Bin's safety? We cannot allow him to take any risk, not even the slightest. Listening to Commander N's outright rejection, Good Fortune remained silent, simply conveying to Chen Bin. Commander N does not agree. Chen Bin's desire to test his capabilities was quite fervent. Communicate that my safety is absolutely assured. Upon receiving Good Fortune's report, Commander N immediately called Chen Bin. I understand your desire to capture those behind this, but your position is unique. We cannot accept you exposing yourself to even the slightest danger. Approaching danger is absolutely out of the question. After some thought, Chen Bin replied, what if it is absolutely safe? I have already used the super strength agent, coupled with my exoskeleton gear and protective suit. In such a scenario, the adversary would not even have a chance to wield a weapon. My safety would be guaranteed. Commander N, hearing Chen Bin's words, still insisted, this is far too perilous. If you're truly interested, we can position you nearby or in a command vehicle to observe. Watching from afar was not appealing to Chen Bin. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, very well, I shall not go. Upon hearing Chen Bin's response, Commander N felt not a sense of relief, but rather a pang of anxiety. Having spent considerable time in Chen Bin's company, He understood the nature of the individual, one who would not relent until his goals were achieved. He had declined, yet had failed to dissuade Chen Bin. Attempting to contact Chen Bin again proved futile. The call did not connect. Chen Bin, indeed, sought some thrill. Good fortune. Plan our route to leave this place and guide me to that cleaner. Understood. Good fortune refrained from cautioning against danger, confident that none existed. The route had been meticulously planned, enabling evasion of all guards, with cameras fully under control. However, the path held certain risks, so caution was advised. Chen Bin examined the route map provided by Good Fortune. The first step involved opening a window, utilizing a hoverboard to descend, then hiding behind a tree for 3 minutes. Following this, a patrol would create a blind spot for 10 seconds. This brief window of opportunity could be shielded by the tree, ensuring the route was fixed and nearly devoid of blind spots. Who could precisely capitalize on a 10-second lapse while concealed by a tree, then leap onto a building and enter the laboratory through a window? This only accounted for the interior. Layers of external defenses remained. After reviewing the schematics, Chen Bin fell silent, realizing just how rigorously the authorities protected him. Every vantage point from which his laboratory could be observed was secured. They assured that no one could threaten him through the windows. Additionally, there were internal, external, and intermediate layers of protection. Should any issue arise, it could be swiftly addressed. This also did not account for the nearby encampment. Chen Bin struggled to conceive of any threat that could jeopardize him. Were it not for the fact that this was still a school, making relocation inconvenient, Chen Bin suspected the authorities might wish to relocate the entire institution for his enhanced safety. Chapter 90. With sword drawn, gazing around in confusion, Chen Bin followed the route map provided by Fortune, quietly departing from a bustling school. Outside the school, security personnel were present, albeit in a somewhat lax manner, making it easier to evade detection. Chen Bin first called the janitor, agreeing to a photo opportunity. The janitor was surprised, asking if it was truly feasible. Chen Bin assured him it could be arranged. His daughter was unable to visit the school. Could they meet outside? Yes, could they meet today? The janitor was taken aback. Today? I will need to check. Today is the only day I have available. After Chen Bin concluded the call, he waited in silence. The school security had already been alerted, and they would follow him wherever he went, determined to keep a close watch. However, Chen Bin found solace in the fact that the guard reported he had not left the premises, which he deemed good news. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Bin had already emerged outside the campus, and even made contact with a spy. With his insistence on meeting today, the janitor swiftly arranged everything at a nearby restaurant. In the afternoon, the restaurant was rather deserted. As Chen Bin stepped inside, 2 individuals emerged from either side of the door, promptly shutting it behind him. Chen Bin felt a rush of excitement, sensing a connection. At a round table, a middle-aged man rose with immense enthusiasm and courtesy. Please take a seat. I have long wished to meet you, but your movements have been too closely monitored, leaving me no choice but to resort to this method. Chen Bin observed the slightly plump man's overly polite demeanor and sensed something amiss. Why do you seek me? Cooperation. The middle-aged man gestured for Chen Bin to sit and continued. Collaborating with the Dragon Country's officials will yield minimal returns for you. Consider this. The technology you possess holds immense value, but what will you gain from the officials? Money? The worth of such technology is immeasurable. How much would they truly offer you? As for anything else, it is no different. However, collaborating with us is entirely different. With the same technology, we will develop products, and you will hold the patents, reaping substantial profits. Chen Bin gently shook his head. I am not motivated by money. Then what do you desire? I can provide you with anything. Status? Women? We can offer that directly to you. Chen Bin regarded the man's fervent expression. You? Who do you represent? That is inconsequential. In this world, it ultimately comes down to interests. Chen Bin found the conversation pointless, perceiving the man as someone brainwashed. He decisively stood up. If this is merely to discuss such matters, then it is unnecessary. I shall take my leave. Approaching the door, Chen Bin opened it, anticipating a confrontation. Yet, upon stepping outside, the room remained eerily silent. As he walked further away, no one followed. Chen Bin was left in a state of disbelief. This was not what he had envisioned from the dramas he had seen. Why did they not act? Perhaps fortune smiled upon him. They likely did not anticipate his immediate departure, hence their unpreparedness. Furthermore, cooperation maximizes benefits. They would only resort to force if cooperation was utterly unattainable. Clenching his fist, Chen Bin felt a surge of power, suddenly understanding what it meant to be caught in a state of bewilderment while wielding a sword. Was the next step to take action? Perhaps not. Typically, when collaboration fails, they seek to renew negotiations from various angles. Chen Bin felt the exhilarating sense of drama akin to a grand film. Yet it never seemed to resonate with him. Let the school security apprehend them. Very well. I shall head to the unmanned factory. The school was not far from the unmanned factory, and Chen Bin strolled along the roadside. It felt disheartening to possess the skills of a dragon slayer, yet find no dragon to confront. Upon reaching the entrance of the unmanned factory, he noticed the gates wide open, with trucks entering and exiting. After a few days of absence, the place had transformed significantly. Additional factory buildings had emerged beyond the original outer walls, cleverly camouflaged, yet convincingly real. This was a site capable of manufacturing cutting-edge products. Storage rooms flanked the entrance, where newly produced mechanical dogs were being stored, only to be swiftly loaded onto trucks. The previous livestream rewards were nearing completion, and soon, sales channels would be opened. Chen Bin silently contemplated as he stepped into the factory's interior. Inside, the factory was filled with various equipment and robots weaving between them, transporting components to the production line. In a sense, it resembled an unmanned factory. However, Chen Bin's focus lay elsewhere. Venturing into a corner of the factory, a staircase unfolded beneath his feet, leading to the true unmanned factory below ground. In the finished product area of the unmanned factory, 10 war robots stood ready. Chen Bin intended to keep these war robots secure within the factory area, even modifying their camouflage to a striking blue and white pattern, making them conspicuous yet seemingly non-threatening. Additionally, 3 sets of swarm drones were stacked in a corner, along with the mechanically produced dogs, which were sent outside to masquerade as products from an external factory. Yet, Chen Bin's objective was not these. Instead, he saw flying cars. Approaching the control panel, Chen Bin observed the internal structure of the unmanned factory. A brand new production line was undergoing adjustments, estimated to be completed in 2 days. Scatter production equipment was also fabricating components. An unmanned factory could only accommodate 3 rapid production lines. The previous drone production line had ceased operations after producing a few sets of swarm drones, transitioning to a robot production line. After completing the war robots, it began mass production of ordinary robots, resulting in the bustling activity observed earlier. There was also a production line for mechanical dogs. Although the lottery could not be held, products were still being generated. Now, with the flying car production line being adjusted, the unmanned factory would enter a state of high-capacity operations. In truth, the production efficiency of the unmanned factory was exceedingly high. However, Chen Bin needed to produce a considerable amount of items. Were it not for the exorbitant costs of the unmanned factory, he would have wished to exchange for several more, filling the entire underground area with unmanned factories. Turning his attention to the flying cars that were already halfway completed, Chen Bin dialed Daxiao's number. And Daxiao quickly answered, already aware that Chen Bin had reached the unmanned factory, yet the laboratory personnel remained oblivious to his departure. How did he manage to leave? The laboratory was swarming with people. Even a fly passing by would have been noticed. How could it be that Chen Bin had escaped their notice? He now suspected that Chen Bin might possess the ability to become invisible. A reasonable suspicion indeed, even with the fortune of apprehending him. He doubted whether Chen Bin had already met with those individuals. However, despite his myriad of doubts, Daxiao refrained from asking, "What is the matter?" "I have developed a new vehicle. Is there any trouble with its market release?" Daxiao scratched his head, perplexed. No, Chen Bin is designing a vehicle? With a plethora of cutting-edge technologies at hand, why delve into vehicle design? Chapter 91. Is a flying car still a car? Professor and truly cannot fathom it. Chen Bin is actually intent on researching cars. After a brief moment of contemplation, Professor and remarked, "I am not well versed in the preparations necessary for a vehicle to be roadworthy. However, I shall inquire with others on your behalf. Very well. Professor and promptly set off to seek assistance. For many, such matters may pose a challenge. Yet for Professor N, not only could he source the information needed, but he could also swiftly establish a dedicated team. The sole mission of this team would be to facilitate the market launch of Chen Bin's vehicle. The standard procedure for launching a vehicle is extensive. Firstly, product certification and announcement are essential, with safety and quality certification being of utmost importance. To obtain safety and quality certification, the vehicle must undergo various tests, including safety standard assessments, crash tests, and braking performance evaluations. After all, a vehicle differs significantly from other products. It is meant for the road, and negligence can result in severe harm. For instance, brake failure could pose a life-threatening risk to pedestrians and other vehicles. Environmental certification is also straightforward, involving emissions testing to prevent environmental pollution. Additionally, product marketing, sales channels, and the establishment of an after-sales service system are necessary. Unlike previous products, a vehicle is not something one purchases and then neglects or leaves unrepaired when it malfunctions. Marketing may not require excessive attention, yet sales channels and after-sales support must be assured. Otherwise, a customer might find themselves with a vehicle in need of repairs, but no place to go, an undeniably awkward situation. For large commodities, such as automobiles, it is essential to view the vehicle in person. Currently, Super Catalog Company has no physical stores. How could users possibly purchase a car? Nevertheless, the team was formed specifically to address this issue. The ad hoc team comprised entirely of official personnel, all directly appointed from higher authorities, wielded considerable power. A plan was swiftly drafted. Safety testing would commence as quickly as possible, with environmental testing proceeding concurrently. During this phase, they would directly collaborate with a large automotive group under Longhua Holdings to utilize their offline sales and maintenance points. This strategy would effectively address all of Super Catalog Company's shortcomings and expedite the vehicle's market launch. The team leader, Director Wang, along with the temporary team, arrived at the factory the following morning. Upon seeing the guards at the entrance, the group exchanged solemn glances. It had become evident that Super Catalog Company was not merely impressive. It was extraordinary. Professor N had arrived early to await them and greeted Director Wang upon his arrival. "Where's the vehicle?" Director Wang inquired. "The press conference is in just a couple of days. We need to assess the car and arrange for testing." Professor N nodded in agreement. The vehicle is stored in the warehouse. Despite never having seen the car, he led Director Wang and the others directly to the storage area. Upon entering the warehouse, Director Wang's attention was immediately drawn to a mechanical dog encased in a box, accompanied by a robot. Astonished, he gazed at the packaging featuring the robot. "What is this?" Professor N glanced at the robot and replied, "I cannot elaborate at this moment. Please do not disclose this information, as it is confidential." Director Wang and the others quickly nodded, their minds racing in astonishment. Super Catalog Company was indeed remarkable. They had developed robots. They appeared to be quite impressive. At least, the images suggested as much. A sense of mission enveloped the group. This company had created such extraordinary products for Longhua. They felt compelled to assist in any way possible. Professor N continued to the end of the warehouse, where he discovered a vehicle covered by a tarp. Upon examining the vehicle, his first impression was that it seemed rather low, resembling a sports car. He stepped forward and pulled back the tarp, only to be astonished. The vehicle beneath was entirely silver, featuring a sleek, aerodynamic design. At first glance, it was undeniably striking, exceedingly so. However, upon closer inspection, Professor N found it difficult to discern what it truly was. Is it a car? The front and rear seemed somewhat aligned, with the middle slightly elevated. It did resemble a car. But why does it lack wheels? A car without wheels? Director Wang was equally bewildered, staring at the vehicle in disbelief. "This car, it has no wheels installed?" Someone from the back remarked. "It appears that it doesn't merely lack installed wheels. It seems to have no wheels at all. There are no openings for wheels. It is a complete structure." Professor N stood frozen in place, scratching his head before dialing Chen Bin's number. "Your car, it has no wheels?" Chen Bin replied, somewhat surprised, of course. "A flying car has no wheels. Would it still be called a flying car if it had wheels? Professor and fell silent for a moment, grappling with the incredulity of it all. A flying car? Exactly. Professor and recalled his initial thoughts when Chunbin first mentioned researching cars. He had likened it to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Now, seeing this flying car, everything clicked into place. It made sense. Originally, many aspects seemed unreasonable. But when it came to something developed by Chunbin, everything suddenly appeared entirely justifiable. How could Chunbin possibly be researching an ordinary vehicle? A flying car was entirely rational. How does it fly? Simply step inside, allow the AI to take over, and control it via voice commands. Curious, Professor approached the car door and opened it. Upon doing so, a gentle female voice greeted him. Welcome aboard the super catalog flying car. Please fasten your seatbelt. Professor turned to Director Wang and the bewildered group. Shall we step inside for a test ride? Director Wang hesitated for a moment. Are we really going to fly up into the sky? Professor realized that while he had complete trust in Chunbin, others who had not interacted with him might not share that same level of confidence. Yes, but I'll go first, and you can watch from below. With that, Professor opened the car door and settled into the seat. He closed the door and fastened his seatbelt. AI, ascend 1 meter. Understood. The AI took control of the vehicle. In the next instant, the 4 engines beneath the car roared to life. Amidst a whirlwind, the vehicle slowly ascended 1 meter and hovered midair. Professor could feel the stability of the vehicle. It was indeed remarkably steady, not a hint of turbulence. From takeoff to hovering, the smoothness was astonishing. This level of control could only be attributed to Chunbin. Professor turned to gaze out the window and noted that Director Wang and the others stood quite close. Yet they were not blown away by the force of the engines. What method of propulsion does it use? He wondered aloud. It feels jet-like, yet they seem unaffected. The AI explained. The turbofan engine employs specific aerodynamic principles to minimize its impact on the surrounding environment. Professor nodded thoughtfully. Let's exit the warehouse and take it for a flight outside, but do not fly beyond the walls. Although there were few people outside, it would be prudent to keep such a marvel concealed for the time being. The flying car began to move towards the exit, leaving Director Wang and the others in stunned silence, exchanging glances as they processed the extraordinary sight before them. Chapter 92. The Disparity. They arrived with a sense of professional alignment, but suddenly found themselves in a perplexing situation. Director Wang remarked, "We are familiar with the vehicle testing process, but what about the flying car's testing procedure? Surely, we cannot conduct ground tests when the vehicle does not even touch the ground. An aerial collision test, perhaps?" The group exchanged glances, their initial curiosity now replaced by a resolute determination to tackle the task at hand. Upon seeing the vehicle, they realized the complexity of the situation had escalated. Director Wang retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call, when someone cautioned, "Everything here is confidential. Does the car require confidentiality as well? If so, what happens if you make that call?" In the ensuing silence, their eyes caught a fleeting silver gleam outside. The flying car had circled the warehouse in a dazzling display. As they stepped outside, they witnessed the silver vehicle soaring past them again, its velocity reminiscent of lightning. Their expressions shifted. This speed was at least 300 kilometers per hour, and as it flew in circles, they wondered how Colonel could withstand such forces. Inside the flying car, Colonel An's complexion had turned pale. Although he was well-trained, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. "Good luck, slow down," he urged. The AI responded, reducing speed, but this space is too confined to reach maximum velocity. It is not the flying car that cannot achieve its limits. It is your body that cannot endure the increased inertial forces. As the speed diminished, Colonel felt a slight relief. What was Chunbin thinking? Does he intend to market this flying car as if it were an ordinary vehicle? Good Luck's voice echoed. "I am unaware. The master has not shared any plans with me." Colonel took out his phone, dialing Chunbin. The flying car could not be sold indiscriminately. If Chunbin announced a price of 8,000 per unit, chaos would ensue across the entire low-altitude airspace of Longhua. Issues surrounding airspace management would arise. And if someone were to discard trash from the vehicle, it would constitute an act of aerial littering. Numerous concerns remained unaddressed. and hastily launching sales could lead to severe repercussions. Chen Bin answered promptly, "What's the matter? Is there trouble?" After a brief pause, Colonel replied, "Yes, there's a problem. Can we meet to discuss?" "I shall come right away." After ending the call, Colonel instructed good luck to bring the vehicle down. It landed precisely before Director Wang and the others. Director Wang gazed at Colonel and as he alighted from the vehicle. "We did not anticipate the flying car's launch process before arriving. We need to communicate with higher-ups. Are we violating any confidentiality agreements?" Colonel and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Chen Bin will be here shortly. Let's inquire first." He too was uncertain about the situation. In under 10 minutes, Chen Bin arrived at the factory. Colonel exchanged a wry smile with him. "It is a flying car. Did you refer to it as merely a vehicle?" Colonel could not refute this, and instead smiled as he introduced, "Allow me to present these individuals who will assist you with the vehicle's market launch. This is Director Wang, responsible for the entire process." Director Wang had previously seen Chen Bin in videos and was struck by his youthful presence upon meeting him in person. It was indeed strikingly youthful. Director Wang shook Chen Bin's hand. "To be honest, we initially came to follow procedures, but now, with the flying car in consideration, we find ourselves at a loss regarding how to proceed with testing." Chen Bin, however, was unperturbed, believing that the absence of precedents could facilitate the process. "No worries. We will approach it collaboratively." Without an office in the factory, they settled on the stage for their discussion. Director Wang had attended countless meetings, but this open-air setting was a first for him. Remarkably, it felt rather pleasant. Chen Bin turned to Director Wang. "What procedures should we primarily focus on?" "Safety and environmental testing, along with the establishment of online sales platforms, offline stations, and an after-sales system. We had initially considered utilizing the framework of a state-controlled automotive enterprise, which you could directly employ, but that may not be feasible now. The after-sales service for flying cars may be inadequate." Chen Bin waved his hand dismissively. "My previous thoughts were somewhat short-sighted. Selling this flying car is not realistic in the short term, as manufacturing speed is slow." Director Wang paused before responding. "If we do not sell it, then we need not worry about sales or after-sales, but only focus on safety testing. Environmental considerations can be minimized." Chen Bin then looked toward Colonel N. "Safety is absolutely reliable. The vehicle is equipped with multiple safety measures and will not encounter any issues." Colonel N nodded in agreement. Indeed, safety should not pose significant concerns. Director Wang wanted to suggest a test nonetheless, but held back, saying, "For such an advanced flying car, we should establish safety standards and documentation for safety measures and principles, and proceed with the necessary protocols." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin inquired, "Are there any other issues?" Director Wang pondered briefly before asking, "The question is, if the car is not for sale, will it be available for rent?" Chen Bin fell silent. Renting was also inappropriate, as it would inevitably lead to continuous demand. Even if a rental duration were established, it would create extensive queues. He needed to ensure that individuals could experience the vehicle while maintaining fairness. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Bin. What about ride-hailing for flying cars? This indeed seemed an ideal solution. Who could predict what vehicle they might hail? It would all be left to chance. In this scenario, more people could experience flying cars, ensuring fairness. Most importantly, a limited number of flying cars could provide an opportunity for the vast majority to enjoy the experience. A 10-kilometer journey could be completed in mere minutes, allowing for quick turnarounds. Just imagine the number of exhilarating experiences generated. Director Wang considered this. "I will speak with ride-hailing service companies to integrate flying cars into several major ride-hailing platforms." "Sound good," Chen Bin nodded, recognizing that this approach would encompass a broad user base. Colonel contemplated for a moment. "We still need to conduct tests, but merely a round of performance evaluations to ensure the flying car can operate safely, along with testing the insurance measures." Chen Bin agreed. "That is reasonable." Director Wang then stood. "Shall we proceed to discuss this with the ride-hailing companies? We are not experts in subsequent testing." Colonel nodded. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not a bother. What once seemed quite troublesome has transformed into a mere trifle." The group rose swiftly and departed. As they walked, they reflected on the recent events, feeling somewhat dazed, as if caught in a dream. Yet, Not far from them, the wheel-less silver flying car remained steadfast in its position. The pace of change in this world was undeniably swift. While major automotive companies were still engrossed in competing over vehicle configurations and performance, Chen Bin's flying car had already emerged. What more could they compete for? It was time to relinquish their hold on traditional paradigms. The future of transportation was uncertain, yet it promised to evolve for the better. Chapter 93. A flying car? After a group of individuals, including Principal Un, departed, he turned his gaze towards the flying car. Unlike the astonished reactions of others, he found it entirely reasonable. It would have been shocking if Chen Bin had merely developed a conventional vehicle. The silver car boasted an almost flawless exterior, with every flowing line on its body adhering to aerodynamic design principles. The beauty of these principles was vividly manifested in this flying car, presenting an aesthetic appeal that was nothing short of extraordinary from every angle. Finally, Principal Un diverted his attention from the car and addressed Chen Bin. "Shall I take the vehicle for performance and safety testing now?" "Very well." Chen Bin nodded and turned to enter the factory. In an automated factory, if one production line were to operate continuously, it could yield 18 flying cars daily. This pace was impressively rapid. If all 3 lines were dedicated to producing flying cars, the daily output would reach 54 units. In many conventional factories, the ability to produce numerous vehicles often relied on the assembly of parts sourced for various locations rather than a single facility. However, in an automated factory that manufactures all components in-house, a production rate of 54 cars per day is extraordinarily formidable. Nevertheless, with only 2 days remaining until the launch event, the potential output of 36 vehicles felt somewhat insufficient. With 23 provinces in Longhua, this equated to less than 2 flying cars per province. It was impractical for Chen Bin to make last-minute adjustments to the production lines. Even if he converted the remaining 2 lines for flying car manufacturing, it would require time. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin opted to enlist assistance. Placing an order with a factory would be too late, as setting up production lines necessitates mold creation and adjustments, all of which take time. Instead, he decided to source custom-made parts through non-standard methods. Although this would significantly increase costs, the current situation was not conducive to discussing finances. Chen Bin retrieved his phone and opened a group chat. Previously, his small workshop had accepted orders to generate income, utilizing both the chat and online platforms. Numerous similar workshops existed. After issuing a task with precision requirements, a flurry of private messages flooded in. The prices were negotiable, all within a similar range, but Chen Bin's sole demand was for speed.